KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you from Radio Row. I brought the Liqueur 43 with me today.
Good job, Sean.
Thank you. Got the day right. Got the Liqueur 43. Seth's got the Tide Pods.
That's we probably
maybe somewhat dangerously.
You and I haven't talked to each other and made eye contact.
It's like me saying Seth has the machine gun.
My two eyes haven't made contact with your one good eye in almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
That's not true. I'm lying. Because Sean and I were a lot of people. So yesterday, for those of you who missed it, I rifled a Tide Pod at Sean in what I thought was going to be a playful and fun act, but the Tide Pod came out of my hand a lot faster than I thought it would, and it smacked him right in his left eyeball.
Directly. Yeah. I described it to somebody yesterday, Seth. If I had a piece of, you know how Velcro, you got the sharp piece and you got the fuzzy piece? If I had the sharp piece of Velcro for some reason taped to my eyelid, and you threw the Tide Pod with the other piece of the Velcro, it would have stuck to my eye.
It smacked it dead
It's directly center.
Dead center.
And you were apologizing afterwards, and you were saying, you came up to me and you're like, I really didn't mean to hit you in the eye. I'm like, I know, you don't have that good of aim. There's no way you meant to hit me in the eye.
The fact that you hit me in the eye is because you shouldn't have expected to have any precision on where you hit.
Right.
No, I think I would have. It just came out faster. I thought there was going to be some arc to it.
Right.
But I kind of, because my shoulders are all screwed up, and I was like, I'm just going to, lob it sidearm. It's hard to lob something sidearm.
And I didn't see it coming because I was looking at Reggie, and all of a sudden, this just something hits me in the face.
Oh, you didn't even know that I was
No, I didn't even see you. No.
It was a sign-off. It wasn't, angry or anything.
No.
People thought that I had another
We had just done
incident
antibodies.
on Radio Row. I was doing antibodies and a Tide Pod to you.
Right, and I was going
to throw it at you.
Yeah, and I turn and I go, Reggie Atatula, and then blammo. Right in the eye. It's on. You can watch it. It's on Twitter.
If I had played it differently, I could have just claimed that something else hit you.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of video footage going on.
No, eventually you would have found out, but maybe you wouldn't have been as angry in the moment. I don't know.
Well, I was angry in a way like when you get hit hard with something and you throw I threw my pen down.
Like if you're walking, you hit your head.
Yeah.
And you get angry, and you don't know who you're angry at.
Yeah, it was like I threw my pen down because I'm like, man, that hurt.
J.J. Watt said you could feel that pen. That you could.
Oh, did he watch it?
That pen hit 1,000 miles away. Yeah.
JJ watched it.
I didn't even know you had thrown your pen. I couldn't make it through the whole video because I felt so bad.
Yeah.
So I told JJ, I was like, I didn't throw a pen at him. It was a Tide Pod, and then he explained it to me. He actually me on something that I had actually done myself wrong.
I was surprised. Well, I wasn't surprised how many people watched it because then I saw that that you had put up the grab of the video there. The reactions. Well, for those who missed it, because we obviously have probably by and large a much different audience listening than when it happened. It happened at 10 o'clock Houston time yesterday. Here they were playing it on the afternoon show. Mm-hmm. Here's what it sounded like yesterday. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah, antibodies and Tide Pod to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hopefully one that you actually take with you.
Reggie Atatula.
Oh, whoa! What just happened?
I hit him in the eye with the Tide Pod.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so sorry, Sean. I missed. All right. I hit him in the...
Oh, wow. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I didn't think I was going to hit him.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
That's activity. I hadn't listened to it yet. I had only watched. I didn't even listen to the audio and the video. I just watched it.
Yeah.
It looked like a sniper hit me or something like that.
You could hear it on the audio. I don't know if you'd be able to pick it up or not, but that's a smack.
Yeah.
That's tomfoolery and horseplay gone a little too far.
Don't
throw Tide Pods, kids.
And Seth and I were walking around to the media center together like 3 minutes later. So it's all good.
I was kind of giving you your distance, though. I didn't want to.
If the roles were reversed, I would have done the same thing. I would have given you your distance.
I've been prepared. I was prepared for that through 20 years of being married to somebody who has that fight or flight response of anger. It's definitely the fight part of the fight or fight. So if I If I make the mistake of just simply existing in a place that she didn't expect me to be, and it shocks her, I get that same look that you gave.
Yeah.
She immediately is like just rage.
Okay.
And then she catches herself. But I'm like, okay, he's just being Brandy. He's just being Brandy. It'll pass. I just gotta let it go. I just gotta give him some space. I gotta give Sean / Brandy some space, and it'll be all right.
Okay, so the reaction that I saw, there were 3 reactions that I think kind of dominated. One, the big one was, and I don't know how I feel about this one. The big one was I feared for Sean. And this is one that was on social and on a text that I got from people that saw it that we both know. I feared for Sean, but once he was okay, I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, because if all you did was watch the video, you wouldn't know if Sean could see right now or not. It got so red so fast. That's where 2 things happened. One, immediately when I saw you got hit in the eye, I was on the field in Cleveland when Orlando Brown Sr. got hit in the eye with a penalty flag. Yeah. And it was a big story, kids, because Orlando Brown Sr. basically went blind in his eye just because a penalty flag hit him. And he ended up not being able to see right for about 2 years before he came back to the NFL.
Did he ever get a settlement out of that?
A huge one, reportedly.
I can see out of this.
I hadn't even thought that far down the road that I was going to get sued or something.
Yeah.
How
Did I just knock us off the air?
Yeah, you knocked your camera off the air.
Oh. That's how angry I was about the
So I was worried about that, and then when I got over to check on you,
wanted a payday.
I ran all the way over to check on you,
and
it's like 2 steps. And your eye was so red. It was so red.
It felt like it felt like I was going to get a shiner out of it.
I thought maybe the pod had burst or something.
That would have been bad.
It's a pretty impressive
detergent in the eye.
Impressive by Procter & Gamble. That
overall,
it's that strong of a
winners and losers. Overall, I would say Tide a winner.
They got a lot of free publicity out of this.
Yeah, well, and the Tide Pod didn't just burst on impact.
Yeah, you can throw this thing around and stuff. And have your own little personal paintball type games.
That was reaction number 1. Reaction number 2 was that I showed some excellent restraint by just merely putting the headset down and not turning it into an on-air yelling thing.
Yeah, like, what the hell are you doing?
Or cursing.
Or something like that. Yeah. I think maybe you would have. If I had just been sitting over here and laughing like it was no big deal or something. Like,
no,
Sean,
you were very empathetic.
What a wimp you are, Sean. That's probably what I should have done, but I felt bad. I think if you watch the video and the follow-up, I think it's pretty clear that I genuinely wasn't trying to do what I did.
There was a little bit of me in the moment. I'm like, that was rehashing the show in my mind. I'm like, oh, what did I do to push that to this place?
The problem is, it came out of my hands so fast.
I know. Aaron and I were talking before the show. I'm like, why did he throw a fastball?
I know.
I'm Cesar Salazar right now.
The problem is, I think I gave it the same flick, like the flick of the wrist, as if I was throwing a baseball or something. But a Tide Pod is not as heavy as a baseball.
It came out fast.
It came out so fast.
It came out fast.
It was, and I knew as soon as it rolled off my fingers, I was like, oh, God, I hope I miss him. And I didn't.
And you didn't.
No.
You didn't.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Third reaction. What is it with Seth and Radio Row?
Yeah, there might be something to that. Because, when Josh and I got into it like a decade ago or so, how long ago was that? That was
2018.
So almost a decade ago.
Yeah.
That was... we'd been building up to that. Josh had kind of been agitating us and everything. I'll point out again that I never left our table or anything. I did invite Josh to come over and speak to me man to man, and that's when everything got.
Called him a B.
I definitely, though, there is something, man. I get too overwhelmed in these situations, and it gets to a point. And like yesterday, it wasn't like I was overwhelmed or anything. Maybe I exercised poor judgment, though.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Your guard was down.
I get overstimulated.
Yeah.
It's like I can't go into a Home Depot without sometimes having to stop and do breathing exercises because there's just too much going on.
Yes.
God help me at one of the big HEBs. I'm a mess. So then we get in here and we're working for a week where by midday here it's too much for me.
It's a lot.
Yeah. So I think I got to really monitor myself today.
Yeah.
I might have to take a segment or 2 off.
You get to. Because we've got Nick Caserio. Yeah. We recorded with Nick yesterday. I was saying to Aaron on the way over here, we've got like about 35 minutes where you and I can destimulate or whatever.
I don't want to all of a sudden just bludgeon somebody with a mic stand for no good reason.
Yeah, I would say, Aaron, that's part of your job today is keep the dangerous things out of Seth's hands or out of his radius.
I don't like the cut of your jib.
Right.
Bludgeon.
Yeah. Just a machine gun of Tide Pods at them.
And my head still hurts a little bit. Maybe this is what it was when we were at Alcatraz and you assaulted me with that cafeteria tray.
That might be it. You still have a headache?
No, but it hurt more than I thought it would.
Yeah.
We were joking around in the gift shop, and they sell these stainless steel prison cafeteria trays, and I'm looking at it, and it's pretty lightweight, and I'm like, how you always see in the movies people hitting somebody with the cafeteria tray.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's stupid. So I had you hit me in the head with it, and
went,
it's not like you went, really swiveled your hips or anything.
I pulled the punch.
It hurt.
Yeah,
and that was the
loud.
broadside of it. If you hit somebody with the edge of that thing,
dude,
across the ears or something.
Yep. So, but I am recovered. I'm good to go. Just keep the lids on the Tide Pods.
I am going to, you know what
That's
I'm
all
going
I
to
ask.
do? I'm going to steal one of these Tide Pods right now, and I know that it won't burst in my bag because I've already
PTSD.
thrown it at you so fast.
Getting PTSD.
I'm going to do a little sink washing this afternoon.
Well, how could you? Why would you
mine.
pull? I just had a traumatic incident with one of those yesterday, and you're just casually pulling it out of the thing.
It's like I'm
Guy comes home from Vietnam and says, hey, let's go look at this gun right here.
Like I'm, just kind of cleaning my Tide Pod
Yeah.
in front of you.
Yeah.
What are your intentions with my daughter, Sean T. Pendergast?
That's what my ex-father-in-law did with me with those damn guns.
We've had strangers show up to this property before, and they've been dealt with.
I'm not going
in
to
the
lie. I'm
proper
getting
manner.
a little nervous right now.
As I stroke my Tide Pod.
That's it. All right, so we put up a poll yesterday, a Pender poll, and it was about C.J. Stroud's hair, the all-important topic. C.J. Stroud's
We asked
hair.
Nick Caserio a question about it yesterday.
The topic, and he ended up telling an anecdote about him shaving his head.
Yeah.
And
you
we're
can,
like,
you can listen to that. You can listen to that in the next hour.
That's right, 7 o'clock. We've got the full interview with you. All right, so here was the question, and you were the one who chose these options.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious. You haven't looked at this yet.
No.
C.J. Stroud cut his hair this week. He has a new look. How do you feel about this? The three choices are, this inspires hope, this is bad news, why are we discussing this?
Yeah. Initially, I had said this inspires hope was going to be the winner.
In a tight race.
Yeah. As I sat and meditated on this for like a good 90 minutes last night, I think it's actually going to be C. I think C is going to be the winner by a pretty hefty margin, mostly because people lie to themselves and others about what they actually care about or are interested in. I would guess if we look at our YouTube,
anonymously.
If we look at our YouTube numbers from yesterday, whenever we were talking about C.J. Stroud's hair, it was probably a pretty good number.
Yeah.
But every single person watching would be like, I don't care about stuff like this. I'm a serious football person.
Yeah.
I have respect for the sanctity of the game.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started on Belichick's snub of the Hall of Fame.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you think, why are we discussing this one?
Yeah, I think it won by
Okay.
about like 50%.
You think it got 50% of the vote?
Yeah.
All right. Give him a ding, Ben, for the correct answer. Give him a ding for the percentage.
Oh, really?
If you're within 5%, we give you a ding. 55% say,
Okay.
why are we discussing
Simple
this?
majority.
Simple majority, 55%. 40.6% say that this inspires hope. The remaining 4% and change say this is bad
I think some
news.
of that too. Even the people who said that said, why are we talking about this, might not have thought it through about how, a lot of times when people get a haircut, there's a psychological aspect to it. It's change. Or sometimes they're depressed. It's either a reflection of their physical, of like their mental state, or a conscious decision that like, yep, you know what, I'm moving forward in a different path from now on.
This is where. This is what I would want to know. This is where we've not reached this sophistication level of this tool known as X yet. I would love to know how many of the 40.6% who chose this inspires hope actually have done that themselves.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Like I got all Fs my junior year.
Yeah.
That summer I went and I shaved my head and I pulled a 2.8
I cleaned
GPA.
cleaned my act up.
Yeah.
Or just started, I'm gonna look like a proper professional, and I'm gonna act a certain way.
It is part of the thing. You hear a lot of players say that, like, if you look good, you play good.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I think there is some element to that, like just changing your look.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't have the haircut or the look of a killer, I think he looks a little bit more like a killer now.
A little bit more.
Or a schoolboy. Maybe a schoolboy killer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
not like somebody who kills schoolboys.
No.
I mean just a schoolboy who also has a side life as a paid assassin.
Sure. I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah.
How about your guy Jeff Stoutland walking away?
Yeah, the offensive line coach for the Eagles, whose first offensive line coaching job in his career was when I was in college at Cornell.
Yeah.
And he didn't know what the hell he was doing. but he ended up being
picked it
awesome.
up.
Yeah, it was his first time coaching O-line.
Yeah.
He still keeps in touch with a lot of those guys, a lot of my teammates.
That says a lot about him.
I know a lot of you think I was an offensive lineman because I'm white. No, I was a defensive lineman. So he didn't coach me, but I got to know him pretty well, and he's just an awesome guy.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the Will Anderson, a pure football soul. Like, is just so passionate about everything, and his players just absolutely love him.
Well, they did a feature on him on one of the studio shows this year.
Yeah.
About him and how him and his wife have the offensive line over at their house, for meals and things like that. Felt like real collegiate, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and so immediately a lot of, hey, the Texans could use a better offensive line. Why don't they go after him? It's from his post, he said, I'm leaving the Eagles after 13 years with the Eagles, 3 different head coaches. So it's not clear that he's retiring.
It sounded like there was some ambiguity on what his input was going to be moving forward.
Yeah.
They got a new offensive coordinator coming in, and he's got the title of run game coordinator, Stoutland does, but I think that title is going to be taken away from him. There was definitely something going on with the new system coming in that was a little bit glitchy. I was just reading a bunch of quotes and bullet points from people. To your overall point, this doesn't feel like, my 50 years in football have been great, and I'm going to the beach now.
Yeah, he specifically said it, I'm leaving the Eagles. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think it's a fair question. Cole. I think people are enthusiastic about Cole Popovich, and I think he did a good job with what was handed to him this year. But when the best in the business walks away and is available all of a sudden, you got to ask that question, right?
Yeah, and you'd be firing Cole Popovich. You're not going to say, hey, no, we're demoting you for Jeff Stoutland.
Cole Popovich, I don't think, even if you said we want to keep you around, he'd probably say, no, I'm it's a demotion.
Yeah, it creates too many potential bad dynamics there.
Yeah.
I think that, for one, Jeff will get a really nice offer somewhere else if he decides to go to an extreme degree. But he might get paid like an offensive coordinator. He might go back to college. Who knows? He started off he was at Alabama before Chip Kelly hired him to coach for the Eagles back in the day. It would be cool. There's a part of me though that I like the improvements that they made with Cole Popovich, and you might have a really good coach in Cole Popovich that's already been working with these guys for a year. And I'm not sitting here saying that he's anywhere close to Jeff Stoutland right now, because I think Jeff Stoutland's one of the best this century. I'm not going to get my hopes up for it, and maybe I have too much of a soft spot for Cole Popovich. I want to see it work with him.
Yeah.
This is the first time I can remember offensive linemen actually gushing about their O-line coach. And also, that O-line coach is a crusty old dude who screams and yells at him a lot and sounds like the TV version of an offensive line coach. When your players are gushing about your O-line coach, and he's a tough, crusty dude that would be easy to hate if you didn't know what he was talking about, I like that. And I think from the practical standpoint, the Texans probably don't want to go out and pay $6 million a year for an offensive line coach.
Right. I just look at the Eagles. I look at Mekhi Becton. Yeah. He was bad when he was with the Jets. He gets with the Eagles. He rehabilitates his career. And then I think he signed with the Chargers, and he wasn't good with the Chargers. That's like that. If you're looking at one isolated incident of a guy who had first-round talent that only achieved to it in one place, it was with Jeff Stoutland.
This is where, yesterday I was so pissed because I got this text from Aaron Raybold about Jeff Stoutland retiring. 5 minutes earlier, I'd been down in the hotel gift shop or the cafe there, and I'm standing next to this giant of a human being, and even by NFL player standards, and we're in the hotel where all the Pro Bowlers are staying. There's a lot of human beings there, but I'm thinking that might be Jordan Mailata, the offensive tackle for the Eagles, and it was.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that Jeff Stoutland had stepped down. I don't know if Jordan would have known it at that point.
You could have broken the news to him.
And he would have cried in front of his wife and everything.
He would have cried on your shoulder. He would have hugged you.
Even before I realized it was Jordan Mailata, I just wanted to tell him, sir, you are a magnificently large human being.
Yeah.
I've been around a lot of large human beings, but this dude was scary looking.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you Thursday here on Radio Row. Up next, we were talking about Framber Valdez a couple times this week. We will talk about him again because the saga is done. The book is closed. Should the Astros have done this deal?
Mailata's 6'8".
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's a big dude, yeah.
And put together well.
Yep.
He's like 365 and put together well.
Built in a lab.
I don't know if I've ever been around a guy quite that size. All right, let's go talk about people.
Okay, yep.
I'm going to sit here and think about Jordan.
Yeah, Framber Valdez, not 6'8". We'll talk about him in just a little bit. First, I want to talk about West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, not
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to Framber Valdez signing a 3-year, $115 million deal.
Yeah,
in just a
Framber,
minute.
get it.
Big thanks to LaCour 43 for getting us here. Big thanks to Planet Fitness as well for getting us here. And Tide, who is sponsoring all of the Odyssey stations that are here. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
It's really provided us more content than I anticipated.
My lab would tell you,
Yeah.
if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Here come the texts after what somebody is calling Eyegate yesterday. Yeah. I think Tide would like it to be called Tidegate, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
Tidegate.
Yeah, Tide. We're calling it Tidegate for product placement.
We're not clear on whether Tide would be happy with any of this. But
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's but it is what it is.
It is what it is. I was just going to say it is what it is. Sean, are you going to make Seth grade his own apology for Eyegate?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we should do that later.
We'll replay your apology.
And we'll grade the apology.
Yeah.
I feel
Seth
like I hit all of them.
You did. You didn't do a formal apology. You were doing an in-the-moment emotional apology.
It was clear that I understood what I did was wrong. I didn't explain how I would take measures to avoid doing it again. But I felt like by the tone of my voice that maybe
just don't throw things at me.
Surely this lesson that I should have learned when I was 12, I will now learn when I'm 51. Yes, this is the moment.
Okay, just a few more. God, if only CJ's aim was as good as Seth's, we'd be in the Super Bowl. That's the thing. Seth wasn't aiming for my eye.
Remember?
His aim is as good as CJ's.
Yeah. I mean, CJ's rookie year, he would do that funky little warm-up with all of his tennis balls.
His basketball shooting.
And everything, and people were like, look at this. This guy's just, he's breaking the mold.
That's when I'll be nervous.
And now people are like, stupid basketball.
If I come into the studio one day before the show and Seth is doing all of CJ's warm-ups, I know my left eye is getting pelted that day. Seth Payne, Tide Pod placement specialist.
Yep. I am everything that people ever wanted in a throwing athlete.
Apparently Lopez was cracking up when it happened because the camera's on him.
Yeah.
Like literally the second it hit my eye, Lopez was laughing. Now Lopez laughs at almost everything though.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a comedy.
We were wondering about. I was talking about that with Clint. Clint said, Sean doesn't seem like a roughhousing type of guy, and that a lot of times when you're messing around with your buddies, somebody gets kicked in the nargs really hard or something. There's kind of it's funny, and even the guy that gets kicked in the nargs, kind of like with what's the MTV show?
Jackass.
Jackass, yeah, the Jackass type dynamic. It doesn't. You wouldn't like being on Jackass.
I wouldn't. I hesitate to equate my left eye, which is by
was your
far my
eyeball.
good
That's
eye.
a big deal. It's a big deal.
Yeah. Like my right, I don't see very well out of my right eye.
I'm still trying to rationalize it a little bit because I don't know what got into me. But
someone said Seth's offense is death by 1,000 Tide Pods.
It was an easy. It was 1st and 10.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna go broke taking a profit. It was right there.
Yeah. Now someone's equating you to Framber and me to Cesar Salazar.
So Framber got paid what now?
$115 million.
Over 3 years.
That's pretty good.
Okay, did you find a single Astros fan that said, man, we could have had him for that?
Admittedly, I didn't go looking for a reaction. When I found out about it, it was about the point where I'm like, I can't wait to go to bed early tonight.
We have a lot more people that are pushing back against the notion that you shouldn't trade Şengün than we have people saying, like, hey, man, why are we not really ponying up money for Framber? And it's Framber's popularity, or at least the passion for a Framber return, has been pretty much absent the entire offseason.
I am stunned by this contract. The 3 years doesn't stun me because I thought Framber's older.
Yeah.
He's 30. He's older than people think. He's 32 years old. I think teams are getting a little more nervous about giving pitchers 7 or 8 year deals, especially ones that haven't had Tommy John yet.
Yeah.
Because you feel that if they haven't had it, there's a decent chance you're going to miss a full year out of them. I am stunned that he got $38 million a year. Stunned.
And the fact that he's going to play for A.J. Hinch, is probably you gave me a look where I saw like, wait a second, is AJ not there?
No.
Like the fact that he's going to play for AJ Hinch, who has a relationship with Framber, but it's weird because Framber didn't turn into good Framber until after AJ Hinch was gone.
That's right.
His time with AJ, he had a 4.6 ERA across 1.5 seasons. The COVID, he wasn't even there for COVID, so it was over his appearances in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So it was when Dusty got here and Framber started working with the sports psychologist. That was the the two-pronged approach that seemed to really work for Framber.
Yep.
But obviously Hinch liked him. He just knew that Hinch knew that Framber had good Framber in him.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to get it extracted from him.
There were some interested – I'll tell you the reactions that I saw were way fewer from Astro fans and more from Detroit people and just general baseball people.
Yeah.
Who – Tariq Skubal had his arbitration hearing yesterday, and he's trying to get the biggest arbitration one-year salary in the history of arbitration. He wants $32 million. The Tigers want to give him $19 million. In arbitration, it's one or the other, unless you settle ahead of time. Once you go into that courtroom, into that mediation, it's either 19 or it's 32. And the reaction that I saw was, are you kidding me? The team that is going into a hearing today to tell Tariq Skubal, two-time Cy Young winner, best pitcher in baseball, why he sucks and he's only worth $19 million.
Yeah.
Just gave Framber Valdez twice that and $6 million more than Skubal wants. That is wild. That on the very same day that the Tigers are trying to squeeze the best pitcher in baseball to under $20 million a year,
That they're just
they get a guy who's a baseball. I think a lot of people in baseball view as a head case.
Yeah.
$38 million.
I hope that it gets weirder and weirder. And
Oh yes.
Framber demands his payment in some kind of crypto, but not even one of the more bona fide cryptos, like some upstart crypto company something. That Haktua girl coin or something. I hope he turns into the weirdest version of himself.
Oh my God, so good. But good for Framber Valdez, man. 3 years, 115. He's got an opt out after year 2.
I remain worried about Framber. He's got a delicate psyche.
You do?
Yeah, and
I give two flips about him right now.
Come on, it's not like Framber was when Framber was blaming his teammates at times this year, or just not covering bases and doing all that weird stuff. That was an aberration from what his normal bad Framber is.
Sure, yeah.
His normal bad Framber is just, okay, he has a meltdown, he goes off the rails, stops pitching the game plan, stuff, but it's almost self-inflicted harm.
Yeah.
This year he was almost lashing out a little bit to where it made me feel like, man, I hope everything's okay with Framber.
I agree with everything you just said now. Where you and I diverge in the woods is you're like, boy, I really hope Framber ... I could give a rat's ass about Framber now.
Yeah.
As far as how he performs. I wish him well in his.
Why are you so dead inside?
Because he's on the Detroit Tigers now.
Yeah, but
that's a team the Astros are going to be battling for a wild card spot, possibly.
But he's La Grasa.
I know.
I can worry about him because I don't have faith that he's actually going to get back on the rails.
Yeah.
So I can worry about him as a person while also at the same time kind of like, Tigers.
yeah. Well, they're the favorite now to win the Central, so we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, Framber, 3 years, $115 million. That was one where I'm like, I had to find 2 or 3 more sources to make sure the first one didn't get it wrong, that it was supposed to be like $75 million. I can't believe he got $38 million a year.
I fall into this trap every year with baseball, though, too, because it's so different than football where all the big contracts are doled out immediately.
Yeah.
That you just, when there's radio silence, you start feeling like, oh, maybe nobody even really wants Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Oh, what's so, and then all of a sudden,
$40 million from the Red Sox.
In a flurry of moves right before the season, he gets a huge deal.
Yeah.
So you can't use the timing of it to gauge how much actual interest there is.
I'm guessing that similar to Bregman last year, that Framber was waiting around for a 7 or 8 year deal that just never came.
Yeah.
The 3 years, him settling for a 3-year deal, that's he was waiting on something longer than 3 years. And that's why pitchers and catchers, the Astros equipment trucks just left yesterday from Dyken Park.
You know what?
It's going to be here next week.
Baseball free agents are kind of like women that want to have children, but time's running out. Like,
yeah.
I guess this guy's all right, I guess. Yeah.
Come on over, Hinch.
I'll marry you.
Let's go. Let's go, Skubal.
Yeah.
Make it quick.
Seems like a good provider, I guess.
Yeah. All right, let's get to headlines. We'll do that. Headlines are coming up next here. And top of the hour, Seth and I sat down with Nick Caserio yesterday afternoon. We'll have that conversation. A typical nice long Caserio conversation on C.J. Stroud, the season that was, the season that will be. Do haircuts matter? All of those things got covered yesterday. We'll get to all that coming up next. But first, hey, we've only got a few days left till the big game. Prize Picks. Prize Picks has a max.
Core 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic. We thank the Men's Tea Clinic for that. Top of the hour, by the way, Seth and I chatted with Nick Caserio yesterday, so we'll have that full conversation. We talked to him for about 30, 35 minutes yesterday afternoon. Fun conversation. We hit all the highlights of the offseason. So you'll hear from the Texans GM at 7 o'clock today on the show. Meanwhile, the Super Bowl continues to take place here in San Francisco. The Seahawks and the Patriots will face on Sunday, a game that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. The betting line, Seth, has kind of settled in now. It opened at Seahawks -4. It got up to Seahawks -5. It's now sitting Seahawks -4.5, and it's kind of hovered there. What's your early read on this game? I mean, not early. I mean, it's Thursday.
My big is I'm going to pick the Seahawks to win, but one of the things that makes me most nervous is that Sam Darnold can be gotten with chicanery by the defense. He can be fooled, and he's had some turnovers this year, which look like dumb turnovers or interceptions, they're not dumb, but it's like the defense has been able to fool him. The Rams specifically, and Vrabel's got 2 weeks to work on how exactly can we fool and bring out the dumb version of Sam Darnold, and that might be the one or two plays in the game that this game hinges on is, okay, does Sam Darnold not realize there's a nose tackle dropping into coverage and throw the ball right to the nose tackle? Yeah. But other than that, I feel physically all the matchups or most of the matchups go in favor of the Seahawks, and it all comes down to just Sam Darnold being the better version of Sam Darnold.
The other quarter, on the other side, I'm with you on that. The other side with Drake May is interesting because on the one side, if you're somebody who's picking Seattle, if you're somebody who's roots for a team that got beat by New England along the way. I am both of those things.
Yeah.
I would look at Drake May and go, he hasn't had a good game in the playoffs yet. They've won 3 games, but he hasn't been the catalyst for it. The flip side of that, if you're arguing on behalf of Drake May, is, well, last I checked, it's not going to snow on Sunday. The weather should be pretty good on Sunday.
Yeah, we were talking to Ted Johnson about CJ's performance in the Patriots game, and Ted was, as a guy that's watched the Patriots all year long, he brought up how Drake May looked awful too, but you have a hard time judging either quarterbacks in that game specifically because the weather conditions were so bad. You go to Drake May against the Broncos, and, man, it's not like when the weather was good he was lighting it on fire or anything. He had a couple nice runs, and that was about it. So, which you can do in any kind of weather, obviously. He has yet to have an impressive performance in the playoffs. Whether you want to blame it on the weather or anything else, he still really, when he's faced these really good defenses, still hasn't shown, I can light it up versus the really good defense.
He had 3 good drives against the Texans.
One of them was a short field, too, but it was a good drive. They were all very good drives.
I mean, he did something against the Texans that almost the only other quarterback that did it was Sam Darnold, actually, which just scored 21 points against.
Yeah, and in the Seahawks game, they did it early on. They had a couple of really nice drives.
These are the 2 quarterbacks that were able to engineer a few touchdown drives against the Texans.
Yeah.
So that game on Sunday.
The biggest thing that's holding me back for the Patriots, though, too, is just that I mean, the left side of their offensive line is atrocious. Yeah. And the Seahawks don't win their pass rush is super fast. They compress and they're physically strong and tough. But
they're giant human beings.
Yeah. And I think that's Will Campbell. The fact that you have to take Hunter Henry and ask Hunter Henry to do what he's worst at, blocking, instead of doing what he's best at, being out on a route, versus a really good defense. Yeah. Because Will Campbell is just atrocious.
Yeah, he's bad right now.
He's had some good moments. I'm not saying he's going to be bad in his career, but he's playing like a rookie that versus really dominant dudes just cannot hold up.
He's playing like Ariante Ursary was in September.
Yeah.
But Ursary figured some things out. Will Campbell, I know he got hurt along the way, but he's a guy who looks like he hasn't figured things out yet.
He has some really nice snaps, but then he has some ones where he just gets beat immediately.
Yeah. And you say this all the time. that when you're an offensive lineman, you can have 85% of your snaps can be awesome.
Yeah.
But if the 15% are really bad,
Yeah.
The Xavier Suafilo effect.
It's like, no, I'm totally responsible. I used a condom 97 out of 100 times.
Or like you
it's like,
yesterday.
yeah, and you got 3 children that you didn't want. Yeah.
Or like Seth yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
People want to talk about how I abused my co-host yesterday. What about the 7 years I haven't been?
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about that.
Nope.
Oh, God, I hate that offensive line propaganda. Like, I played a great game 95% of the time. I had a great – yeah, but you got your quarterback concussed.
The other
because
5%.
of the bad plays that you didn't.
Yep.
Fat sows. Except for Jordan Mailata. Dude, that's
yeah, go call him a fat sow. I hope you see him in the gift shop again.
He is 6'8", 365 pounds, and looks like he might be a defensive end.
Yeah.
That's the most impressive human being
talking about him
I've
a lot.
ever seen. Sean, I honestly.
Check Seth's search history.
I felt like I was in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I was standing next to this dude, and I'm like, man, I've been. It's rare to find an offense. There's not many guys who are 6'8" in the NFL. Yeah. It's just you're just too tall and gangly, and guys can get up under your pads. This guy is a specimen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Been thinking about it all day.
I know, all morning. Rockets got boat raced by the Celtics last night, 114-93, the final score. Quite the performance to put out there the day before the NBA trade deadline.
Yeah.
Well, now, and the one guy who had been most closely linked to the Rockets, other than people fantasizing about Giannis Antetokounmpo, and it sounds like the Bucks are not getting anywhere close to what they're looking to get for Giannis Antetokounmpo, which could mean a couple things. One, the most likely he's going to get moved in the summertime. Two, if the Rockets do want to swoop in and get it, it sounds like the offers have been underwhelming so far. Mm-hmm. So that you like back in the day on eBay, the whole buy it now thing. If you want to do a buy it now on Giannis, you might be able to do it. It would cost you Alperen Şengün probably, but whatever.
I still don't get you. Go ahead.
And real quick, and then I'll get your thoughts. Kobe White was the guy the Rockets had been most tied to, the guard out of Chicago. He got traded to Charlotte yesterday.
I think the thing is you can have as many physically impressive and dominant players on a team as you want, but to operate this offense at a higher level, without a point guard is going to require some level of offensive ingenuity that I don't think Udoka has. That's not in his bag, and we've seen that. You make excuses for a lot of their struggles right now versus the good teams because they don't have a point guard. But you'd still like to see something more.
Well, and the thing is, if you trade Şengün in a Giannis trade, and it's not going to happen, the Rockets aren't even getting mentioned among the teams that are suitors right now to Milwaukee. If you do that, you're even further removing guys that handle the ball for you in the half court.
That you can run the offense through and do that,
Yeah, I don't think you're doing it with Giannis.
With no shade whatsoever at Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Sure.
It's just I don't know how that all of a sudden becomes just the magical elixir to take this team to a championship caliber offense.
Yep. All right, those are your headlines for today. We'll get to a whole lot more here in the next 3 hours, starting with Texans general manager Nick Caserio. Seth and I sat down with him yesterday, talked about a lot of stuff, talked to C.J. Stroud, talked about the disappointment of losing to New England, heading into free agency in the draft. We hit it all with Nick Caserio. You will hear that live here from Radio Row coming up next. And, of course, that interview is brought to you by Tide. It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide. Let's talk jewelry right now. What is today? Thursday. Valentine's Day is a week from Saturday. So we've got a little bit of time, guys, but, man, don't sit here and go, that's right, Sean told me I had a little bit of time. Now is the time to get to Klein's Jewelry because Mark can make it for you.
Specialty FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Welcome back in, Payne and Pendergast, live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Big thanks to LaCour 43, as always, for getting us here. And now it's time to talk to the Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio, who's joining us normally back in Houston here on Radio Row. All our guests are brought to you by Tide. When it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Nick, it is great to see you.
Good to be here, fellas.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Were you excited
Are we talking
to
about
find out
Tide Pods? Is this like pods?
I threw one at Sean earlier. I hit him right in the eye.
Yeah, square in the eye.
I didn't mean to, Nick. I was just messing around, and it was straight out of childhood. Like I was gonna throw it. I meant to lob
Should we
it
get him
into
an
his
eye
chest.
patch? Put over like a pirate.
Well, it's up on the internet now.
Yeah.
The suggestions that I've had as to what I should do tomorrow are outstanding. But I've had a lot of eye patch suggestions.
He was the hottest I've ever seen him. He was so, when you're messing around and it goes a little too far. That's what Sean didn't even know we were messing around, and it had
I
already
didn't even know I
gone
got
too far.
thrown at me. I was just bending over to get my laptop, and boom, right in the eye.
I feel bad.
Nah, it's all good. It still works. As good as it was working before. How you doing, man? Our first chance to get to talk since the season ended.
Yeah,
How are you?
Good, not bad.
Yeah.
Kind of turned the page here a little bit. Started to work on the 26th season, and went down to Senior Bowl for a day. Started to go through our team a little bit. Had some, a couple of tweaks on the coaching staff. So honestly, like as soon as the season is over, you kind of transition a little bit and start to prepare for start the next phase a little bit. So, but overall, moving along here pretty good.
Is there a period? I don't call it mourning, but kind of a depression after a playoff loss?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, I'd say my mindset is always, it's no different than a game. All right, look, whatever happens in a game, all right, here's the things that went well. Here are the things we got to clean up. All right, then on to the next thing. So, I mean, I think when you come to a halt like that, when your season ends, and everybody kind of starts to reflect a little bit, like about the season and all that. But like I talked after the season, I mean, I'm really proud of our team, proud of the organization, proud of what we accomplished. Did a lot of good things. In the end, kind of came up a little bit short of what the ultimate goal is, which is to kind of be here playing in this game. But, I mean, now we're going to go back and try to build the 26th season and, build on some of the things that we did. Try to make some corrections in some areas that we feel we got to improve. So the offseason is always about improvement, and I think that's where the focus is.
When you go to that final playoff game, and, you talked about it multiple times in the press conference, turnovers are key in the NFL, as it has been forever, and it's really hard to win when you turn the ball over that many times. CJ did such a good job this year, I think, above what the statistics would show, just playing like a veteran NFL quarterback, taking care of the football, knowing when to take the easy money and all of that. And I personally was really shocked to see that wasn't the version of CJ that we saw in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I mean, and I think it's true. When you look kind of when he came back, he played really clean, efficient football over the course of how many games there was. And then offensively, I mean, 12 turnovers on a year, second fewest or the least in the organization's history. So a couple of those plays, I mean, we're just probably trying to do too much, sort of make a play, and then sometimes it had results. So in the end, okay, what happened. We got to figure out a way to just mitigate that as best we can. And then, we just got to move on. So, in the second half of that game, move the ball a little bit, made some progress. So, I mean, that's unfortunately it happened kind of in bunches. But, I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. What were the conversations? Obviously, details you don't have to share, but in general with CJ, you talked to all the players leaving and what to focus on going into the offseason. What does that look like?
Yeah,
for CJ?
I mean, those after the say, hey, appreciate everything you did here this season, and they take accountability. And then really when the players come back in kind of April, we'll probably have, and D'Amico does this, all right, kind of an improvement. Hey, 3 or 4 things for each player, and then have some visual evidence, some tape. They're kind of teach tapes. Hey, this is what the focus is going to be in the offseason. So every player is going to have that. Yeah. So that's after the season. It's kind of like, hey, what are your plans? What are you going to do? All right, where are you going to be? You're going to be around. I mean, we're fortunate. We got a lot of players that actually stick around in Houston and start training. Before I left, I want to say Jay Knoll was down there. Togiai's been down there with Junior, Tafuna, like literally like the week after the season. Now, Should they take some time? Yeah, but like they want to train. That's the mentality. That's the mindset that these players have. Dalton, we got a few guys that are rehabbing. Dalton was in there rehabbing. Tank's been in there. I know, I got asked about Tank, or I mentioned something about Tank there at the postseason press conference. So we have a lot of guys that are around. They're going to be working. And it's about your physical. You can make a lot of progress kind of March, April, before the off-season program starts. 6 weeks of good training. And then we have some other guys are going to be, I think Higgins he's working out there. I think he put some stuff out there. So it shows you that these guys want to work. Or they want to go down to Pro Bowl and waste their time with whatever they were doing down there. But
I got nervous watching Will do the tug of war. Tug of war can be brutal, man.
I didn't watch any of it, so you guys probably saw more than I did. But overall, it's just kind of take a deep breath. Hey, you know what? It's a long season. Everybody is disappointed because, they have a lot of pride. As a player, if you don't play your best football, it's like, all right, what do we got to do to improve it? And I think that's where the focus is going to be. So, it'd be exciting that when the players are back in the building once we actually start working again.
You mentioned Togiai. And it feels like you guys have reached a point with your defensive tackles where it's almost like the Astros are with their pitchers, where I get really excited about guys I've never heard of when you guys sign them, because you have a lot of guys who play their best football on this team. And what leads to that? How have you been able to find so many guys? And not like there's a bunch of Togiais or anything.
Sure.
But every year it seems like you guys have been able to sign a defensive tackle to a 1 or 2 year deal that ends up doing really good things for you.
Yeah, honestly, I think it speaks to Rod and Frank and Matt Burke and the defensive staff. And they're very specific about how, even when they get here, okay, here's the stance, here's your footwork, here's how we're going to play. And you kind of have to ingrain a certain mentality and a mindset. And some have a better sense and feel maybe they have some experience in the system. Like Rank has played in the system before he arrived here. So, but there's a lot of coaching. We're fortunate we got a lot of good coaches on that side of the ball, and they kind of help each other. I would say Tommy was a 4th-round pick when he came out, and his career got cut short. He was injuries, and he was kind of a nothing signing. Put him on a practice squad, but he had really good traits. He was very instinctive. I think when you watch him play, he's very aware. And, even though we're an attack front, he has a sense for how to play with his hands, play off blocks, and then get himself. I think he had 51 tackles or whatever it was, which is a pretty significant amount for a defensive tackle. So I'd say it's a combination of let's get the players that have the right mentality and the right mindset. In that case, we worked them out. Hey, there were some things that we felt it's worth at least taking a shot on the player, and then ultimately it's about what the player does with their opportunity. So it's a credit to the player, it's a credit to the coaches for being able to get that out of the players.
Along those lines, Nick, and we're talking to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio live here on Radio Row in San Francisco. You had a defense that was the best in football all of last year, and I'm very curious. A lot of those guys are coming back. You've got them locked up for at least another year, some multiple years. How do you as a general manager attack that? It's a great problem to have. We got the best defense. Is it still just one of those things we're just trying to get great players in the building, or how do you attack that when you've got one side of the ball that's just so elite?
No, that's it, Sean. We're trying to, we know who we're going to have. We got a number of players. Honestly, we got a lot of defensive linemen who are free agents that we're going to have to deal with, whether it's those players or somebody else. Yeah. We'll see what happens with the draft, but I think it's traits, certain characteristics that we feel are going to translate over to not only the defensive side of the ball, but the overall team. Yeah. There'll be some things that we focus on offensively as well from there's certain qualities that we're going to try to identify. And again, overall, we feel like we got a pretty good team coming back. We know we lose some players. There's going to be some players that probably sign elsewhere. We'll probably have to move on from some players at some point. We're going to have a new cohort of players that come in. So get the best players with the right mentality, the right mindset, that understand what the standard of performance and behavior is on a day-to-day basis, and let the competition sort itself out.
Yeah. Did you feel like with the offensive line this year that you kind of established a framework, between having a new offensive line coach and Cole Popovich, or him taking over as the assistant coach and Nick Haley as the offensive coordinator? It felt to me it felt more stable, felt more fundamentally sound. And I guess, do you feel a little bit more confidence in when you're either having the young guys that you have already developing or bringing new guys in, that you feel like, all right, this is the plan and this is the system?
Yeah, it's kind of twofold. We got a lot of guys that play a lot of football. Tay played a lot of football this year, so that's only going to help his overall development. Now, he certainly has things that he can work on and focus on in the offseason. Jake Andrews came in, did a good job. Titus was kind of a swing guy, so it was a lot of new people and some new spots. kind of settled down there a little bit, sort of mid-season. So now it's go back to the drawing board. And really, the offseason is about establishing your foundation and your fundamentals. And I think the people that have been in the building understand how Cole – all right, how he's going to coach his technique, or here's what we want on this play. When we get new players in, like, can we get them up to speed as quickly as possible? Because in the end, it's how those 5 play as a group. It's about individual, one-on-one and all that. But in the end, there's a lot of you got to play 5 as one, and it's no more position where that is emphasized than that position.
Well, and you guys played your best as a team, and I think probably the best offensive football when you had that group from about Jacksonville in Week 10 through the end of the season there, when you had the same 5 out there. Is that part of the goal maybe for this year, is to identify those 5 maybe a little bit earlier?
If we can,
yeah.
That's where, where are we in the spring? And
obviously Trent was part of that, and he was hurt for.
And we knew Trent, it was going to be a while before he was going to be available. When we signed him, we knew it was probably going to be mid-season before we would see him. So in the interim, we were trying to manage it as best we could. So the sooner we can get to that point, probably be good for everybody. So, but again, it's the composition, the who. We don't really know who. Ed's a free agent, so there's going to be a discussion there. We have some players that are coming back, some players that aren't here that are probably going to be here. So in the end, we'll see how it goes. But if we can get whatever the 5 is that are going to play, understanding injuries are going to happen, things are going to happen, and we're going to need probably 7, 8, 9 guys to play during the course of the year.
Has Joe Mixon moved out of the medical mystery category, or where are we on that?
No, we're at some point probably going to see Joe for an evaluation to kind of see where he is. I know I got asked about it, a lot.
In between you getting asked about it last time and now, he posted something on social media.
Good for Joe.
Yeah, well, that's so I'm like, all right, well, I guess we got to ask Nick. Is something happening? Yeah.
So, but, honestly, Joe worked really hard to try to get himself ready. I think he's committed to trying to be able to play football this year. We'll see if he physically is able to do it or not. So it's a little bit of a moving target still, but as we get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better idea. Before we get to the season, I'm sure we'll have an idea, probably know before that, what those situations.
It seems like Tank's situation is much more clear based on the things that you and D'Amico both said.
Yeah, for sure. I think we were kind of like, well, maybe there's a shot at the end of this past season. Didn't really work out that way, but he's kind of ready to go here. I think he'll be able to start hopefully in April. Like I said, he's there training just about every day. So the big step for him will be once he's out of a rehab mode, when you actually get on the field and you actually start, I'd say, running and cutting in more true football type environment, what that actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Nick. I'm very curious about that, because you guys have access to so much sports science and high-level equipment and things like that. Are there ways that you can tell with Tank, not just like straight line speed type of stuff, you can measure that with a stopwatch. Do you guys have mechanisms to be able to see that he's still got that same change of direction and twitch?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We are able to get a lot of data on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Yeah. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank, he's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benefit because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? He's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of knew at some point, all right, and then he kind of transitioned his mindset as well. And like I said, his attitude was really good. He's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can, and as soon as the season was over, he had a big smile on his face, all right, I'm ready to go, which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. You guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
What does he bring to that wide receiver room if he gets back to where he was before?
Yeah, he kind of complements a lot of the guys in that room. He's different. All of them are kind of different. Nico is kind of his own category, right? All right, Jay Knowles, kind of his package, right, what he provides. I'd say Hutch, there's a player, nobody has improved more than Hutch from the time we drafted to now. Hig has some areas that he can improve, but he was our second or third leading receiver this year. And then Tank, I mean, the one thing that stood out about him coming out, when you go back to the Senior Bowl, I mean, just kind of, talking about that game here at practice last week, you couldn't cover him because his change of direction was so very good. He can get out of stuff. So now, can he, going back to your question, Sean, is he able to do it at the same level? Yeah. We'll see kind of as we go here whether or not he's able to get back to that level of performance.
Tank, I would imagine watching Jackson Smith and Jigba and the way he operates.
Now, JSN's 200 pounds. So
right. No, I'm not trying to make a direct comparison or anything, but it's just what he does, space and everything. They're different players, but Tank's got 2 years of experience now, or 1.5 years of experience in the NFL. He kind of started to figure out what he can and can't do because of his size, but because he does have that speed.
He has a better understanding probably of where he is now and what he can and can't do. And when he's played, I mean, he's been productive. I mean, he's had 45, 50 catches, 600, 700 yards. So now he had a year to kind of sit back and look at the game maybe from a different lens. All right, now let's go onto the field. And it's one thing, okay, you're going to do routes on air. All right, that's one thing. All right, now you're going to have to run a route with a defender in front of you. Okay, then there's going to be contact. Then you're going to get tackled. So there's a lot of checkpoints here that he's probably going to have to check here before he's actually fully ready to go.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here live on Radio Row in San Francisco. Over on the defensive side of the ball, I had a chance to talk to Aziz out at Pro Bowl practice. I'm really happy for that guy. First Pro Bowl, and especially when you consider, this time a year ago what he was going through on the heels of the suspension and everything else. How happy are you for Aziz, and what did you think of his performance this year?
It was awesome. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of the heartbeat of the team. He has such a pulse. His leadership, and leadership comes in different shapes and sizes. Everybody kind of leads in their own way. He's so well respected. And look, you can't lead if you don't play well. So let's start there. So, I mean, he was our leading tackler, signal caller. He has such an understanding of the defense. I mean, his relationship with D'Amico is very well chronicled, and it's continued to grow, and there's a lot of trust, faith in one another. So for him to be recognized in that way speaks to him and who he is. Everybody that's been around Aziz knows what he is, who he is as a person. And then you combine that with, okay, here's what he does on the football field. Let's not what happens on the field detract from who he is away from the field. So really happy for him. And there's a great example of a player who's earned everything in his career from where he started, wasn't drafted. His history and story is pretty well chronicled. To be recognized by his peers in that capacity, I mean, you can't be nothing but happy for a player like that.
Going back to, your period of mourning that you said, I think you used the word mourning, that after the season was over. Are some Super Bowls harder to watch than others?
They're
based
all the
on the participants or the fact that you played both these teams? Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, look, I've been blessed to be a part of 9 of these, and every year, I mean, everybody has the same goal, right? We all play to get the opportunity to play in these games. So, I mean, we're familiar with the teams. Look, we played every team that was playing in the championship game. So we, when you look at those teams, all right, here's who's still playing. All right, look, we were competitive with every team in the league. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the truth. So, I mean, we can go back and, well, this happened, but that's the reality of the situation. So, I mean, that's the 2025 season. Okay, it's going to end up either New England or Seattle's going to win. Okay, then we're going to get ready for the 26th season. And I think the reality is our division's gotten better. I mean, Coach Sala being hired in Tennessee and they're putting together a good staff. Look at what Jacksonville did this season. And Indy, is going to have a good team. So everybody kind of goes to the drawing board. So, I mean, look, you're disappointed. You would like to be playing, but the reality is you're not. So, all right, look at the 2 teams that are playing. Those are the 2 teams that have played the best. They've earned the right to keep playing. So that's why New England and Seattle are playing here this week.
Has it been, as a talent evaluator, has it been interesting for you, at least? I don't know if interesting is the right word, but just to watch Sam Darnold and kind of his career arc. And there's so many more quarterbacks, it seems, these days who got off to disappointing starts. And then, man, every step along the way, they figure it out somewhere.
No, it's really situation and fit and place. I mean, sometimes it works from the beginning. Sometimes everybody's got to take a little bit of a circuitous route. I mean, Baker Mayfield went through the same thing. But, I mean, Sam, here we go. Back-to-back 14-win season. So a good team in Minnesota. Really good team here in Seattle, played really good football. He's a big part of what they're doing, but, I mean, they got a good team. I mean, they got a good defense. They're good on offense. 2 good backs. I know Charbonnet tore his ACL, but 2 good backs. I mean, JSN is potentially going to be the offensive player of the year. So Sam's played good football, and he's had to deal with some ups and downs, but, I mean, Clint did a good job, with him, and Sam played well, which is probably why Clint's got the Raiders job now as a result. They're allegedly, or
that's right.
I
didn't realize it wasn't official yet.
Yeah.
Kubiak's trying.
However, they're couching that.
Yeah, that's a big deal nowadays, though. Guys get hired, and
he's got to finish up his work.
I try to put myself in Clint Kubiak's position or anybody else, and you're focused on the biggest game of your life, but also, how do you squeeze out that part?
Go talk to the college coaches and go through it with the bowl games and the playoffs and all the rest of it. I mean, it's you focus on the things that matter. Once that's done, then you move on to the next thing, whatever that is.
And the transfer portal, too.
Your favorite
You got to do that. I love the transfer portal. Yeah, free agency in college football.
I know. Okay, yeah. So is college football more like pro football now than the NFL is like pro football? There's at least rules around free agency in the NFL.
Yes.
Essentially, everybo's a free agent, Seth, in college.
All the time.
And they can leave at any point.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's honestly harder in some respects because there's no standard budget. Now, there's a window. It's January 2nd to the 15th, whatever it was, right? But it's still, but then the player, decides something different. So, honestly, you feel bad for some of these coaches, which is why a lot of college coaches are saying, well, you know what? I'd rather probably be in the NFL than have to deal with some of this.
Yeah, do you find yourself having to ask a different set of questions now because of how college operates?
Not different, but you're trying to get an understanding of what's the mentality and the right mindset. Like the center from Indiana, what happened at Notre Dame? How did you end up at Indiana?
Right.
Coogan.
Right, yeah. I missed that guy.
Because we ask you this question every year now. We've been asking about NIL and all of that
It's only grown, Seth, I would say, since we started talking about it.
And there's no way you could have predicted exactly how it was going to unfold. It's the Wild West.
I mean, look, you have some college players that are making $5, $6, $7 million.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making more than NFL players that are drafted. I mean, think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of wild.
Has it, I don't follow it closely enough to know if this is the case. You obviously do. Are there fewer guys coming out now that you would have had your eyes on before? They'd leave after 3 years because I got to go start making money.
There are a lot that have decided either to go back or they go in the portal, or they declare and then they go back into the portal and transfer, and it's really an opportunity to make a little bit more money, which the system's a system. So however you decide to do it, but I want to say there's 67, 68. And it's been reduced. It was over 100 for a period of time. Now we're in this 65, 70 kind of seems like the sweet spot.
Okay. That's not that many.
As a GM, is that potentially maybe a better thing for you guys because you're drafting guys? Because you brought up before, hey, guys that have more, they play more in college, they get better. You get a better picture for who they are and that they show up a little bit more polished.
It certainly helps the player.
Yeah.
I think it does. And we've talked about this. Our draft board is probably smaller than some other folks. We're not afraid to eliminate guys because we just don't think they're going to fit. I was reading something the other day. I mean, Seattle, their draft board might be smaller than ours. But again, when you know what it takes to be successful in your program, and if you're not sure if the player really fits that profile, you might have to make a decision to say, you know what, he's probably going to be a good player in this league, but you know what, he just might not be for us. And you have to be okay with that, which D'Amico and I are aligned in that respect because we philosophically believe in building a team with the players that have the right mentality and the right mindset, kind of going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier.
So there's a lot of times where you see a player that wasn't on your draft board, he goes off and does well. You're cool with that because you just still didn't feel like he was necessarily a fit for you.
Well, I think what you do is you go back and say, all right, what did we think? What happened? Okay, what changed? And you try to educate yourself a little bit to say, all right, is there another player that maybe is in a similar situation? Might be able to extend. So always case by case, but you want to go back and figure out, like, hey, why did it, vice versa. Like, you think a player is going to work, it doesn't work. All right, what happened? What did we miss? So we challenge our scouts to go back. Hey, let's take another look. Let's take inventory. Maybe we had the wrong information. Who's your source of information?
Oh,
there's always a lot of factors that go into it.
Taking sources off the board. Like that. That's like a red flag source.
Yes.
A sketchy coach.
When you say you and D'Amico are aligned as to what you guys look for in a player, like what good looks like for the Texans, you guys are aligned. You guys had never worked together before until D'Amico came here as the head coach. Is that something that through the process of identifying D'Amico as the new head coach that you learned that, hey, we got kind of the same worldview? Or is that something you guys have kind of grown into and it's kind of morphed along the way?
It's twofold. You really don't know, but I think when I've talked about this, we didn't really know each other.
Yeah.
We knew of each other. There was some crossover. But when you look at him as a player, I mean, he was tough, he was smart, he was instinctive, he played with passion, he played with emotion, he had great leadership qualities. Okay, that was as a player. We evaluated that. I evaluated that. So, I mean, go back and check my scouting report because I probably evaluated a bunch of guys.
Have you showed him the scouting report?
I have not. I think I still have a file somewhere.
I guarantee you do.
So then when he's here, then you basically just, all right, from square one, you just start working and you talk and you communicate and you find that we believe in a lot of the same things. So then our responsibility to take that information, disseminate it to our respective staffs. So him on the coaching front, hey, here's what I need here's what we want in the players. And then our scouts, we've worked together now for 5 years going on 6, so we have a little bit more of a track record. And they know at this point, okay, you know what? I'm not sure about this player, but if you have conviction, put it on the table. Let us make that determination. So there's a back and forth. I'm very fortunate and blessed to have the relationship with D'Amico that I do. Look forward to working with them on a daily basis. And we enjoy this aspect, kind of the team building aspect, as much as we do what goes on during the season. So I think, we're both, I think, grateful and thankful to be able to say that.
That's where we were talking to Mike Mayock earlier. He said that was one of the big things that he appreciated when he moved from just being kind of a TV draft analyst to actually working in personnel, how nice it was to have people that covered his blind spots, that you got to be really open to that, hey, I feel really strongly about this guy, but I want to know, what am I missing here?
Look, Seth, the reality is you can't have egos in this.
Yeah.
You can have conviction and belief, but in the end, you got to come to some sort of conclusion and say, all right, you know what? All right, here's what's best. And even if, let's say we disagree on something, all right, but in the end we decide to go, well, great. What can we do to maximize that player while he's here? So, I mean, neither one of us has an ego. I think that's probably one of our better qualities. So that's why it works. And but you can't be afraid to say, you know what? Hand up, I was wrong about that, or I missed that, and give credit to the individual, whether it's a scout or somebody else. So you got to be able to look past. You can have your beliefs, you can be convicted, but you have to be willing to take a back sometimes and say, you know what, I was wrong about that, and try to get better, the next time.
Yeah, Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here live on Radio Row in San Francisco. Tomorrow night is the NFL Honors. Will Anderson will be representing the Texans there as a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. What's the biggest thing that you've seen in Will's growth over the last year or so?
Yeah, he seemingly has found a way to get better each year, and I think I've been able to identify one or two areas that he wants to work on. So, he's motivated to be a really good player. We have a lot of players with that mentality and mindset. And he's improved and he's gotten better, and he'll probably tell you that.
No, yeah, he does. He talks about it in the spring. Last year it was separation at the top of the rush and finishing at the ball. And you go to the final game of the year, and he's just plucking the ball off the
You saw it against New England.
Yes.
I mean, he was – and you teach, you got a coach going back to, getting players to do what you coach to do. I mean, that's always a point of emphasis, and it's hard. Look, I don't want to speak for a defensive lineman, but, when you're going after the quarterback, you want to be able to get the guy on the ground, and, sometimes it's you got to attack the arm or get to the throwing arm or
especially
attack the
for
ball.
An excitable guy like Will.
Right.
Because you get sacked, you get big eyes, Sean, and you get stupid. Not Will, me. But you get excited, and then all of a sudden Brett Favre is sidestepping you and throwing it. Yeah, it's embarrassing. But
did that actually happen?
Yeah. Yeah, it was awful.
That sounds very specific.
Brett Favre. I consciously thought, I'm going to sack Brett Favre. And he's just a little step. Complete 15-yard pass for a first down. Yeah.
But no, he's committed to getting better, and this is what the offseason is about. So we want all of our players to commit to improvement and commit to getting better as a player and figure out what is something in your area, fundamental in a technique that you might be able to work on that you feel can maybe help you as a player when you're playing games during the season.
The last couple of years, Nico Collins a couple of years ago after year 3 gets a contract. Derek Stingley Jr. and Jalen Petrie after last year. get contract extensions. Obviously, on the mind of all Texan fans right now is, hey, Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, no, we got a lot of players that are kind of in different categories contractually. So, I'm sure this offseason we're going to have a variety of different types of discussions. So it's always case by case. So it's probably too early to kind of extrapolate too much right now. But, the idea would be if, it's to get players in the building and keep them here for a period of time. Mm-hmm. So those conversations are kind of case by case, so we'll kind of deal with it as it comes here throughout the course of the spring.
What's the have you guys had a meeting about CJ's haircut yet?
I haven't
Have you seen it?
I have not. I've kind of seen or heard some rumblings about it. So how does it look?
I think
does it look like my head?
I don't know. Both my wife and or at least from the females that I've talked to, they're for it.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Thumbs up.
I don't know what the overall response is. I feel
is
like
that another 6'10" poll? Do we have that out there somewhere?
A lot of people.
Well, I actually do have a poll out about his haircut right now.
A lot of our listeners have made the point that, man, it does look. A lot of times, sometimes when people get a haircut, it's because they want to make a change or there's something logically driving it, either for the better or for the worse. And we're trying really hard not to read too much into it, but it is the off season, and we're reading too much into it.
Frank Ross and I cut our hair every week, so we're just
you're always trying to make changes.
Yeah. It's a really nice fade. I'll say that. His barber obviously is a very good barber. Yeah. We're going to just analyze the haircut and the haircut itself.
Does something like that wind up on a scouting report at some point?
What? Did he cut his hair?
No. A player cuts there. The player needed to make changes after his junior year, and he started by cutting off his dreadlocks.
I don't think that's going to show up.
I did. Okay. Well, the story I told Sean, Nick, was that my senior year in college, I had grown long hair because somebody bet me to do it, and I was kind of proud of it. And then after the second or third game of the season, I was really disappointed with my performance. It wasn't up to my standards, so I went home and I buzzed it all off. So it was like that was definitely driven by this is it. Nope, that's not me.
It's funny now that we're telling hair stories. I actually have a very funny hair story.
Yeah.
Well, it's not funny. It wasn't funny at the time. So I cut my hair also. I know it probably looks like it, but I don't. I've been cutting my hair for a little bit, not as well as Frank. But my junior year in college, so it was over the summer. I was going on vacation with my girlfriend at the time, and I was cutting my hair. So I was cutting my hair, go over the top of my head. The attachment falls off.
Oh, yeah.
So my hair, it's probably a little bit longer. It was longer than it is now. So I literally have this, line of baldness down my head.
Like a reverse mohawk.
Getting ready to go to the beach.
Yeah.
So I shaved it all off. I was literally Sean bald.
Oh.
And I kind of liked it.
How'd you wear it?
So it actually didn't look bad.
Yeah.
It's comfy. And it grew back. And so now I got back to this kind of just trying to kind of.
Do you like being bald?
It was during football season.
Yeah.
Kind of thought I was a badass. But wasn't.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you're a quarterback too, so it's tougher. Quarterbacks got to have a little bit of hair, so a little bit of suave too.
I'm glad you grew it back. When people who have hair shave it all off, I feel like they're.
It kind of looks little,
you have hair.
Kind of all right, let me grow it back, and then if it comes out at some point.
Like George said in Seinfeld, that's like someone just getting in a wheelchair and just whipping around for the hell of it, So
I thought you could have had you've got a very angular chiseled face. You could have had an action hero quality to you.
Yes.
That's what we need to see out of Nick.
I will save it for next training camp.
Damn organization.
There you go. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here live on Radio Row. Okay, we need to get your reaction to this because you worked alongside him for two decades. When you saw that Bill Belichick didn't get into the Hall of Fame this go-around, what was going through your head?
Yeah, who's voting? I mean,
John McClain and 49 of his friends.
Well, I'm sure John voted for Bill.
John did vote for Bill,
right,
yeah.
So, I mean, look, he's the greatest coach in the history. Nobody's done more for the sport, I would say, than Bill, and, I'd say Mr. Kraft as well, in a respect of, in his role. So, I mean, at some point he'll probably get in the Hall of Fame, but I mean, whatever the rationale was, I mean, it's kind of silly, but I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm trying hard to care more about it. But I guess maybe because along those lines, okay, he's going to get in at some point. And the other thing is that at the end of the day, it is still validation by a bunch of football writers, and that's what preach all the time on the playing side of things or in the organization is, hey, man, don't worry about validation from writers because they don't know what they don't know what they're talking. Well, no, like CJ will say this, everybody will say this. A lot of times the people that are writing gushing articles about you saying how awesome you are, it's when you're not actually playing at your best.
Right.
And then vice versa is
it works both ways.
They're torching you when you're actually playing pretty well, but for whatever reason they're torching you. So you got to try to separate the validation from the writers and the outsiders as much as possible.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate test.
Very well thought
for
out.
Belichick.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a nose tackle, man. You know, your nose tackle, and it's like you're a nickel 80. You're not even on the field for 80% of the snaps in a particular game. But if the run defense is bad, it's like they need a fatter nose tackle out there. Hey, what they need is a fatter nose tackle. I was like, I played 15 snaps.
So what's next? Combine at the end of the month?
Yeah, so we'll after the Super Bowl, we're going to have kind of our next round of draft meetings. So it's a little bit more evaluation based. In December, it was a little bit more background based, so a little bit more evaluation based, like where do we see the player, his fit and his role. So we'll do that next week, kind of have a week, and then the following week will be the combine, and then, you know, interspersed will be free agency as well. So kind of go through that process. Our staffs do a great job on their respective sides. I mean, the pro staff has gone through the kind of the free agent initial, hey, here's the initial board, here are some players that we may have some interest in, but that is its own entity because the market's the market. That's ultimately going to dictate, like, you know, if you can acquire a player or not, or what happens there.
Is there anything that we can deduce from whether or not you attend a specific pro day? Is there any rhyme or reason to it?
Zero, none. Honestly, I'll tell you the reason. It's twofold. We're fortunate we got a lot of good programs around Houston, right? So you can get to A&M, you can get to the University of Houston. You know, we have you get to the University of Texas. And if you have a school that has a number of players, you might just want to see them all at once, kind of in an environment, whatever they're doing that day, and not necessarily the workout. So, again, it's just to kind of, you want to maybe benchmark what you see at one place, maybe relative to another. So there's nothing specific. I mean, I like going wherever just to look at whomever, drafted player, maybe there's a player that we really don't want to draft, but we maybe want to spend some time with him to let him know would be interested if he's not drafted. Yeah. So, where's Waldo? Like that, I think that's just a wasted exercise.
You wind up on social media. People see you like standing up against the wall at a U of H game, and they're like,
I'm going to start bringing like maybe an AI version of me and just park it.
How's the AI going for you?
Yeah, that's right. You said that was one of your options.
Trying to play around a little bit with ChatGPT and just to try to get some input. So
have you put hair on D'Amico yet?
I have not. That would probably not work.
It's very important that we have these hair discussions.
When you had that answer, I said to Seth on our show, I'm like, it'd be hilarious if Nick did all this AI training and he winds up at the very spot that I'm at right now, which is making funny pictures on ChatGPT.
I probably won't be making pictures. It'll probably be to get information about a topic on something.
Yeah, that's good too, I guess. But the pictures can be really funny.
Yeah, figuring out what videos are fake on social media or not, too. That's very helpful.
Yes.
Just take a course on that.
Did you get to see CM Punk while he was walking around here?
I did not see CM Punk. I saw that Jim had him on the show. Okay. So I'm proud of Jim for actually having CM Punk on the show.
Yeah. He's come around, our guy.
So. And we had which vowel was it?
Yeah,
Big E.
Yeah.
We had Big Vowel on.
Yeah.
He was awesome, though.
He was good. I knew you'd like him.
Yeah, no,
this is what people don't realize. There's so many great personalities in the WWE. Yeah. They're actually really good dudes and gals.
Sean always, I feel, is reluctant to bring them on because I'm not a wrestling guy, but I love every single one of them. Yeah. They're always really interesting to talk to. I do zero research on them because I don't want to start asking them stupid questions about wrestling.
No, your questions are good because you come from that angle of not. Yeah. I think they like getting asked questions like that sometimes. Of like, hey. What was it like holding the Intercontinental title for the third time? You've
earned yourself a Tide Pod reprieve. I won't throw it one.
That's your finishing move, the Tide Pod.
That's right. Come there with a tub of Tide Pods.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Your finishing
move. That's good.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. Nick, we always love catching up with you. Good luck through the offseason. I'm sure we'll catch up with you sometime around free agency, thereabouts. But enjoy yourself, enjoy the week, and safe travels back to Houston.
Always good to visit, especially in person. So good to be with you guys.
We love doing it. All right, that's Nick Caserio. All right, there you go. It was Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. A few things we can circle back to with that conversation. I'm guessing you'll be hearing bits and pieces of that throughout the next day or two here as well on Sports Radio 610 as we welcome you back in here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Curtis LaCour, 43. Big thanks to Planet Fitness as well for bringing us here. Everybody watching on the Mokaram Injury Law Firm stream. And Tide, of course.
Yes, of course.
It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide.
They've gotten their money's worth.
this week out of Sports Radio 610.
I would say between the actual usage of it that you're supposed to use it for and the weaponization of it by you yesterday.
The paintballification of it.
If we ever need to defend our country, we know we found a whole other weapon to use.
I think that if I don't see a spike in the sales numbers, as you know, I monitor them closely for Tide, then I'll be very disappointed.
Seth really wants to make sure that Procter & Gamble
I want somebody at Procter & Gamble corporate being like, what the hell was going on in Houston last week? I had a banner year.
Yeah.
Or banner day.
We need to pick up and move to Houston. All right. So that was Nick Caserio. Good conversation with the Texans executive vice president and GM. And we've got a pretty stacked rest of the show. We interviewed Rich Gannon yesterday. So we'll talk to him, or we'll play that interview, I should say, at about 8:20-ish Houston time. And then we've got live interviews at the back end loaded in the 9 o'clock hour. Ryan Harris, former offensive lineman for the Texans, played in the league for about a decade or so. He's in broadcasting now up in Denver.
He's doing a full-time radio show in Denver,
He's got a radio show in Denver. He does, I believe, still is doing color commentary for Notre Dame games on Westwood.
It's one thing I know a lot of Houston Texans fans will say is, you know what, we don't have as many Hall of Fame players as we would have liked in 20 years of existence, but damn it, we pump out some full-time sports radio hosts.
Elite broadcasters, man. Yep. David Anderson, I believe, is going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Another former Texan, former Texan.
One of the all-time best personalities.
Yeah, he's great.
Not a Hall of Famer.
No.
But
Hall of Fame personality.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the final segment, Kelly in Vegas and the Prop Queen. I think some of our listeners may know Kelly in Vegas. If you're into gambling, you do. But I'd imagine they're going to come on and give us a few recommendations on prop bets, which play perfectly into things like Prize Picks and Underdog as well. So we've got a loaded rest of the show. Up next, let's talk about C.J. Stroud. I made a statement about C.J. Stroud that I want to run through a filter here about him being the most intriguing quarterback or most intriguing player of the offseason. It appears as though there's an article that I may have to reassess my judgment on that. So we will do that coming up next. But first.
Hey, football's biggest game is right around.
Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast live on Radio Row. Hopefully you enjoyed that conversation between Seth, myself, and Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. I should have looked at the text page, Seth, during the break to see what people were reacting to from that. I was kind of listening while doing some work here. You know, I heard the conversation the first time when I was actually part of it.
That makes one of us. I was hypoglycemic by that point.
You were asking.
I don't know where I was.
Don't you worry. It was good. So we'll talk more about Caserio and that conversation. But I thought Nick was good, just listening in on what I heard.
Did you get the sense that we've talked to several people? So let's see, the quarterbacks or the quarterbacks or NFL people that you and I have personally talked to. Mike Mayock was a GM in the NFL.
Yep.
We talked to Rich Gannon.
Yep.
We'll play that interview in a little bit.
In about,
30 minutes or so. I saw another quarterback talking about C.J. Stroud yesterday, and all three of these guys figured that, you know, the organization's going to be all in on C.J.
Yeah.
You know, whether that means an extension or not, they don't get the sense that for any reason they would be bailing on C.J. or looking for another alternative at this point.
It seems like the world has cooled off a little bit on C.J. compared to what it was the 3 or 4 days after that performance.
What did I say yesterday? C.J.'s been like tequila.
Yeah.
It was the day after that playoff loss, it was like everybody had gotten drunk on tequila the night before, and they had sworn off tequila for the rest of their life.
And what happens?
I never want another shot of C.J. Stroud.
And eventually?
Eventually you start coming around and thinking like, you know, I've had good times with tequila.
Right.
There's I've had premium margaritas. I've had the good stuff and everything.
Yeah.
But every now and then, I think I'm gonna get a premium shot, and it's rot gut tequila.
It was that, and that's what that game was.
Yeah.
It was rot gut tequila.
Yeah. So we're working our way back through it, and I think you also have to always ask yourself, if you're somebody who wanted to abandon C.J. Stroud completely and entirely after that playoff performance, because it wasn't just the Patriots game, it was the Steelers game. It's that, all right, what's your alternative? What are you serving up for me? And oh yeah, that's right. Okay, there's a lot of quarterbacks who have never had a single good game in the playoffs, whereas CJ's had some really good games in the playoffs. And CJ did things this year in the regular season that were not impressive statistically, but that did show a lot of growth in terms of being a true professional quarterback, understanding game situation, game management, and all of that. I'm nowhere close to abandoning C.J. Stroud.
No. I've said that C.J. is the most intriguing player this offseason because of the reaction, because the performance was so bad. The reaction to it felt like it was, in retrospect, so over the top. It was appropriate in that he deserved criticism. I don't think it was appropriate in that people were now holding him up as the biggest example of failure in the NFL ever.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. CBSSports.com, we'll go through this quick because we're up against it. CBSSports.com had an article yesterday with the 5 most intriguing quarterbacks this offseason. CJ was not one of them. So, I'm probably a little too close to the situation. Do any of these quarterbacks sound more intriguing for this offseason to you than CJ Stroud?
Okay.
Understanding that you probably have some similar biases that I do because that's the guy we watch all the time.
Yeah.
Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins.
Malik
kind of
Willis
perked up on the first two.
Malik Willis and Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray just because it almost became the thing that nobody wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Because people would casually say, yeah, I guess maybe Kyler Murray's done it. I guess. But people don't like to talk about the Cardinals.
No. And they just hired Mike LaFleur, who you would think would be brought in to possibly rehabilitate Kyler Murray.
So I guess between those two, Malik Willis is the one who, when I saw him play his rookie year, when the Titans would not allow him to even throw the football in an entire half of football versus the Texans, I thought, well, this guy clearly is not the guy.
Right.
The last couple of years, Malik Willis has done some things that really make you raise your eyebrows and wonder, all right, man, maybe they can actually get the best out of Malik Willis somewhere.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
He would 100% be a guy that I'd be intrigued on bringing in, not to the Texans, but there are a bunch of situations out there.
Yeah.
So Kyler Murray partly. Tua Tagovailoa, I feel like he's going to be somebody's decision that looks really smart for the first half season of the first half of a season of football, and then all of a sudden it all just falls apart again. And Daniel Jones, likewise, I think that's what he was on track for, because his play had started to fall off even before he had the first injury, before the Achilles tendon injury. The offense was just starting to look like something that was, this is a nice story. But he's with a new offensive coordinator, and I think Shane Steichen does a really good job of getting the best version of mediocre quarterbacks. And I think they already shot their wad on that one. And that's pretty much Aaron Raybald's giggling over there. That's not a dirty term. It's from Firearms.
Seth has workshopped it several times.
Mind out of the my God.
Yeah.
Everybody driving too.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins also, like, is somebody going to try to bring Kirk Cousins in as
like an older Sam Darnold?
That this is the answer.
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna. I'm not there with Kirk Cousins.
Kyler's the one for me on that list, because I don't know if Arizona's going to keep him. He feels like one who still has enough juice, like the ceiling for Kyler Murray, like the highlights of Kyler Murray seem like they would intoxicate a few teams out there. Like with the Raiders bringing Kyler Murray as a bridge and drafting Fernando Mendoza. I have no idea.
The thing with Tua was that game 2 years ago against the Texans late in the season, that was the best illustration of what Tua is as a quarterback and what the drawbacks are.
Yeah.
Tua is really, really good at making quick decisions on these RPOs. And anything that has to extend beyond that or longer than that, he's really, really bad at it. So when you face a good defense that understands, all right, everything that matters to this quarterback is from the line of scrimmage to 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And if we've got a good defense, we're going to be able to force him into those decisions, and we're going to make him turn the ball over 3 times. We're going to fool him with coverage, and he's going to, the Texans who don't disguise their coverage a lot, they threw in a couple little disguises and totally took advantage of Tua just not operating all that well from the neck up.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row. Again, big thanks to Liqueur 43 for sponsoring our trip here. We really appreciate that. Up next, Tom Brady said something earlier this week that you and I talked about we thought this off Boston. It pissed off Boston. And we got the audio, we got the tweets to prove it. We'll do that. Rich Gannon, interview Seth and I did with Rich Gannon coming up in about 25 minutes or so. Stay there.
Yeah, I was somehow I talked myself into Boston not getting angry over something. And of course, I remember.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, live on Radio Row, brought to you by LaCour 43 and Planet Fitness. LaCour 43, our title sponsor, and Planet Fitness getting us here as well. We thank Tide for bringing all of our Odyssey brethren here. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We were just talking during the break here to an old friend of yours who Dr. Chow, who I think a lot of the listeners know, especially if you're on social media, he's pretty prominent in injury assessment, I would say, providing an expert opinion on, recovery times and things like that.
Most notably, this week he got into an exchange with Ryan Leaf.
Ryan
Leaf. Ryan Leaf blames Dr. Chow for some things that transpired, and it's. From the way I understand
we should mention Dr. Chow was the former doctor for the San Diego Chargers.
Right, yeah. He wasn't the Chargers doctor when Terod Taylor had the punctured lung.
Javelin.
Yeah. People always accuse him of that on social media. Well, whatever. He does,
gone by then.
So he does a lot of injury-related stuff. So we're probably going to have him on tomorrow to talk about Joe Mixon, Tank Dell, and a few of the other pressing injury concerns for the Texans.
Yeah, we're going to schedule
not to mention Drake May's shoulder.
Yeah, that's a big story. And I guess Eamon Worry as well, the safety for Seattle's popped up on the injury.
He got out of the car yesterday, heading the hotel, and there's video of him kind of limping pretty aggressively. If I didn't know anything about he was on the injury report, I would just think maybe he was just cramped up when he was in the car, but he's on the injury report.
Do you know there's you haven't been hanging out in the lobby much at our hotel?
Yeah.
There's a whole new round of NFL players because all the Pro Bowlers are all out. And now guys who are just coming in for the Super Bowl are here.
Yeah.
Like Baker Mayfield is hanging out.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Baker Mayfield. Well, I ran into Chester Pitts getting off the elevator yesterday.
Oh, did you?
So Chester's here. Yeah.
And it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's nice staying in that hotel.
It is.
It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been good, man. It's been good. So as it turns out, Boston people are angry at Tom Brady.
Yeah. So Tom Brady, who said he didn't have a dog in the fight in this game, despite having won 6 Super Bowls with the Patriots.
And, 20 years there.
Spent the vast majority of his career there.
Yeah.
That he just got no dog in this fight. They got a statue of him.
Yeah.
A poorly done statue, but a statue nonetheless.
His recognition of his greatness.
More statues than you or I have.
Yes.
In our own city.
Yeah, he's got more statues than you and me combined.
Yeah.
That's big. So he said on his podcast this week with Jim Gray, when Jim Gray asked him, you're rooting for the Patriots, he said, basically, I got no dog in the fight. I'm just looking for a good game. People sticking up for Tom Brady have said, well, he's a broadcaster now. He's got to walk that fine line. They mentioned his sliver.
I said that yesterday.
Yeah, they mentioned his sliver of ownership in the Raiders, which doesn't mean you can't root for your old team. The broadcasting thing is interesting because he's not doing this game. If he were doing this game, if Fox had this game, then I and maybe Boston, I don't know, would be a little more forgiving of the answer. But my equating yesterday was if CBS were doing this game and J.J. Watt was on under any circumstance, if J.J. Watt, the Texans were here and J.J. Watt was asked about, are you rooting for the Texans? And he said, well, I got no dog in the fight. I think Houston would flip their lid.
And it would be a big surprise because J.J.'s been pretty clearly a Texans fan. He doesn't shy away from it.
No.
When he does the broadcasting, he does a good job of saying he's annoying.
Too good of a job.
Annoyingly even-handed when it comes to doing the Texans game. But he doesn't also then try to act like he doesn't care about the Texans.
Right.
Away from the broadcast booth.
That's exactly right.
Sounds like Aikman probably does the same thing. Aikman very clearly cares about the fate of the Cowboys, but he does a good job as a broadcaster, I think.
No question.
Of not showing favoritism.
He's great, no question. As it turns out, Boston people, they did get very angry.
They wake up angry, so this made them even angrier.
Well, here's Vince Wilfork, who was on the afternoon show on WEEI, right in those chairs over there yesterday.
Yeah, talking with Ted and
Ted Johnson, Greg Hill, the host. And then
Jermaine Wiggins.
Jermaine Wiggins is over there.
Who's also a teammate of Brady at one point, right?
Yeah, and Ted and Vince Wilfork.
Yeah.
So here was Vince Wilfork when they asked him about it yesterday on WEEI.
So I got to get your verdict on the game. I don't have to ask. Okay, good. I mean,
Teddy got to say the same response.
Yeah,
but
great.
Tom hasn't given an opinion, and we're waiting for an opinion from Tom.
That's bull crap, Tom.
Thank you.
That's bull crap, Tom.
Thank you.
Come on, Tom.
Now. Why won't he give
all that political? This ain't political.
Yeah.
It ain't political. What it is.
Yeah.
Raiders ain't in it.
Yep.
Thank you, Vince.
That's right.
Say what it is.
Right.
What you see.
Yep.
You want to come back and say, hey, I'm a Patriot for life, then you should be rooting for him.
Man, look, at the end of the day, if you're a Patriot for life, you know what it is. Don't give me that political bull crap. That's just what it is.
That's it.
That's just what if you don't think we're going to win, just pick Seattle then.
Right.
Yeah. Don't straddle the fence.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Don't straddle the fence.
Thank you.
That's what I
Straight
said.
up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vince Wilfork.
That no, and that's 100%. And I think what he was saying there is that, hey, if you want to pick Seattle to win, then the way I
question
interpreted
is,
was,
who are you rooting for?
who are you rooting for? Right.
Yeah.
You could root for the Patriots, but as a broadcaster, you could still pick Seattle to win. I think that's the way
which
I felt
Boston
like he was
would
saying.
probably still have a problem with.
Oh, of course they'd
but
be
not
angry
as
about
big
it.
a problem as straddling the fence.
He'd be like, listen, if you were being objective, and maybe that's why he said what he said, was because he does. If he's being objective, he would pick Seattle to win this game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to have to get into that whole explanation of it, but I'm really, really pulling for the Patriots.
This is what he did is worse, I think, in the eyes
He's acting in his own self-interest.
Yeah.
And he's forsaking all of his former teammates.
Being
that
politically
he
correct.
He cared about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's being politically correct.
Yeah, Vince Wilfork. No political bullcrap.
Except
man.
that, you know what, it's not even political correctness, because political correctness would imply that, he might get canceled or something if he says this. Oh, no, Tom Brady's going to be destitute on the streets if he gives the wrong answer here. So it's still giving him too much of the benefit of the doubt in saying that he's politically correct. He's just forsaking the team that made him is all he's doing.
All right, we got more
from
WEEI yesterday, our sister station. Teddy Bruschi, who I think they mentioned in that last cut we played, he said he has a dog in the fight, and he's a broadcaster too.
Tom doesn't have a dog in the race, he said. So
well, that's the way Tom feels. I got a big-ass dog in the race. I'm telling you that right now. That's my boy right there.
Okay.
You know, Vrabel, 8-year teammate, like a brother of mine. I mean, all of us, really. I mean, it's like we've got a dog in the fight. My dog is big, and I'm cheering for him. I mean, the last couple of weeks on Sunday NFL Countdown, I'd just be like, put my pick up, guys.
Yeah.
You know who I'm picking. Put my pick up because there's no other way I'm going.
Yeah, I'll give Teddy Bruschi credit. He embraces his biasness.
Well, yeah, and he's annoyingly biased towards the Patriots to the point where I feel like he goes a little too far sometimes, because there are times where he's supposed to be objective, but he's like throwing shade at people that if anybody hints that some team might be as good as any of the Patriots team he's on, or is the Texans defense good?
Yeah,
I mean,
he does.
Like
it sounds like from that cut, at least he knows that's how he is.
At least he gets it right.
Yeah.
No, but that's a part of it. In going back to Wilfork saying, "Hey, he's my teammate." Bruschi brings up Vrabel. That's the part, the phrasing of it and the way that Tom Brady said it is, I've got no dog in the fight. Yeah. Like, is Vrabel not one of your dogs?
One of your best teammates,
is Vrabel, who's, probably one of the all-time, of the non-Tom Brady types, Vrabel's one of the most identifiable guys with that Patriots dynasty.
Do you think Brady ends up backtracking on that between the start game? Do you think we get a quote from Tom Brady, like, if someone catches up with him?
Yeah.
Because this quote made big news. Big news.
I think he does, and I think he's going to annoyingly say that it was taken out of context or something.
Yes.
Like the guy, when people say it was taken out of context, so you go back and you listen to the entire interview, and you say, no, it was the completely correct context. Yeah. So I haven't seen anybody say it was taken out of context whatsoever.
Here are a couple tweets from some prominent either former Patriots or Boston media personalities. Yeah. Asante Samuel.
Well,
some very famous plays for the Patriots back in the day. Tom Brady, I am highly disappointed in you not rooting for your ex-teammate Mike Vrabel, who's about to do something special. I'm going to fire your ass up one of these mornings. Tag Brady, let him know I'm on his ass.
He could have tagged Brady himself,
right? He could have tagged him himself.
All right, he's engagement farming there.
Okay.
In requesting everybody else to tag Brady instead of just tagging him himself.
I love this part of the segment where you're now assessing the anger of the
Bostonian. Yeah, that feels a little too self-motivated itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
Noted horrible runner.
Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool, and very much a Patriots homer, and also claims ownership of all the championship rings in Boston.
I have 6 rings. Yeah. Even though he doesn't possess any of them. Yes. This is what Portnoy tweeted. This is for Patriot fans' eyes only. I don't want to leave anything unsaid before the Super Bowl, so I'm just going to say this and move on. I think it's bull bleep. Tom Brady said he has no dog in the fight for the Super Bowl. It's pretty obvious he doesn't give a bleep about us anymore, so maybe we shouldn't care about him either. Maybe it was just professional, and that's fine.
He said we fell in love with a hooker, is what Dave Portnoy is saying. Like, that's all we did.
It was just a transactional relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
don't kiss Tom Brady on the mouth no more.
No, not if you don't want to catch something.
Unless you're one of his children, because he does that.
Yeah, he does.
It's like weirdly, not just a peck on the mouth. It's weird. It's really weird. I feel like that's not been discussed enough.
It should be discussed
right now. It should be brought back up more.
I'm glad you brought it up now.
Like lots of families.
Can you trust a guy?
Lots of families kiss their kids on the lips, but this was a different version of it than I've seen.
Different version of it, and he defended it, and that is. I don't even know why you guys want him rooting for your team, Patriot fans, if we're being honest. So, yeah, they're really angry. You said that I haven't seen it, but Bill
Simmons
also. Bill Simmons is angry.
Bill Simmons did like a walking video about how disappointing this was and everything.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it is. You know what it is? It feels really, really selfish, especially this
Brady?
week. Yeah, by Brady just saying that and kind of making the story about him now. When Patriots fans are trying to say, "Hey, it's just going to be like the great old days." But, wait a second. Maybe the great old days weren't as great as I thought they were.
Yeah.
Or at least Tom Brady doesn't think the good old days were all that good. He's moved on from us completely.
Well, you could read into this that maybe he's a little bit jealous that there's a new era in right now. Like, man, I'm the only one that's won a Super Bowl for this franchise here.
Yeah.
I could see me acting that way.
You think Tom Brady's being petty about it? Yeah. Well, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
Is there a part of Tom Brady that's kind of like, I guess, I don't know. They sure do seem to like Drake May.
Yeah.
That's the way they used to look at me.
Right.
And now I'm just this haggard old lady, and Drake May's the hot young thing that they're more
had work done.
Yeah. So he's petty and spiteful. He's an old hag.
I'm saying it's in play. That's all.
He is a guy that cares a lot about his physical appearance.
Very much so.
So there's that superficiality to it.
Yeah.
So maybe he's feeling put out by all of this success.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe they would have put him on the Super Bowl if Fox had it, and people would have been like, well, I can't believe how biased Tom Brady is for the Seattle Seahawks.
What if he was just really going all in on the Seahawks and how, the old Patriots teams would have had an answer for this, and they wouldn't have let Sam Darnold do this to him. And I'll tell you another thing about the Seahawks defense. I would have shredded them up 6 ways till Sunday.
Well, let's be honest. One of his 6 Super Bowl wins, the Seahawks were probably every bit as much responsible for it as the Patriots were.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice of them to not run Marshawn Lynch inside the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I see that's being relitigated this week, and it's annoying me because the Seahawks weren't a good goal line rushing team that year. Marshawn Lynch wasn't actually good in short yardage situations. There were all the reasons in the world to call that play. It's just the Seahawks the Patriots did a much better job of really being dialed in and ready for that play. I should say.
Not playing into my narrative now.
Right, yeah.
My narrative is the Seahawks handed him that game.
That's true. I forgot about the narrative.
Yeah, he should be grateful. Yeah, so that's.
Sorry about. You know what, Drake May? What if Drake May has actual game-winning touchdown drives instead of game-winning field goal drives?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, did you see the way Tommy got him to the 40-yard line, and then Gostkowski won the game?
What if Drake May actually engineers a blowout, which they never did in any of those Super Bowls? They were all close.
Uh-huh.
They were all.
They
close.
won as underdogs a few times.
They did. The closest games they beat Philly by 10. And they tacked the touchdown on late in that game, and they beat the Rams 13-3 in a game that neither offense could do anything in.
Can they beat a lesser quarterback in a Super Bowl the way Tom Brady couldn't beat Eli Manning in the Super Bowl?
Or Nick Foles.
Yeah. You got beat by Drake May, or you got beat by Eli Manning twice and by Nick Foles.
Yep.
barely a starting quarterback.
That's right.
And meanwhile, Drake May's going to beat up on Sam Darnold.
I hope not, because I've got a fairly substantial wager on the Seahawks.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Did you get it at 4?
I got it
opening line was 4.
I got it at 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it at 4.5.
That opening line of 4 was really a surprise.
Felt low.
Yeah.
4.5 feels low. Based on what I bet, 4.5 feels low to me. Obviously, it doesn't feel low to the betting community because that's where it's sitting right now. All right, up next, Seth and I talked to Rich Gannon yesterday, who's played in one of these. A former MVP, 2-time first-team All-Pro. Sirius XM radio show now. He was part of CBS's coverage of the NFL for years. We had a nice conversation with him yesterday about this game, about C.J. Stroud. He had some very interesting things to say about C.J. Stroud. We talked earlier about how people are getting kind of back on board with C.J. Stroud. Rich Gannon is not one of those people yet that's climbing back on board. So we will hear from Rich Gannon coming up next. Stay there.
LaCour 43 presents Sports. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're live on Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to LaCour 43, and we love having guests on the show. And joining us right now, all of our guests, of course, brought to you courtesy of Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Joining us right now, 17-year NFL quarterback, Vikings, Commanders, Chiefs. Of course, the most success with the Raiders, where he was a two-time first-team All-Pro and the MVP of the league in 2002, and played in that Super Bowl in 2002 as well. Rich Gannon is joining us right now on Payne and Pendergast. Rich, it's great to see you. How's Radio Row treating you?
Sean, Seth, it's great to be with you guys. First of all, the tie, the colors, you guys are looking good, man. Everybody's all cleaned up real nice. This is always fun to be here. You know, I mean, this is a great, it's a great week. It's a culmination. Think about this, and, you know, you guys know this. It's a culmination. This all started back in, like, March. You know, you think about the off-season program, you know, Bill Parcells always says, that's why you lift the weights. But you think about, you know, there's only two teams standing. When you look at the two teams that are standing, what I find interesting is, you know, the Seahawks have won 13 of the last 14 games. I think the Patriots have won like 15 of the last like 17, 16 games, something like that. So, I mean, we're talking about two of the best. They're here for a reason, right? When you look at how they're playing, both teams went into the postseason healthy and playing with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I feel like people in the national media sometimes act like, oh, without the Chiefs being as good, there's no storylines or anything. Yeah. And I feel like that's so divorced from how fans feel, which is, no, I want to feel like my team actually has a shot in any given year. And both these teams are teams that few people given a shot early in the year.
Well, what I find interesting is, you know, you look at the Patriots, they were a bad football team last year that won 4 games, and now all of a sudden, you know, you fast forward a year, you bring in Mike Vrabel, and, you know, you've got a young quarterback, you bring back Josh McDaniels, they win 14 games. I mean, the Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald in his second season. I mean, it just goes to show you how quickly you can get things turned around in our profession if you have the right people in your building. The one individual in Seattle that probably does get enough credit, but he's done an amazing. It's John Schneider. We know the general manager. He's put together. He's made some great. He's used every tool available, whether it's free agency, whether it's the draft, whether it's trades, to really build out this roster and even the quarterback. I mean, you know, we had a conversation prior to them signing Sam Darnold, and I think his story is fascinating. You know, 4 years in New York, they kicked him to the curb. They didn't like him. You know, he lost his confidence. Goes to Carolina for, you know, season and a half. Same thing. Then he goes to San Francisco for a year, and he gets a chance to play behind Brock Purdy, and obviously Kyle Shanahan learns a lot, right? And then he goes to Minnesota last year, wasn't supposed to start, gets the opportunity to start, and wins 14 games. And now all of a sudden, you know, we're looking at a different quarterback, somebody who's been through adversity and has come out the other side.
Yeah. Rich Gannon joining us. I want to stick with Sam Darnold for a second, because he had so many stops along the way. It really clicked here this year with Seattle and with Clint Kubiak. You're a guy who had several stops along the way. Really clicked once you got with John Gruden in Oakland. What is it about that sometimes where you get with a guy who, you know, you're just in sync with that coach?
I think we learn a lot from the experiences, both good and bad, especially at that position. I always say there's very few quarterbacks that can come into the league and have immediate success like Dan Marino. Even Peyton Manning threw more interceptions and touchdowns and went 3-13 his first year. So, you know, there's a learning curve at that position. It's different for everybody. I think Sam probably played before he was ready to play. He was 21 years old. He had a propensity to turn the ball over at USC. He did some of the same things there. You got to learn how to protect the ball. You got to learn how to play the position at this level. You got guys like Seth coming around the edge trying to knock your head off, and you know the ball security.
I don't know about the around the edge part, but yeah.
but you know, it's important. You know what I mean? And I just think that, you know, I think he's come out of it. I think he's a much different player. He's a much different person. I think he's matured. I think he's ready for this moment. I'm so happy for him because I know what that process is like. It's easy to lose confidence.
Okay, so I was on your show on Sirius XM midway through the season. I can't remember which game it was. And I was bragging to you about how, hey, with CJ, the numbers don't necessarily look impressive, but he's gotten a lot better at doing the veteran quarterback stuff, understanding when to take the easy reception on first down, not turning the ball over, everything like that. And then the playoff version of CJ wasn't that careful with the football. Looked like he was pressing a little bit. Where are you on CJ right now, coming out of his third year?
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really concerned. I think, you know, the coordinator change has been a real thing. When I particularly the Pittsburgh game, when I watched his eyes, I mean, your body language is important. When he was not looking at the football and dropping the snap from center, and just how much they struggled against that Pittsburgh defense, you know, that was a concern. They were able to win that football game, but like he didn't play well in the postseason. You know, there was. I was surprised they didn't make a change at halftime of the Patriot game. You know what I mean? I think so. I think this is an important offseason for him. You know, it's a really important offseason. He's got to get back to the techniques and the fundamentals and really grind.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that dynamic, not going with Davis Mills in the second half, because there's one thing if you throw 4 interceptions in a half or you just have a bad performance, but you as a quarterback watching it over the course of those 2 weeks, you feel like it was more, it started from the very beginning of the way he was operating in the pocket and everything else, where it's not just that he threw 4 picks, it was why everything was happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could come back from a half like that, but when I look at what he did the week before, and there were some troubling signs there, and then you look at his body language and you look at his eyes, sometimes eyes are a real pathway to the heart and to the soul of what's going on in a guy. I just thought it looked like a guy who really lost his way, lost his confidence, and that's the big thing for him. This is an important offseason, but you know, you start putting a couple games together like that. You start to put a season or two together like that, and all of a sudden you can find yourself in a different city.
He cut his hair. I don't know if you saw this.
It's a good, yeah, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know.
Well, it's, you know,
we're trying to figure out whether we should care about it or not.
Right. Like, it's just
look, I'm not giving up on the guy. There's a lot to like there. I think he's got some real toughness. He's got a lot of qualities and intangibles you love at that position, but like, you know, it's on your resume. Like, you know, and unfortunately in our profession, like if the team loses and the quarterback loses, a lot of the blame and responsibility falls on the shoulders of the quarterback.
Yeah. Rich Gannon, of course, 17-year NFL quarterback, former MVP, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. You were in the Super Bowl after your 2002 season. I know the game didn't go the way you wanted it to go, but what are your memories of the week leading up to it, all the things that these guys are experiencing here this week?
Yeah, we're the last 2 teams that did the 1-week turnaround. So we played the AFC Championship game Sunday night, and then we jumped on a plane the next day and flew to San Diego. It was horrible.
Yeah.
And the whole week was like playing catch-up. You never felt like we lost a day of preparation. So that was unfortunate, but I think the fact that, these teams have had a week last week to really, put a lot of hay in the barn and get a good sense of what the game plan looks like, come here a little bit and really dial in. I think it's going to be a great game, guys. I know there's a lot of people talking about, well, Seattle should stomp them. I don't see it going that way. I mean, I think Seattle could win the football game. I think they should win the football game with the defense and how they're playing. But the Patriots, have given up 26 points in 3 games in the postseason. They're playing pretty good.
I always forget to ask you this question. But I think most of the quarterbacks who are color commentators, yourself included, do a pretty good job of you kind of give the benefit of the doubt to defensive linemen when they get called with roughing penalties these days, because it feels at times like it's almost impossible to not land on the quarterback. But one of the most notable playoff moments I can remember where a quarterback roughing changed the game was in the 2001 playoffs when Tony Siragusa landed on you with all of his 360 pounds, and great, he got fined $15,000 for it. But did it concuss you? It was
no, I separated my shoulder. In fact, I went to the locker room right there and before the half and got a couple injections in the shoulder, and I remember our orthopedic surgeon taking my arm and rotating it around, saying, I think you can went back, believe it or not, started the third quarter and played like a series and came right out. It was awful, but it's one of those things. We swung and missed the left tackle position. Siragusa comes around, he pounces on me, separates my shoulder, and that was a good team. We would have won us.
I thought that was the play that cost you guys. I mean, obviously, you lose your quarterback.
We had home field advantage. We had the Ravens at home. We were in the AFC Championship game.
Do you have flashbacks of that every time now that defensive lineman gets flagged for one of these kind of pitter-patter?
Honestly, I don't even know what rough. This whole rough in the passer thing, it's just unbelievable. I don't know how you play the position anymore. I'm not talking about the quarterback. I love to play quarterback now. I mean, but the rules now make it so hard on defensive players, because you think about how Lawrence Taylor would hit somebody, or Reggie White, or some of these guys, and taking quarterbacks to the ground. And I get it. The owners are spending $50 million on a quarterback. The last thing they want is 3 or 4 of them to be on IR. So I get it, but it makes it difficult on pass rushers.
No doubt. Rich Gannon joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. You mentioned the matchup. We talked a little bit about Sam Darnold as a former quarterback. What do you think about Drake May this year?
I think it's amazing what he's done in just this season. I mean, last year where there was some growing pains, he's improved in just about every major statistical category. Led the National Football League with a completion percentage of 72%. I think Josh McDaniels, they're both on the same page. I talked to Drake the other night, and one of the things that really stood out to me, he said when Josh came in, Josh didn't throw the playbook on the table and said, hey, I won 6 Super Bowls with this playbook and Tom Brady. He came in and said, I'm going to build the offense around what you do well, what you love, you got a history of doing, and we'll incorporate it. And so you think about coming at it from a humble standpoint, where Josh could have said, hey, look, this is how we do it. I think the best coordinators I've been around have had that flexibility. I've been around some real stubborn coordinators that aren't very good to say, hey, this is the way we do it. You don't like it, it's a good play, we're just going to call you run, as opposed to saying, hey, do you like it? I remember with John Gruden, we would sit down on Friday and he'd say, let's go through the calls. What about 3rd and 2 to 4? You like this? And I'd say, take a red pen, it's out. You don't like it, we're not going to call it. This is the quarterback. He's got to be comfortable. And I think Josh McDaniels has done a great job with Drake May.
You think Gruden never goes back into coaching? I feel like every year there's a drumbeat for it.
I think he wants to get back in. I don't know if there's a pathway for him. It's unfortunate. He was a great coach. He had a big influence in my life. I ran into him yesterday walking home. He screamed at me down the street. But, I think the game will be better with him in it for sure.
Yeah. Last one before we get you out of here. We got to ask you this. There was a Texans game that you were on the call for back in 2020. And I think the coach at the time was Romeo Crennel. I think it was against the Titans. He was up 7. He went for 2 to go up 9. You didn't like that call at the time. You said kick the extra point and go up 8 and then force the Titans to have to make a 2-point conversion. I actually like going for 2 there because you make it a 2-possession game. I was amazed that you had a 2-point card in your pocket for that game, though. So my question, do you still carry the 2-point card around with you?
Have you altered it based on analytics?
The analytics guys, I don't even know what to make of it anymore. Sean Payton, love him. I think he's a Hall of Fame coach, but they're up 7-0. You've got a quarterback that hasn't thrown a pass since 2023. Chance to go up 10-0 at home against the Patriots.
We're on the same side of this.
You've got the weather. He knows the weather in the second half is not going to be great. That was a big mistake.
Yeah. But do you carry the 2-point card around with you still?
Yeah, for sure.
One of my other favorite memories of this guy was just Tom Coughlin talking about playing the Chiefs and saying, "Listen, Elvis Grayback is a very good quarterback." He pronounced it Grayback.
Yeah.
But listen, we gotta be prepared for Rich Gannon. We gotta be prepared for.
That's right.
You were no shade at Elvis Grayback, but you were the guy that we were worried
There
to
you
get
go.
on the field.
You guys are the best. Hey, thanks so much for having me.
You bet. The great Rich Gannon. You can hear him on Sirius XM NFL Radio, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Houston time. That was Rich Gannon. All right, there you go. Rich Gannon. I enjoyed Rich Gannon yesterday. Enjoyed chatting with him. Interesting thoughts on the quarterbacks. He's not as bullish on CJ coming back.
He said that he's still. What was the quote he said? He said, "I'm not giving up on the guy, but it's on your resume when you have that performance." He was. I thought it was interesting because when people talk about whether or not CJ should have been benched after the first half of the Patriots game, people talk about that game as if it's in isolation. Gannon goes back to the entire 6 quarters of the playoffs up to that point where CJ had just looked out of sorts, not processing things the way he typically does.
Yep.
That when you're making that decision whether or not to bench him at halftime, it's not just this Patriots game. It's, man, he was not functioning the right way last week either.
Yeah.
That's that kind of tips my scales towards, he really should have benched him in the second.
Brought in Davis just to see if Davis said anything. Yeah. All right, we'll talk more about what Rich Gannon had to say. We'll also, in the next segment, hear from Tank Dell, who I think this is the first I've heard Tank Dell speak since the injury last year. He's not done interviews that I know of. How is Tank feeling these days? We talked about it with Nick Caserio. We'll hear from Tank Dell. Interview top of the hour, Ryan Harris, former Texans offensive lineman, who is with Westwood One now, is going to join us here live on Radio Row. Thanks to Liqueur 43 for bringing us out here. Stay there.
How are you feeling right now? You can feel even better than you feel right now, even if you feel awesome.
live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports 10 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row. Good to be with you. We'll be joined at the top of the hour by former Texans offensive lineman Ryan Harris, who is part of what I would guess is a massive team of broadcasters for this Super Bowl on Westwood One, which you'll be able to hear right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, so
on
we don't
Sunday.
know. We don't know exactly what he's doing on the radio broadcast, but he's done pregame, halftime, postgame.
Yeah, we'll find out.
He'll be somewhere around the game.
We'll get to the bottom of it, Seth.
We'll get to this question that everybody's asking.
We will get to the
The
bottom.
two big
of it.
questions are: one, what is Ryan Harris doing on Super Bowl Sunday? And two, why is Asante Samuel going crazy on X?
Yeah, there's more tweets, right?
Yeah, he's Tom Brady. Now you have 23 hours to respond, or it's up. I'm going ape bleep about who you are. Like, all right, this is the fact that Asante Samuel is trying to reach out to Tom Brady publicly on X and asking other people to reach out to him tells me that maybe the whatever relationship there is between Asante Samuel and Tom Brady, it's one that Tom Brady probably doesn't care all that much about.
Or Asante Samuel is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Hasn't he always been a little cuckoo? Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. In this case, I think he is. That one tweet's fine.
He's demanding a conversation on X.
Yeah.
Or else our relationship will be damaged if you don't respond to my threats on X.
Pistols at dawn, Brady. Me and you. So that's been a topic this morning. Tank Dell, I'm very anxious to talk to Dr. Chow tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dr. Chow, who is a former team doctor for the Chargers. You've known him for a long time, Seth, and he's making his living now, at least part of it, by being an injury expert on social media and other channels for NFL injuries.
Well, no, he makes his living off of his website, which gives gambling advice.
Yeah,
but, based on injuries.
Part of his whatever. So we're gonna have him on tomorrow. And what?
I almost threw a Tide Pod at you right now. Yeah, whatever. The correct thing. Whatever, Seth. Yeah.
That was a little dismissive. Okay, we're even. So he's going to be on with us tomorrow. I'm actually more anxious to talk to him about Tank Dell's injury because this is somebody who might actually play for the Texans next year.
Yeah.
Than Joe Mixon. Here, before we talk about that, here was Tank Dell on a recent podcast, and I apologize, I have the name written down, but he gave his self-assessment of what his first couple years have looked like and the comeback this coming year.
My dream is really just to get back out there because I haven't scratched surface yet.
Yeah,
that's how I feel like I had a okay rookie year, really had a bad my second year. I felt like, to me personally, it wasn't a good year at all. And I feel like I haven't scratched the surface yet to be who I am and to be what I know I can be in the NFL. So my dreams, I'm trying to be a legend. Like, I'm trying to be legendary. I'm trying to.
You already is, bro. Like,
he's trying to be legendary.
I love podcasts. You already are, man. You already are. Well, by NFL standards, typically they like to see more than 1.5 seasons to become an absolute legend. He's a legend at U of H. But I liked hearing him say that he didn't think he had a good season his second year. I like it when
he didn't think he had a good season his first year. It sounded like.
Well,
I was okay.
I think he got started, and he wanted to build on that promise of that first year, and I don't want to say it fizzled out or anything, but it felt like he was going through. Well, yeah, but even before he got hurt, that was the best. He was on track to have his best game of the season. The game he got hurt.
No, I was talking about he said his rookie year. He's like, I was okay my rookie year.
And he got hurt.
You were way better than okay.
Right. But then to build on that in the second year, it wasn't what he was hoping for. Obviously, right. I like it when athletes give an assessment of themselves that if you give the exact same assessment, the fans of that athlete will attack you because that's a classic. If I took those exact same words and changed the pronouns he didn't have that good a year, however he phrased it or whatever. A lot of Tank Dell fans would be like, "You're a jerk.
Yeah.
You're a jerk for agreeing with Tank Dell."
Yes.
But that's by and large, it wasn't the kind of season he wanted to have. He is a guy that just like as it was with CJ, when you have a promising rookie performance, that's cool, that's great, but man, you got to get that much better as the league catches up to what you cannot do.
Yeah.
So Tank's a smaller guy who makes up for it with incredible speed, and he's got to learn all those nuances of exactly how to operate in the NFL as teams are starting to take away your strengths. And I think for him, it's just a matter of, it's not going to be a question of work ethic or anything like that. It's a question of, can he come back from this catastrophic knee injury? And that's something that, talking to Nick yesterday, he kind of echoed what Tank had said about they tried to make a push. They thought there was a chance that he could have played at the end of this last season.
Yeah, that's the second time we've heard that now. So
Yeah.
I feel like that was a real thing.
Yeah, and he went, and Caserio went into more detail with it yesterday. You asked a really good question about the sports science part of it, and they can monitor They have all the data on how fast he was moving back when he was healthy, and all the data on any kind of muscle, imbalances between left and right and all that. And it sounds like he was getting pretty close to where they might have felt comfortable putting him out on the field, and it just didn't work out.
Yep.
But with 3 extra months before the offseason program begins, and then 3 or 4 extra months after that, I'm allowing myself to feel as optimistic as I have about Tank Dell.
I was just about to ask you that, because we went deeper on Tank Dell than I thought we would with Nick yesterday, because I thought he was pretty forthcoming about everything. So we just kind of kept pushing and pushing to the point where I think I asked him at one point, like, okay, so where's he at?
Yeah.
And he said he's trending in the direction to get back to where he was, but probably not quite there yet. And that's what I wanted to ask you is we did like 3 or 4 Tank questions with Nick yesterday. Where is your optimism level about that right now? And you just kind of said it sounds like you feel a little bit better.
I'm at the point now where I'm expecting to see Tank Dell on the field for a preseason game. That's where I am right now. All right, you know what? They're really careful with guys who are coming off of injuries in preseason games. So I'm expecting to see him out there with the ones in practice during training camp.
Okay. Do you expect to see him at OTAs? Because we get to go to OTAs and minicamp. Do you expect him to be working out with the team, or is he going to be on a side field working out?
I think, I'm comfortable right now.
If he was getting close to playing in NFL games.
but they're super careful with guys. It's that time of year anymore. They're really, really careful, almost to the point where we want to see you do everything except scrimmage football for like 2 months and make sure you feel good.
Right.
When there's no hurry in the spring.
Right.
I expect to see him out there participating in the OTA practices.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll be doing like I don't want to call it live action, but
running routes,
being out there in scrimmage situations. Yeah. I don't know if we'll see that. I do think we will see it in training camp and early on.
I think he needs to be out there for the stuff that is implement or installation type stuff.
Yeah.
Or the walkthroughs and things like that. He
100%.
been out there.
No, I don't think he's going to be off working on the side.
Like the side.
Yeah,
okay,
no. I think he'll be a participant. I think he'll be a limited participant in those practices.
Gotcha. But when it comes time to run plays and actually run routes, he may just be standing next to the offense.
Yeah.
Or something.
And then when we get to Joe Mixon, the question is he going to be physically in the city of Houston during OTAs?
Yes.
Right now, I'm pessimistic that he'll actually be in the city of Houston during OTAs.
Yes, I think so.
I mean, Nick yesterday, too. I saw a couple of replies after we played our Nick interview earlier where people were angry that Nick isn't being more transparent about Joe Mixon. I feel like he's being as transparent as he can really be in saying they genuinely don't know what's going on with Joe Mixon. Yeah. And that we asked him, when will you know more? And I think he said they've got a meeting scheduled or planned that they'll be able to talk to him. But it feels to me like Joe Mixon is kind of filling them in on his status at his leisure. And I think from a Texans standpoint, they have to move forward just with the full expectation that Joe Mixon's not going to be a part. When it comes to roster construction, draft, free agency, I think they need to operate like Joe Mixon isn't on this roster because nobody, including the Houston Texans themselves have a clue what exactly is going on with Joe Mixon.
Absolutely.
And Joe Mixon, possibly.
That's
like, Joe Mixon posted on Instagram that it looks like it's going to be a revenge tour for him and CJ in 2026. It's great that he feels that way, but I don't know what his informed medical opinion is about his own foot.
I feel like that means there's just as good a chance that CJ's stepping away to go do something with Joe Mixon that's outside of football next year.
Yeah, they got a business venture they're going on or something, yeah.
CJ's taking the year off next year to go exactly exact vengeance of Joe
revenge
Mixon.
tour. We're going to show the world of men's fragrances what it's all about.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
You thought Axe body spray was good? Wait until you.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live here on Radio Row in San Francisco. Thank you to Liqueur 43 for bringing us here. Planet Fitness as well. Multiple guests coming up in the final hour of the show, including Ryan Harris, former Texans offensive lineman, coming up next. All of our guests are brought to you on Radio Row by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And if it's got to be you being a new you in the bedroom in 2026, then it's got to be Blue Chew.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you guys here live on Radio Row. Thanks to LaCour 43. Our trip here to San Francisco has been an awesome success so far. We've still got one more day tomorrow. We've got one more hour today. Ryan Harris is not here yet, so we will see if
he's lost as everybody is the first time they come. It's easy to navigate around here if there weren't for all the security checkpoints.
Yeah.
But to find the exact security checkpoint you need to go to sometimes involves walking around like an entire mile circumference of this whole facility. Yeah.
We don't know if – when I told you during the break, I said he doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have used so many pronouns. His publicist doesn't know where Ryan is.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
It's not that Ryan doesn't know where he's at Moscone. Now that may very well be the case.
I won't fault him if he doesn't know where he is.
He may be lost.
Big step for me this morning, Sean. I walked here on my own.
By yourself.
Yeah, without
all
you or Aaron helping me. Yeah, it was. It was like
you tack on all by yourself.
Yeah, I had a little green flag on me, so adults would know that I was on my own. You know, in case I needed assistance or something.
And you needed none of it.
But I didn't. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yesterday I walked home by myself, and I picked up a pickup order from Target on the way.
Are you serious?
Well, because I wouldn't have had to do that, except I made the mistake of going into a Target inside a major city, thinking I was going to be able to pick up a few quick things.
No.
I'm like, oh, no. You need 7 keys and a combination code to get into that display
Welcome to
case.
Socks being
You think you're
going to
buy Hanes underwear that easy, brother? No.
Yeah.
And you want some Tylenol?
Yeah. No, those are very popular shoplifting
All
items.
you have to do is ask somebody for assistance. Good luck with that. Yeah.
Is there anything that's not locked up over there? That's the question. It's all
they're
these
very few things.
It's like these glass cases of everything.
They don't lock up their least desirable items.
Okay.
That's so if there's something you really, really don't want, you can go pick it up off the shelf. But if it's something you want, probably not.
I would imagine they need a lot more staffing. Did they help you quickly in this endeavor?
No, there was nobody to help to ask.
So how
for
long
help.
did it take you to shop for a pair of underwear?
I came back here and I ordered it online and then
Okay.
picked it up on the
I
way
got you.
home.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
I just bailed.
Oh,
I was like, I
okay.
had to be somewhere.
I got
and
you.
I can't go find somebody who's talking to somebody already, and then that person walks while on their phone the whole time.
No, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I would stand and wait and complain.
No, you wouldn't.
Eventually
I had an appointment to get to, so I didn't have that option.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to get out.
But I like the flipping over to. I'll just go and order it online and pick it up later.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't come as quickly.
It doesn't compute to me as quickly. Yeah, I'm just my option is to stay at everything.
One thing I noticed is though you are very. When we were driving last year in New Orleans, you are by the book when it comes to listening what the navigation tells you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely.
I remember there was the navigation kept trying to, when we would drive back to our Airbnb, it made like 3 left turns where you could have just cut down a side street.
Yeah.
I tried to tell you that, and you gave me that look like I'd just thrown a Tide Pod in your eye. I was like, hey, Sean, I think you can just cut in here. And you glared at me. I'm like, I'm following what the machine tells me to do.
You mean that look where I might have lost my left eyeball?
Yeah,
That look?
yeah.
No, I would be definitely the one that would pull the Michael Scott and just drive into a pond because they told me to. Go right here. But it says go right. It says go right. Splash.
I used to think that when self-driving cars were just a topic of conversation and they weren't real yet, I used to think about that every single time my Google Maps or my Apple Maps would try to steer me into an embankment or something. I'm like, yeah, sure, we're going to have self-driving cars. Fast forward 10 years later, half the cars on the street sometimes seem like they're these driverless Waymos.
Have you gotten to use one yet?
No. I got to do that today.
Yeah.
I got to put that on my to-do list right now.
Yes. They're all over the place here, right?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm literally the one block I was on yesterday was half Waymos. There were like 4 normal cars and 3 Waymos, almost half Waymo.
Yep. So we did the poll about C.J. Stroud's hair. I thought when we talked to Nick about C.J.'s hair yesterday, we actually got an anecdote from Nick about Nick cutting his own hair back in the day. made a glitch,
Yeah.
shaved a divot into his head accidentally, and shaved it all off.
Yeah, one of our listeners sent us.
I almost feel like he helped make the point that the new C.J. Stroud haircut version is a sign of a different C.J. because Nick said that when he had to shave his head bald,
Yeah.
that he felt kind of badass going into his high school football training camp that year.
Yeah.
The hair can make the man.
Oh, the hair can make the man.
Yeah.
And now, he did it by accident, but when somebody decides to get a haircut, it often coincides with them making a life decision or just wanting to take a different attitude or whatever.
Yeah.
I realized yesterday after we got off the show, the only thing that was kind of annoying me about it was I wanted to look at this as, okay, yeah, this is a positive. CJ's, it's almost like he's becoming an adult now in his mind that I'm gonna cast aside the childish things and operate differently. And yet at the same time, all right, yeah, okay, he's getting back to basics. Yeah, all right. It's like you said, Rocky in Rocky IV, where he goes off to Siberia.
Yep.
And yet, the whole reason we know about it was because it was a nicely edited video on Instagram. Yes,
It is ironic.
boy, really blue collar here. There we go.
There is some irony
Yeah,
to it.
but how'd you find out about it? A really nice video on Instagram, making a big deal out of something that should be. That's how you need to know. Is it a big deal? Should we read into it? I don't know. He had to make a whole video about it. Maybe he's trying to help his barber out, but you know what? This is a message to all the professional athletes out there. The service people who are helping you out, you're not. It's not your job to go out and be an endorsement for them.
No.
All right? Want to do something nice for them? Get him a gift card.
Now that you mention it, if he had just gone underground for several months, and is that Nick Caserio as a bald superhero?
One of our listeners did a bald superhero
with an
Nick
NC
Caserio,
on the story.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah.
beautiful.
So if he had just gone underground and showed up with a different haircut,
He shows up at OTAs with a different haircut. It would have I think it would have popped.
Or just showed up in a random Instagram video or something. He's doing whatever, and then there you go.
Yeah.
So it annoyed me as an old man that the whole reason we knew about maybe this CJ's a new tunneled in and dialed in, like all this is like, oh yeah, he put out a video on Instagram.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's take a little. Man, I was excited about it. You took some of the starch out of it.
I'm not. I think CJ's a very conscientious guy. I think
he's not on social media.
He's and he is very serious about, I think, wanting to do things the right way. So I don't worry about him in that regard.
Yep.
I do feel like, I saw a lot of people on social media who aren't from Houston yesterday saying, he got his hair cut and he got right with the Lord, et cetera, and everybody from Houston is like, no, he talks about Jesus pretty much every time he's in a press conference or at a microphone. Like it's not as much of a total makeover as perhaps somebody that isn't as dialed in on CJ Stroud would think.
The poll that I put up, and I thought you did a good job of suggesting what the choices should be yesterday. The question is, CJ Stroud his hair this week. He has a new look. How do you feel about this? And this inspires hope. This is bad news. Why are we discussing this? Are the three choices? The line has not moved very much. There's still 4 hours left to vote if you'd like. We always encourage people when there's a Pender poll to get out and vote.
We don't accept any absentee ballots or anything. You got to do it now.
Yeah, you got to do it now. It's your civic duty to get out and vote. Why are we discussing this? Still winning at a pretty handy clip, 55.2%.
And most of those people are liars that would claim to not care about it at all, and yet it's reflected in some of the metrics that we've looked at already. Yeah, people want to listen.
People want
to talk about CJ's hair. I've gotten annoyed with it by now. We've been doing it for 24 hours, and I'm pretty much sick of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you, Sean. We have to move off of it right now.
Well, I was about to anyway, so it's all good.
Is there any haircut he could have gotten that would have people concerned? Like if you come with a mohawk.
He cuts, or he just like the Brian Bosworth, like the mohawk with the lightning bolts shaved into the side of his head.
Yeah.
That would have been funny, actually.
If he'd done like a kitten play box or something, that would have kind of concerned me.
Yeah.
Just because it's such a stupid look.
Yeah.
But this one is just it's a really nice fade.
No, it looks
Kudos
good.
to his barber.
Yeah, they did a really nice job on
fade.
it. Should the Texans call Jeff Stoutland?
The offensive line coach from the Eagles who said he's stepping away from the Eagles. I think they should. It's dicey, man. I think they really like Cole Popovich. But boy, you know what it feels like? It feels like when Peyton Manning became a free agent. And, okay, well, we like Matt Schaub. But do we want to really but would we prefer Peyton Manning, who at the time, people forget this, Peyton Manning couldn't throw a football at the time.
Yeah.
That was
he had tingly fingers,
yeah.
right?
I don't care if Jeff Stoutland can throw a football. I think he's still a really good offensive line coach. That's not something I worry about waning with age necessarily.
Yeah.
But that's the question is, should they give a call to Jeff Stoutland? I love Jeff Stoutland. And I've said he's one of the greatest offensive line coaches this century. I think he's really, really good. And I have a personal it was the first time he was ever an offensive line coach. It was when I was in college on my team at Cornell. And he was awesome. I always loved Jeff Stoutland. I think if you like Cole Popovich and you think that he really is, there's a lot of people in Houston and elsewhere have said they feel like he's a coach on the rise and that he really really has a knack for it, an understanding of the game, teaching the game. The players seem to really like him. The O-line made a lot of improvement last year, despite not having better talent necessarily than they had the year before. I like Cole Popovich, and it just feels weird and stupid almost to say that I don't think that's not one of the – they don't need to be aggressive in having conversations.
That's the thing. That's the key. Because the question was, should they call him?
Yeah.
And saying you should call a guy and saying you should be aggressively pursuing him ultimately become two different things. The fact of the matter is the guy is the best at what he's done the last 10.
Yeah.
He is the best offensive line coach. Anytime the best of something hits the market, theoretically the other 31 teams should at least be like asking themselves questions about it.
The easy out for me here is it feels like because we don't know exactly why he's stepping away from the Eagles, and there's a lot of theories for that. And, maybe it's something completely unrelated to football, and he's stepping away from football completely. The fact that he said, I'm stepping away from the Eagles, he didn't say I'm stepping away from football.
That's right.
Means, okay, there's a chance that he might be available. But the Eagles still have his rights. Are you going to trade for an offensive line coach and then also outbid a lot of other teams that might pay him? They might pay him like offensive coordinator money if what they really want is Jeff Stoutland in the building.
That you just touched on something that's really interesting. Have we ever heard of a team trading for an offensive line coach before?
And do you want to be the first team to do it?
Have we ever even heard of a team I can't think of one off the top of my head that has talked about that with a coordinator before,
right?
Let alone a position coach. That's how good he is. Is that is a conversation worth having. What is to the right team? To a team that, honestly, the Texans profile like a team, like what I'm about to say, which is, let's pretend for a second that Cole Popovich was Chris Strouser, a guy that seemingly people weren't as enthusiastic about inside the building there. They seem to have found a guy in Cole Popovich, Seth, that they like. He's a young coach. He can grow with this team. He conducts himself like a guy who may only want to ever be an offensive line coach. He's like out of central casting. But let's pretend for a second that the Texans had a bad coaching situation on the offensive line. The Texans might profile as a team that you could actually argue would trade a high pick for an offensive line coach.
You're not allowed to. That's the short answer. I realized that just after I said it. You're not allowed to trade for anybody except high-level GMs, head coaches.
It's still a fun hypothetical. Like, is he worth that? Is it, if you could do it, and you didn't have Cole Popovich, if it was still Chris Strouser, and everybody's mad at him because the O-line's been bad the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So you fire him, and you don't have an O-line coach now. Would you trade a day 2 pick for?
If it was allowable, would I trade for that guy?
Would you trade a first or second round pick for? And again, you've pointed out.
Yeah. What are my chances? Okay, my chances of getting something that substantially helps the team from Jeff Stoutland is way higher than the chances of a third-round pick.
He's way more of a known commodity.
Yeah. And one guy who can make 5 guys better.
Less likely to get injured, too, I would say.
Right.
Yeah.
And in Stoutland, he doesn't have any vices that I know of.
Right.
His only vice is he's a little weird in a very in a very endearing way.
Well, the last I checked, there's no injury report that says so-and-so's listed as questionable for weirdness.
It's when he was the offensive coordinator at Cornell. My friend Scott Carroll tells me the story. He was the quarterback. My friend was the quarterback, and Stoutland got up in front of the room. He said, "Guys, I drive a different route to work every day. I never drive the same way to work. Why? Tendencies. You never want people to figure out your tendencies."
You've told
so
that
he
story.
lives he lives a life of just always mixing it up a little bit.
I love that. My question is, different ways are there to get from his house
in Ithaca, like on a
Ithaca,
5-minute drive from
right.
Dryden to Ithaca?
Probably ask all these guys. He
probably figured it out. He was, And one time he was giving a speech about one of his offensive linemen at the end of the year banquet, who had won the, I don't know, it was the best lineman of the year or whatever.
Yeah.
And he got so choked up that he couldn't finish the speech.
Really?
He got like 45 seconds into it.
That's my kind of guy.
He loved this kid, Dave Gilkinson, so much that he just couldn't finish it. He's awesome.
Oh.
All right, I've talked myself into it. I would trade 2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks, and D'Amico's got to give 25% of his salary to Jeff Stoutland.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. We're spending Nick's draft capital, and we're basically garnering D'Amico's wages right
Okay,
now.
so the equivalent would be
garnishing.
If they really like,
I would love to garner his wages.
If they really like Cole Popovich, though, and they think that, man, he's really got a lot of potential, that's where it starts to feel a little bit like the Peyton Manning trade or the Peyton Manning decision on Schaub versus a banged-up Peyton Manning. Yeah.
It's good.
The problem with that one, too, though, is that look at where Peyton Manning ended up going. He went to a team where the GM, who was at the time was John Elway, desperately wanted to get rid of the current quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just that he wanted Peyton Manning. He hated Tim Tebow.
Right.
And so it worked out really well.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have minded if they had gone after Peyton Manning and not gotten him. He's not going to worry about Tim Tebow's feelings. When you have a current quarterback and you go after somebody, then you got to worry about your current quarterback's feelings if it doesn't work out. That's what happened with Atlanta. Atlanta threw their hat in the Deshaun Watson ring. Think about it. They risked it all for Deshaun Watson. Had to get rid of Matt Ryan after that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we can't come back from this. We're going to trade away Matt Ryan. And it turns out that they got lucky in not going after Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, coming up next, we've got Framber Valdez has found a new home. I am not surprised about one part of his deal. I am mega surprised about another part of his deal, and we will talk about that coming up next.
Don't be surprised by your finances. You don't want to all of a sudden get
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here live on Radio Row. Thanks to LaCour 43 for bringing us out to San Francisco. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the week here. We're having a great time in San Francisco. The guests really amp up today in the afternoon. I know the afternoon show's got Brian Urlacher coming on. They've got Devin Hester coming on. Yeah. So that's two Hall of Famers. I think Dalton Schultz is dropping by today as well. So we've got we'll find out how Dalton Schultz is feeling. You know, we talked to Nick Caserio yesterday, and he had mentioned, you know, Dalton Schultz is a guy who's, you know, he left that game with a calf injury. So, you know, so Dalton didn't end the season the way he wanted to because he wasn't on the field at the end of the season.
Dalton's calf injury. I know people were speculating immediately online that it was an Achilles or something, which didn't make sense because he was walking.
He walked back.
He was walking gingerly, but it wasn't like. Yeah, I've seen people walk off with an Achilles before, but it's like they have a peg leg when they're doing it.
Yeah.
So anyway, that Nick did offer. Was it Nick or whoever else after immediately after the season?
D'Amico said he's going to be fine.
Yeah, D'Amico said he was fine.
Yeah.
And then also the other one, for those who might have missed it, Cade Stovers wasn't nearly as bad as it looked at the time. It looked like that was probably an ACL or something at the time, and that wasn't that bad. But yeah, Dalton Schultz was a lot healthier this year than he was last year. And you got the production out of him that you hope to get when they'd given him that extension.
He's going into a contract year. I mean, yeah, he gave him that extension. The extension's over after next year. It goes by fast. That's one I could see them doing something with this offseason. You know, just adding another year onto his deal or something like that.
Yeah.
With Dalton Schultz, I think they really like him. And I think he had a good year last year. The most productive year of any tight end in Texans history. He'll be on the afternoon show with the guys today. Maybe they'll ask him about that when he's sitting in the chair here. Of course, all of our interviews are brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Now that he's a full year removed from 2024, when apparently he had way more injuries than people even realized, and then this year he was fighting through a lot of stuff, and he was still producing. But it seemed like
he would leave games multiple times, like grimacing about something.
Yeah, and I don't think he's not like a guy. Sometimes guys are like that, and you wonder, you know, like Ben Roethlisberger. It felt like he was really playing up his injuries. Pat Mahomes does it. Pat Mahomes is screaming like he's going to have his leg amputated on the sideline, and he goes back in and plays. So Dalton Schultz doesn't strike me as that type of a guy. But I'd like him to list what exactly his injuries were in 2024. I wonder if he'll do that.
Oh, like
because people have alluded to it. He's never said it, but Caserio has said it. He was way more banged up than people realized.
Well, and when he gets asked about it, he's like, "Man, everybody's banged up."
Yeah,
I don't think he would give you anything with that question. And he's a pretty forthcoming guy, actually. He's a thoughtful interview.
He's like when you ask Altuve about how he didn't participate in the sign stealing
scandal. That's a good analogy, actually. No, I didn't do it.
Yeah, whatever.
I know it's gonna.
He doesn't even say I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Altuve just says it's a team sport. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's a team sport.
He doesn't have to.
No, it's gonna keep me out of the Hall of Fame for a couple of years. You know, whatever. He never said that either.
Those guys will have to live with it. You know look, I managed to have the best season in the league that year and didn't partake in their little scandal. It's gonna potentially keep me out of the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Appreciate
that.
Preach, King. Thanks. Yeah. So Framber, how about Framber? 3 years, $115 million from the Tigers. I am not surprised at all that Framber signed. If they revealed this contract like piecemeal, like on some reveal show, and they said, here are the number of years, and it flashes up 3, I would have said, that sounds about right. He's an older pitcher who had issues last year that were not entirely physical issues. They seemed like more mental and psychological issues with Framber. 3 years sounds about right. I cannot see committing to a relationship with Framber Valdez for more than 3 years. So show me, how much did he get? And then they reveal that. And it popped $115 million.
Yeah.
$38.33333 million per year for Framber Valdez. I am stunned that he's in this class of pitchers.
I think that part of it with Framber, though, is, you remember, in baseball, more so than in the other sports, they're not as much a prisoner to recency. They very much look at the sum total of what a guy has done. They know that guys are going to have ebbs and flows and highs and lows and all of that. And a lot of times you end up seeing these deals where, like, oh, we had a horrible year last year. Yeah, but look at the back of the baseball card.
Sure.
And with Framber, I think part of it is that you also forget that it wasn't the entire season that he was behaving like that.
No, he had a really nice stretch in the middle of the year.
He had worked himself down to a 2.62 ERA by the end of July. It was really just the final 2 months of the season.
What was it?
Let me fact check myself by the.
I just thought you said 6.2.
No, I said 2.62.
2.6. Oh, 2.62. Okay.
Yeah, 2.62.
So you're right.
By the end of July, but Pro Football or Baseball Reference takes forever to calculate. I'm just double checking.
We all watched it. He was great.
Right. Yeah. So it was really so, and it was painful here because of everything else that was going on with the Astros. But I think that, look, A.J. Hinch knows that Framber is a delicate ecosystem. And if you get everything just right, the ecosystem is pristine. But when the ecosystem gets a little bit askew, things go off the rails. I think AJ can look at that season and say, all right, well, really, he went off the rails for a couple months. He got off to a slow start, but he figured it out and was classic Framber. It really just what you would want in terms of, are you going to pay this guy? Up until a really curious last couple months of the season. And that on a 3-year deal, we'll take that risk that we can get good Framber the majority of the time.
Well, it goes to show you, too. I agree with your point about baseball being one that looks at more than just a year. Dylan Cease is an example of that. Like, Dylan Cease was like up and down year to year, blah, 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 and he got a big contract. Framber, by a lot of metrics, has been top 5 in everything over the last 4 years. What it goes to show you is the value in durability. It goes to show, like, Framber is a guy who's going to go throw 200 innings and you can set your watch to it. That's important to teams.
Yeah.
To be able to go, I know he had a 3.66 ERA last year. I know he beamed his catcher in the chest with a ball, but he's been really good to great the last 4 years for the most part. And the one thing he hasn't been is injured. He hit the injured in his entire career. He's hit the injured list just a couple of times.
Yeah, I think it is, even in my mind, the incident with Salazar, when he apparently it looked like he intentionally crossed up Cesar Salazar and ignored the call and hit him in the chest. That was in September. In your mind, it feels like, oh yeah, that was like midway through the year, and then it was just a disaster from that point on. It's those last 2 months of the season was really the only part, the area. There had been moments earlier in the year where he was blaming positioning for a couple things, and which seemed atypical of Framber. But the performance, by and large, was still a 2.6 ERA Framber right up until the last couple of months. And I think that whatever conversations Hinch had with him probably made him feel better about it.
They spoke. I read an article. The two of them spoke.
Yeah.
So they're and I think A.J. Hinch is the perfect manager to handle a guy like that too, probably. Respected, been doing it for a long time, thoughtful guy.
I mean, that month
Are you looking at
I'm looking at his game log, and it was September, August and September. I kept saying September. So August and September is when everything really went downhill. The Salazar incident was in early September.
Yep.
But it was in August when he started giving up. This is earned runs in his appearances. 5 runs, 4 runs, 3 runs, 7 runs. Then he allowed 0 at the very end there against Colorado.
Yeah.
And then 6 earned runs.
Who was the 7 against?
3 earned runs. That was Detroit.
Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember the game, and it was last year. Remember the game where he was just humming along? And then he just decided to start throwing different pitches in the catcher.
I felt like that was early in the season. Wasn't that 2 years ago? That was last year?
Was it 2 years ago? I can't remember.
He had a little blip, and I thought that was 2 years ago.
I thought it was this past year because he was because it was no, it was this past year because it was Yiner. It was because it was I remember it being a young start ignoring
and he admitted afterwards to having strayed from the game plan.
I think it was against the Red Sox in Boston. That's why I was asking. If he had a bad game in Boston this year, it was that game. But whatever the case, what are you going to remember him for most as an Astro? What do you think the fans will remember him most for?
What the fans will remember most for?
Framber. Do you think they'll have positive memories or negative memories?
They'll have positive memories.
Yeah, because to your point, the last couple months was not great.
The 2022 World Series.
He pitched Game 6.
Yeah, that's got to be the one.
That's got to be the one. To me, it's the 25 consecutive quality starts.
Oh yeah,
2022.
That's not as much. I guess that's not as much of a moment, but that was when we really took up for Framber. The public was angry every time a broadcaster on a national broadcast would say something like, well, Framber, he'll go off the rails a little bit or this or that. We would say, no, he pitched 25 consecutive
virtually
quality
an entire
starts.
Year of quality starts. I don't think
he got really good at that stat that I wasn't all that aware of until one of my players was really good at it.
Well, but once he did it, you really got a feel for how difficult it was to do.
Yeah.
And that's especially in this day and age where you have to pitch at least 6 innings for a quality start. And in this day and age when teams are happy to get 5 innings out of guys, even good pitchers are happy to get 5 innings out of.
Yeah.
The mere fact that he went 6 innings, forget about the 3 runs. It's because a quality start is 6 innings, 3 or fewer earned runs given up.
Yeah.
And at least 6 innings. And the fact that a starter in this day and age went at least innings in 25 consecutive starts, let alone allow less than 3 runs, is pretty remarkable. So, yeah.
And then whereas the last 2 months of the regular season, he allowed more than 3 runs in 6 of his 10 starts.
Yeah. It's the same guy.
He was consistently awful that last couple months.
He really was. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here live on Radio Row. We expect in the next segment for Kelly in Vegas and the prop queen to stop by, talk a few prop bets and some wagers on the upcoming Super Bowl on Sunday. We'll expect to spend a few minutes with them. Coming up next, we'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on their show as well. Stay there. Daisy Dips.
Daisy Dips is. I'm sorry. I was thinking about Daisy.
in San Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you live on Radio Row. Final segment of the day, and we'll find out what the guys on their show, brought to you by LaCour 43, as always, and Planet Fitness. And pleased to have a couple of guests sitting down here on Radio Row with us. Guests are all brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And we are pleased to be joined right now by someone I think a lot of folks that follow the gambling world, definitely on social media, know. Kelly in Vegas, sitting to my right here on Radio Row. And then we've also got you just told
Ariel.
No, I know. I should Ariel or Ariel. Ariel.
I know everyone gets so confused by how to pronounce the ah.
And you just told me 15 seconds ago, and I forgot.
It's early.
But she's better known as the prop queen.
Yes.
So we got Kelly in Vegas and the prop queen.
I called you Aria because I've been rewatching Game of Thrones. Yeah, so I apologize.
That would be a cool name. It's happened to me at Starbucks before, where they've like Aria.
Oh, you get an Aria at Starbucks?
Yeah. I felt
cool.
like a fighter. It's great.
Yeah, that's great. It is great. So we got the big game coming up on Sunday. I mean, this is like, I fancy myself a wager every now and again. This is like Christmas Day coming up on Sunday, right? For the wagering community.
It's huge, especially for the props market.
Yeah.
Like, I love props, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, this is like the biggest prop event. Is this the busiest time of year?" I said, "Yeah," but the best part is, we've been doing this now for 2 weeks, handicapping the same game. So now you're just, okay, yes, that's the bet I like. Yep.
But you, see, I get nervous about props because I know that a lot of them are for the suckers, and I'm a known sucker. So
especially when you parlay the props.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That's a big sucker.
Really get.
Yeah.
You're looking at him bought more lottery tickets than I know I should. What are the props where I've actually got the best chance of not being a sucker?
Defensive player props. So
really?
Total tackle prop market is my favorite for primetime games. It just seems to be the market that 90% of the time you can handicap and nail, as opposed to betting on quarterbacks and wide receivers.
Okay. Is it partly just because there's not as many people? Is it a more inefficient market?
Yeah.
With a lot of the
I don't
the
think
less
that they really
stuff?
care about it.
No, you're absolutely right. It is an inefficient market because you have to look at it from a bookmaker's perspective. They know exactly who's walking in the door or opening the app and saying, here's what they're going to bet on. They don't care about defensive player markets. They're going to spend 45 seconds handicapping those. Some wise guy's going to come in, make a bet. They're going to say, oh, we had that price wrong. Better move it.
Yeah.
Versus quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs. Of course, those kind of guys are going to get so much more handle. So they have to make sure that they got those markets correct, right? And we know that the prop market is one of the only beatable markets long-term in the NFL anymore. It is such a tight market. The whole percentage is significantly higher because the power rating perspective from teams 1 through 32 is the parity in the NFL is truly any given Sunday. Being the big game, they've spent some more time on this. But when you're given a phone book of props, it's almost impossible for them to have any more knowledge than somebody who does this for a living every single week.
Or to get all of it right.
So this is a huge opportunity for you guys. You get excited. You genuinely get excited about this.
Yeah. Kelly in Vegas and the prop queen joining us on Radio Row on Sports Radio 610. Just sticking with that and specific to this game, a lot of the prop bets, too, are tied to what kind of game we think it's going to be, right? The flow of the game, the pace of the game, all of those things. What are you two ladies seeing with that?
That's funny you say that because I'm going to kick it back to Ariel. This is a discussion that I have with people all the time. When you have many bets on one game, right? On a random Thursday night, I may bet a side. I may bet a total. But because it's the big game, because it's the Super Bowl, everybody wants to have all this action. And this is actually how you can get buried. Because, I see this low-scoring game. I see lots of field goals, or I see, the quarterbacks not really airing it out against these two defenses, so they're going to run the football. Then you're betting overs on these running backs. If you are wrong about your idea of how the game goes, guess what? You're going to get buried. And you are going to get absolutely ruined on one game that really shouldn't be bet any differently, my opinion, than a average Sunday afternoon game. If you are not going to put $1,000 on Sunday at 1 p.m., why on earth are you doing it because it's the Super Bowl? So I'm curious to hear how Ariel says, because we've been doing media stuff all week long. And I don't think anybody's talked about that because, of course, this is how I see the game playing out. But when you start to correlate, whether you parlay them or not, and it doesn't go your way, like last year in the fourth quarter, all of those prop bets went over in garbage time. I mean, we saw Kenny Pickett. Remember? Like, then over two and a half, players to attempt to pass.
Yeah.
And the bookmakers just got crushed late. And those are the types of things you want to avoid having. So I was just curious because nobody's asked that. And I'm like, you got to be careful how you frame that narrative and how you think the game's going to go.
Which is why I don't always base my props off of how I think the game will go. And I know that sounds silly, but you actually can. The way that you would middle a game is the same way you kind of can with props. Instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, it doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily win or lose if you do it that way. I try not to base all my props off the game flow. But I will say that there are props I won't bet because of game flow. Kenneth Walker's prop, his rushing yards prop, dropped from 79.5 to 70.5 since last Sunday. I don't want to bet the under anymore. One, it's a bad number. But two, what if we do hit garbage time in the end of the fourth quarter and they're running the clock out because the Seahawks are up by a touchdown? Then what? So those are the props that you have to remember, like Patrick Mahomes a few years ago when he was over his rushing yard prop and then took 3 knees and went under.
Yeah.
You have to be careful of certain markets because of what could happen in the last 2 minutes of a fourth quarter.
Yeah. Getting killed by victory formation that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
I sit next to him on game day, and I don't gamble all that much. He's a fiend. Sometimes I'm like, why are you so angry about that? I stopped paying attention 10 minutes ago.
I'll give you a
then.
moment because Seth and I do work for the Texans, and the Tommy Togiai touchdown at the end of the Colts game in Week 18.
Oh.
I turned to Seth. I'm like, there's thousands of people in this stadium right now that just had their financial Sunday impacted by that play right there. You guys both know the play I'm talking about.
Yeah. Here's the problem with the NFL, because I'm a big college football bettor, but the NFL, teams will blow 3 touchdown leads. We see it all. Crazy things do happen, and you have to almost expect that witching hour, that's what they call it, in the fourth quarter, and that's when props and other, bets just go to die, right? And so you do have to be careful in terms of, like, looking at some of these things. Like Ariel said with Patrick Mahomes, she has a quarterback, I believe it's a quarterback rushing prop. Is it Sam Darnold?
Yeah, it was the over longest rush for Sam Darnold on Sunday because if you're going to take Sam Darnold over rushing yards, again, it's so low at 6.5. Why would you risk him having a 7-yard rush, taking a knee at the end of the game, and losing that bet for you? You could just go over his 5.5 longest rush, have one nice long rush, which typically is what happens. He'll run the ball once, maybe twice throughout the game. So don't go over on that 1 yard. Like, just go with the longest rush prop so you don't have to worry about it. Once it hits, it's a winner.
That is a great suggestion. Could you guys come back for 3 more segments between now and tomorrow? Hey, I want to make sure we get Splash Sports in here. I feel like, Ariel, you just gave one play right there on Sam Darnold, longest rush, over 5.5 yards. Kelly, do you have one for the audience that you're looking at?
So I'm not as big of a prop bettor, but one of the things that I have been very blessed with is to have a community around me of people that are really smart. And I get some really good, sharp information. And one of the biggest bets that one of my best friends saw in Vegas on opening night was the Seahawks not to attempt a 4th down conversion plus 170. Now, that market has significantly come down. I think it's around plus 140 I looked last night. I did bet it, which is kind of a no-no. Like, you shouldn't be tagging along late in the game. But the plus money, I couldn't resist. Yeah. And as I was talking to Ariel about it, I said, hey, John saw this come through. Like, immediately it got bet. She goes, of course. She was like, the Seahawks are one of the least aggressive teams.
Yeah.
So you want
to... there's like this weird coaching metric that someone told me about. There's the aggressive coach scale. Most aggressive versus least. Yeah. And McDonald's is one of the least aggressive coaches in all of football.
And the plus money is hard to resist.
I know. Yeah. I have an addiction to that plus sign in front of the underdogs and so forth.
We can go to therapy together.
Yes,
for that.
Exactly.
Let's make sure that you guys talk about this. This sounds like an awesome contest that you guys have coming up with Splash Sports here. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we have a lot of stuff that we do with Splash. Obviously, for the big game, we wanted to put something together. And Splash has this thing called tiers where you're picking players from separate groups, right, so that you can't just pick all the big name players. You've got to actually have a little bit of knowledge of the game. But yeah, I even got my grandma involved because she doesn't know a lot about gambling and betting and things, and she's going to watch the game, and now she has 4 different players she gets to cheer for. It's $25, $25,000
we were actually just
in prizes.
Talking to my sister this morning. She said, Ariel, can you just find a bet that I could put $20 on for the Super Bowl because I just want to have a little stake in the game. She knows nothing. I said, actually, Alexa, you should join our Splash Sports contest because it's like Kelly says, it's a plus EV play because you're giving $25 into this guaranteed money contest. Top 100 get paid out. You can make a minimum of $75 off $25. You can make up to over $3,000 of a $25 essentially, like putting that into the contest. All you have to do is pick 4 players, and it's a fantasy scale, like a DFS where you have a primetime game DFS where you're just in one game and you pick like the 4 or 5 players. The top guy makes you 2x, etc. So this is just 4 players. Whoever is in the top 100 for the culminated fantasy score of those 4 players makes money.
Awesome.
Yeah, while you're there, make sure you guys check out Cousin Sal's Super Bowl scores. It's free.
Yep.
So that's the fun part because who doesn't love Super Bowl scores? $25,000 in prizes there as well. So while you're over there, you might as well join the free Super
Why
Bowl
not?
scores contest.
It's
Yeah,
a free chance to win money.
Exactly.
You'd be stupid not to do it.
It is, yes, it is available. Sean, I did my
Yes.
research before
Yeah,
this
yeah,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, 40 states we're available in, so it's great. I've really enjoyed doing a lot of stuff with Splash. We'll be back for March Madness, the Masters. Got a full calendar year. Maybe baseball season
everyone
for
always
Ariel.
asks it just
Oh, you're a big baseball fan?
Oh, huge baseball fan.
Okay, good. You
Yeah.
get 162
I'm sorry.
games to do this stuff.
I'm sorry about Framber.
We were expecting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe how much money he got, but we
Yeah.
were expecting it. We were not expecting him back.
We're sorry about the August and September version of Framber.
we were just talking about it
more
before you guys
fixated
got
on
here.
that.
Yeah, where he was intentionally beating his catcher in the chest.
Well,
and
I'm a
stuff.
Yankees fan, so you still have one up on me all the time.
What's that?
I'm a Yankees fan,
Oh,
so you've always
yeah.
got one
Poor
up
Yankees
on me.
fans. The Dodgers are spending too much money.
Well,
I
it's
don't
not
worry about
fair.
that. I still hate you guys.
Time to
It's
end
okay.
this interview. You ladies are great. SplashSports.com. Download the Splash app. Grab a spot in these awesome contests. And good luck this Sunday, ladies.
Hey, thanks so much. You guys too.
All right, thanks. That is the Prop Queen, and that is Kelly in Vegas dropping by. They're both tremendous. SplashSports.com. And Seth, thank you for doing the geography research. Yeah, thank you for doing the geography research, Seth, knowing that I
know what the shape of Texas looks
yeah,
like. They
yeah,
don't
you know
label
exactly
the states on there. You got to know what your state
where
looks
it is
like.
and all that stuff. Yeah, it's good stuff.
That's a tip for your bosses. Yeah, tell them to put some names on those states.
All right, so here you go. Here's the copy. All right, the fellas on in the loop are sitting down. Hang on one second.
Uh-oh. Oh, I love what's happening right now. Sean is putting on protective eyewear. Honestly, I'm glad you did that because my first impulse was to walk over there and take the Tide Pods away. In fact,
take them away
Lopez, can you go ahead and hand those to me right now? We just want to do this is multi-level protection that we're doing here. I'm trying to be a good teammate here for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes,
I knew I personally had to take measures. I knew I could count on you as well.
Sean's wearing ski goggles for those of you.
I got these at a hardware store.
Yeah.
Seth, you'd be proud of me.
You got safety goggles.
I went to a hardware store yesterday.
How'd you know how to find it? Goggles.
They kind of
whatever.
are.
I asked the guy.
I need goggles.
I asked Jaime, the guy working at
Yeah.
Cole Hardware over on Market Street. I said, "Can you take me to where the work?" I said, "The work goggles."
Yeah.
To me, it's just all the same thing.
The
It's
ones
just
that they
work.
do the work.
This is clearly a gag.
It's just work. So you take me to where the guys who do work get their goggles.
Yeah.
And I wanted to make sure he got the darkest ones possible.
Looks like a sleep mask.
Yeah. So no, Seth, these are work goggles. All right.
I think we should try them out, Seth. What do you think?
We did the,
Okay,
Nolan.
see, I'm good with this. All right, here we go.
Here you go, Framber. Yeah.
All right, so
what's going on, fellas?
Oh man, not much. We've talked a lot about that particular incident. The thing that I have really ruminated on is I don't know, maybe I just miscalculated, Seth. I felt like I was under the impression that you had much more impulse control.
Well, there was nothing malicious about it.
No, I know
It
I was trying to make a
malicious.
joke, and it
I
went
was-
awry.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to rifle it at his head. I was just gonna. I was saying it was as part of our sign off antibodies, and I was gonna say in a Tide Pod, Tide Pod to you, or a Tide Pod,
Sure.
a
The
Tide
knockoff
Pod
Tide
to
Pods?
you,
Yeah.
and it came out of my hand way faster than I thought.
I felt horrible for Seth.
Yeah.
And horrible for Sean.
Do we need to send you to spring training? 'Cause
No.
You got a little velocity on that thing, man.
The camera was on Lopez. You seem to be getting a kick out of it over there.
That's what somebody was saying. Like Reggie freaked out. You went back and to the right.
Yeah,
by the way. Did you notice that?
I did go back into the
You
right.
did back into the right.
I did.
He felt horrible. Figgy did the, oh, my God. And I was just like,
Did you? Okay, a couple
Unfazed.
things.
Entirely unfazed.
if you Zapruder it, like we all had
I need to
different
put my goggles up to read this. Did you guys happen to see J.J. Watt's reaction to it on social media? So J.J. reacted to it. He liked my pen toss the most.
He said he felt it 1,000 miles away.
Yeah. The other thing is my sons. My own flesh and blood.
Yeah.
I was worried that your kids would think I had attacked you.
No, you know how my kids, whenever there's something on the show where it's one side or the other, my two sons always pick me. Always.
I'm the fun uncle.
Yeah. And so Sammy posts the Instagram of the incident yesterday, and so I start there on the group text. I'm on a group text with my two sons.
Yeah.
I look, he has the Instagram on the thing, and the first thing I see is the little blue ha-ha attached to it in the upper right corner.
What?
And then Sammy says, I've seen this reaction from Pops thousands of times. 3 laughing emojis. Turtle, or James, my son, gives the exclamation points to that, and then he chimes in, not the reaction you like seeing, LMAO. And then he says, I heard that this is what you get for the whore's divorce.
Loyal listener.
But I did. A couple of pointed out to me, like everybody was like either compassionate or shocked or whatever, and I was like,
we broke this all down at 6 a.m. There were three general reactions to. We replayed the audio, and I got to tell you, listening to the audio of it, PTSD, man.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, really?
Yeah. So we didn't play it again.
Yeah.
The three general reactions that I saw were, oh my God, I really felt for Sean, but once he was okay, that's hilarious. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I still felt some pain, you know? Like,
no, at
that was number one. Number two was that I showed incredible restraint by not cursing or doing anything on air. I took my headset off and put it down, so I'll take that. And then the third one was, what's up with Seth in Radio Row?
Which I felt was unfair.
I did too. Like, that was 8 years ago.
And it wasn't like this, me flipping out or anything. It was a really stupid thing.
Yeah.
It was unjustified. And Sean could have lost his eyesight.
Have you allowed yourself to forgive yourself? Because that's the only thing that I'm worried about in addition to it.
Oh,
I felt bad for you.
Okay, we were laughing in the media center 20 minutes later.
No, I thought about it afterwards.
I felt bad for you the whole day.
I had zero intent. I wasn't angry at Sean. It wasn't like my true feelings came out or something. I threw it a little too hard. I was upset with my muscle control more than anything else.
Yeah.
Because Sean was okay.
Which ultimately leads to the question of the day.
Oh, the question of the day? Seth throwing a Tide Pod at me got the question of the day. What is it?
What's your biggest, my bad, moment? Whether it's with a coworker, a friend, a family member.
There's a time I outed somebody on air who I thought she was out.
Yeah.
And I just kind of casually brought it up.
Oh, my God.
And nope. Not her family, like everybody in our office knew, but it was a lot of people in the public at large.
Oh,
that
my
did not know.
gosh.
That was a long time ago.
So you remember when I dislocated my wife's shoulder practicing a wrestling?
I've heard of this,
You haven't heard about the time I tied a rope around her and nearly dunked her in the pool.
We don't need to hear about that part of your life, John.
So there was a pine tree that was always, the needles were always falling in our pool back at my old house. And I said, I can cut that.
Yeah.
It was only, about 8 inches thick.
Yeah.
So it was kind of leaning toward the pool. And so I did the back cut and all that. You know how to do all this stuff. And I said, I got it. But just in case, I'm going to put a rope. You hold the rope.
Yeah.
And then I said, I just put the rope around her waist and did a one little, I didn't tie a knot. I just did the one little, like when you tie in your shoe, the first little bend or whatever. So I cut the tree, and it ended up still going toward the pool, and she's skiing toward the pool, trying to get the rope up her waist.
Oh, no. No.
And just in the nick of time, I got it out, and she just started, bleeping me upside one.
Oh, man.
I was like,
your poor wife.
My bad.
She's the answer to I feel like 1 out of every 3 questions involves Jan.
Injured your wife.
I'm trying to
she
think.
wouldn't quit messing up so much.
That's right.
Yeah.
I re-injured a friend who had a broken collarbone one time. And I had totally forgotten about it. And I walked up to him in the hallway at high school. I was like, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?" And I slapped him.
Oh yeah.
And I just, because I always did that,
He had to go
back to the. I mean, it was a very freshly broken collarbone.
Oh my God.
But he had to go get reharnessed.
I did that to my friend in college once. Scott Carroll, second time we've mentioned him, my quarterback in college.
Yeah.
He would have these petit mal seizures.
Wow.
He's had epilepsy. And I knew this, but in the moment, there's one. We were standing up on the bus, and we were like talking, riding home from a game on the bus. We were all standing up talking, and he started like. He was like leaning into me and shaking, and I was like, "What are you doing?" oh, you're having a seizure. After I shoved him away, I was like, "What are you doing?" Oh, I felt bad about that. Yeah.
My bad. I just say glasses have really fogged up. I don't know how much work I'd get done in these things.
Yeah, because they're work glasses.
You know what I'm saying, John?
Yeah, no,
yeah. This is that's much better.
I think we're safe though. I think you made it through.
I made.
Those did more of a number on your eyes.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, I better take these off. If I'm going to get any chicks, I better take off these.
You look like you just spent 18 hours carving up a corpse.
Oh, man, I'm supposed to go on the Irish NFL show pretty soon, too. Oh, I'm going to go on there looking like, oh, man. This is a worse punishment than
Sorry,
than
guys, I was just
yesterday.
making a skin suit.
I think if you just got out of my lab. I think if you hit me anywhere other than right in the eyeball, it would have been just.
It would have been funny.
Yeah, if you hit me like in the chest.
Well,
or
it didn't
something.
help. You didn't even realize I had thrown anything.
No, I was looking. I was
hit
going,
in the
Reggie. You
eye.
could hear it on the thing. I'm going, Reggie Atatula, and then blammo. Yeah. Reggie Atatula.
Oh, whoa. Okay.
Yeah, see? See? Your reaction was you and Figgy. Figgy in the background, man.
He was buckled over.
Yeah.
He was
Nobody's sorry. Nobody's sorry for me in that moment, but in that moment I'm like, oh, I need to pick up. And I don't know what to say.
The thing I regret is deciding to throw sidearm.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I was like, because there's equipment right here, and my shoulders are always sore, so I usually kind of throw. So I tried to kind of, you know what I did was, it was like bad Matt Stafford back in the day. Where he'd be like, oh, he's all sidearm, looking to throw sidearm, but like half the time it would be interceptions.
Yeah.
And that's what I did to you. I changed my arm slot, and I was trying to be fancy, and that's what happened.
Yeah, mechanics are
You looked like you were turning two.
Huh?
Like turning two.
Yeah, I was like a third baseman or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Except I didn't know that we could.
Slid over the base.
I thought there were 2 outs already.
I put it on the
bad
cash.
situational
I'm not
awareness.
expecting the flip to second. I'm running off the field because I think he's throwing it to first base. Oh, my God. All right, fellas. Well, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosshawk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, Liqueur 43 bringing us to Radio Row, Planet Fitness, and Tide. We had Kelly in Vegas and the Prop Queen on before. They were guests of ours. Brought to you by Tide. It's got to be clean. It's got to be Tide. It's got to be Tide.
I told you. Well trained.
Well trained. By tomorrow, I'll have that nailed down. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Thank
you.
Anybody in a piping hot cup of coffee to you.
I come tomorrow in a slicker. Slicker and the work.
Anybody's in a Colt 45 that I smuggled into my bag.
Colt 45.
Oh, God.
We are done. We are really out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Colin Neal back in the studio.
Yes, sir.
All right, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Radio Row, baby. That's the type of stuff you only get here.
I'm thinking about taking them to like one of those axe throwing bars today.
Yeah, I feel like anything that is inherently projectile, we should keep out of range, just to be safe. I do believe in Seth Deshaun, and if you needed to. Or had any doubt that they're good, everything's fine. Obviously, a great show to start, and a sit down with Nick Caserio, general manager of the Houston Texans. We'll get into that here in a second, but let's get into the loop on this day 4 of Radio Row here in San Francisco. Obviously, appreciation to our friends at Liqueur 43 for getting us out here, our friends at Planet Fitness for doing the same, and of course, our friends at Tide, because if it's got to be clean,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. All right, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, we have appreciation for the Mo Care Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, Twitch chat 610 Houston. Oh, man, there's a lot going on today. There's a lot going on today. So let's jump into this quickly. I thought that there was a lot within the typical 40-minute sit-down with Nick Caserio, but obviously we're starting to move towards player acquisition time, right? As soon as we get out of Super Bowl, you're headlong towards the NFL draft. Obviously, you've already gotten Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl, some of these things, these processes to start evaluating players at least. And I say start, they're doing the work all year long. So Nick Caserio sitting down with the fellas was very interesting. One of the things that I was intrigued by, as you know, on this show, we love us some college football. We talked a lot about the world of NIL and how it shifted things. Can you give me cut 4 here from Caserio, Colin? I thought that this was a very interesting perspective that Nick Caserio took when he was talking about how the draft evaluation process has shifted a little bit since the growth and maybe unwieldy growth even of NIL in college.
Well, I think what you do is you go back and say, all right, what did we think? What happened? Okay, what changed? And you try to educate yourself a little bit to say, all right, as a player that maybe is in a similar situation, you might be able to extrapolate something. So it's always case by case, but you want to go back and figure out, like, hey, why did it, vice versa. Like, you think a player is going to work, it doesn't work. All right, what happened? What do we miss? So we challenge our scouts to go back. Hey, let's take another look. Let's take inventory. What if maybe we had the wrong information? Who's your source of information? Oh, there's always a lot of factors that go into it.
So what do you think in terms of what that means with their scouting now? I mean, has it changed? That's where I went.
Yeah, that's immediately because I'm thinking offensive line with that. I don't know. Are you thinking the same? Because that's the place.
Another one that we're going to hear.
That is the place where you can absolutely hit on Nick Caserio, is that your record is not very good, brother. Yeah. And so I'm wondering, and maybe I'm taking the optimistic view of this. If you decide that you want to take another view of it, I very much understand it. I was like, is that maybe him talking about the process through which they might have turned the tides on their evaluation? Because you have Ariante Ursary, and that's a clear hit after a number of misses that we can rattle off. Hopefully that is the process that they have undertaken to maybe get themselves right, because that's the most important thing. We've talked about a lot of people when it comes to C.J. Stroud, how to get him right, varying different levels of thought process, but one of the things that is consistent, offensive line got to get fixed, and so that's going to be necessary. I think in free agency, but also the draft, it's going to be necessary to get that right. So you have to start hitting on offensive line.
That's exactly where I went. When I heard this, I was thinking, okay, so first step, recognizing you have a problem.
Yes.
No, seriously.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah. So at least they recognize, it seems, that the problem, if in fact they are changing the way they do business when it comes to evaluation.
Yeah, and even if that. I would hope that would have been the process regardless, but if it's NIL in the situation where players are maybe staying longer because that money is there or what have you, having that process shift or at least make them more cognizant of the way that they need to go back and look at their process, revise it. Hopefully that's the case, because I think that is the place where if we are here next year and the offensive line was not above average to above average. Yeah. I think that's the thing that we start making a lot of noise about.
I mean, we're making a lot of noise about it now because it is a pretty big sample size.
Yes.
I mean, he's been drafting linemen now for several years. And so, then it becomes a tipping point, right? Like, okay, Ursary, let's assume Ursary has another good year, but let's say there's other – and not just drafting, free agents. Like free agents as well, the evaluation of Cam Robinson and Laken Tomlinson, and it just fell off a cliff. It wasn't good. So if that happens again next year, then it's over. We understand he can't do this.
Do you believe Nick Caserio when he says this? Is cut 5 from Nick Caserio's sit down with Payne and Pendergast, and I found this to be interesting because he was talking about generally the process. Do you believe what Nick Caserio says when he says his?
The reality is you can't have egos in this. Yeah. You can have conviction and belief, but in the end, you got to come to some sort of conclusion and say, all right, you know what? All right, here's what's best. And even if, let's say we disagree on something, all right, but in the end, we decide to go, well, great. What can we do to maximize that player while he's here? I mean, neither one of us has an ego. I think that's probably one of our better qualities. So that's why it works. But you can't be afraid to say, you know what? Hand up, I was wrong about that, or I missed that, and give credit to the individual, whether it's a scout or somebody else. So you got to be able to look past. You can have your beliefs, you can be convicted, but you have to be willing to take a step back sometimes and say, you know what, I was wrong about that, and try to get better, the next time.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, that sounds great in practice. He's talking about the relationship with him and D'Amico, and then also with some of his scouting department, and all that sounds great. How likely is it that you're actually doing it? And that seemed like that went further than just draft evaluation, players, 100%. Hits or misses. That feels like that goes to the how spunky, I guess for lack of a better word, he got with the assembled media talking about where, you know, the way that they want to go about their program. And I understand you got to have a strong belief in your program in order to go about it. The idea that that you can't have an ego or that they don't have an ego, how does that hit you?
I could talk about this because there's so many different levels to it. Number one, I do believe that he and D'Amico both, you know, try to not have an ego, try to do exactly what he just said there. I do believe that. But you've heard me say before, like all of us, every one of us on this planet has some level of ego. And then there's this. Okay, so you know, you have to be able to say, you know, like our question of the day, my bad. You know, we were wrong on that. Let's reevaluate how we do things. Yes, you do have to be able to do that. But let's talk about offensive coordinator, you know, who not just is they're doubling down with, but maybe they just believe. You know, he says you have to have conviction. Maybe they just believe, yes, it will work this way. Or is it ego? Or is it ego? Like, no. I think I'm right on this. Let's give it another year. To the point of even the John Carroll stuff and the New England stuff. You know, has he been able to check himself and get away from his comfort zone, his binky of those guys are nobody? No, he hasn't.
Yeah, that's going to be such a tough thing to be able to evaluate from the outside, right? Yeah. The idea of how much of this is ego versus anything else. These are the things where you really hope that you practice what you preach. Shout out to Luther, right? Yeah. All of these things sound good. Nick Caserio is often very good at giving us stuff that sounds great. You know me, I'm a process over results type guy, and so when I hear those types of things, it's how is it put into practice, and ultimately what the results are what you judge by. Yeah. And so that one is very interesting because we don't have a full idea on their dynamic. They talk a lot about how they work well together, and I don't know that there's a lot for you to go, yeah, this absolutely doesn't work well together between them. But yeah, that is one of those things where there's some of the moments as you listed, right? You talk about the way that they hire, just their staunch defense of the way that they've gone about it, going and getting first-time play callers in both circumstances that they have, right? Is that ego? Is that not? And hopefully that – actually, is it better if it's ego or is it better if it's some level of, lack of a better term, incompetence?
No, I don't think it's anything and ego, maybe we're sort of bending the definition of it a little bit.
Possibly. Comfort
zone is kind of tied to the ego. Like, I know this worked in New England. I know these guys. I trust them and all that. There's a level of ego in that, but it's also comfort. You know, it's a comfort zone for them.
Yeah. There was a lot of interesting things with Nick Caserio. Actually, let's get this one in real quick because this was somewhat newsy, right? As much as we've been waiting for information on Joe Mixon. Can you give me cut one here from Nick Caserio? Hey, can you give us the latest on one Joe Mixon?
Joe worked really hard to try to get himself ready. I think he's committed to trying to be able to play football this year. We'll see if he physically is able to do it or not. So it's a little bit of a moving target still. But as we get a little bit closer, we'll probably have a better idea. Before we get to the season, I'm sure we'll have an idea, probably know before that, what Joe's situation is.
Confidence?
Oh, zero.
I heard that and I was like, yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at this point where he's saying
he's the general manager
of the team. See if he can play football still. Like we're at that place. I am fully locked in on the idea that there another running back needs to be running back.
I think two running backs ultimately, one free agency, one draft, whatever.
Wait, you think still two more running backs?
I still think two. Yes. Who knows with Jawar Jordan and all that? You don't know. I mean, he had one good game and all that, but you got to have the competition. I went to this place. How does Nick Caserio not know? Zero. I mean, and he's talking about like it's a moving target. Well, it's a moving target for us, but you're the general manager of the team. You know, find out for the season. He's been working out, but we haven't really seen him.
Yeah, before the season was, I would have imagined that around this time, and yes, still giving some room for some leeway for a next couple of weeks. The idea that, before the season, that also scared me a little bit in so much as, are you just going to, be held ransom, for lack of a better term, through all of this process
and he would not.
Of the offseason?
He wouldn't do that. He knows. I mean, it's just so bizarre.
Right, and it's fair that we do have to also take into account that, go off of what they do versus what they say. But what he said has not been all that encouraging on the front of Joe Mixon, especially when you consider you can save money. That feels like that's a thank you for your service, Joe Mixon, but there's going to be another running back. on this roster. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on day 4 of Radio Row here in San Francisco. Coming up next, let's talk to Chris Myers, who is an Emmy Award-winning sports broadcaster and has covered Super Bowls, World Series, all that. We will do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The best sports talk around anytime. Callers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Appreciation to our friends at Liqueur 43 for getting us out here. And an appreciator of Liqueur 43 is this gentleman that we have in these seats here. In fact, the Tide hot seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be Tide.
That's right. His name is Chris Myers, an Emmy Award-winning sports broadcaster who's covered, I mean, damn near any sport that you could think of. Chris, how you doing today?
I'm good. I just came from the 150th 30th Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show.
Oh, yeah.
The Doberman picture.
I was just going to say the Doberman one.
Yeah, it was live from Madison Square Garden, so it was fun to do that in between football and NASCAR and baseball, etc. But thanks for having me out. It's good to see you guys.
Man, it's good to have you here. I mean, this is such an interesting matchup, but it feels like a lot of the general public for this game have leaned very heavily to Seahawks. Are you in that same boat, or do you feel there's a little bit that's more to the eye for this game?
Yeah, well, I think Drake May is possible of having a tremendous game and being a difference maker. I called a couple of Patriot games during the year for the NFL at Fox, and then I called a Seahawk game at Jacksonville early where they won on the road, and we all know how good Jacksonville was this year and how improved. I am on the side of just it's because of the New England has a good defense, but I don't know, other than Gonzalez in the secondary, who will stand out, and I think the running of Kenneth Walker and the calmness of Sam Darnold helps the Seattle offense. I just think the biggest difference is this, that to me is a separator. I think the Patriot receivers may have trouble getting open in that secondary, and then that front four with how good that they've done, and that left side, which is young and talented. Yeah. I think you'll see, again, there's some great coaching here, but that to me, that's where I see a little bit of the difference in the game. So I wouldn't be shocked if New England won, but it would have to be an amazing game for May, almost a Brady-like game. But I would think that Seattle wins in a good game. That's where I'm leaning anyway.
Chris, I wanted to ask you about a broadcasting question, and clearly don't want you to throw anybody in the bus, name names or anything. I'm just curious about the space where former athletes in the broadcast booth get involved at some level with teams. Whether it's
you mean in the front office while they're still broadcasting? Yeah, like Troy Aikman with Miami, Tom Brady with the Raiders.
Yes, I'm just curious on your thoughts on that. Is this a space to watch, or is it something that can eventually work?
Well, I would have thought years ago that they wouldn't allow that, meaning the NFL or even maybe ownership or broadcast networks. Things change over time, and if guys can separate, like a Tom Brady who's in so many different businesses, Troy Aikman as well. He's got his 8 beer, and he does his broadcast work. I guess it's okay. I mean, it doesn't. If you didn't tell everybody about it, they wouldn't know it.
That's right.
But I guess some people have a problem with it, where they say, we have our production meetings and we inside information, so to speak.
Yeah.
Are they gaining an edge with personnel? And I have been with some, and I won't name names, where they were connected with a team, and they wouldn't want that person to be at their practice.
Right.
That time. So there are some lines, and they don't make a big deal out of it publicly. So there are some lines that are drawn so that somebody doesn't get a competitive edge. I think we're going to see more of it, though. I do, because who wouldn't want some advice from Tom Brady or Troy Aikman with a quarterback or even a coach? Greg Olsen is. Yeah, there's another one in terms of, and I'm sure guys do it with some of their colleges where they attended to help with those programs if somebody calls. And the league is really, you see coaches who will call another coach, hey, you just played those guys. We're not playing you this year, or at least not scheduled.
Yeah.
So can you, let's pick our brain. You got brothers like Matt LaFleur, his brother Mike just hired in Arizona. I'm sure they're going to talk like the Harbaughs, whether they do or not. I think they know the guidelines, but I do find it interesting, and I think the more the public knows about it, I think they should be very transparent about that. But I think we are going to see more of it. I do.
I'm interested, now that we're on the subject of like the broadcasting side of it, what's been the biggest shift that you've noticed in covering the NFL over your tenure doing so?
Well, one of the more recent was that I've covered 6 Super Bowls as the sideline reporter for Fox. The one in Houston, the great Tom Brady comeback, Aaron Andrews on the other side. I worked with Pam Oliver earlier than that. She, with a Patriot win over the Eagles going back, and then, of course, the Eagles came back. So that's a great role. But we would get access to the coaches to talk to them and then share the information. But recently, and I think because of college, the NFL has pushed now, and interviewing the coach at the half, they share that, or a pre-kick kind of a thing, and it's almost like that's required, like the post-game interview that's there for all of the media. I don't, so that's one thing that's just jumped out. I don't know that if I was the coach in the middle of a guy, to me it seems a little intrusive. They usually don't say a whole lot. We got to block better, tackle better. They don't, sometimes they haven't even been able to examine their own team thoughts before they run into the locker room or out of the locker room. So that's one thing that jumps out at me. But I think overall the technology of the game, just showing, and I wish we would have seen more of it, the virtual measurement, the cameras, the boundary cameras to help. And as you know, when we get into the playoffs or the primetime, the big bigger games, the more cameras I think the league should have. They have a set number of minimum cameras. They need to have, I think, more, so that because we've become so reliant on replays, fans have, just to kind of enjoy a game.
Yeah, I mean, I love the concept of added technology. The idea of getting New York involved to maybe even throw the flag was something that Goodell talked about. But what about technology in your personal life, right? It seems like you're joining us for Mueller Sports, and it seems like you got some great technology that works in your life.
Yeah, and I never played professionally, barely went through college and high school, but Mueller Sports Medicine, I'll be brief with this because I've used the product. Athletes have used it for quite some time, professional athletes, and it's basically a sleeve of a recovery process that you can put on your legs, and you have different degrees to help you with fatigue, reduce pain, enhance circulation. But now they've made home kits that you can order and have at your house, and whether it's golf, pickleball, softball league, whatever, and it does a number of things, and there's cycles. It's really 20 minutes of almost like getting this kind of sports medicine advanced, and they have a number of other things. The technology they've had over 40 years. They started the certain knee braces, things for your arm and shoulder. And what Revive is doing, since they've been at this for so long, it's a great, well-run company. They're going to have the Revive Award and give it to the best college football player that comes back after an injury. And they have to register, but they're going to get $10,000 of NIL money. And Revive, they'll build a Revive Center at that school for that team.
Wow.
And the University of Miami already has a couple of these Revive rooms, and they did okay, the Hurricanes this year. So Mueller Sports Medicine, it's not just for the professional top level, it's for the everyday athlete. You can find something there that will help you continue to stay in good shape and be healthy.
Man, that sounds awesome. Thank you so much for joining us and for doing so, sitting on our Tide guest seat. Would you like to take a Tide Pod for you with you? I don't know
laundry
if that's
day.
something.
Yes,
laundry day. We can do that for you.
I have been on the road, so I can.
There you go. There you go.
These always look as long as it matches my coat. So thank you, and thanks for having me on.
Hey, good stuff, man.
No, it's truly our pleasure. Emmy Award-winning broadcaster Chris Myers joining us here on Radio Row. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
sir.
Fred.
All right. I did want to circle back around, if you will, to do you want to circle back around to Nick Caserio? There's so many things happening. There's baseball stuff happening. There's basketball stuff happening, all with the city of Houston. We haven't even really talked very much about this game itself, John Lopez.
No, we haven't. Obviously, we'll be talking about Caserio quite a bit here. But it's funny because Chris Myers, he's kind of just said in passing about, well, I guess Drake May could have a really good game. And yes, we've kind of glossed over that because I'm with you. Look, I'm not sitting here saying I think that's going to happen. It might happen and they still lose or whatever. Everyone is all over. I saw some expert. I wish I could remember. It was a former player, current player, who said predicted the game 35-7 for Seahawks. Which there are occasional, Super Bowl blowouts, but it's been a while since we've had a big time Super Bowl blowout. I could see that happening again. The one sort of keep an eye on. What if Drake May does have his moment?
Right, and that's actually I was thinking about like potential X factors for this game, the big game as we call it around these parts. How much does a temperate weather game bolster the Patriots? Because think about it. They played in New England, against Texas, against the Texans, rather. They play in Denver in snowy weather. And both of those games, we haven't seen a good Drake May playoff game to this point. But
haven't seen him in good conditions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're in Santa Clara now. And is that going to allow him to actually throw the football and maybe have some explosives? That's one of the things in this as well. This game is a matchup of a great explosive, like literally the best explosive play rate offense versus a defense that's like second best explosive play rate in the last decade.
Yeah.
This is very much a battle of greats in that way. So I'm interested in maybe if that is an X factor in this, because obviously Drake May as the quarterback but is that small thing of he's not throwing in the cold, does that add to his capabilities of doing something and maybe making this game a lot more
I think it's in him. He was an MVP, candidate. Well, we'll find out tonight, by the way. Tonight is the NFL awards.
Yeah, NFL honors. I was about to say, how do you even handicap, for lack of a better term, who wins Walter Payton Man of the Year? That's one of the ones we're looking at for Aziz, and then on that, obviously, Defensive Player of the Year for Will Anderson are the places that I think
I'm glad you brought that up. Have you been noticing how much social media presence Aziz Al-Shaair has had this week? Just search his name. I think he's here doing a lot of stuff.
He was a Pro Bowler, so I think
he's a Pro Bowler, but he's doing a lot of other stuff as well. These things don't always happen by accident.
Yeah.
I think he might have a shot. you know, he's been a bigger public presence for good and bad reasons.
He has.
You know, he's getting a lot of run right now. He's widely known as, you know, one of the better people in the NFL. Maybe I'm just biased, but I'm like, well, he sure is. He's got a big presence right now.
I sure hope so. Did you see the piece that Jonathan Alexander wrote in the Houston Chronicle? Aziz apparently said that 2024 season, as good as it was on the field, was one of the most difficult times in his life. Yeah. And that was a man who was at one point homeless. Yeah. Right? As much as we could talk about, one, not listening to the outside noise, and two, it not bothering you, that's one of the toughest dudes on this team, saying that going through that process of feeling like his name was being besmirched really hit him where he lived. I found that to be very interesting, and maybe in him being even more so an open book in that, maybe that will help him in that way.
This has been bad for him in a sense. The Stop the Genocide thing and the fine that he got and all that, but it's also raised his presence. Yeah. You know, and there are people. I'm not even exactly sure who votes for the Walter Payton.
That's a good question.
Yeah. It might actually kind of in a weird way in terms of voting help him, you know. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see because NFL honors are tonight. Unfortunately, they did not let us jokers in, which actually that makes a lot of sense. I would not let me into the NFL honors either. But yeah, those are the places that we're watching tonight.
Former NFL players make up the largest group of voters.
And
he might have a shot.
Ball knowers know that Azeez Al-Shaair can ball.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that was fun is seeing, especially during the Pro Bowl, seeing how guys interact with each other. I had a little bit of audio about that prior. I might see if I dig that back up. People like Azeez, man.
They like him a lot.
People got a lot of respect for him, so we'll see if he's able to do that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, talking about guys that like each other but didn't seem like it at times. Yesterday, and we've been laughing about this all the last 48 hours thereabouts. Or not, it hasn't even been 48, has it? It's been probably about 25 hours. There was a big my bad moment on the broadcast yesterday, and that got us thinking, what was your my bad moment, whether a coworker or just someone else? Let us know. 713-572-4610. We still giving you the question of the day on Radio Row.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down for Metro. If you take a
22. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. That's right, this man, San Francisco, courtesy of our friends at LaCour 43. Let's do a little question of the day, gentlemen. It's about the big game. It's about getting some sports talk, and we've done that. But it's also been about shenanigans. And
well, we made the promise.
I'm not gonna lie.
we did.
The week leading up was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have shenanigans. I was like, I don't know what kind of shenanigans it was.
What are we gonna do?
And Seth Payne was like, I got you, big dog. Don't even worry about it, man. I got you.
I have got you.
In fact, now that I think about it, how we have these little soft footballs here, as you might be able to see on the live streams. I'm surprised that we haven't thrown any of these around, but a Tide Pod got thrown around on the broadcast. That was very interesting. But that was a very big my bad moment from Seth Payne, as you heard.
Tap your chest.
You heard it on Sports Radio 610 a few times. You heard it on you definitely saw it on the social media pages, Sports Radio 610, YouTube, X and Instagram. But that got us thinking, what was your biggest my bad moment that you had, whether a friend, family member, co-worker, what have you? 713-572-4610.
I ever tell you about the time I tied a rope around my wife and nearly dragged her into the swimming pool?
I keep telling you, stop telling me about your home life like that, man. I don't want to hear about all that.
True story. Yeah, y'all heard about
torture, man.
Y'all heard about it's all.
That's gangster.
Yeah, I feel like we need to do a well check at this point for Jan, because the way that you keep talking about
blink twice if you are in danger. She might blink 50 times.
I told you about dislocating her shoulder by accident, but that's an older story. So, no, there was a pine tree that was driving me nuts in our backyard, and we had a pool at our old house. And so I did the right cut. I've cut trees down before with my back in the day. So I did the back cut, did everything right, but it was still kind of leaning toward the pool. All those pine needles were driving me nuts. So I tied a rope around it just to be sure. I asked her to hold it, and then I said, I don't want her to burn her hands. I said, just wrap it around your waist. Just wrap it around your waist. I promise you it's going to go the other way. I know what I'm doing. All right? By the way, that's the day I met Louis Flory. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that makes sense. That'll come together.
No. So
put that in the commercial.
Yeah. So then I just did the little cinch. Just one little. I didn't tie the knot. I just did one little cinch around.
Was that
her waist.
intentionally so that you could get out of it if you needed to quickly?
Yes, exactly. And so then I cut the tree, and lo and behold, it didn't go the way I needed it to. I started going over the pool, and she is literally leaning back skiing toward the pool with a rope around her waist. And so I'm running toward her, and I finally get the cinch out. And, yeah, it took a while to get over that one.
That was stupid.
Of course, I said, my bad.
Yeah. I feel like you needed to say more than my bad in that instance. I feel like there's been a lot of my bad situations for you. Somebody sent in from the 832, accidentally shot my brother in the head with a blow dart gun.
Wow.
I had to pull it out with pliers. It was that deep. Begged him to not tell parents, and lucky he didn't. Buddy, I'd have snitched on you so fast. You are, woo.
Man, you owe me for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's I hope, see, 832, I need you to text back in. What kind of blackmail did your brother hold over you? Because that's the type of stuff where you're cleaning my laundry, you doing my chores, I'm hitting you up for money whenever I need a little bit of pocket change. Yeah, I'm running your pockets behind that one, without question. You know what's funny? I didn't have like a big one, but it's one that it keeps happening to the point it's become big. So one of my best friends, college roommate, he is a diabetic. And literally anytime that we're anywhere, and it's no malice, but it's just so absentmindedly. I will always, and it's without fail. I don't even know how this keeps happening. I will always offer him some with sugar in it. And he's like, come on, man. You know, I'm like, yeah, that's right, my bad dog.
That's right.
Like, at this point, I think he thinks it's a bit. I think he thinks I'm trying to take him out with sugar.
You're playing the long game.
Because obviously some of it is when you're hosting somebody at your house, you offer them a drink, right? I'm a good Southern gentleman, all that. Sometimes it's not even my house. It's his house, somewhere else. Like, hey, man, I got this in the pack. You want some? Oh, that's right, my bad.
Can I offer you a cookie?
Yeah, just say, hey, man, you can't keep doing this to a diabetic.
Yeah.
I should have come to expect it.
Yeah.
So the one story I had was it was actually working here. And I was talking to somebody. This was way before the pandemic. So when the office was full,
Yeah.
And I was talking to a young lady that was working around there,
Mm-hmm.
and she mentioned how she liked somebody that was on the air.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake by saying
liked.
You put somebody out there.
Yeah, so I was just like, I mentioned it to another coworker.
Oh boy.
And didn't realize that coworker was a chatty patty.
Yeah.
So he went and told the other person, and made it awkward to the point the girl started crying and all this other stuff. I'm like, man, why did I tell? It was kind of a learning experience too, because I'm like, all right, I can't tell this person everything.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so, so it made it rough, man. So I'm like, that's my bad. Right there.
That's on me.
Yeah.
I remember once when I was young, my brother hit a dog with a lawn dart. Remember the
What's up with all these lawn darts, man?
It was one of those lawn. Before it was the actual lawn dart with a
metal tip.
Metal tip.
Yeah.
And it stuck into the dog. But he was really just like, kind of like Seth actually, like, get out of here, and just kind of threw it, doink, right in the butt. And I was like, of course, you know how we love dogs, and we're like, oh my god.
It don't sound like it sometimes. No, I'm just playing. Somebody said in their backyard practicing their golf swing, head of the driver broke, flew into a neighbor's window.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you just got to pay for that. And that one's no malice there. Like, did you think that your driver was just going to fall apart mid-swing? I don't think that's something that you would have anticipated. Now, this one, you probably had a little bit of blood on your hands. They said when I was a teenager, I was swinging a bat in the house. My mom walked up behind me. Backswing hit her square in the jaw. Knocked her out cold.
Knocked her out.
And I'm going to be honest. If she's out, I'm not going to be there when she gets out. I don't know where I'm going to be, but it's not there.
Not
right?
there.
I'm going to handwrite an apology, and I'm getting out of Dodge, personally. That's just how I handle it. I don't know about y'all. Yeah. So I feel like we've gotten to a good place with Sean and Seth. I think that they're good.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be the type of my bad thing that eventually, like, let's say Sean just gets mad. That's the time that you hit me in the eye with a Tide Pod.
Oh, you can throw it up. Yeah, you can.
You think that he's just going to throw this in Seth's face at some point
you
in
can
the
bring
future?
it, in fact, one of our texters was talking about that with Tide. Now Tide's going to need another warning label on their product. Don't just eat it. Don't throw it in anybody's eye.
Yeah, I don't think that one is going to be absolutely necessary.
This is not a weapon.
It's not a weapon.
I would have imagined that people wouldn't have gotten to that place with the eating it as well. So yeah, that's wild. But yeah, does Ime Udoka, is there a my bad there with Ime, because he keeps throwing his guys under the bus, talking about how they're not playing hard enough. We'll talk more about this later on in the program, but I found this to be fascinating. Last night was just a bad game versus the Celtics. There's more in the trend of this, the cracks that we've seen with this Rockets team. Put a center on him, man. You can neutralize him. Bad shooting. These are things we've talked about. And Ime Udoka, after the game, he got back to, man, these guys just need to play harder. And it's getting to the point where it feels like he's throwing his guys under the bus.
But here's the thing, and I'm with you on that. Every time things are going good, it's hey, we were able to do this, good good this, good that. Every time it's bad, it's like these guys need to play harder. Well, it's not always that, because offensively, and you can go back to the template that the Spurs put on them, by laying off of a man.
Yep.
It's happening more now. Well, that's not they're not playing hard. That's hey, come up with something. How are you going to counter that? So it is a little bit, I'm not going to say disturbing. It's a little unsettling. That's the route that he tends to go.
Yeah, we're going to have a bigger conversation about the Rockets. Trade deadline is today. By the end of our show, and obviously a little bit after, because sometimes things trickle in after once they just hit the deadline and we find out a little later. Trade deadline is at PM Central. So we got to watch that space to see if the Rockets actually do something, because it felt like last night was maybe an indicator that maybe you just can't get through this in the way that we were hoping.
They're standing pat?
I mean, as of right now, that's what I feel. However, there's a couple of things on the horizon. So we'll talk about that as we keep going here in the loop on Radio Row. But coming up next, I want to go around the NFL. I think that there's something that might need to be, in fact, your companion for Super Bowl Sunday. I'll tell you what that is next.
Reggie attitude.
Whoa.
Le Core 43 presents Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here live on Radio Row in San Francisco. Of course, we always want to thank our friends at Liqueur 43 for helping us get out here. And we're out here because the big game is happening out here. There's a little bit of news for the big game. Seahawks nickel, Nick Emenwari. He's been one of the most fascinating players. Big dude. Have you had a chance to see him
before the draft?
walk
He
around?
was one of my favorite players we talked about.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
He has just been really, really fun player. Honestly, I was in the barbershop on Friday getting my hair cut before we came out, and it became a huge barbershop, like one side versus the other argument. Who's the best safety in the league? Is it Kyle Hamilton? Is it Nick Emmanwori? I try and stay out of those type of arguments because.
But you couldn't resist.
No, I definitely didn't. They pulled me into it because they saw me smirking, and that was good enough. But I was like, because he was trying to figure out who Nick Emmanwori was. He was like, it's the dude from Seattle. You know him. I was like, yeah, it's Nick Emmanwori. He's actually a nickel, but, I mean, he's big enough. He can kind of play in all those spots. He's very important to what the Seahawks do, right? He's just like Jalen Petrie is to the Texans, right? He allows them to play this big nickel, not have to change their personnel. They can kind of deal with
power
everything.
Nickel.
That is huge. Yeah, okay, let's coin that as well. I like that. Well, apparently he hurt his ankle defending a pass late in practice yesterday. And so, according to ESPN's Caitlin Kaler, several players and coaches went over to comfort him. He's a finalist for Defensive Rookie of the Year. They had to go over and comfort him. I don't know if this will ultimately affect whether or not he plays, but it feels like something this late into the game could affect how he plays, which could matter in this game.
There was video of him. Now, he didn't have a boot on, which is a good sign, because normally you put those boots on immediately with any ankle type thing. So that's kind of a good thing, but he was limping very, very noticeably walking back into the hotel. So put a pin in that because he's a monster.
Yes, and especially because you talked about the power nickel. Who's their power slot?
Yeah.
It's Smith-Nigba, right?
Yeah.
That's on that side. And then on the other side for the Patriots, I mean, the likelihood of like Kayshon Boutte being able to have more opportunities and them being able to possibly pull the Seahawks into some places that they would not necessarily go to if Nick plays. Now, again, I don't know if Nick isn't playing, but if he doesn't, that could really change the landscape again for a team in the Patriots that when they're going well, they are very, very explosive, which is the name of the game right now.
No, that's a big one. So the question of the day, what's your biggest my bad moment?
Yeah.
A lot of them continue to come in. We gave, but I don't know if it's going to top this one. So, dude, this came from our buddy Captain Scott from the Bite Me Fishing Show, Bite Me podcast. Captain Scott.
Who? No, I'm just playing, man. Shout out to Captain Scott. That's my guy.
So this is the double whammy, okay? The first whammy is a bad one. So dude is at his wife's Christmas party, chatting it up with a woman and her husband, and asked the woman how many months along she is.
Yeah, you can't do that.
She wasn't pregnant.
Yeah, you can't do that one. That one is you got to find a more eloquent way, or just wait until somebody else brings it up.
Okay, but that's just part one.
Oh, there's a second part.
That's just part one.
Oh man.
So he ends up laughing about it with the woman's husband, and actually kind of strikes up a friendly banter with the husband.
Okay.
Go back to the Christmas party the next year. Sees the woman, kind of laughs about what they said, and said, "How's your husband?" He died about a month ago. The same woman.
He need to just stay away from her.
Yeah, don't talk. Don't even talk to her no more.
Yeah, are you pregnant? How long? Oh, no. How's he doing? Oh, he's dead.
He just needs to say, "How's the weather?"
And it might be bad. The way that his luck is gone with that is, oh my goodness, that is terrible. How about this? Can I make your Super Bowl Sunday go better? I think we all feel a lot better about what Sam Darnold is to some degree, especially after you had the Viking season. He had the last few games. We don't know what was happening where he kind of felt like my parlance, he turned a little bit into a pumpkin, right? It felt like that was the case. And then the Vikings let him go. He goes to Seattle, and he's been pretty good for them, right? There's been instances where he's been carried by the defense, but that happens in the league. Yeah. He's been good when they've needed him to be good. In fact, he's been great when they've needed him to be good.
Yes, he has.
But there's still that what if in certain ways. Like, that's also part of this game, the conversation of it. What if he does this thing? So I will take you to ESPN's Seth Walder.
Okay.
So Seth Walder, he's one of the data analysts. He's one of those types of guys. He put up a Sam Darnold meter where you can at any point in time you can kind of rate what your feeling is on Sam Darnold.
I love this.
Except it's 5 minutes at a time, so it's not going to be spammed, right? You can't just have a bot spam this. I'm confident. I'm not confident. But you could vote on the confidence meter, and I think this is going to be a great thing to have side saddle to the game.
Oh yeah.
It's just to see in real time how people watching are feeling about Sam Darnold. Are we in the, oh, yeah, we're all in? Is this I don't know, I'm feeling a little out on this. But, yes, I thought the Seth Walder hit. Yes.
It's a temperature gauge on Sam Darnold, which you said it. We've seen him at his best make very, very good plays. He can play at the highest level, the absolute highest level. But how often can he play?
Yeah, it's Darnold-meter.com, and right now it's currently about.
It's lukewarm at best.
It's about 75%. Like it looks like you got 3/4 of a tank.
Yeah.
It really does look like a gas tank if you want to see it. And currently that's about where the trust. And there's two buttons: trust less or trust more. And I kind of, part of this is, I think this is going to be fun to watch, and part of this is me using my platform to get more people to do it. If you guys will do this, I just want to see how this goes during the course of the game, because this feels like it's the possibility for quite a bit of fun.
It's like a real-time win probability, but for a player. It's like
Right. So I'm interested in seeing that. All right, let's get a little Texas news in here.
Okay.
It's technically Arizona Cardinals news, but I take you to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, that is his name. He had a little bit of news when it comes to the Cardinals.
There are some names on the Texans staff that you guys should keep an eye on.
Okay.
Corey Unlin's one who has been on the doorstep of being, a coordinator before. There are a couple guys on the Texans staff that I think are going to get opportunities based on how the Texans played last year. Dino Vasso is sorry about that, the secondary coach with Houston, but he would be another name to watch.
Yeah, and that's continued to be the case as the Cardinals have requested another interview with defensive back coach Dino Vasso for defensive coordinator. I mean, this feels like he might have a really good shot, and that would be a little tough for this team because that area mattered a great deal.
It does. He's kind of due.
Yes, he is.
I think he's been primed to get these types of, at least interviews, if not the job outright, for a while now. Because even before wasn't Dino Vasso here before? D'Amico even?
Yeah.
Yeah, even before.
I think this would be like his 6th season if memory serves.
Yeah, he's been really on the uptick and not really getting the credit. Because DB coaches aren't one of those that immediately go from that to, coordinator real often. So I think it's more than overdue.
So he was the cornerbacks coach specifically from 21 to 23, and then he got the full defensive backs mantra in 24. Yeah, he's been fantastic. They talk so glowingly about him. You probably will have heard his name, whether it was Matt Burke or D'Amico Ryans, because they like doing a good job of talking about their the guys on their staff that do a good job. Coach Rod is one that you'll get as well, Rod Wright. Yeah. So I think Albert Breer is right, but again, it calls into remembrance the idea that, hey, when you start looking good in the National Football League, you get a little bit of, hopefully not brain drain, but you start get people siphoning some of that talent, and that's going to be the other side of the Texans getting a lot of love this year for this defense.
I never minded, but it's always very, very big. I never minded because these guys deserve it and have earned it, and one of the things I'm a big advocate of. It's not just like, okay, well, D'Amico does a lot, and Matt Burke does a lot. No, but you're in the same room with them. You are learning the ways of the wisdom, so to speak, of the wise. So I think he deserves it. It's sort of the price of doing business. But, boy, that next hire is always important, man. That next hire is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's going to be a place to watch, obviously. Are you going to get lucky again and have one of these instances where, well, it feels weird to say lucky because for Dino Vasso, this would be an opportunity for a step up for him. So you don't want to hamper him, but selfishly, I would love if you continue to have Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. and Jalen Petrie and Kalen Bullock and whoever ultimately holds down the other spot, whether it's Jalen Reed or whatever, continue to be under his tutelage because it's clearly worked out very, very well under that. But we'll continue to watch that space. Another thing that is going, and you know me, I am of the school of Schadenfreude, and one of my Schadenfreude targets recently has been the Philadelphia Eagles. Jeff Stoutland, who is the legendary offensive line coach, the one that everybody gets a lot of credit to for helping that team be what they have been, especially as a good run team, a team that can do the tush-push, all that. Jeff Stoutland will no longer be the Eagles offensive line coach after 13 seasons. It sounds like there's a little bit of beef happening with this as well.
It does. I mean, I kind of feel like there is. His statement, though, was I have decided to move on.
Yes.
I did this. So he kind of protected the Eagles in a sense, but it also just felt like, there's a new coordinator, there's a new regime, so to speak, and who in their right mind would not want Jeff Stoutland to stick around? That's like, I get it, different systems, different blocking schemes. That's kind of what got Strasser fired here. He wasn't really a good coach for that scheme. But I get it, but man, that guy's the best in the game.
Yeah, and Tim McManus actually wrote a piece in which it sounds like sounds like Nick Sirianni might have done a little something to disrespect Jeff Stoutland.
Yeah.
Apparently, and I'll take you to a segment that I like to call reading.
Mm-hmm.
You know that. Things were less harmonious this past season. Injuries to right tackle Lane Johnson and others along the front played a part in the ground game's regression, because it definitely did regress for them.
Yeah.
But there were other dynamics at play. With the offense stagnant, head coach Nick Sirianni took on a more active role over the latter part of the season. He and then offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo began incorporating different run designs.
There you go. That's what
in
I
an
was
effort to
talking
kickstart
about.
the season.
Yeah.
Stoutland was not consulted about the changes to what he feel was an appropriate degree. So he felt like they didn't clue him in enough, and he said that he felt like he was no longer desired. They no longer desired the title of run game coordinator, because that's a run game coordinator, and you got the head coach and the offensive coordinator going, yeah, we're just going to step in and micromanage this. And so they might have micromanaged their way out of one of the better offensive line coaches in the league.
No, I think that's big, because different run concepts means different blocking concepts a lot of times, and that's right in his wheelhouse too. No, I think that's big time.
Yeah.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
That's right. Thank you, Conklin. I know I saw Texans fans, because we're going to do this all the time, and go,
yeah.
There's no way you can do that, right?
No.
Like, there's no way, especially after finding at least some level of floor with the development process on your offensive line, that you could do anything of changing what's happening, moving.
Yeah.
That Cole Popovich has been solid. Even though Jeff Stoutland is a legend, it just doesn't feel like that's something that you could undertake.
Yeah, no, I don't think they knew that. I do think. There's not a lot of jobs. I mean, I would take him in a heartbeat. Another team would anyway.
Do you imagine? And this is just me spitballing. Do you imagine there's any way in hell? Because you have an assistant. No, you have an assistant line coach job still open, don't you? No. You just filled it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I was like, if you have an assistant line coach job, is that one of those things where you just call him and go, hey, dog.
Yeah.
I know you probably won't take this. You might have other people call you about it. Just, hey, would you see? Would you see if you come in? But yeah, that's going to be that. I thought was kind of wild to see that happen there. That is. Wait, let me make sure that and I didn't want to go to this around the NFL. DK Metcalf and Chad Ochocinco. The Lions fan is suing them for $100 million, John Lopez.
Not just any Lions fan. The Lions fan that allegedly, he mixed it up with.
Yes, that DK.
In the stands. And here's where it always goes back to this. Like, are you sure that that's what happened? Because he's suing him for $100 million. His name is Ryan Kennedy. And apparently he asked for an apology from DK Metcalf and Ochocinco, because he says he never said any of the racially charged things that he was alleged to have said. Slurs is the word I was thinking of. And part of it is like, okay, is this just I'm going to sue you, just some angry fan that wants to get into somebody's pocket.
Yeah.
It's a pretty bold claim that I never said that. When there are cameras, there are phones, there are.
Well, I do wonder how much we actually have, or if this ends up being a he say, she said. And then on top of that, and I'm nobody's lawyer, clearly, how strong does a defamation case stick for a dude that I don't even know his name? And I don't know if I'm going to be the way that you judge this, but let's just take an impromptu poll of the 4 or 5 people that are standing here. Can you come up with his name? Producer Aaron, is this something where you can even recall that you knew his name? Lopez?
I just said it.
Yeah.
I just said it. Can you remember it?
Ryan Kennedy?
Yeah, Ryan Kennedy.
Yeah, I don't know how much, this really ruins your reputation.
Pain and suffering, Reggie. Pain and by the way, his name has been out there. People have talked about it. I'm not saying I don't know. Nobody knows what exactly happened at all. But if he literally has proof of somebody videotaping him saying, certain things, and none of them were racially charged or slurs, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
It's a bad look.
It is, but I just find it, like, how easy is that to prove? Because it's not what you know.
He has to have video. He has to have video saying a number of things, maybe, some bad things, but nothing down that road, then he might have something.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah. By the way, I forgot to mention this in the Eagles portion of this. The Eagles also parted ways with their quarterback coach yesterday.
Yeah.
Like that, just the way that their offensive staff even is going about it.
What did Sirianni do?
I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to get on this Sirianni laugh train,
He's doing a
I'm
protest.
over here, man. I'm over here. I just don't know what he's got
He's
going.
an offensive guy.
Speaking of offense with the Eagles, apparently Diana Marusini said that the Eagles would get a second-round pick in exchange for A.J. Brown.
That doesn't seem
I'll knock on the door.
That's what I was saying. I mean, that is the tough thing about it.
Don't really necessarily need him, but
yeah, it feels like he would stifle the potential development of Jaden Higgins. Like, I feel like that would be the thing. But
if I'm another team with a receiver,
that's got to be somewhere
in a heart.
Here's the funny part: I didn't even think about him with the Texans.
Right.
Because it just wouldn't be a fit. Yeah, it wouldn't be any type of fit. That it wouldn't be swarmy. Offensively.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Appreciate you rocking with this. Coming up next, you want to dive into a little bit of baseball here because Framber Valdez has found a landing spot. It's clearly not Houston, but I think that as we are less than a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting for the Astros, I think they're kind of set. Are you good with it? We'll talk about that next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live. hours leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2022. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. As Big Voice Man says, appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for helping us out and getting us out to San Francisco. Here in a second, we should be sitting down with Jay Glazer of Fox, get a little bit of information from him, or see if we can. But in the time being, there's some information from the Astros that have come down in the last couple of days that I think all work together to paint a picture of what the Astros are going to be headed into this season. First and foremost, we played yesterday Dana Brown's comments on, "Hey, Framber's still out there. You think he'd come back?" How would you characterize those statements, John Lopez?
Well, we might get to buy or sell today. We might.
Well, at this point, I don't know if we even need to buy it or sell it. He's like, basically, we're monitoring the situation, and he's still out there.
They're looking into it?
They're looking into it. Well, apparently they weren't looking that hard, as we didn't think they were anyways.
Yeah.
Pretty soon after our show, Framber Valdez announced, it was announced that he had come to an agreement with the Detroit Tigers, rejoining forces with A.J. Hinch. 3 years, $115 million, which is about $38 million on average annual value. And so Framber is not going to be an Astro. We kind of knew that was going to be the case, though, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. But he got paid, man.
He got his money.
That is
apparently Detroit wasn't too worried about the possibility of Framber, the two Frambers that can happen.
Highest paid lefty in baseball, and highest paid Latin American player in history.
I'm happy for him.
Oh,
I'm very happy.
No. It ran its course.
Yeah.
No, it was done here. Nothing personal, Framber. Go get your money, and boy, did he.
Now, the only thing is he went to a team in the AL, so there is a possibility that that could become annoying at some later point. But I'll leave that for then. It's good but we kind of knew that. The ones that were kind of interesting, we continued to watch this infield and the way it is developed. A couple days ago, the Astros were able to come up with a $9.35 million deal to avoid arbitration with Isaac Paredes, which, hey, all right, you've got your year figured out. But I still was like, all right, once you got that done, they could still trade him.
Right.
It doesn't feel like that's the case because the team that keeps coming up is Boston. Boston yesterday signed Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, just kind of a general utility infielder guy, to a one-year contract, and it just feels to me like they're going a different way. Obviously, there's still an opportunity at any given time that a trade could be done, but it does feel like this is what you're dealing with. You're going with this team. You're going with probably 5 infielders that you could play on any given day. So you'll have to just do the due diligence of working them in and maybe having guys play 140 games instead of maybe like 150, 160 if you can get it up to them. Get everybody days in here or there. Maybe have guys move around. How do you like that now that this feels like more and more this is the way they're going into the season?
So, biggest season of Joe Espada's life. It was where I go.
Yeah, there's more manager decisions to make now.
This is, he was somewhat in the crosshairs, over the course of the season. It ebbed and flowed. It's the biggest season of his life simply because the lineup card every day is going to be an adventure.
Yeah.
It really is. A lot of times you could, pencil these guys in. Occasionally there's going to be a DH, when somebody takes a day off. No, I think every day it's going to be like, what is he thinking today? Because you have all those the 5 infielders that fit into 4 spots, 5 legitimately established infielders into 4 spots. Then you're kind of mixing and matching in the outfield. Then you have a second baseman that probably should be DH, and you have a DH that shouldn't play in the field. So I think this is putting a lot of pressure on Joe Espada to get it right consistently.
Yeah, that was exactly where I was. Like, there's a lot on Joe Espada, and he already was mixing it up a little bit on the batting side, right? Of the order to get guys in.
Oh, there's that too.
Right? So now that even becomes more of a prevalent thing. You don't have that many lefty bats and everything. That's all going to be so front and center. If you thought that we were already, having a lot of consternation and hand-wringing about Joe Espada day to day, I think that this summer is going to be a mess on our stretch stress level.
Last season was like a warm-up, a tune-up for certain things because it's going to be every day. You're going to be. It's going to be questioned, to be honest. I mean, people love to question the manager's moves, and now you got this. And that's the thing that I keep going back to. Like, these are established players that probably all want to and deserve to play, 150 games.
Now, that's a good point. I don't think that I look at anybody in that infield and go, oh, there's the potential for a diva. But do you feel like having to make sure that you do those musical chairs that they'll be able to manage the personalities on it?
Well, I think you're right. It's not necessarily a bunch of divas, but guys want to play.
Sure.
It's not even about being a diva. It's about, man, what are you doing? It's about just questioning if it doesn't work out. It's about questioning, what the thought process is.
Going to be a really good balance there. One thing, though, that I was interested in seeing little nuggets about the Astros as we are about less than a week away from Pitchers and Catchers reporting is Cam Smith. The Cam Smith, right? The one and only, the most important in all the world, no undisputed, undeniable, so on and so forth. They're going to get him some run at center field. This feels like it's a good decision, doesn't it?
Well, I think he needs to get more run. If you want to get on the field, it's going to be in the outfield. So make yourself as versatile as you can.
But he was like the right fielder. He held it down.
Yeah.
I think that it's smart to get him in center field, one, because he showed the range and his capability defensively. And I think that it allows you to maybe not have to lean so much on Jake Myers. Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if this says anything about the way that they feel about Jake Myers. Not that they think that they can't play him, but we were all looking around last year like, is this the Jake Myers that we've always seen? Like, is this going to stay around? I think that it's probably smart and fair to look around and go, hey, let's have some contingencies, and maybe even if this guy can hold down center field, this could possibly be your center fielder of the future.
Well, and the other, funny part about it is they have really no big idea on how the outfield's going to shake out, and the spare infielders. So it is going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the outfield. I really actually like the idea of Cam and trying out at least during spring training center field. The one good thing about all this with the arbitration and Framber signing and all that, they are finally getting some extra draft picks. They get compensatory picks for Framber, compensatory pick for Hunter Brown being top 3 in the Cy Young.
Yep.
I think they get another compensatory pick, and I'm trying to remember what it's for. So, I was talking last week about, the Mariners are making moves that they can make because they have all these picks, a great farm system, and they're clearly going for it. Well, now the Astros can at least start to kind of bolster that a little bit.
Yeah, their next draft is going to be super important.
Yeah.
What was it, 29th of 30 when Baseball America started ranking farm systems? This could be a great opportunity for you to just throw a whole bunch of talent into that farm and start getting yourself building that back up, giving yourself an opportunity to, even as you try and contend now, that's the type of stuff that'll get you to a better place. So I do appreciate at least that portion of it. Hunter Brown coming on as strong as he did and being an MVP candidate, obviously going and seeing Framber Valdez getting that compensatory pick, as you mentioned. This is where you have to hit. This is where I think, in a weird way, this is where Dana Brown will be judged to some degree, is how he can make that happen. It seems like, and I hope that you're not lying to me, champ, because I don't, sometimes you check the text line and you go, oh, man, something's happening, but you want to make sure that you get it right and make sure that you verify. It seems like there's a possibility. Yep, the Pelicans are trading Jose Alvarado, as it is NBA trade deadline, to the New York Knicks. So that is another one of those point guards, one that the Rockets were reported to have been looking into. He finds a different landing spot than Houston.
And what is Rafael Stone doing, man?
I know.
Hey, is he on vacation?
Maybe. And Shams is reporting that the Bucks have told teams that they are keeping Giannis. So that's interesting as well.
I think there's more to talk about with the Rockets, so we will. But I do think that is the reason why, or maybe not the reason, but one of the reasons why I don't expect anything too major for the Rockets before that trade deadline hits. I think they want to keep their powder dry to some degree in case you get to the offseason and you are interested in one of these big moves like a Giannis Antetokounmpo. I feel like having your maximum flexibility when you get to that point is going to be of value for them. So I didn't think that they were going to jump out the gym and do anything crazy. And I also don't know how much is available to them right now.
But it also tells you, kind of like we were talking about that, this is it. This is the squad.
It does feel like that's the case.
Yeah.
It does indeed feel like that's the case. There's a couple of things that are out here that I think could be interesting. Kobe White is no longer out there for anybody that was interested in him. He got traded from the Bulls along with Mike Conley to the Charlotte Hornets. I think Kobe White will stay. Mike Conley, I think, is still a buyout candidate. So if you were interested in that, that still exists. I think I told you I'm not all that intrigued. His numbers have been really far down at this moment. But, I mean, you're looking around and you go, who are the options that are out here?
No, I think they're pretty much going to be established here.
One of the potential options is Alonzo Ball. He was apparently from Cleveland.
And they're going to move on from him, too,
and
right?
He's going to be a buyout candidate.
Yeah.
That, I think, is an interesting one because Lonzo Ball is a dude. His numbers have trickled down a little bit this year, but he's not at the end of his career.
Yeah.
That's a dude who can shoot in instances.
You said can or can't?
He can shoot in instances.
Did you say can I don't know about that. That brother
he's been down.
At 0 points a game.
Yeah, he's been down.
He's been really down.
Yeah.
But he definitely is a playmaker.
Yeah.
That I can tell you, right? So, I think that I've seen him in moments be able to shoot decently, but I'll concede, right? He's not a great shooter by any means. So I don't want to purport it to be that, but he definitely can play make. And if you're getting to a point where you're starting to get to the bottom of the barrel, is a buyout candidate like Lonzo Ball somebody that you could add in? You would probably need to make some corresponding moves in order to keep you under the.
That doesn't really move the needle.
Yeah. Really?
No, really doesn't. I actually kind of like the idea of Mike Conley more, and I know he's off the board, just because he wouldn't demand anything. He wouldn't command anything. But
Lonzo Ball been a disappointment this year, man.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's been kind of going through the load management thing. So
now that is a good point to mention. He's had a strong injury history.
Yeah.
Like there's been a lot of injuries. So I was remembering correctly. Lonzo Ball from 3 this year has been bad. He's 27%. Before his career, he's 35.
Yeah.
Right. So there is and has been at points a shooter in there, or maybe not even a shooter, but a capable shooter.
Yeah.
Is I guess the way that I would say it. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by the prospect of that.
I'm not.
I get it. I get it. And I think that's one of the issues, right? When we're looking at do something.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot of great
that's
options out there.
I think they're going to stand pat, man.
Yeah, but what sucks is that you see a game in which you against a contender and
you weren't on the same court with them.
Yeah, you had a bad shooting night.
Yeah.
They had the right decisions to kind of Joe Mazzulla, a former staff member of Ime Udoka's staff up when he was up there, is in there, and it felt like you were getting out coached.
By the way, you know that Sam Darnold meter you were talking about?
Yes.
Do we need one on Reed Shepherd?
Oh, buddy. Actually, I think we do.
Yeah.
Because that was a thing that I thought when I was, checking in on the game last night.
For a prolonged period now.
This shooters go through these stretches,
yeah.
right? Shooters go through the stretches, but it doesn't feel like it should be these long of stretches, especially when there's moments where we go, all right, here we go. We're actually leaning into you and trying to see what you can give us.
And he had an opportunity, man. I mean, he has the chance to really make hay and establish himself. And not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, so that was deeply frustrating. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Radio Row is happening. I just want you to understand that. So we're keeping our eye out for Jay Glazer if he comes through. We're keeping our eye out for another potential guest if they come through. And if none of that happens, we'll just get into what's popping. We'll do one of those things next from San Francisco.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we're live from Radio Row here in San Francisco. Let's talk about what's poppin'. One of those being my voice has returned to me. John Lopez, you said I couldn't do it. You did not believe in me.
It's happening, though.
You did not believe in me.
You're one off-air conversation away from the gravelly voice that we heard in New Orleans.
Yeah, no, but I did a good job. First and foremost, day 4 as opposed to, what was that, like day 2 or 3 last year. And on top of it, I'm still good. So that means if I can make it through Friday.
Yeah.
Which I think I can. I was out till midnight though. I was out gallivanting, I believe is what my Nigerian brother
was
would
actually
say.
happy for you. I'm glad you got out.
Yeah, no, it was very fun, but I managed to escape that. I'm very proud of myself for that. Also, and maybe this will be a confession, or maybe we just talk about it now, I did get in the Waymo.
Oh, yeah?
I was forced into Waymo, but I did get in the Waymo. I was tricked, in fact. Can I be honest? I really don't want to be honest. I want you to know this, but can I be honest? I wouldn't say I liked it.
It wasn't bad.
It was uncomfortable how normal it felt.
Was it eye-opening, like it's a good thing?
Well, I wouldn't say all that. Even if it was, I wouldn't say all that.
Would you do it again, though?
I mean, if I needed to, yes.
Yeah. All right. That's good.
Okay.
I got a helpful hint for you guys that I just picked up on. If you have to go to the bathroom during a break and you want to, it's kind of a little bit of a walk and you want to get there really quick, walk behind Cam Hayward.
Oh, is that like
dude?
Is that like going in the wake of an ambulance?
Like
they just clear out?
He's clearly a really nice guy, and he had been signing autographs, but I knew exactly where he was going, even when I was walking behind him right here. He had that walk like, I gotta go, and so did I. So I just tucked in behind him, like I was drafting in NASCAR. Man, it was the quickest, easiest walk to the bathroom ever.
You had a restroom lead block. That's incredible, man. I would not have anticipated such a thing.
Yes.
That is really funny. But yeah, so we're having fun out here in San Francisco. Maybe we'll get into some more of the shenanigans that we're doing out here. I will be honest, though, as well, is what was not fun was trying to stream the Rockets game on my laptop on the hotel internet. The hotel is fantastic.
Hotel
it really
TV
is very,
stinks.
very nice. But the hotel TV obviously
stinks.
We don't have Space City Home Network up here clearly. And so I pulled up my laptop. I was like, I'll be able to watch the game. It's cool. It was buffering. It was slow.
Yeah.
I was very mad. Because that then was added on top of the fact that the Celtics was whooping some ass.
Yeah.
That was very, very deeply frustrating. A 114-93 loss against the Celtics, and it was just this felt like all different issues that the Rockets have had at various points in the season were again popping up and being thrown to your face the day before the trade deadline hits.
Yeah. No, it was a bad look from the very get-go. It was a bad look after the game with Ime. I guess it's just the frustration starts to rise, and when the excuses come so freely after a loss or pointing fingers or whatever, and not so much. And I think I was just frustrated with, Şengün got tossed, didn't he? I didn't see this part.
Yes, he did get tossed.
Yeah,
I missed that. Yeah, that's the tough thing. Again, I was watching on what felt like it was entirely legal, but I felt like I was streaming it illegally on some Chinese website because it was like buffering. It was really terrible. So I was not able to see that, unfortunately.
It was just frustrating altogether.
Yeah. So okay, what was more frustrating for you, even just hearing this afterwards? Was it the inability to hit three-pointers? Was it that there is another data point in the way to take Amen Thompson off the table? Mm-hmm. Was it Reed Sheppard just having a no-good, very bad shooting night? Or was it you only getting 15 and 13 out of your star players?
Yeah, look, the star players, those nights are going to happen. The general bad shooting nights, those nights are going to happen. The thing I was most frustrated with was specifically Reed Sheppard. When you're getting these kinds of opportunities, they don't come around very often, man. When you're going to be leaned on heavily, and it just doesn't happen.
Hold on. People are hitting me up like, why didn't I use my mobile hotspot? First and foremost, I'm sorry I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Second of all, 832, they've actually played the PS5 off of their mobile hotspot. What?
Really?
You were gaming on your mobile hotspot? What kind of phone you got?
That's possible?
What kind of service you got? That sounds like you got the best service in the world. You got something from NASA or something.
He's connected to Silicon Valley, probably across the street.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's what happened with it. But yeah, that is something else.
By the way, if y'all were curious, Şengün apparently called the ref something that starts with a B and ends with an itch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a very bad look.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got pretty good English.
Talk
too
about
now,
the magic
man.
word.
He got some good English.
Yeah, he has gotten really good with his English.
Uh-huh.
So a little bit of as we're talking about the Rockets trade deadline 2 p.m. I already said I'm not sure that I believe that they're going to make something shake. An NBA insider, Sean Wright, put out that the Bucks and the Rockets have held trade conversations regarding a Bobby Portis Jr. and Dorian Finney-Smith swap. Bobby Portis Jr., big, he can shoot, he definitely rebounds well. Is that something that you'd be interested in at all? Like Dorian Finney-Smith, I thought was going to be a very good add as a wing that could play a little bit big.
He's been mentioned in several.
He hasn't been quite that.
They're trying to move on from him because he's been mentioned in but in several of the deals that I've seen rumored with the Rockets. I don't mind it. I don't mind that at all. I think that would be a good move for the Rockets.
I think I'm in on that one. Unfortunately, it doesn't solve the biggest issue that you seem to have as the Texans right now, but I do think that would give you a Steven Adams fix. I know Clint Capella has been subtle, but I think that if you want to talk about the thing that made the Rockets, the thing that the Rockets did better than anyone in the league, it is pulling down boards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so with that being the case, Bobby Portis could help you get back there. And oddly enough, he would jump in and be one of your better spacing shooters.
Well, I was just going to say, I would like him because I think he's a fearless shooter. I think he's willing to pull it in all the big moments, and that's something that they could use.
He could play with Alper Şengün, slide him to the 4 a little bit. I was talking to a friend of mine, Trista Crick, about this, and she made a good point about the fact that, hey, man, Alper Şengün feels like he maybe should be better served as a 4 sometimes, and you don't have as much opportunity to do that. Bobby Portis will give you an opportunity to play those two together a little bit. And maybe something we hadn't talked about here. You remember how Bobby Portis broke that one dude's jaw that one time?
Oh, that's right.
He's an Arkansas, he went to Arkansas. This dude's tough.
Yeah. That's right. He's a fearless player.
There is something to be said for getting some of that toughness back to this team.
And that's what one of the things that Ime was lamenting. That's the other thing he said. Like, we've had some guys, walk out the door that have been hard to replace. That would be a nice little add to that.
Yeah. So that was a very frustrating basketball game for the Rockets, especially at this time, especially as you've gotten over the halfway point. You're headed into the All-Star break. There's so much, and yet still, you know what the thing that's the most frustrating about it is that you'll see games like this against good teams. You'll watch it and you'll see, or you'll kind of try and watch it squinting through one eye, and you'll see things that you go and look at the statistics, and they're top third in both offense and defense.
How does that happen?
How does this keep happening?
It's weird.
It's making me want to pull my hair out.
Yeah.
Because it's like they're an 18 team. They're still getting a good amount of wins. The statistics look up, and you look at it and you're just it's so
not
disparate.
what you're seeing.
It's so disparate.
Yeah, you're not. It's not what you're seeing. The numbers just seem bizarre to me with them right now.
Yeah, wild stuff that's happening. We talked about this a little earlier. Framber Valdez, 3-year, $115 million deal to go to Detroit. So he will not return. He moves on. But I think we'd all steeled ourselves to that being the way that this was going to go.
Yeah, except for Dana Brown, but he was just being, political and whatever.
Would y'all have paid Framber that?
No way.
No,
not
I didn't
here.
feel like that was
not
the case.
here. Yeah.
No, but if I needed to pay somebody, I might have paid this gentleman because we had a great time with him last year.
Yes.
He joins us once more, sporting that same Super Bowl ring. Glistening.
It doesn't change.
Here
it does not change.
It is our guy Ryan Harris. He joins the Westwood One this year for the second Super Bowl that you've done this as an analyst, contributing to pregame, halftime, postgame. Excited for that, but more excited for you to sit down with us. Looking clean, my fella, as you're sitting in the Tide hot seat. So
Tide, let me hold the Tide. Man. You know what? I love Tide, the Oxy Boost. I got 3 kids, guys, so we need to use these about 2 or 3 a day. So thank you, Tide, for sponsoring this and allowing us all to be here.
So Ryan, everything becomes a blur at Radio Row. Yeah, I'm sure you see all kinds of people. You talk at all kinds of places. We do the same. We have a lot of people coming in and out.
Yeah.
I remember vividly the conversation we had last year about the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah.
And you were very candid about it. Guess what we're going to talk about this year?
The first pick of the draft for this is going to be offensive line,
dude.
I mean, you got a problem. Well, you got a problem with C.J. Stroud now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's talk about this because I called the game last year, first playoff game against the Chargers, and if you remember, he was awful in the first half until he kind of dropped the ball, and then all of a sudden he turned it on.
Yeah.
And to me, C.J. Carr looks like a talented player who, when he gets to the playoffs, thinks this is just another game. And you hear that all week. This is just another – it's not another game. This is the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is not another game. I'm not going home today.
Yeah.
That's the different mentality. If I'm playing somebody who says this is just another game, and they're playing me and I'm saying I'm winning this game, I'm not going home, that's two different players. And C.J. Stroud has to figure that out. He has to get a checkup from the neck up. He has to figure out mentally what he's doing because you're seeing what happens right in the Super Bowl this Sunday. You're going to see what happens when a quarterback says, I'm the problem, it's me. I'm going to do the work to make sure that my team gets to the Super Bowl.
All right. You just brought up, you've played with some mentally strong quarterbacks. Mentally strong quarterbacks. Is C.J. Stroud not?
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, let's be clear, though.
Oh, sure.
New England, I don't know if you guys have been there in January. It is so cold. Yeah. It is like – it's like an Arctic blizzard or something. And it'll be just raining a little bit, right? So what I do know, the Texans, when we played the Patriots when I was there, they didn't put the neoprene on. You got to put on the scuba suit, all right? You got to go SpongeBob a little bit to stay warm. They let the weather affect them, and they let a defense that was just – I mean, you look at this Patriots defense. Yes, they got Christian Gonzalez. Jack Gibbons, the middle linebacker's good. Barmore, Williams – you can still beat them, though.
Yeah.
But they played scared, they played cold, and they played inefficient.
Yeah.
You can't do that on the road in the playoffs. And so there's a lot of issues. And everyone, if that Texans locker room wants to be in the Super Bowl, everybody on that team has to take ownership of the failure that happened this year.
We were so locked in on the offensive line, obviously, after the season prior, and they definitely found a little bit of a floor for themselves. They raised this, and it felt like that happened through fundamentals.
Yes.
Is it possible that you could find another leap without adding, injecting more talent on the offensive line, or is it incumbent on them to just really go hard in the offseason?
Well, it's technique first, what you said. The best offensive line coaches, number one, they've actually played offensive line. So whenever you're talking about an offensive line, ask if that offensive line coach actually played the position. And then ask if they played it well.
Yeah.
And if the answer is no to both of those things, then you got a problem, right?
Yeah.
They don't know the technique, right? It's like having a banker that's never worked with numbers. How do they know what they're talking about, right? So it's a technique issue, and it's also, I had Mike Munchak one of the years I was in the NFL with the Steelers. And he would say things like, hey, you're going to lose sometimes. But when you lose, other four guys, that's our job to help out. And everybody had the same technique. If you're the right guard or the left tackle on a left zone run, everybody's taking the left foot step, and then they're putting that right foot upfield. So everybody has to be on the same page. But the biggest thing people miss is most offensive line coaches don't even know the technique they're trying to coach. Mm-hmm. And you as a player know that right away. You're like, man, that's not going to work in the game.
Yeah.
And so the technique has to be number one. Guess what you go to when you're tired? Technique. Guess what you go to when you make a mistake? Technique. Guess what you think the night before the game? Technique. And if you're not thinking about technique in those three situations, you're losing that game.
All right. So, again, Reggie talked about the floor has maybe risen a little bit. It's still not high with this team. They had some issues running the ball. They had some issues here and there protecting C.J. Stroud. At what point do you start looking at this offensive line and say, they're not they've missed on some draft picks. They missed on a lot of draft picks. Is it a bigger issue, or maybe free agency, or how does this team get better up front?
Well, you got to get a coach that knows consistent technique, number one, and you got to remember too, this is a pass-first offense, right? Tank Dell going down really affects things on this offense. They're not built to run the ball 30 times. They're built to run the ball 20 times and to give you some passing windows. So you need some speed on the outside. You need some auxiliary pieces. But at the end of the day, you just got to keep bringing guys in. And it's funny to me, because if you draft an offensive lineman in the first round, fans are upset. But then when you don't make the playoffs, guess what? Fans are upset at the offensive line. Make up your mind, fans. But the Texans, the good news for the Texans, the window's open.
Yeah.
You got to tweak, not fix your quarterback. You got to tweak his mental performance. You got to get the offensive line on the same page, and you got a great I mean, that defense.
That's all time.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
so the window's open for the Texans. You got to do the work, and you got to be honest about the work that has to be done.
I want to ask you one thing here about this big game that we got coming up on Sunday, because when we were going into that Patriots game, I looked at that left side of that Patriots offensive line. I was like, ooh, they might be food. Are they able to hold up in this one?
They will be able to hold up. Now, the player on defense that you're going to love watching, if you haven't already.
Oh, boy.
The rookie
if he's healthy,
safety.
he's been limping around.
Yeah, I mean, has he been, though? Has he been?
You think it's a little...
What would you do if you're going against an opponent you can't stand? Are you going to be honest?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, maybe
you
guys are better than me. You guys are better than me, right? I mean, let's not forget, Drake May was questionable until, 3 days ago?
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. This is gamesmanship. So at the end of the day, I think you're going to see a tough game. But Will Campbell's playing better than people think, and it has all the signs of a player who has all the tools and who's getting dog-cussed by his coach, right? As a coach, your job in week 26 and 27 is not to break down your offensive tackle, who, oh, by the way, is going to be the only starting left tackle for the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl, right? He's going to be one of two.
Yeah.
And they're about how many? What does that mean then? There's 30 other left tackles sitting at home watching it? I mean, come on now. How bad is the guy, right? I mean, you tell me. So objectively, he's doing great. Can they help him out? Absolutely. And at the end of the day, the game they played against the Broncos, that was like 4 seasons in one. They had sunshine, they had cold, they had snow, they had sleet. I mean, they got out of that game. And the best thing that they have going for them is everybody's missing. They are a run-first offense who's willing to keep calling the run even after a negative run. That shortens the game, and it wears down the defense.
I'm super excited to see this game. Always good to sit down and chat with you. You're sitting in that Tide hot seat.
Look, the Tide hot seat.
I know you keep it clean. You say you got a whole bunch of kids. You want to take a Tide Pod?
I'm going to take a few. I'm going to take a few after the break. Reg, thanks for having me. Great to be with you. And Houston, I love you. You get the best food city in the nation, and I miss you.
I love that you said that, because that's the thing that I always about it. Ryan Harris, greatly appreciate you. You'll be on the Westwood One call pregame, postgame, and halftime, so you'll hear my man there on Westwood One. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll be back from Radio Row.
All right, let's talk about, hey, man, March Madness is happening.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Into the 12 o'clock hour here from San Francisco. Appreciation is the word I was looking for. Friends at Core 43 for helping us get out here. Also, much thanks to Planet Fitness for helping us get out here as well. And all of our big game coverage brought to you by Tide. Because if it's got to be clean, John,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right. That's right. Sean Pendergast has made his way back to Radio Row. I guess y'all have some recorded interviews to do or something. So yeah, he's hanging around, getting around Radio Row as well. Did you want to talk more? Actually, let's talk. I want to talk about Nick Caserio because what do you want to talk about?
I've got something. I'm crossing my arms like I really mean.
Yeah, you really do. I stopped in my tracks because I was like, all right, well, John Lopez.
You don't see me doing this very often. Cross your arms, furrow your brow, and say, "We got another one."
Another what?
Another guest. I was trying to talk about the offensive line.
Oh, that's going to pull up
Ryan
CJ
Harris. And where does he go? He goes, yeah. Cool story.
Did you hear the Freudian slip?
Yeah, I did.
So,
CJ Carr.
Yeah,
he called
Sean. He calls him CJ Carr, and in that moment,
Freudian. It wasn't on purpose.
I tried to look in his eyes to see if he was doing it intentionally. Intentionally is the word that I was looking for there. Yeah. As Sean Pendergast will hop.
Wait, smart me up a little bit. I didn't hear the first part of this.
So Ryan Harris, former offensive lineman, he joined us courtesy of Westwood One.
Oh yeah.
And he's offensive lineman.
He's a domer, man.
Yeah, we want. Yes, right. He is. That's right. Notre Dame alum, and we wanted to talk to him a little bit about offensive line because we had a fun conversation with him last year about the same topic, and he was like, "Yeah, that's cool. Let's talk about CJ." And in the midst of talking about CJ. I'm guessing it was Freudian because I tried to look over his face to see if he was doing like a bit, if there's a wink or a nod in there. He called him CJ Carr.
Ryan Harris did?
Yeah.
Yeah, the domer him coming out, man.
CJ Carr. But anyway.
Just for Texan fans, that's not him calling him CJ Carr, like as in, because a lot of people have been saying, man, he looks like David Carr looked.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering
CJ Carr is the name of the Notre Dame quarterback. Yeah. Ryan Harris does color for Notre Dame football.
Yeah.
So that's I 100% guarantee you that's where it was coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he
was supposed to be on with us.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
But he liked us better, I hear.
Or like sleep better, one or the other. Yeah.
I like the former.
I like you guys better than me, so stand the reason.
I hate me.
who are y'all recording with so that we could get ready for him for tomorrow?
Mad Dog Russo at 11:30.
Ah, yes.
Right. That's a big one for me personally because I grew up listening to Mad Dog, Chris Russo. And
ask him if he has any gummies.
I will. I will. Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah, because he talks about his system on game day.
Yeah.
And so I will ask him about that.
Yeah.
And then we're over at the Bounty paper towel exhibit over there. It's radio, so those people that are listening don't know. But every year, Bounty has a huge display, and they give out chicken wings because
that apparently had Clint Stoerner going to the bathroom at our dinner yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not Bounty's fault. But anyways, we're going to interview to answer your question, Reggie. Lad McConkey and Keenan Allen.
Oh, my friend Ladarius, very good.
Ladarius.
Yeah.
Should I call him Ladarius McConkey? Okay.
Please, and you can blame it on me because I'd say it to his face as well.
Yeah.
I just want to see what happens. Especially, look at Keenan Allen and see what he says. I feel like Lad, but I want to see what Keenan Allen says.
Okay, so I got to ask Mad Dog about gummies.
Yes.
And I got to call Lad McConkey.
Correct. Real quick before you go, though, what was your big takeaway from Caserio? Because y'all sat down with him yesterday. Great 40 minutes. We're going to return to it, but because there were some things that I caught. What was your big takeaway?
Honestly, my favorite part of the whole thing, we did a fairly much more lengthy than I thought would be exchange about Tank Dell and where he's at. And I finally got to ask him the question that I don't feel like got asked at the press conference that Nick did, where I want to know, do you have quantitative equipment and systems and sports science that tell you that not straight line speed, but the twitchiness of Tank, like the tankness of Tank is back.
Yeah.
And I felt cautiously optimistic that that's the direction it's going.
Sean, you're so good at this because that is exactly where I wanted to go. Colin, can you give me cut two? Because that was one of the things that jumped out to me. I was like, all right, yeah, Tank Dell, we were talking about how they're so open about, yeah, he's getting better and he's excited, he's had a good attitude. But we've had this question, what does Tank Dell do when he jumps back into it? How do we even know that he's going to be the same Tank Dell? This was Caserio and his answer to whether or not there are metrics for knowing if Tank can be back to himself.
Yeah, we're fortunate. We are able to get a lot of data on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benchmarks of information because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? I mean, he's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that, man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of, knew at some point, like, all right, and he kind of transitioned his mindset as well. And like I said, his attitude was really good. I mean, he's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can. And as soon as the season was over, I mean, he had a big smile on his face, like, all right, like I'm ready to go, and which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. I mean, you guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
I am. Are you guys like?
Cautiously optimistic.
Do you feel like, you feel a certain way about Tank Dell before we ask that question and we hear that 2 minutes of audio? Do you feel better, worse, or the same after hearing that?
About the same, but it's pretty good validation.
Yeah.
Like I kind of was like, because I think Tank Dell just coming back, any semblance of what he was is huge.
Yeah, some would say just him getting back on the field, period, is a big deal given the severity of the injury. How about you, Reggie?
No, I definitely feel a little bit better. Yeah. And, of course, in numbers I trust, that's been well established on this program. Yeah. But the idea that they have baselines over a number of years to go back and verify I feel better about that because it does feel like he's getting better, and it does feel like his demeanor is good. But you're right, like the thing that makes Tank Dell is not just that he can go and run fast. It's that he runs routes well. He's in and out of breaks, those types of things. Those are what makes him valuable. And if I believe Nick Caserio, and he's telling me that they have things that not only can quantify those, but then also can compare them so that they can see and just kind of judge those versus his previous iterations of himself. I feel better about them putting him on the field when he's ready to go.
Healthy Tank gets open.
Yes.
He gets open.
He creates separation, which is the biggest thing with wide receivers. I was sitting down with a friend of mine yesterday who is a draft evaluator, and we were talking about wide receivers because he loves them. He's like, the biggest thing that you got to see when you're looking at a college dude, does he generate separation? He could be big, fast, and all that. If you can't generate separation, you're going to have a bad time, and that was the thing about him.
Oh, Tank, he led the nation in receiving.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the way, he's getting open.
Yeah.
So
we'll get back to work. I know you got your.
We just completely accosted you.
It's okay.
We appreciate you jumping on with us.
One big show.
That's right.
Yeah. One giant show.
That's
didn't want to keep him.
No, absolutely. 6 to 10 a.m. here on Sports Radio 610. Our guy Sean Pendergast. Look out for that. The interviews with Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen they've got coming as well. But he was also asked, Caserio, what does he add to this wide receiver room, which I do think is interesting. I did want to hear from the horse's mouth. This is what Caserio said.
The one thing that stood out about him coming out, when you go back to the Senior Bowl, I mean, just kind of, talking about that game here at practice last week, you couldn't cover him because his change action was very good. He can get out of stuff. So now, can he, going back to your question, Sean, is he able to do it at the same level? Yeah. We'll see kind of as we go here whether or not he's able to get back to that level of performance.
That is really, really fascinating stuff. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. You talked about the comparisons to previous, the previous Tank, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you just heard him talk about getting in and out. The straight line speed has never been. I mean, he's always been super fast, but it's never been the reason that he became such a phenomenon. It's the getting open part, and that the cuts and stuff. That's the one question I have. That's why I said cautiously optimistic.
because I think that's gonna be a work in progress.
And also, if he is doing all those things, I know that we've had instances of talking about this, whether or not this is what it looks like for him. I think that allows him to be more movable in what you do, right? You don't have to have him as just an outside guy, even though it did feel like that was one of the places where he was best. Because that's one of the things is how does he fit in not just with Nico Collins now, but Jaden Higgins is emerging as a dude that matters in this wide receiving core. So is Tank Dell going to have to do some slot, or is he going to have to move around in this? And having the full repertoire of what he does is going to be very necessary to make all those things fit together. It's still going to be
and be able to do it.
Yeah,
be able to physically. If he's 80% but otherwise completely healthy, it's just not there yet, or it's coming along slowly. That's a big hit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge into how he gets into being. And Nick Caley's still going to need to make sure that he's using him right. Him at full speed makes this a lot different, right? And then you also kind of put guys back in their spot. I found it interesting that as he was talking about the wide receivers, Nick Caserio, he didn't mention Christian Kirk, and I imagine some of that is just technicality because, void years. Yeah. But when he talked about wide receivers, he talked about the guys that I imagine would still be in here and matter. Obviously Nico, obviously Jaden Higgins. He mentioned Xavier Hutchinson as he values him. Jalen Noel, the way that he talked about him, that was a little bit, I don't want to say discouraging, but it wasn't encouraging. It was kind of in this neutral spot for me.
It was different from the others.
Yeah, it didn't feel like, oh yeah, and we'll see more from him. It was just like, yeah, he gives us what he gives us, which I think that's been a frustration point for Texans fans. But I like hearing, hopefully that Tank Dell will factor back in, and that he said it, that they were truly looking at the possibility of him being able to return at the end of the season. I think that does mean that 6 months later, when this next season starts, he should be that much further along.
You would think, and you would hope, because he is going to be that big. But anyway, we were talking about like Ryan Harris.
Yeah.
Isn't it wild? Like everyone who sits down, it's like, boy, that's C.J. Stroud. He's got to get his head right. Like I didn't even ask about C.J. Stroud. He's like, cool. Let's go there, though.
Everybody saw it on TV.
Everybody.
Man. It was national TV.
I don't know if he really understands it's one thing to play on NFL Sundays and be C.J. Stroud, but the breadth of impact that game had on him, in terms of the league looking at him, Reggie. I mean, it's just like the league is looking at him sideways.
It was sad. That first half in that last game, that was bad, man.
No, and one of the things that was notable to me is every time we sit down with a former player, they're big on the, hey, man, that neck up. It's got to be right.
Yeah.
And, being demonstrative in the huddle and those types of things, they're heavy on it. And so I imagine that locker room, as much as they tell us they're behind them, that's something that they feel to some degree.
Yeah.
Going back to the Tank thing from the 8-3-2, it's funny how you people don't remember that Tank was all of a non-factor for that season leading up to the Kansas City game. No, I remember that, and that's why I mentioned that it's going to be incumbent upon Nick Caley to use him in the right way, right?
Yeah.
That was the thing that we were looking at is we know Tank Dell is capable, but he needs to be put in the right places, just as anybody, right? We've said that with C.J. Stroud, even as he has the personal responsibility. This is why coordinators matter, man. And we've seen this with the teams that we're watching in the Super Bowl, particularly Clint Kubiak and that Seattle Seahawks offense. Yeah, they got dudes that can ball.
Yeah.
They're putting those dudes in positions where now their talent is not used to break through. Their talent is over top of the schematics that break them through.
And it is going to be very, very interesting to see how he fits into this offensive scheme. It's not new to him, but he hadn't played in it, and is he going to be a real weapon, the check down king, or one of these guys that, does the inbreakers,
Yeah, that'll be interesting when I think about Tank Dell, because it was a different offense as well. How does he adapt to the optionality of this offense where a lot more responsibility is placed on wide receivers to think during the game? And that's not me trying to slight him and saying that he can't think. I mean, there's a lot of dudes who, just don't necessarily fit certain things. And again, I'm not saying that I don't think he can or he will. I'm just curious as to how does that change, right, from what is a Shanahan-style offense that has a different vibe to it to this offense is very much vertical, cuts. It's having all those breaks. I'm very intrigued as to how that will work. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, still live from Radio Row in San Francisco. We get you our staple. So coming up next, let's get some lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Le Core 43 presents Sports. Previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be tied. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Long Fashions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, things are popping here on Radio Row. It's always the case on Thursday. It is the busiest day. I saw Jameis Winston right over here to my left. Saw Trevor Lawrence a second ago up there. I mean, just star after star. Emmitt Smith. I mean, just name a player. Some of the big-time players are here. But something occurred to me as I'm walking around over the last hour or so during breaks. The Texans' presence here is not real strong. Other than the Pro Bowl, Will Anderson, and the Pro Bowlers over there, in terms of like the sponsorships here, don't you think? And this is my confession: the most painful loss in Houston sports history when it comes to football was Buffalo. I think we're going to be looking at this Patriots one very similarly. We always talk about how
I brought that up to you.
You did, and I was like, boy, that bad? Is it going to be that bad?
You kind of blew past it kind of quick.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know if I've always said, is anything going to really compare to that? I think this is like the Ryan Harris. This is a series of things happening this week has made it very clear. You're seeing like Trevor Lawrence, who was basically the C.J. Stroud of Jacksonville, is just making all the rounds. And now he's the golden boy with those golden locks and all that. By the way, he hadn't cut his hair. And then all these stars, C.J. Stroud in a normal circumstance would be here. And then you couple that with everything that the guests are saying. Ryan Harris, unsolicited. Hey, let's talk about C.J. Stroud. See you yesterday. This guy, what were you thinking? All this other stuff. Is this going to be in the same conversation? I think it ultimately will be as Buffalo. What happened with him?
It feels like it could. It very much feels like it could. And, actually, you know what? It feels like it will. Mm-hmm. Because as much as you could talk about Buffalo, this was the best defense that your franchise has ever produced.
Yeah.
That waste will always be something that sits on the minds of Texans sports fans. Like, that's just
I never thought it would be anything would compare. I never thought anything would compare.
I kind of knew it once they lost the game and just seeing how everything played out. I'm like, man, that was the perfect opportunity to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying they was going to win it. But just to get to a Super Bowl, you would be facing the Denver Broncos team with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And, I know C.J. been playing bad, but I ain't think he could be outplayed by a backup quarterback. And plus the number one defense.
It's wild. It's wild. I mean, like, C.J., had he had a good game, maybe he made it and lost to Denver, whatever, he'd be all over this place. And he's not, he's not here. And then everybody who wants to talk about the Texans brings it to C.J. Stroud. I think it's in the conversation right up there with Buffalo.
Yeah, even in the few instances of like small talk happening, it's just boom, there you go right to that place. Like, that is the conversation.
Ain't nobody going to the offensive line, even though that is an issue.
Yeah.
People going right to C.J. Stroud. We all saw it on national TV.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I mentioned this earlier, but I figured I'd bring it into the confessions because that's what it was. I was bullied into a Waymo yesterday.
Bullied. I'm not using the word bully.
I was bullied. I was forced. I was bamboozled.
Grown-ass man bullied.
Yeah.
Into the Waymo. No, I got into a Waymo yesterday.
Hoodwinked, bamboozled,
correct.
led astray,
That's
run
right.
amok, and flat out deceived.
That is correct, Stephen A. Smith. That is what happened yesterday. And I wanted very much to speak on how this was unnatural and, an offense against God to have a driverless car and take away this job from somebody. And I got in it, and it felt extra regular in a way that I did not want to admit. And I'm still going to hate it. But deep down inside, I'm going to be like, that was fine. It was okay.
All right.
No, I'm not. I hate it. I think it's the worst thing in the world. I think it's an abomination against God. But deep down inside, I think
apparently not.
No, it's terrible. It's awful.
You just said it wasn't.
Nah, it's a mental thing.
Now, you know what?
Man.
You know what was weird, though? Is
somebody could have been sitting in the driver's seat not doing anything.
Yeah.
You would have been fine.
Nah, nobody was in the driver's seat. So I did get – so I got into it, and it makes you put on a seatbelt.
Yeah.
Before it pulls off. No, it won't move until you put on the seatbelt. Unless maybe you press the button that says seatbelts are on and it just pulls off.
Let me ask you this.
Try it next time.
How does that work?
I'm sure this is possible. I'm just wondering how it works. Hey, can you just drop me off here? You know, like you're going to a game or something. It's like, I'll get out here. You know what I mean? Like you're a block away from
if you're in traffic.
Yeah.
So
how does that work?
So the thing that happened with us is we got to about our destination, and it was like finding a place to pull over. And we were like, we just opened the door, and we got out.
Yeah.
And I was like, does that work as long as you're not like moving at crazy speeds? Can you just open up the door, and then it's like, well, all right, you're getting out. There was more questions. It would need more testing that I am not going to do. But
do not let those intrusive thoughts win, Reggie.
No, yeah, this has already been a weird week for intrusive thoughts. So I will go ahead and let it stop.
Did you die? It's the question.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Almost.
It don't matter.
Almost.
Did you die?
It was close. We almost hit a kid.
But did you die?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we in San Francisco, and for those who don't know, California is, when it comes to weed, is legal.
Yeah.
I got to confess, this still kind of threw me off a little bit, man. I was walking down the street around the corner from the hotel.
Yeah.
I was just smelling weed in the air.
Everywhere.
And I'm just like, dang, this is strong.
Yeah.
Walk around the corner, damn near bumped into somebody that was just smoking a joint. Just wide open.
Next
I'm
to
like,
a cop.
yes. And the crazy part about it is I won't give up the person it was, but it was somebody's parent that played for the Texans.
Oh, you gave up a lot already.
Hey, how many Texans players was here and their parents was here?
Oh, wow.
So
that's messy, Figgy. Oh my God,
that ain't messy.
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
it's legal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's
like
legal.
I
mean, we were talking about taking a gummy and all this other stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I got no problem with
that.
No,
I don't either.
Yeah. I ain't gonna give up the name and nothing like that. But I was just like, oh. I'm like, you wide in the it's daytime, man. I'm just not used to that part.
No, I get it.
Because it seemed like, I guess just growing up, people always sneak to smoke weed.
Yeah.
They not walking down the street with a blunt in their hand.
Have you ever been to a dispensary in a legal state?
I still haven't.
First time I went to Denver, I was actually with Nick Wright. It had just passed, and we went to Denver. Of course, Nick, smokes, or used to. I don't think he does as much anymore, or does at all.
I don't know. I've seen the length of his hair.
No.
His eyes look kind of low whenever he's talking about.
No, we went into a dispensary for the first time, and they're like saying, well, this is this, and they have the buds on the counter, and they have gummies and all this stuff. I was nervous, like someone was going to bust through the door and arrest us all. Like, it's a weird vibe.
Yeah.
Like it's legal, but it's like, hey, man, so this is, and kind of talking about all the different grades or whatever they call it and all that stuff. And I'm looking around like it felt illegal. It felt bad.
That's how I felt, man, because, mind you, around our hotel, it's a bunch of cops, it's a bunch of dogs, canines and all that stuff. And he was just walking with a long-ass blunt. I'm just like, dang, you walking around like it's a cigarette.
So it's a parent and it's a he. Okay.
You know what's funny about, because from the 713, someone said, guess you don't party in Edo and Houston because weed is everywhere. Here's the difference,
No, we get that.
This is the thing that I noticed. If you smell weed, you smell loud. There is no mid here. Yeah. I don't think the mid exists. Everybody because, if it's legal, why not go ahead and get the most potent stuff? Everything is potent.
But the thing is, you smell it, but you don't necessarily see the blunt.
Yeah.
It might be somebody with a vape or something or somebody sneaking and all that stuff. Yeah. But no, he would walk around like it was a threat. Yeah, I'm like, damn.
The problem is,
I'd be scared to do that.
The problem is, though, when people go out to public places, they're clearly going out to public places and they don't, they don't make themselves smell good. Like, the smell is, prevalent. And it's around kids, it's around other people, that it's just rank.
Yeah.
Like, why don't they just, put some deodorant on at least?
Yeah.
All right, Colin.
These are my confessions.
So we were just talking about, this is the day. Like, there's superstars, you can't throw a rock without hitting somebody famous. Do you know who had the biggest entourage of anyone I've seen?
Oh, I'm not going to guess this.
All day long.
Is somebody we know?
Yeah, well, not personally, but it's someone famous you know. Yes, the biggest entourage of anybody of the damn near probably 1,000 people in this room
if not more, by far. Ran about 10, 12 deep, walking with him.
Who was it?
Peter.
Kirk
Herbstreit's dog. Herbstreit's dog by far.
I think Parker was trailing them too.
By far. And no, I'm not talking about fans. There was a long line of fans trailing. I'm talking about people around Peter, his handlers. Like literally Kirk Herbstreit's dog had the biggest. What does that say about
you think Peter is on the payroll for ESPN and Thursday Night Football on Amazon?
I guarantee they take care of him.
I bet you he's on the payroll.
They take care of him.
I mean,
I bet you he makes like $60,000 a year.
He probably has a credential.
Oh, he does? No, he didn't have a credential.
He getting places I can't get in.
Yeah, he absolutely had a credential.
Why is he making me hate that dog? The dog, he's making the dog everybody else's problem. The dog is just loose on Radio Row. What is happening?
But is that like this is where we are? If you want, remember we were doing the video. Explain it to a 5-year-old. This is some of the craziness you see. The biggest entourage of anyone here, of all the superstars, is Peter the dog.
If you say so. If you say so, man. I'll tell you, we will not have Kirk Herbstreit on this show. Just letting you know, because
you will have to give up your seat.
I will. Peter gonna take my seat, and I just can't abide by that. I cannot. Somebody said I smell it while I'm driving, even and it smells like skunk now. It didn't used to all smell like skunk.
Man, it was strong, man. To the point I'm like, who is smoking?
But it's legal.
And then as soon as I bent the corner, I'm like, how is the smell going all the way around the corner before you get around the corner?
It takes some getting used to. There's no question about it. Yeah.
All right, those are my confessions. Oh, you got one more?
No.
Yeah, I was like, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Lopez used to throw a Tide Pod at Reggie when you all sign off for the day. I'm dipping and dodging, baby. I'm on the lookout for that. At this point, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me is the way that I'm operating around here. So, yeah, no. But it's been fun here on Radio Row. We've had a lot of fun, and we'll continue to do so. In fact, coming up next, we're expected to talk to celebrity chef and travel host Andrew Zimmern and Doug Flutie here from Radio Row. Excited to do that. We'll get to that next on Sports Radio 610.
The best sports talk on anytime. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for helping us get out here. Have you guys broken contain at all on like just the area that Radio Row and kind of the media generally are in? Have you guys gotten out of it? I know we went to Chinatown, but have you done any more?
No, that's about the furthest. Chinatown and a little further as well. And most of my stuff's just walking around downtown. I did that yesterday afternoon to clear my head a little bit, and it's actually, you know, it's nice. Downtown San Francisco is fantastic.
Yeah,
it's kind of dicey other places around here.
I've broken a little contain. I ended up at a bar for a short period of time because I was doing a little bar hopping yesterday with some friends. As you mentioned, how I ended in the Waymo.
Yeah.
And I was sitting down with a nice older woman and her mother, who were, you know, her mother had beat cancer, and so they were bouncing around California. And it was really cool. And I was talking to them, except they had been drinking.
Yeah.
And they were getting really friendly.
Oh, they hit on you.
They were getting real friendly.
How about that? How did it end up?
I left. Myself and my friend ended up leaving amicably, but it was one of those where I was like, "Is this a San Francisco thing?" You know, like I feel like when you're new to a place, everything you have to try and figure out: is this unique? Is this just a unique experience, or is this something that happens here?
No, it's a girls on a weekend together thing. That's what it is. That's what it is right there.
Even when they get a little older, apparently that might happen. Okay, so thank you for giving me some insight there. Somebody said, it's been nice around the hotel and around the convention center, everything here. But you break contain, you see the real, and it hasn't been bad. at least not in my estimation. Actually, I got to see a little live music last night, which was really cool. A man who is very familiar with the idea of visiting various different places, maybe seeing some live music and definitely getting some good eats, sitting down now with us on our tied guest seat, because if it's got to be clean, John Lopez.
It's got to be tied.
That's right. His name is Andrew Zimmer. And Andrew, how you doing, brother?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. In fact, I'm doing really well, especially because I have employed the help of San Francisco natives to not just eat around here, but go and get some of the best food in the city. How has your experience been in San Francisco, just in history and then obviously this week?
Well, I mean, this is the greatest eating areas of the country that we have. And, you know, you could take the greater Bay Area metro, like let's include Oakland. Let's go all the way up into Alameda. Let's get into some of those Afghani restaurants an hour away that serve some of the most incredible food you will ever eat from a country that very few people have the ability. I've been there, but very few people have the ability to go visit and eat. Some of the most amazing food in the world is Afghani food. And we have so much of that here in this area. Incredible Vietnamese food, incredible Chinese food, Korean food, Japanese food. The seafood, when you talk about, and my latest book is the Blue Food Cookbook. Shameless plug available right now.
Let's do it, baby.
Go to andrewzimmern.com. You can just click on everything in my universe. But I have a new cookbook out that's a seafood Bible. And I love to cook seafood. I love to eat seafood. And so in this part of the world, you have everything that comes out of the Pacific Ocean at your fingertips. People have asked me some of my favorite restaurants, and, no disrespect. I'm going to get a lot of crap from, 100 chef friends of mine who are going to call me up and say, why are you not talking about my restaurant? But, Swan's Oyster Depot is a must-stop for me in San Francisco. I mean, just period.
Noted.
I wait online, just like everybody else, for an hour and a half, and you get it. You sit down at the counter, and you better know what to order right away, or they're asking you to leave. and you order, and it is the best. I send everyone there. It's just incredible seafood. Anything in Chinatown turns me on. I think what Brandon Jew is doing at Mr. Jew's is just incredible, merging traditional Chinese food culture with sort of a modern take on what that dish might look like, it's breathtaking. So this is incredible food town. I love it.
That's actually one of the things I wanted to ask you about. Obviously, Houston is an incredible food city.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I've always told people here in the last several years is it's the shrinking world is making food that much better and more accessible to everyone, it seems like.
Yes, and it's interesting you use the word shrinking. A lot of people who disagree with you call it cultural flattening. In other words, the more that
they're mingling too much?
Well, the idea is we're losing cultural authenticity and honesty in art, in food, in music. I call BS on that.
Yeah.
And here's why. Music from one place meeting music from another and creating third culture music has been going on for tens of thousands of years. That's how jazz was invented.
Yeah.
You know, it came after call and response from tribal African rhythms and became one of the greatest art forms of any kind in history. Okay?
Right.
So don't tell me that one thing from one place and one thing for another flattens it. That's how the greatest inventions and the things that we love the most in humankind have developed.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to start swearing because I'm from New York, but I want to be respectful. I think people who argue that cultural flattening is harming us or that it's an actual thing, I think are full of you-know-what.
I think it's expanding the universe.
Here's the other thing. If I can take food ingredients and food styles from Ethiopia and I can shoot them through let's just say, I'm making this up, a French prism.
Okay.
Because there's a French chef that grew up in Ethiopia and cooks Ethiopian cuisine and is adding that kind of vibe to it. And then they open a restaurant in Houston.
Yeah.
And they know they're serving Houstonians, okay? Ethiopia it's a raw meat culture. They have terasiga restaurants. They're incredible. Even more incredible are all of the wats. The wats are a whole family of stews and soups and braises, chicken, beef, lamb, etc. Ethiopia has an incredibly rich food culture. So if you were able to do that and do it in a meat lover's town like Houston, it would be a home run, and that would be what young food writers and culinarians are calling third culture cuisine. I think third culture cuisine is the best thing to happen to food in the 2020s that has happened in almost any decade. I think this is how things grow. It's not how we lose stuff. There's always going to be people, and especially now that we all have phones and computers and all this other stuff, we've documented traditional Ethiopian cuisine. I've been there with tribes in Ethiopia doing terasiga food, raw meat dishes in tribal Africa, right? So I get it.
Yeah.
We're not going to lose that. But what can happen when tribal Ethiopian food gets out into the mainstream is unbelievable.
Wait till it becomes fast. Hey, frozen, does it go in a microwave? Can I pop it in?
It can at your house, Flutie.
Where's my Pop-Tart and my Eggo waffle? What are you doing?
I got you.
What are you talking
I got
about?
you. You eat this stuff. I was food nerding out. Do you want to understand? Because here's what he's going to do.
Fruity Flakes, all right?
Hold on.
Sugar.
Hold on 1 second, Flutie.
Lopez, get out of the way.
Let me tell you what
Somebody's going to throw a Tide Pod.
Here's what happens. We were just doing a radio hit. We were just joined by legend, one of the greatest football players of all time, my friend Doug Flutie. Flutie is talking about the throw, BC against Miami, the throw.
I remember.
I think it's one of the 10 greatest moments in the history of sports. I remember where I was watching it, and I'm lucky. I was a huge Doug Flutie fan, and then a couple of years ago we started working on hunger relief solutions together, and it's just a joy that I get to call friend. But He spent about 18 minutes breaking down that play.
Yeah.
3 guys rushing. I'm telling the tight end to go down. 35 years later, I find out he was really open. I'm rolling right because I always roll right. I'm not throwing.
And then he's giving you a hard time about this.
I'm not throwing to fail, and I'm throwing to a spot in the end zone. But the minute I nerd out about food, all of a sudden he's got a problem.
But the great thing about the pass was we went into the
Let me tell you more about the pass.
We went into the locker room and had Ethiopian food.
There we go. There we go. No, Doug, I have always, obviously a lot of people are foodies, and I always wanted to ask someone like you that question about the shrinking world, and he went on like your pass.
I can talk about it. I can talk about it for 10 years.
But we can also talk Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, we can talk all those things.
I was just waiting for it to come in a frozen food package and pop it in, and he'll take care of it.
I do love that we're sitting down with chef and restaurateur Andrew Zimmern and obviously football legend Doug Flutie here. You guys are both very well traveled, and so I kind of wanted to merge this. What is a question or maybe like an outlook that served you well when you go and you meet new people? What is something like that served you well?
Well, the bottom line is being open-minded to new culture, to new ideas, to other things. I mean, I grew up in I was a very blue-collar kid, limited travel, all that. I didn't get on an airplane until whenever, later in life. So it was all brand new to me to meet people from different cultures, different foods. You know, I always had my pizza and pasta, and I'm done.
Yeah.
So that's the number one thing is being open-minded, going over to Europe, seeing different things. It amazes me.
I want to ask you a question about football and you a question about food.
I like this. I like what we're doing here.
You still live in Minnesota?
I do.
How do you feel about Sam Darnold? You cheering for him or he can die?
I think
figuratively speaking. Figuratively speaking.
I'm cheering for him so much that despite the fact that, I mean, I love Vrabel, I love the Drake May story. I think that team ultimately is the Vrabel Drake May team, barring injuries or something crazy, going to be back in this game? Yeah, I think they're going to be good for a long time. Do I want Sam Darnold? That redemption story, I mean, that's what makes sports so, I mean, for me as a fan, and I'm a ridiculous sports fan, that's what makes it for me. So I want it to be a close game because last year sucked, and I want Sam Darnold to win the game the same way that Doug did BC against Miami, only because as a Minnesota sports fan, to see him do what he did in Minnesota last year, and the people in Minnesota know it. Real fans remember. But we had a problem the last 2 games of the season, then lost that game in the play. Right? I mean, it was a really bad end of the season. Players can have he had some bad games at the end of the season. But when you look at his play over the course of the whole year, I don't know how you get rid of a guy like that who's still that young. That's my personal take.
All right, so Doug Flutie here. I got a question for you. Andrew is coming to your house with 2 of the greatest chefs in the world. Just name 2 to come to mind.
You're putting him on the spot.
Thomas Keller and Daniel Boulud.
Okay. There we go. He's bringing 2 of his best friends, best chefs in the world. You have to make them something for dinner.
Oh, I have to make it.
You have to make them something for dinner.
You guys want some Aunt Jemima complete
No.
pancakes? No. I got a pancake mix in here.
No.
I'm going to do it. It's either that or
don't say spaghetti.
Spaghetti with a meat sauce where it's good to go. No, I'm not a cook. I eat food. I see, to me, and this is where Andrew and I differ. We've had this talk. To me, food is not the event. It's on the way to the event. I got to eat something.
Oh God, no.
That's just who I've always been. I'm picking up a sub on the fly or eat quick, and I'm back out surfing.
But you know something? Here's the great thing, because Doug before, when he answered your other question, said you gotta be curious. I call it, remaining teachable and being open-minded. It's the same thing.
Coachable.
It's the same thing. To me, I don't grab the food. I mean, yes, do I grab food on the fly? Of course. I'm a human being. Sometimes I'm in a rush. I love the meal. I love doing the cooking. But I think what's great, and I know Doug agrees with this too, it doesn't matter what he's making. What's great is being able to sit down and share that time together, whether it's 20 minutes because we got to rush, or whether we're sitting down for an hour and a half and trading stories or whatever. But spending time with other human beings over food is way more important the quality of what's on the plate. We need to spend more time together, right? And so I just think food is universal that way. It connects people that way, and I'll go to your house and eat Pop-Tarts and pancakes. But because it's what's going to happen there while we're doing that that's going to be really important.
Is that the passion that brought you together to pursue the philanthropy that you
Well,
have?
we both, I mean, here's the interesting thing, and Doug has his story and why hunger is personal to him. I have my reason about why hunger is personal to me. But we met years ago at this event when Doug blessed us and came by and got up on stage, and the audience got to freak out. And, that's what's great about Taste of the NFL. Mm-hmm. Legends, players, amazing chefs, an incredible party, all to, solve the problem of childhood hunger. And genyouth.org, tasteofthenfl.com. Every year we're in the Super Bowl city the Saturday before the big event. But Doug got more and more involved in Gen Youth, and he really believes, as I do, that it's unacceptable to have hungry children in America, and Gen Youth is who we support. I had my years of hunger and homelessness when I was 28, 29, and 30. Doug had his challenges, and I'll let him tell his story. But for me, this is very personal.
That's what I wanted to hear from you.
When I was a kid, we didn't have money, and we bounced from house to house because couldn't pay rent, things of that nature. And a lot of times didn't have. I was on the program where you sign your name and get a free lunch at school. And for me, the pride involved in that bothered me. So I started collecting Coke bottles and cashing those in to get 40 cents for my lunch money and doing that type of thing. I remember a day my older brother wouldn't have a dime in our pocket, and he found a quarter and pitched quarters in the morning, won $1, and found me in the middle of the day and gave me 50 cents to get lunch. It just. So you realize it's much more prevalent than people realize. 1 in 5 kids, and like I said, for me, pride's involved, so it's probably even higher that some don't talk about it. And it's just, so it is personal.
I'm right there with you. On our station, we do a yearly radiothon to benefit the Houston Food Bank, so it's very passionate to us.
Great food. I know the people there. I've done work with them.
Yeah. They got great Pop-Tarts there.
I've heard. I've actually heard that. Yes, I have.
Yeah.
So if our listeners who we already know have this as part of their hearts, how do they get involved with you?
Well, it's really easy. AndrewZimmerman.com, we have a philanthropy page with all of our partners who are solving hunger issues all over the world. Gen Youth and Taste the NFL is there. You want tickets to our event this year or put it on your schedule next year in L.A., Doug and I will both be there.
Let's do it.
Tasteofthenfl.com, genyouthnow.org. And I think even more important, you talked about your Hungerthon.
Yes, sir.
Right, with the Houston Food Bank. Anyone listening to this in Houston, if you've heard something, write it down, go to one of these websites, cut and paste a sentence and send it out to everyone in your email family. Awareness is as important as dollars. If you can give dollars, please do. But awareness is so important. This is not red or blue or left or right. We've been trying to solve the problem since World War II. And the reason I always say post-World War II, despite hunger existing before it, is that after World War II, America became the most culturally important country in the world and the richest country in the world. And so to have something like childhood hunger, to me, is just repugnant.
I'm with you.
I'm right there with you. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. I wish we had 30 more minutes to chop it up.
This is fun.
The tight end was open.
That was the story. It was 35 years later, I find out a picture of the tight end all by himself on the backside. I could have pulled up and thrown to him, and he would have walked.
Did that make you feel better or worse? Did you?
No, I called him that night, said, you were right. And he said, yeah, but I would have dropped it.
When Flutie tells this story, and I love it, every time I think to myself, because the other punchline is that they've won the game.
Yeah.
Okay, it is one of the greatest moments in the history of sports. They get into the locker room, and the tight end is like, I was open.
Yes.
Right? They've won. It's like, I was open. I love that.
Yeah. Gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure. We want to make sure that you get to have your conversation with many other folks here on Radio Row. Thank you so much for spending some time.
Thanks for having us again.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to talk more about this. And bringing it along, my guy, Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports. We're going to run the whole game, and we'll talk the game with him next.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And thanks for always having us on.
Look, Core 43 presents Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did you feel an earthquake? And I was like, wait, are they just joking because San Francisco apparently no, there was indeed an earthquake.
You can see a hurricane coming. You can prepare for a hurricane. You can kind of prepare for tornadoes. Ain't no preparing for earthquakes.
All week long from San Francisco, thanks to Planet Fitness.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Get your vehicle the way you want it, when you want it, and pay what you want. That's
Studios, KILD FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Radio Row rolls on here in San Francisco. Much appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for helping us get out here. And what a fantastic conversation with Andrew Zimmern and Doug Flutie. Make sure to go back to that.
Man, the text board is blowing up.
Yeah.
No pressure, Charles.
Those dudes are Big act to follow. Now joining us in our tied guest seat, because John Lopez, if it's got to be clean.
It's got to be tied.
That's right, is the third voice that you'll hear on the Football 301 show, because we had Matt Harmon on. We had Nate Tyson. I was like, why not go for the full sweep, especially since he's the homeboy. Charles McDonald. Charles, what's happening, man?
I'm doing good, man. You know, I'm just enjoying not being in the freezing cold weather of New York City. Get to go outside, get to see the sun. My backyard is covered in snow right now.
Oh, boy.
Back home. So this is good. This is good. I'm enjoying my time here because I've been telling people I don't know about this game this weekend.
Really? Okay, I want to get into that, but you did start by talking about this liqueur 3 bottle that we have in here.
I've just never seen it before, so I'm going to take a whiff. My first ever whiff of liqueur.
Pour water bottle there. Take a sip.
All right, why not?
Yeah.
Look, if I had to write today, I might not, but I finished my writing yesterday.
And when you take that sip, remember that this is a sponsor.
I know. I know.
No pressure. I'm just saying.
I've been playing that in my head so I don't mess up. Because I've made that mistake before.
Really? Oh, you got to tell me about that.
It stinks.
I can't imagine.
No, it smells good.
It smells good, and let's quick taste.
Look at that.
It tastes good.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
It definitely, I can see how it's a coffee mix, though.
Yeah.
You definitely want to mix this with something.
Yeah,
It's
perfect.
Right, there we
you go.
We got the review.
So he's a football expert and a Carajillo expert.
Cream soda,
right?
that's kind of what it tastes like.
Okay,
Really?
I like that. I like that.
Soda.
So you were saying, man, you're looking at this game and you don't know how you feel about it. I've been asking a lot of people because I think the general consensus around America is you look at this, you go, yeah, the Seahawks have this, no need to look at it. The thing that I've been asking is a potential X factor in this game just the temperate weather, because we haven't seen a good game from Drake May yet, have we?
No, it's been interesting with Drake May because I think that we haven't seen like a full great game from Drake May yet, but I also think that you also see why he's in the MVP race as well.
Yeah.
Because there's like there's a moment in each one of these games where like, okay, well, he's like one of the best players in the field, and that talent just kind of shines through. Like the game against the Texans, I look at it so much. It's like all the numbers are burned into my brain. Where we're Patriots fans, like they've said, like, why are you so down on us going to this game? Like, well, because y'all have gotten your butts kicked in every single one of these games on offense. Like the Texans game in particular, they had 15 drives, 9 of them didn't get a first down. So, and if you look at those 9 drives, they didn't get a first down. They ran 26 plays for 5 yards. 5 yards.
Is that good?
Why do you have to remind us?
I'm sorry. No, it's just it's so jarring. And like even when they got the turnovers, like the drives following turnovers, it was 11 plays, 17 yards of strip sack. Like they've gotten their butts kicked. But I will say, in that game, the 6 drives where they got first downs, like they scored on almost all those on most of those drives. And Drake May had some really big time throws on those drives. And even last week where, you got a little lucky that Jarrett Stidham decided to, go Chris Paul and chest pass in the snow backwards, and your only touchdown drive of the game was 15 yards. But when it came down to it, he said, or Vrabel said that May freelanced the rollout on the last play of the game and just sprinted for it and got it himself. So he's kind of the only reason why they have why they're here at all, I think. And I don't really think that that's a slight. It's like when you just stack the rosters, if you were just to erase Drake May's name off of the past depth chart and take supporting cast versus Seahawks defense, which one looks like they drafted top 5 last year? Yeah. And which one looks like they've been building for several years and now got the final pieces in DeMarcus Lawrence and guys like that? Man, it's just tough because like if the Patriots had gone through this and they had actually been scoring points and they had been playing well, I'd be like, oh, they've played tough defenses, but they've kind of shown they could fight, but they haven't. They've gotten their butts kicked every week, and by the grace of God, some monsoon or blizzard comes and pushes them to the next round.
Well, we're going to talk about the Texans, specifically C.J. Stroud, which has just been a constant theme. Even when we don't ask people about it, they bring it up. And the constant theme within that is something's going on between the years. You buying that, and how does it get fixed?
I think ultimately it's tough because these are games that we're all watching, right, when it comes to down to the playoffs. But that 2-game sample where between Pittsburgh and the New England game, he was bad. Like there's no sugarcoating. But it's a huge outlier though on like what his season actually was for the most part. I mean, he posted a higher QBR this year than he did his rookie year when he kind of showed out. Just in terms of like how conducive is his play towards winning games. He set a career high for QBR in that number. So it's hard to kind of turn your brain off from what you saw because what happened in the Patriots game, I mean, CJ will tell you himself, like that was like disgracefully bad. And there's no reason that someone who like actually is as talented as him should be playing that poorly. But man, I just think he needs to reset. Just like maybe losing that way in that bad of a manner can be good for you if you can take some time to just step away and reset. Because obviously he's better than that. Yeah. We all know he's better than that. And that's ultimately why, like, the reaction is so harsh against it. Because you know that he can play better than that. Like, I feel confident saying that C.J. Stroud's probably good enough to win a Super Bowl if things go right, especially with that defense. So, man, you just got to play better. That's really all it is to me.
Yeah. So he seems like he cut his locks off. I feel like that's step number one for you.
No, not for me. if that's what he feels like he needs to do to get back in the right direction, then that's on him. This is his problem, not mine.
We're talking to our guy. We're talking to our guy Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm going to bounce back to this game again. We might just do this.
Yeah,
I
got a question too.
I like that. Yeah. It feels like this game might also be a small story of the season when it comes to explosives. The offense for the New England Patriots, most explosive team. The defense for the Seahawks just absolutely kills explosives. Who wins that battle, and what does that actually say about the season that there's been so much focus on explosives?
Oh man, I think for the Patriots, I think a lot of that has to do with. I mean, obviously, like having Drake May as your quarterback. Yeah. When you start isolating like his throws 10+ yards down the field, I mean, he's completing like 70% of his passes on long range throws.
How does that happen?
He's really good. He's really good. Like, to me, like, if I had to vote for MVP, I would give it to Drake May, because I think when you look at like some of like the load-bearing stuff, like the offensive line, they're not good. We were talking about Kayshon Boutte as, you were supposed to be the guy from following Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and now we're like, oh, wait, maybe like you actually were talented. Yeah. Oh, maybe Demario Douglas is good. No, I mean, they have a really, really.
Like the one touchdown against Texas was just like perfect, like perfect, like
range handoffs. Is what it looks like. Yeah. So, like, when you have a quarterback that can do that, that's why I don't struggle to say it, because I do think they're going to get their butts kicked. But it's like, maybe if Drake May can stay upright, he's so good that he can throw into the teeth of that Seattle defense. Because, like, we saw him, like you said, the touchdown on Boutte, that was on Derek Stingley. Yeah. Yeah. That's not an easy player to go against. And the Seahawks defense is filled with guys that's not easy to go against. When you look at the back end and just how well they play up front in the trenches, it's like, if he can overcome that and actually get a win here, because honestly, I think that the weather conditions are going to make it harder for him, because the other team's offense is playing in a cleaner situation.
Yeah, they're going to score.
Right, they're going to score points, right? So at some point, I think in this game, and hopefully it's not like quickly for him, like he's going to have to drop back with a deficit.
Yeah.
And how does that go? Against the Texans, it was awful. It was a complete disaster for them. I mean, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter did whatever they wanted. In the game against the Broncos, like Nick Bonito had a handful of good rushes. In the Chargers game, Tuli Tuipulotu, he had, I think, 2 or 3 sacks himself. So this is an offensive line that has, not only are they gettable, they've got every week. Yeah. So I don't know. I think he would have to be really incredible for them to pull this out. And I someone asked me, like, so, what do you think the score is going to be, 24-21? I'm like, what? Will they get like 2 pick sixes or something like that? I don't know. See, that's kind of crazy.
I was going to ask you about the other quarterback, because, obviously he didn't end well in Minnesota, but just incredible, last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. And people often say, well, he's got to be better, talking about a particular quarter. He's got to play better than he did, in such and such game. Is Sam Darnold, could he take a step back again? I mean, because that was perfection.
Boy, could he? Of course he could. I mean, he's Sam.
I mean, that's kind of a wild card in the other direction. You're saying Drake May might do this. Drake May might do that.
No,
Sam Darnold might do this.
I'm with you. I published a column today about that. Like, it's basically just, you just got to make it one more game. Yeah. just one more game.
Then you can stink.
Because I think, part of it is they beat the crap out the 49ers so bad. But, Sam, he's had a low volume postseason. Like, he hasn't thrown all too much, because in the first game they beat the 49ers. Like, that game fell over. The 49ers' first drive, when they came on the 4th down, that Juszczyk pitched the ball and it got stuffed. 0-0 first drive of the game. Like, oh, game's over. Like, they got this. They just lost that. That's over with. Yeah. So you don't need them to do much in that game. But last week, I mean, I thought that was a big deal for Sam, not just from I covered Sam in New York. Yeah. That's the best game I've ever seen him play, like, bar none. And for him to get over the hump of, that was the same defense that ended his tenure with the Vikings so badly that they were like, let's go try out this J.J. McCarthy thing.
Yeah.
You know, and to be honest with you, I think you can look back at where the Vikings were. They tried to sign Aaron Rodgers last year. It's not like they were too high on J.J. McCarthy either, right? When you're looking at Aaron Rodgers to be your quarterback, he's not going to be the backup. So that's where things ended for Sam with that one game. So I think for him to get over that hump was big for him. But there's still
it's in there.
It's in there. You know, I've seen him. I've watched him play for what 7 years now.
Yeah.
You know, so like we all know like what's capable, but so far, 4 touchdowns, no turnovers in the postseason. The only thing, sack rate's a little high, but I think that's always going to be the case with Sam because he's kind of a big game hunter. So it's tough.
See, I'm talking you into you're changing your pick.
No.
He said no.
I think this is about to be a biblical beatdown for the Seahawks defense. Also, dude, Mike McDonald versus Josh McDaniels, that's a huge coaching advantage.
Yeah.
Like in favor of Seattle. And look, I mean, shoot, every single defensive coordinator has had their number as far as what they're trying to do, and Mike's
up there.
He's up there.
Yeah.
So the only way I really see this happening, it's three. You need 3 players on Seattle to have, on New England have big games. Christian Barmore, Milton Williams, and Christian Gonzalez. And luckily, like those 3 guys, they can play off each other to certain degrees. Like with the passing game, if you get pressure, or if you can hold on the back end, and maybe you can hurt them. And I will say, Seattle's interior line, it's kind of weak. So if there is one spot where the Patriots should feel like we have a big advantage, is we got 2 star defensive tackles against a fairly weak interior offensive line. You just got to survive like the Kenneth Walker explosives, JSN on the other side, and then just any like speed stuff they do with Rashid Shaheed, because he's not like consistent. Every time he touches it, you feel like he can take the house.
Yeah, if he gets 75 on one play, then you're
automatically down. Like it happened to we've seen it happen with Rashid Shaheed, where he'll take the opening kickoff back, and all of a sudden that defense. That defense gets to start off with a lead, and they can pin their ears back, and that's when Mike is so crazy. Like that ridiculously good defensive coach.
I wanted to ask you something real quick, because I know that every once in a while I'll hit you up about offensive line, because you talk about weak interiors. Hey, what's happening to Houston Texans, right? we're looking at centers, just starting to look at free agency, and I know a lot of people are like, swing big for Tyler Linderbaum. I tend to believe that he's not going to be available. A couple of the other center names that are out there, which of these guys, or if any of them, do you think would kind of look good? Is it like Cade Mays, the center for the Panthers, Connor McGovern, the center for the Bills, or any of those? No, he was just like, nah.
Cade has always been he's always been like a little favorite of mine, because he committed originally played football at Georgia, which is my favorite school, and he was a 5-star offensive lineman, and then he transferred to Tennessee. And what's interesting about like Tennessee is they've got a lot of skilled players drafted recently. None of them are good. But the linemen.
But they're not good.
The linemen, though. But people, they get distracted by, with Jalen Hyatt or Hendon Hooker. But the linemen, like they have so many pass blocking reps that they actually come out pretty polished. Like Caden Mays, he was a 5th-round pick, but he's one of the Panthers, one of their best defensive linemen. And then Darnell Wright, who started for the Bears. We used to joke before this season where, last year it was Caleb Williams. You got Darnell Wright blocking the hell out of somebody, and then 4 guys on the ground. And that's kind of what the rookie year Caleb Williams experience was like. I've always kind of loved Cade Mays. I've loved watching him play. I've liked following his story. And I think he's kind of like a little diamond in the rough here as far as free agency stuff goes.
Okay, so the idea that the Texans have maybe started looking a little bit in that way should encourage Texans fans.
Yeah, I think he's a talented guy. And I think for him also, there's still room to improve, because there's like this weird like profile of guys where they're 5-star high school guys sometimes, and the college career is a little up and down, and then they figure it out and
they flourish
in the NFL. And I think he could be one of those guys.
Okay, all right, Texas fans hear that. Charles McDonald. I almost called you Chase McDonald. I don't know where that came from. Appreciate you rocking with us. You are a Falcons fan. You interviewed Bijan Robinson this morning, and you gave me a little anecdote that I just want you to share because it was hilarious to me.
So, yeah, I interviewed Bijan Robinson for our Football 301 podcast this morning. And, I told him on the show, I'm a Falcons fan. And, he kind of laughed at it. And then after the show, he was like, wait, you're actually a Falcons fan? I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm from Decatur. And he goes, we're going to get this right. My fault.
My fault?
It's not your fault.
Yeah, not at all, actually. It's a lot of other people's faults,
really.
Not
yours.
I'm sorry, man.
If there's any Falcon I don't need an apology from,
yeah,
it's Bijan Robinson. But genuine about it, too. Like,
I'm sorry.
We're going to right the ship. I'm like, okay. I mean, look. As I told him before we started, anyone who's still here after 28-3 is not leaving.
Yes,
that's a great point. And that did happen in Houston, so that's the crossover there. Charles, always appreciate getting a chance to sit down with you. Enjoy the Golden Gate Bridge tomorrow.
I will. I'm going to send pictures.
And it feels like, according to you, if things go the way you think, that's going to be the height of your weekend.
No, the height of my weekend will be when that clock hits triple zeros.
Yes, sir.
And my girlfriend gets me back.
There you go. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. Oh, wait, I got to do the thing. You're on the Tide guest seat because if it's got to be clean.
It's got to be Tide.
So, Charles, if you would like, you could take one of these Tide Pods to go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Laundry day, man.
That is what you get for sitting down with us. That sounded like a threat, but it wasn't. Coming up next, let's get Figgy's mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Look Core 43 presents Sports Radio 610 live. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Live from Radio Row in San Francisco, and it's getting packed out here, man.
Yeah, man.
It's taking a little longer to go to the bathroom.
It's nuts.
Yeah. I had to kind of pushing people out the way a little bit.
Yeah.
But we still out here. We got one more day left, and then we'll be back in H-Town. But I wanted to ask y'all, what if y'all could come up with a theme of this Radio Row regarding all of us?
A theme?
Yeah, what's the theme of Radio Row 2026 for Sports Radio
610?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is projectiles in one way.
Well, that's the highlight.
It's who?
Projectiles. Throwing that Tide Pod.
Okay.
No, overarching theme. It's hard to find an overarching
I'm
theme.
giving this some thought now. There's got to be something good out there.
I actually have a theme for this.
Okay, all right.
So my theme for Sports Radio 610 Radio Row in 2026 is lean in.
Okay. Why is that?
Yeah, I think we did a good job with just everything that happened and just kind of lean into the situation. And I want to take you first to Payne and Pendergast. We did talk about the Tide Pod. Tide Pod Gate is what I'm going to just call it Tide Pod Gate. And salute to Tide for sponsoring the guests and all that stuff.
Because if it's got to be clean, John,
it's got to be Tide.
That's right.
Yes, sir. So we all saw the situation. We talked about it, how Seth threw that.
It was the question of the day.
It was the question of the day. It kind of got a little awkward when it happened in real time, and it's all on social media. And I quite wasn't sure if Sean was going to do a show again.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, are they going to duke it out later on? I wasn't sure what was going on. I wasn't sure if Seth was going to get fired because I didn't know if that was going to be a
issue.
Kind of, like a little HR complaint or something like that. And here's Payne and Pendergast. This is how they started their show yesterday. I was glued to it. I was up 4 in the morning. I'm like, let me see how they start this. Let me see if it's going to be a little awkward because he didn't say antibodies. Well, I think he did technically get the antibodies in, but he kind of threw the headset down, as you can see in the video. But here's how Payne and Pendergast started their show this morning.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you live from Radio Row. I brought the Liqueur 43 with me today.
Good job, Sean.
Thank you. Got the day right. Got the Liqueur 43. Seth's got the Tide Pods.
We should probably
maybe
talk
somewhat dangerous.
You and I haven't talked to each other and made eye contact.
It's like me saying Seth has the machine gun.
My two eyes haven't made contact with your one good eye in almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
That's not true. I'm lying. Because Sean and I were, a lot of people. So yesterday, for those of you who missed it, I rifled a Tide Pod at Sean in what I thought was going to be a playful and fun act. But the Tide Pod, it came out of my hand a lot faster than I thought it would, and it smacked him right in his left eyeball.
Directly.
Yeah.
I described it to somebody yesterday, Seth. If I had a piece of, you know how Velcro, you got the sharp piece and you got the fuzzy piece? If I had the sharp piece of Velcro for some reason taped to my eyelid, and you threw the Tide Pod with the other piece of the Velcro, it would have stuck to me. It's directly center.
Dead center.
And you were apologizing afterwards, and you were saying, you came up to me and you're like, I really didn't mean to hit you in the eye. I'm like, I know, you don't have that good of aim.
Lean in, man.
They are leaning in.
He's leaning into it. I'm kind of glad he's leaning into it.
Yeah.
And I tried to talk to him right when the situation happened, like kind of after the situation happened. I'm like, hey, you want to make some content with this? He said, no.
No.
So I was a little worried. I'm like, man, this might be a sensitive topic where we can't bring it up on the air. But he's leaning into it. He had the glasses, the goggles.
Yeah.
So he's leaning into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go to the next thing. Hit the sounder, Colin. As I continue on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, as I said earlier, the theme is lean in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And remember last year when Ron, the show, Hughley, Clint Stoerner, where they had supposed to be Stephon Diggs on the show?
Yeah.
And we were sitting there super super excited.
Yeah.
I looked up the YouTube. I wanted to see the interview. I'm like, damn, is it over already? And everybody in the comments was like, man, Show threw his headset down.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this brother that got into it was Stephon Diggs. I'm like, oh, man, I don't know. And come to find out it was the fake Stephon Diggs.
Stephon. I'm still mad about that because why would you do that?
Yeah. So this year, they decided to lean into it.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the drive. They decided to do backgrounds on all of their guests to make sure it's the real them. And here is Frank Caliendo. He appeared on the drive a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And they decided to do a little background check on old Frank.
What's your wife's maiden name?
Vitale. What's next? What do you got for me?
Where did you go to high school?
Waukesha South High School.
Okay, all right, we got you. All right, we got you. I'm just making sure.
This is the most interesting. This is very. I'm going to be honest with you. This is hilarious.
Hey, Frank. 2 questions. He sat down, and we covered. We had him all year, most of the year. He sat down, and I just said, Who in the hell is that? Is not Stephon Diggs. And so I said, let me get a question off. Hey man, how you doing with that ACL injury? How's rehab? And I'm just thinking to myself, who is this?
Right.
Who is this? We probably got 2 questions in.
Yeah, we're both looking at each other, going, "How do we get out of this? How do we exit this?" This ain't.
He was doing this on purpose.
He's rolling.
He was doing a bit.
Yeah,
he had it. And
he's doing it on purpose.
I said, "Oh, you're not Stephon Diggs, are you?" I said, "No."
I'm Stephen Diggs.
I found out.
I'm Stephen A. Diggs. I understand where you're coming from with some of this confrontational perpetuity. We're going to make it something different.
I would have kept him on. If he'd have done that.
So what's he doing when?
He's a safety for Vanderbilt is actually what he was.
Okay. So he knew the game.
Yeah.
Don't hate the game, hate the player.
Yeah.
It's the opposite? Don't hate the player, hate the game?
He was something else.
Man. In and into it, man.
Shout out to Frank immediately hitting you with the Stephen A. Diggs.
Yeah, I thought that was cool, man, because I was a little bit worried, and honestly, in real time when it happened last year.
Oh, we were.
Yeah, I was like, man, I want to bring it up, but I don't want to, you know, ruffle any feathers and all that stuff.
Right.
But I feel like that's a good bit they're doing. They're doing that with every guest they had on.
And it's led to some really cool moments. Like, did you realize that Terrell Davis was a thrower in high school? I mean, that's one of the best running backs that we've seen in the NFL. And he's out here, like, you would think in high school, especially in high school, he'd be a runner. Nah, he was a thrower, baby. And state records, baby. State records.
Yeah, so I think the theme of Sports Radio 610 Radio Row live in San Francisco is lean in.
Yeah.
You got to lean in. The only thing is I feel like our show is not really leaning into it because Lopez just feel like he's friends with J.A. Donde.
He just think he's friends with J.A.
He's not leaning into it.
Who just walked by and said, "Hey, what's up, John?"
That was Warren Moon. Wait, are you doing all black men look like? Because that was Warren Moon and not J.A. Donde.
No,
what you talking about?
But was like I know people. I've been around for a while.
Yeah, we know you know people. You just don't know the people that you're saying you know.
Warren Moon walked by and said, "What's up, John?" Yeah,
that's Warren Moon.
Just like J.A. Donde.
Nah, you walked about that. No, you walked up to him like, hey, remember me? I used to work for the Crown. And he was just like, yeah, how you doing? He just kept it going.
Lying, you're still lying.
Yeah, see,
we talked to J.A. Donde. I don't know what you're talking about.
You ain't even leaning into it, man.
That video was hilarious because he's just like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Had the video out on Sports Radio 610.
That was good.
Yeah, check it out. Give the station a follow on Instagram at Sports Radio 610.
I never heard of him.
A lot of cool content coming from me, and that's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610.
Good job.
I love the way
I like the theme.
Coming from me. No, I think he's been doing a fantastic job all over Radio Row, and it feels like we've been eating good out in San Francisco, having a little bit of fun all over the city. Still one more night. We got the family dinner tomorrow, so I want to see. Tonight? I forgot what day it was.
Miss it. Yeah, you just gonna miss that flight. Wait for that family dinner.
Damn, where's everybody
supposed
go?
to be eating?
Where everybody
at? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, still live from Radio Row. Against thank you to Liqueur 43 and our friends there for helping us get out here. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Do you want some fun facts about the Super Bowl? This Super Bowl that's getting together. Let's get some of those in next.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. And still on Radio Row here in San Francisco. Appreciate you rocking with us. And, of course, much appreciation to our friends at LaCour 43 for getting us out here. Lopez, you said that you just saw Liam Cohen walk by?
Yeah, he walked by, and I changed my opinion.
On
Absolutely.
what?
He's a big dude. I think he could have taken Robert Saleh.
Oh, I forgot. He was beefing with Robert Saleh last year.
He was, and he had the want to, so to speak.
He definitely has the want to, like that in that. Because that was when Saleh was basically out here talking about how, they were doing the legal sign stealing thing, right? That they had the capability of figuring out what people were going to do. I still don't understand why he didn't take kindly to that, why he felt like that was besmirching his character. But he did feel that way.
You call me a cheater?
He did feel that way.
And then I saw Steve Smith right after Liam Cohen walked by. I covered the guy. I still can't get over. He's not an imposing figure.
No, well, not in physical
He's
stature.
tough, yeah.
But he is imposing when you know what he's about.
Yeah.
In various different ways. So yeah, no, I was under the impression that yesterday was going to be the busiest. It maybe is, but we got a lot of folks out here.
No, it's today. No question about it.
Very much so. There's a lot of kind of things that are happening. We know that we're closing in on the NBA trade deadline, and there's people moving around. I mentioned Jose Alvarado going to the Knicks. Ayo Dosunmu, another one of those guards that I don't think that the Rockets would have been in on, even though he is a good piece. Yeah. It just felt like it would be too high. Well, he's moving to the Wolves anyway, so that wasn't going to be anything. I'm still looking at this, and I feel like they're standing pat here, John Lopez.
Rockets.
Yeah, I think the Rockets are standing pat
It
here.
looks that way. I mean, unless something happens pretty soon. A lot of movement. Porzingis moved, too.
Yeah, Porzingis. How'd you feel about that one? Because the Warriors went and got Kristaps Porzingis from the Atlanta Hawks. They finally unload Jonathan Kuminga out that way. And one more other piece that eludes me in this moment.
A couple draft picks.
Yeah, I believe that there's some more stuff in there, but I think the major portions of that was
when healthy. When healthy. That should be his middle name.
That when healthy, though, is doing a lot of –
when healthy Porzingis. Because if he can manage to be healthy, that's a good piece for him.
That is. I still don't think that puts them back. Well, again, if he's healthy, I just don't. I feel like they might not be a team that you really have to worry about in this. A couple of interesting baseball news, because there's all sorts of little news that's popping up. Earlier today, Tarek Skubal won his arbitration case to the tune of $32 million.
Love it.
Why you say that?
Because the guy got paid.
Just like anytime anybody gets paid, I don't care. Just get that money.
And the Tigers, all of a sudden, their rotation is pretty formidable.
And then Bobby Marks, and get this, because we talked a little bit about John Morant. Bobby Marks is saying that the Bulls and the Kings are trying to secure John Morant's signature. So, or, at least secure his talent. I'm just like, why are they like this?
I don't know.
What do they think they're going to do with the likes of John Morant? Even the Bulls, I don't really get that. But, yeah, those are some of the things.
They ain't got nothing else to look forward to.
Yeah.
No, they don't. Couple of baseball things. Jose Urquidy, he's reached a deal with the Pirates, so he's there. And then J.P. France has cleared waivers, and he's outrighted to AAA Sugarland. So he'll stay. He'll stay in the system.
All right.
Which another arm that you'll see.
He had his moments, man.
He did have his moments. So as we continue to look at, who are the pieces that are going to impact this team, that might be one of them. Did you see what happened with the head coach of the Houston Cougar basketball team, Kelvin Sampson?
Poor Kelvin.
You said poor. Why you say poor Kelvin?
Poor Kelvin.
Why is that?
I'm just saying, poor Kelvin.
What's that, Colin?
He's got it.
Oh, you got it. Here's Kelvin Sampson, and he kind of lit the world on fire in some degree.
We have a very poor athletic department. We're poor. We're poor when I got here, and we're still poor. We probably have the lowest budget of anybody in Power 4, and the way our recruiting is going, we have to stop at some point because we don't have enough money to keep bringing in really good players. And that's not easy for us to do. People ask about recruiting. Teams that have the best recruiting classes usually have the most money. That's the way it is today.
Look, man, The man can recruit, not just players, alumni. That's all that was.
Hey, I like that first. I like that first line. He said, "I'm gonna start using that all the time. Like, I am poor.
I am poor.
I have no money." That's gonna be my go-to.
No, he's recruiting alum. He's recruiting alums.
I hope that does work.
That 5-star guard didn't get here for free.
No, and that's true.
Yeah.
The story that we like to tell though would feel like, oh man, he's built such a program that guys want to come play under him and be too.
You want to believe that.
But yeah, the reality is that is probably true to some degree. But you're also putting some money in some hands.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to work though? Because
yes.
You think so?
Yes, I bet you their donations are up significantly today. Already, immediately. He knows what he's doing. He's brilliant. He's a brilliant coach. He's a brilliant leader. He's a brilliant businessman. Look, they got a 5-star quarterback, too. It's not just basketball. He didn't come here for free.
I wonder how Tillman felt about that just straight up poor comment, though, because Tillman is obviously like the big name booster on this. He's like, my name ain't on this building for you to come out here and say that we poor around here.
That's right.
Like, I don't know if that's how we need to kick it. Like, I get it. You're trying to raise this money, but let's use the right verbiage around here.
Yeah.
No, I do hope that it does work for him, because we're seeing that money is the name of the game in college. It's no longer just about, hey, what's the facilities or the coaching. The coaching that needs to be there.
Yeah.
But that money is dictating a lot of the things that's happening there. So, yeah, I found that to be interesting that he was so aggressive in that statement.
I admired it. I thought it was great.
For sure. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and courtesy
he went for it, didn't he?
Courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, we cross out with the fellas of the drive. That's Ron, the show, Hughley, Clint,
We can't put
Stoerner.
this on the floor anymore if we don't get money.
Like, we ain't got no money no more, man.
I didn't know. Where'd that come from?
Out of the clear blue sky.
Right, just a day in February.
Built this arena and everything.
Yeah.
He just a day in February.
And they got a 5-star quarterback. You know how much that guy was offered?
They got one of the young guards in the league or in the nation right now, man. Like that, he's just like, yeah. Right now, all that's fine and good, but we need money.
We're poor.
My man said it's been poor when I got here.
Still poor.
And still poor. Damn, Kelvin, what the hell?
He said, ain't nothing changed yet.
Yeah, just beat down UCF.
Hey.
What the hell's going on?
John, you talking about that quarterback? He's in there. He's like, damn, now I got to share with the real football, with the football program. It's going to pay quarterbacks that kind of money.
Maybe that was a factor.
Yeah, that might be it. That honestly might be it.
Hey, man, we need to get this together.
I was at basketball school. Till a couple months ago. What the hell happened?
You could be onto something with that. Yeah.
Hey, Clint, you feeling a little bit better, big
Ooh.
dog?
Boy, I tell you what.
We got to hear this.
I'm going to tell you, I ain't going to touch that bounce over there. Boy, them damn free chickens, that's why I like.
You think Kobe Turner's in a tough spot?
There ain't no doubt. I guarantee his belly.
I'm good. I hate it.
I guarantee that belly's rumbling.
I feel good.
I tell you, I ain't.
You have to use that Tide.
Them little muffins I ate when I just walked up here is the first thing I've eaten.
Get Del Seth to get one of them Tide Pods. Let him launch it at you and knock this sickness right on out.
Well, let me tell you, he would damn sure be able to hit me because I ain't moving nowhere fast. I promise you, it'd be an easy target, baby. God dang, you kidding me? Free-ass wings.
It was that bad?
I mean, have you ever puked in a restaurant bathroom?
I don't know.
I mean, we
Not
ranked.
that I recall.
Well, that was a first for me.
Hey, Doc. Hey, all I know is we sitting in the room, and that boy Clint texts the group. Hey, anybody awake and got any tongues?
I tell you, man.
Hey, 10:15. Damn. Hey, damn, what kind of request?
My man was in pain.
It's happening. I came down there.
I said, damn, you good? I got some heartburn.
Me and Reg was trying to eat dinner, and I said, hey, Reg, we might have to take this entree to go.
Yeah, we had to wrap it up.
He said, oh, okay. And I couldn't tell if Reg was serious or not, but then I said, I got to go to this restroom. Luckily, they had that, they had the men's restroom, the women's restroom, and they had like the restroom family. I went in that family restroom, locked that thing up, took my jacket off. I had my white forces on. I had to spread my feet.
Man, he was taking precautions.
I knew. I was like, all right, this is gonna happen.
You don't want to get them splatters.
So I got them feet real wide.
It's a stance.
I never had to touch touch the toilet, man.
Yeah.
I let her rip. I went on there and said, yeah, Reg, we need to go on.
I'm sitting there like, damn, we watched the video. You got the clam chowder. It's right there, ready to go.
Yeah, that clam chowder. You know what you saw in that video? It went right back to that kitchen. I took 2 bites of it. I said, no, that ain't gonna stay down. That was terrible, man.
That boy said, everybody got any Tums?
Well, when I got home, it started, when you lay down, that indigestion started hitting me, and I was like, well, damn, now this is going to happen? Are you kidding me?
That boy Reggie said, I think you might want to go check that. Hey, that front desk been saving our lives.
Yeah, man.
I had to get them scissors to come. Oh, they didn't have nothing?
I said, ma'am, is there a store anywhere? Do y'all have any, like a little cubby hole store, like
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't.
She said, no, we ain't got nothing. Closed.
Oh, market. Yeah, that's closed. Yeah.
I said, where's the nearest store? She said, I think it's about a mile. I said, well, damn, I ain't in no shape to be walking no mile.
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't just straight up ask if they had anything like that? I feel like we are in a hotel that's nice enough that they got concierge.
Well,
service.
he
did.
No,
Like,
I did not. To be clear, I did not ask her for Tums. I'd already hit him for toothpaste earlier,
they got it.
Yeah, you think?
I didn't ask for Tums, but I went down there and bought me a pack this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if you'd have been like, hey, y'all got any antacids, they might have had you covered. Either way, I'm glad you feel better now.
I've been having a problem with that indigestion, and somebody told me the other day,
I got the heartburn.
Get you a little shot of milk, it'll calm it down a little bit. And I had a muscle milk protein drink in my refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't dawn on me till I'd already lost about 2 hours of sleep. I went in there and I grabbed that muscle milk, hit me a couple shots.
Yeah.
That did me good.
Okay, all right. So we're back on the up and up.
Well,
we good for family dinner and everything?
Oh, yeah. I think I'm feeling better right now. Boy, this morning was rough.
Yeah, that thing.
I told Ron I went to get my workout in. Big shout out to Planet Fitness. I went to get my workout in, and I got on that old elevator. And before them doors closed, I stepped right back off. I said, nah, this ain't it for your boy right here.
You going to try to tackle today?
Well, weights. I was just going to do some circuits.
I'm about to say, was you going core today?
Hey,
better.
There wasn't going to be no up and down. I promise you that.
Fellas, what we got looking forward to? Who y'all sitting down with?
We got Dan Dockich. It'll be fun to hear his thoughts on what Kelvin had to say there today. Him, former coach in college basketball, and he knows the Colts in Indy pretty well. Brian Urlacher, Hall of Famer, is going to join us in the first hour. Devin Hester, another Hall of Famer, is going to join us coming up. So a lot, man, a lot.
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, y'all
Dalton
talking
Schultz.
Dalton.
That's right, Dalton Schultz. He's joining us in the 4 o'clock
If
hour.
I can ask for one thing, we've taken to that White Boy Wednesday.
Yeah.
I feel like he would have some input or at least some idea as to what the playlist was. So if you could give us a little insight, we'd greatly appreciate it.
We need to try. I'll try to get him to say, to some degree, White Boy Wednesday, so Figgy can cut it up and use it in y'all's entry.
Perfect.
I like that.
Perfect.
I like what we're doing
Like
there.
who came up with it?
That's what I need. That I need that kind of capital J journalism from y'all today, if y'all don't mind. Y'all don't have to do it on there if he's coming over down.
Because I don't think any. Do you think it was any of the white guys that came up with it?
I do not.
I mean, there ain't but about 5 of them in there.
Yeah.
Half of them don't need to be talking. I mean, let's be honest.
That's 2.5 then.
I mean, let's be honest. It's definitely going to be an offensive guy. So you got Dalton and Dalton.
You got Dalton. You got Andrews.
Andrews ain't talking about no
You
DJ.
got Patterson.
Patterson ain't talking about no DJ.
You got, who's that white receiver?
Who, Braxton Berrios?
They got Braxton Berrios
or Justin Watson. You know they got two of them.
Berrios has got a chance, but I mean, I don't know how Caucasian Berrios is.
No, he's not.
That's the local Puerto Rican. Come on, don't forget that.
I think there's some Latin in there somewhere.
Yeah. All right, fellas, looking forward to the show. Man, looking for that journalism you're going to get.
I try to load it up.
That is good. That'll be a great conversation. Like, hey, who's the white guy other than you, obviously? I think Dalton's probably got a little bit of say.
Started off with that, and then, all right, now, Dalton, tell me, who is it that stopped believing in CJ after that game?
So, you butter him up with the White Boy Wednesday playlist. I think that'll work. I think that'll go.
So you said it was Jake Hansen. By the way, can you give me a list of the guys?
Did Jake also bail on CJ?
Yeah. Now, did you?
Looking forward to hearing that. Wait, what are we looking at?
Oh, I got you.
Okay, very good. All right, gentlemen, have a fantastic show. John Lopez, I'll see you tomorrow for the last day of Radio Row. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, fellas. The Drive is live. And if you are with us here on YouTube and Twitch, hello. Our guy Tyler Milner is holding it down, producing this bad boy. Tyler, you went last night. You must have had a good time. That was your first time at the Fertitta Center, as you got to see the Houston Cougs in that.
Do I sound nasally?
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Oh, you had you one of them, huh?
Oh, hell yeah. It's been a minute.
It has, and I'm feeling every second of it.
They sell alcohol at the Fertitta Center?
They were last night.
He said they were last night. Woo! Did this become a DoorDash evening? Was this a?
Yes and no. I didn't actually DoorDash, but what you're asking, yes. This was a 2 a.m.er shutting down the bar.
I mean, it's a 2 a.m. But there's a difference. When you get in at 2, that's one thing. But when you get in at 2 and then you feel compelled to DoorDash food, that means we know you're in a different space.
That's fair. We had steak night.
Did you find you a U of H party, or did you go to the Heights?
Didn't go to the Heights, didn't find a U of H party, but went out with my boy that I went to that game with. You know, my best friend came down from Austin. He's a Coug. He's who took me. But we had us a good time over at Kirby Ice House, a few other stops. But
steak night, there you go.
Yeah, a lot of water this morning.
There you go. So you two are both struggling.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he had a little more fun with his, I think.
I'm on the back end of it now. I actually feel pretty good, but this morning when my eyes opened, it was rough. It was rough.
Had you no banger, huh?
Yeah, it's a good night. It's a good night.
There you go. Should have just got up and kept drinking. Yeah. Shout out to our title sponsor, Liqueur 43, and I saw that bottle.
Looks like somebody took a pull off of it somewhere.
Somebody then opened up this bottle.
I opened it, but I didn't take a pull off of it.
Somebody beat me to the punch. Oh, God, this
smells good, doesn't it?
If I smelt that right now, I might barf.
Tyler, did you have a Caserio last night?
I didn't. I should have, though. Yeah, I like a good Caserio.
Well, look, I mean, last night doesn't sound like last night was a Caserio night for you.
No, it was straight dirty water. Yeah.
Also, by the way, before we get going, being that it is 2 o'clock and the trade deadline ended in the NBA at 3 o'clock Eastern, which would be 2 o'clock as soon as our show starts. And I have been repeatedly refreshing, looking up Tyler, Cheryl. If you see something that I don't see, it looks like now that it is 2:05 Central Standard Time. I am not seeing. The last trade I have is the Clippers trading Zubac to the Pacers. That's the last trade I have. I do not see that the Houston Rockets made any moves throughout this entire time. I do not see the Rockets trading for anybody, and it looks like they are staying pat. I don't know about you. By the way, we can kick this off to you, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What's your thoughts and feelings about Rafael Stone, Tillman Fertitta, Udoka, everybody deciding to, at this point of 6 minutes after the deadline ends, if there's something that trickles in late, we'll obviously let you know. But your thoughts about them just staying pat and not making a move. I am shocked, especially after the Steven Adams injury, that they didn't at least add potentially a big there. But it looks like the Rockets just stayed where they are, and they're going to run with what they got.
Well, I think that's the low end, right? As you at least expected them to add a big somewhere along the way to take take some level of at least regular season pressure off of Şengün and maybe even Clint Capella, but not making that move. And then the conversation you and I had a couple of days ago of just, when we watch this team, but whole, even when they had Steven Adams, it's not a team to look at and go, yeah, man, these guys, they got a real shot to make a run and win a title. And with the high hopes coming in, I know I did. I speak for myself. I expected to see, even without Fred VanVleet, I still expected to see. I thought it might take a little bit of time, but I still expected to see a team that you thought could compete and get there. I don't. It's a little bit of a buzzkill with the Rockets right now.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. A lot of teams made moves, right? A lot of guys that we heard the Rockets potentially being rumored towards. Kobe White, the point guard from Chicago, he went to the Hornets. That was a guy that people really thought needed some point guard work. I mean, we're seeing guys like Alvarado went to the Knicks as a point guard that many people look at. The T-Wolves made a move. The Lakers made a move. Tyrus Jones, another point guard, he gets traded in this thing. There were moves that were made, and moves that contenders were making, right? The Warriors got Kristaps Porzingis last night to add to their team. We'll see how healthy he is, but just pretty interesting that the Rockets decided to stay even. And I'll be honest, it really doesn't move the needle anymore off of what we talked about last week. Is this team presently constructed? Can they win a title? And it looks like that's where they're going, is trying to win it with these guys. And we'll see what happens. But you said the low end, I am shocked that they didn't bring in a big.
Yeah.
And maybe still do something somebody off the street or something that's not there, but I am shocked they didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, a former Rocket moved, James Harden.
Yeah, he went to Cleveland, got himself.
How do you feel about that? I mean, that's already a contender adding Cleveland.
Yeah, him and we'll see what it looks like with him and Donovan Mitchell, how they work together. Both like to have the ball, and we know James loves to have the ball, but Donovan Mitchell does too. And they added Dennis Schroeder, another ball handler, to their team back there as well. So they got a nice little crew. Hell, they were still at the end of it trying to make a run at Giannis. So they were trying to do a lot of things. So he's obviously, to me, in a better situation in terms of competing than he was with the Clippers. But just a bunch of moves, bunch of big names. Anthony Davis moves again. He played 29 games. 29 games for the Mavericks in that trade for Luka Doncic.
What a mess that was. What a mess that was.
29 games he played. Text line coming through. The Rockets don't want to do anything, so why should I spend my time or money doing anything for them? They just sat on their hands. Not Pete. They're not the same as they were previous years. No, they weren't. But to Clint's point, though, yes, they're not. It's not like an S show with the Rockets. But coming into this season, they went out and made the move for Kevin Durant with this young group to win a championship. And I think we can all clearly see, like, they're probably not quite where OKC, San Antonio, Denver. To me, it's clear. They've played those teams, and they've got like 2 wins against them. So, yes, they were a mess before, but right now the Rockets were expected to challenge OKC, challenge Denver to come out of the West, and they sat and just said, "No, we're good here."
Yeah. Well, whether they challenge,
and they had an injury to Steven Adams.
Right. Whether they challenge or not moving forward, what's the path? I mean, what does this thing look like right now? Now that we're pretty sure there's no move that was made, what does it look like? Yeah.
Text line coming in. Sure, I don't know why you're shocked that they did not bring in a big. They have an all-star center in Clint Capella, a suitable backup. Well, why did they have Clint Capella behind Steven Adams?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I would say to you. Why would they?
But with no movement, Ron, I'm asking you, what does it look like moving forward with the Rockets?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, to me, it does not. I would not consider them right now a championship team.
But I'm talking about
and
with
then
the
even
team.
and then even what like
I'm just talking about in general with the team moving forward. Like we're banking obviously on Reed Shepherd being continuing to trend in the right direction.
Yep, Reed and Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith, hoping those guys take bigger steps. And hoping KD plays at the same level that he's played in Şengün.
And Clint Capella obviously can play a much bigger role than probably expected.
He's going to have to, yeah. So, it's I know I'm disappointed. I thought the Rockets would make a bigger play than they did. And I'm certain that Rafael Stone and them tried to make some moves out there, and maybe they, it takes 2 to tangle, but a bit surprising that they didn't make a move. All right, big first hour. Got Dan Dockich, former head coach at Indiana, played at Indiana, and has hosted for years in Indianapolis, so he knows the Colts well. I'm really interested in hearing his thoughts on what Kelvin Sampson just went off about in NIL. That should be an interesting thing with Dan Dockich. And then coming up a little bit later, we got some Hall of Famers joining us in here. I can't wait to see Brian Urlacher's hair. He is somebody who is who made the comeback. Him and Dion very similar. Yeah. So Brian Urlacher will join us coming up a little bit later on. So
I don't think he had the same barber you had that made it happen naturally.
No, he went for it. He went and made it done, and I appreciate it. Like he was bald, and then he just said, "Yeah, I got new hair," and now I didn't even.
He was losing it in college, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh
it was
yeah. I'd never been bald with the Bears, and then he brought it back. By the way, I almost I had one of those moments like you had.
What's that?
Got on the elevator last night.
Yeah.
Went to get on it. Right when I got on it, there was a former Texas Longhorn great, Bijan Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
He had some serious ass cologne on.
Oh, did he?
Oh boy, I almost said, "Hey, what you got on? What you using?" And it was really like it wasn't too much. He didn't smell like an old guy in his 70s that's single that's trying to get a win.
Yeah.
No, it was. I was like, dang, that's good.
Turned you on a bit, huh?
I know I can't afford it. I just want to know a name.
Man, that's a go-getter, man. You can afford it.
I can't afford it.
But
I can maybe look at a knockoff.
You get it? No, see, gosh dang it.
What? Like if he'd have said something like Pride or something, and maybe I could round it and go down one.
Well, I mean, there's just not.
Maybe Michael Kors
it's not like there's. I mean, to my knowledge, we could afford every one that the Texans players have had on there. They're affordable. Now that's probably more than you want to spend on it. You ain't gonna get a little. I mean, it's gonna be a little more than that Old Spice you've been popping. But
I don't pop Old Spice, man.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, you should have asked, man. I would have been interested.
It was like he got on. I was like, damn, that's a winner. That's one of the ones I believe he walks by and people kind of turn.
Yeah.
I think I think the John Robinson portion of it is probably the thing that maybe held me back from asking.
Why not?
The
elevator's a perfect place for convo. What's good, big man?
I got the deal, man. I feel like I don't want to bother these cats.
No,
I feel like they got this enough. I don't want to. I felt like I got on. I felt like the look in his eye was like, oh man, he about to ask me for a picture.
Yeah.
And I got on, but I was like, damn, man, that's pretty good.
I would have damn sure asked him. I'm a cologne hound now.
You're a cologne.
I'm gonna go searching for Bijan now. I'm gonna smell him. Say me what kind of cologne.
Oh man, it was nice. Tyler would have got a picture with him, and then would have.
No, it's a Longhorn.
You already know.
Tyler, you would have, but wouldn't you throw like a Gig'em sign up?
Yeah, I would have taken a picture with him. Hell yeah.
But you would have you'd have thrown a Gig'em sign up or something.
Yeah, for sure. Tyler told him how much the burnt orange sucked right after the picture.
I don't think you would have.
Just kidding.
There's Von Miller. There's your Aggie.
There's an Aggie Von Miller right
that's an all-timer right there. Gig'em.
Damn, there goes Steve Smith over there.
Yeah,
you talk about
was that not that actor that I pointed out to you a while ago?
I don't know. How about Steve Smith, man?
What's the black dude that plays Michael B.
Jordan?
Yeah, wasn't that him standing right there a while ago?
Oh, I didn't see. I don't think so. I didn't see him. The one that was in Sinners, I didn't see him. That man, my man, he just waited it on out. Had that little controversy, Steve Smith.
Oh
just waited it on out.
Everybody understands. Everybody understands what was going down. Untied and undefeated, man.
Tyler, he just waited that thing out. What was that? What was this? How long ago was that? What, he had to wait that out, about 4 or 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, it's 8 months max, right?
Like he's coming around here and doing interviews, right? Like, how do you not ask him about that?
I mean, I'd probably avoid it.
I wouldn't.
You would?
No, I don't think you can.
Come on, man. He's a married man, bro.
I know.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, I can get around it. Yeah, how was Baltimore?
That was the band.
How's that Baltimore band over there doing your thing? All right, coming up as we continue live here on The Drive, here on Radio Row here in San Fran. We'll hopefully be joined by former Indiana Hoosiers head basketball coach. He does radio and has done radio for years in Indy. Dan Dockich. He'll join The Drive coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages, man. They can happen anytime. And
be clean, it's gotta be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on Radio Row, and we'll be here till 6 o'clock for you all doing our thing here, and we are very, very happy for our sponsors, LaCour 43, and our next guest, Dan Dockage, was eyeing it. Clint, as soon as he walked over, he said, "Oh, we drinking," and I'm not gonna lie to you, Dan. And when we got here, we left last night.
Right.
This was not.
Somebody took
drink.
a pool.
Somebody popped it open.
Share the sugar, baby. Let's go. What are we doing?
Somebody started doing
Hey, I don't know if that's one of our guys or somebody did a drive-by, but there's a swig out of there.
Yeah. We're lucky to be joined by Dan Dockage, and hopefully we'll figure it out if this is the real Dan Dockage, if you'll give us a second. But Dan Dockage is here, brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And Dan, the reason why I say the real Dan Dockage, we got duped last year.
Did you?
Yep, there was an imposter.
Why would anybody want to be me?
Yeah, well, not you.
Oh,
Somebody faked themselves into being Stephon Diggs, and
really,
they got us for about 2 questions. I kind of knew off the bat. I just was trying to figure out. You've been here trying to figure out how we get out of this, and then finally I just said,
like at this event
last year,
down with you guys,
sit down in front of us, popped up. We're on the air, popped up, said Stephon Diggs. I said,
let's talk. And let's not.
No, he ended up being a safety from Vanderbilt, walking around town. So I'm asking,
better or worse.
I'm asking everybody test questions to make sure they're really.
We got to vet everybody this year.
So I like the real Dan Dockage would know the answer to this question. Obviously, you were a head coach at Bowling Green.
Yeah.
But you also were a coach, and you took over at Indiana.
Yeah.
What was your record?
3-4, garbage. Everybody was mad that Sampson left, and I know everybody loves Sampson, but he was a mess at Indiana. He was horrible, and dudes were doing drugs. We had a pimp on our team.
No, you didn't, Dan. You
I'm telling you, we had a pimp. His name was Jamarcus Ellis, the late Jamarcus Ellis.
I was hoping it would be a white
pimp.
And what are the odds of that happening?
Marcus,
college basketball, white guy on the team, and he's a pimp.
Hey, there is $1 million quarterback from USC, white dude walk on. Yeah, we had a pimp. I found out later, like, man, I knew guys were doing drugs, and I had to clean that up when Sampson left. Indiana asked me to do some things, but found out later he had a hot girlfriend. Like, I'm old, but she was hot, and she was older, and I'm like, that's weird. This whole thing's weird. Turns out Tom Crean took over. He goes, you know, his girlfriend was a hooker, and he was.
I was going to say, so what do you do when you? I mean, obviously you got the drugs and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Patino, they were running a brothel over there in Louisville. But what do you do? What do you do when you find out there's a pimp on the team?
I wasn't there, but you have a choice. You either jump in and pay, or you say, right? I mean, I always try to look at both sides, right? Yeah. Crean. Luckily, I actually kicked the kid off. I didn't know the pimp thing, but he and another kid, I said, you guys are gone. And Green told me later, and I thought, wow, all right, that's.
Might have kept him
unfortunately,
around.
The kid got in a car crash a year ago, actually. He's a nice kid. He grew up in a really tough area. This was interesting to me. He told me one time, talking about black guys, white guys, I said, man, I can't play. There's drug testing. Whether I agree with it or not, there is. You can't play. You're going to get. He goes, hey, Coach, I understand, man. He goes, you know what? He goes, I've been smoking weed with my dad since I was 10 years old. He goes, smoking weed to me is like probably you white dudes drinking. And I didn't have an argument for that. I didn't. I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say to this dad who got murdered, and the kid saw the kids, he had no chance. And I said, Jamarcus, I get it, but you go out and have 100 beers, I'm not going to suspend you, but there's rules. There's NCAA rules. There's school rules. You can't play anymore because you can't stop. And I felt bad, because I love the kid. Love the most honest pimp I've ever been around.
Because you've been around a lot.
Oh, pimping ain't easy, fellas. No. Jeez.
But anyway, man, you must be glowing, though. I know you're at IU as a basketball player, but now somehow Indiana has the best football team.
Somehow.
In college. What was that experience like?
You know what? It's funny. I was a coach and a player there 17 years, and I went to every football game. Actually, I played at Indiana from 81, but I was an Indiana football fan before I was an Indiana basketball fan. My father was a principal and one of his kids that he kind of mentored played football at Indiana, 73 or 74. I was like 10 years old. We went to a game. I fell in love with, I think he was the first African-American quarterback in the Big Ten. I could be wrong about this, but his name was Terry Jones. And he had high white socks. And you guys are too young, but there was things called tube socks back in the day that had no heel. You pull them up. And my brother and I are like, we want to be Terry Jones. We're pulling up our tube socks. So I was a huge football fan, but we always stunk. And when I say stunk, I looked this up. Steve Alford, who played there and was an All-American, he texted me. He goes, they won 8 or 11 games when he was in college. So I looked up ours. I think they won 8 total football games in the time when I was in school. And I went to every game that I was in town for 17 years and stayed for 1 second half. That's what we did at Indiana. We would go to the game, great tailgate, but everybody left at halftime. I mean, but I always said Indiana has a great fan base. You just got to give us something to cheer for. And Cignetti comes in, and next thing you know, they just don't lose.
Yeah.
And we still can't believe it. Like my wife's over here, and we went to every game. We went to the Rose Bowl, went to Big Ten Tournament, and she's not an Indiana girl, but she said to me, every one of your conversations is the same. I said, what does that mean? She said, everybody that comes up to you, we talk. Believe we're here. I mean, remember when we were in school? We couldn't. I was going to say a bad word. Can you believe we're here? And she goes to me. She goes, every one of you guys is like, I can't believe we're here.
Yeah.
And it was
a takeover in Atlanta. That was.
Were you
crazy.
there?
I wasn't there, but
it was unbelievable.
It was crazy.
It was the same thing at the Rose Bowl. Atlanta, you could tell because Indiana's red and there was a little pocket of green for Oregon. Rose Bowl, you couldn't tell so much because Alabama, but. Man, and then, you're playing a college football championship in Miami. Great crowd from Miami, great crowd. And to win it, to this day, actually this morning, a friend of mine was in Bloomington, sends me a picture of the national championship flag flying. Can you effing believe this? It's unbelievable.
That's wild. With you being a coach and being that close and covering all that while it was going on, give us a little peek behind the curtain of kind of what you saw. How did it all? I mean, I think obviously everybody knows Curt Cignetti and his story, but kind of what how did all that go down, man? That's a damn documentary sooner rather than later.
Every kid that was in front of the media was awesome. The country fell in love with Mendoza, and they should, right? Heisman Trophy. But every kid, running back, the kid named Black, unbelievable. Hembley, running back. Every time any of these kids were in front of the media, the greatest. I don't think this year they had an unsportsmanlike penalty. They don't. There's not one issue with what we were talking about. Ain't no pimps on that team. Let's go. But they had no issues with the law. No issue with anything. Zero. Zip. And Urban Meyer told me this. He said, that's the best coached football team I've ever seen. And he said they just don't make mistakes. And they don't make mistakes off the field. Yeah. And I met a couple of kids. D'Angelo Pons is All-American, or Angelo Pons. His dad would come to tailgate, and I got to know him. Just the greatest people. And amazing. Like, I'm not saying it's a perfect football program, but I would challenge anybody to tell me, going undefeated, tell me a flaw.
Yeah. Well, to me, Coach, that's the most fascinating part of it is, I mean, we've seen teams come in, get hot at the right time, got one player that's just this electric guy that goes and wins a ton of games. But when you watch them, the turnaround in 2 years, I mean, what he's done in 2 years is he's better in the big categories like Ohio State, Bama, all the powers that be, and have been for a long time. To your point, they're more disciplined. They're more physical. The schemes. I mean, the whole thing is just it's a convincing product.
It is, and when you really like, all right, every Indiana guy was waiting for this bubble to burst. Miami gets the ball back. Carson Beck, they got the ball. It's in Miami. Place is awesome. Place is going nuts.
They're at the 50 quick.
Yes, quick. Yeah. And I get a text from my brother, and he goes, "Oh, here we go." Like that's what I text him back. I go, "Not this team. Not they always made the play like they were going to kick a field goal. Signetti calls timeout late, and I turned. I said, I don't care. Miami's going to have to make an unbelievable play because Indiana's going to run the right play, and they're going to run it well. Yeah. But if, as you guys know, football player makes plays. You make a great play. Yeah. But Mendoza, he runs the sneak, makes the iconic play. That's just the way. I got it. I'm stunned because Colts stunk at the end of the year, lost 7 in a row. Indiana always has, and here you got a national championship on a team that doesn't make mistakes.
Speaking of the Colts, who's playing quarterback next year?
It's funny. I was last night. A buddy of mine works for the Colts. I said, "What are we doing?" I said, "I won't say your name." He goes, "Well, we're going to sign Daniel Jones." I personally love Anthony Richardson, but I'm wrong. I think Anthony Richardson. I don't know him, but I've met him. Great dude, smart dude. When you see Anthony Richardson, you're like, "Damn." And but he was immature. He hadn't played enough. So what they're hoping is that Jones gets signed. They're hoping that Jones gets healthy, but Richardson takes this summer and realizes, maybe this is my last real shot with the starter out, and I'm gonna Wally Pipp to his Lou Gehrig. I'm gonna be. And then they like the kid Riley Leonard as a. So I'm personally, I love Richardson. Not a smart. He just doesn't have any experience. And when you start, 15, 18 games in college, you're not ready for the NFL for crying out loud. But he's a good dude, and I root for him.
So the thought is Daniel Jones is going to.
Yeah, that's the thought, assuming he's, people get hurt, and everybody said, what's that old line? It's a minor surgery until it happens to you. People say, well, Daniel Jones, he'll be back in 6-8. Well, you got to get back in 6-8 months. And if he's back, the thought is they're going to.
Boy, that cost him some money too, didn't it?
I think it did.
I mean, if he stays healthy, boy, that's a big one.
And you know what? Indiana's going to pay him, or Indianapolis is going to pay him, but they're not going to pay him. It ain't going to be 50, 40 million. It's going to be 20, 25, which is, what the hell, but, still good.
Yeah, better for what pimps are getting. All right, Dan, we appreciate you jumping on.
I have a hooker story if you'd like.
I would like to hear, but I don't think we got time.
All right, appreciate you. Next time.
Next time, Dan. Look at his wife just laughing.
She signed up for it, man. She signed up for it. Ain't my fault. She signed up for it.
She knows what she's getting into.
All right, coming up next, we'll hear from the Hall of Famer, Brian Urlacher. He will join us here on The Drive.
All right, look, if you're looking.
This is a paid marketing announcement from AWM Financial Services Incorporated and does not constitute investment advice. Any discussion of guarantees and bonuses are up to the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. You never know what you're going to hear when you are here on Radio Row. Again, shout out to our sponsors, Planet Fitness. Shout out to Planet Fitness. Also, LaCour 43 and Tide, as well as Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. We appreciate them helping us get here and put things together. Clint, we will be hearing from one Hall of Famer. We've got a couple on the list. I see one right here in front of us who we'll be talking to a little bit later on. There goes Devin Hester. He brought his jacket on out.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I would, too.
Hell, I wear that thing. I jacket with all the time. You think Urlacher has his on?
No. I saw him.
Oh, because you saw it. Okay.
Yeah. Unless he broke it out.
You said that quick.
No, I saw him. He was back here behind us with somebody a while ago. Unless he breaks it out for the live stuff.
Yeah, maybe he does, but no, he'll join us here in just. It feels like it's fresh, right? It's fresh for it's still a little fresh for Devin Hester. Like I got.
Oh yeah. But we were there. We were there.
Yeah, we were there for it. Yeah,
him and Andre Johnson went in
together. Yeah, former. Did they play together in Miami? I think they feel like they crossed, didn't they?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, it's good.
If they went into the Hall of Fame together, there's got to be a good chance.
Good chance they crossed. Yeah. But yeah, we'll hear from Devin Hester a little bit later in the 3 o'clock hour. But Brian Urlacher coming up here soon. You just he's walking up. You think Brian's got a pimp story for us, or?
Probably not. Probably not. But I don't know. He's got an entourage. He's got an entourage, and
here he is. Go jump on with
New Mexico, Chicago.
Yeah.
New Mexico, Chicago. He's bounced around. There may be a pimp involved somewhere.
Well, I don't know. We just talked to Dan Dockage, and he told us a great story about
I like that guy. He says whatever he wants.
Yeah, he told us a great story about a pimp that he used to coach, and I thought I don't think Brian's got a pimp story for us.
I don't know.
I don't know.
No comment. I can't say anything about that.
All right, Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher. He joins us, and first, Brian, we got to make sure we know who you are. With all our guests, last year we got duped. There was
what happened?
Fake Stephon Diggs impersonator. That face right there. That's what I wait every time. That one right there.
Are you serious?
Because I can't tell if you're thinking, damn, you dumbasses let a fake Stephon Diggs get you.
You're being serious?
Oh, yeah. We got him two questions
Big
in.
Glasses.
Yeah.
Okay. Was the shades?
Shades.
Yeah, shades.
Okay, well.
No, there ain't no excuse.
Was there chains
there?
Chains,
but he had a white beater on. I mean, it was clear.
Awesome.
He sat down, Brian. I said, wow. And so, anyway, we're doing test questions with everybody.
Okay, what do you want to know? Yeah, I'm not a pimp.
Right.
One.
I didn't see that.
Dockage was wrong.
All right. Your younger brother, what political office did he hold?
He is the mayor of the village of Mattawa right now in Mattawa, Illinois.
That's right. Yeah, there we go.
Is that good?
Yeah, there we go.
How did that come about? I'm sure.
So
after a stint in the arena league,
he's been like the mayor for like 12 or 14 years now, too. So he ran. God, I think I was dumb. I'm not sure. I'm not good at remembering things like that. But towards the end of my career, right when I was done, we lived in Mattawa, and then he's like, I'm going to run for mayor. I was like, okay. Some of the residents were trying to put, there's 550 residents, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not big. And they were pushing him to run, so I was like, I'll run. And he won, and he likes it. It's the public option. He doesn't get paid, doesn't get anything out of it. But I think he enjoys interacting with the residents and some of the things he gets to do, so he does it. Yeah. Didn't help at all. I moved, so it didn't matter.
It's good to have you here with us. I'm interested in you as somebody, obviously, in the Hall of Fame and then played on great defenses. We got to cover Lovey, somebody you played for.
It's my guy.
Is that your guy?
That's my guy.
Yeah. But what were your thoughts if you caught this Texans defense this year? They were
good.
Yeah. I always wonder for guys that played on good defense, great defenses like you did. Like, what's the mindset? What do you see?
It doesn't matter what happens on offense. Like, people are always like, well, we played that. They say our offense wasn't that good. Like, oh, do you ever, you get mad because offense puts you – I'm like, no.
Our mindset is to take the ball away and get it back for our offense. Whatever happens, our job is to get the ball back for them or score or do whatever we can to put them in position to score. If we get takeaways, great. If we get 3 and out, great. But if they get the ball in scoring position, take it away. Kick them out of field goal range. That was our mindset because we didn't have the greatest offenses for a couple of years there. We had a rookie quarterback a couple of times. So just play good and get the ball back for our offense.
What's the secret sauce there on the defensive side of the football, Brian? Covering Houston, I mean, and having played and been around a ton of teams, you always hear coaches talk about 11 guys swarm to the ball. I know back in my day, and hell, which was your day, it was like
same time.
You remember the old school of, hey man, when this in practice, when this film cuts, your ass better be in the video.
You don't want to be the one not
in the video.
Right? You don't want to be embarrassed in front of the team.
Right. Well, everybody talks about that, right? But the one thing D'Amico has done in Houston is they live it.
They get to the ball.
It's a real deal. What in your years of playing with those great defenses? What was what was the specialty with y'all?
Takeaways, right? We got the ball, and I think the more the ball's on the ground, the more guys you have around the football, the better chance you have to get it, right? I think that's one of the main reasons why Lovey preached run to the football so much. We did it every day, but if the ball was on the ground and we didn't pick it up, we're wrong. No matter if it was an incomplete pass. Anytime it was on the ground, if we didn't pick it up and run, we were wrong. So in the games, when you see the guys pick up the ball when it's a dead play and they're running, make the refs make a decision.
Yeah.
And now they have replay. They usually 40% of the time they get it right. So
right.
They're so bad. Maybe more than that. But just run. I mean, 11. And for me, and this is going to sound bad, you didn't want to get called out in front of your teammates in film.
Yeah.
And we did it in practice. We had a guy watching Lopes in practice. We kept track, and Lopes in games we especially kept track of. And we had a grading system. Bob Babbage had a grading system for us. Look at 43.
Yeah.
That's the greatest stuff of all time.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry.
Is it? I ain't had it yet. No. Here we can talk about Bob. He keeps telling me about it.
I have a buddy of mine that said that stuff tastes really good.
Does it? Have you? Oh, you had
I never tasted it. I don't really drink, but I heard it was good.
I just want to smell it again.
Anyway,
you said you heard it was good. Huh?
I heard it. A friend of mine was like, "Look at 43." Anyway, we ran to the football. You don't want to be embarrassed in front of your team for loafing. Like I said, we had a grading system, and that was what we went off that. No loafs.
Yeah, no loafs. I do want to. I do before we get, because I do want to hear who you're working. But
Heart Flow.
I do want to hear that. But real quick.
Yeah, good stuff.
It feels like you were kind of ahead of your time in terms of what middle linebackers are asked to do today. Like it felt like the heavy hitters down. You were coverage, your range.
Yeah.
You would do that. Like, how different has that position become today compared to when you played?
Well, now it's so pass. The NFL is so pass heavy. I feel like it's different. The linebackers are smaller. They just want guys that can run. And fortunately for me, I was big, but I could still run pretty good. Fred Warner, big guy that he still fits into any defense because he can run, right? And I think speed's always going to be the deciding factor. But we could just do. I mean, so I think the number one thing for me, I was tall. So it helped when I was running down the middle that they couldn't get the ball over top of me. I've heard quarterbacks I played against say that was we didn't realize in practice. We could throw that ball all day in practice, the middle ball. But then in the games, we didn't realize how tall you were and how deep you got in that middle field drop. So I think it helps when size and speed help. But I think our defense was so simple. We literally played cover 2 80% of the time. No one screwed up. If you don't make mistakes, you can actually play football and not think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're just reacting. That's what I tell my son in college. I said, if you know what you're doing, you can just run to the football and react. Don't think. It slows you down.
Well, your safety, you played some safety early on, didn't you? I mean, that had a lot to do with
college,
you.
My last 2 years, I was a free safety.
Yeah.
Lobo back, yes. Rover.
Well, man, tell us about Heart Flow here, man.
Yeah, Heart Flow is amazing. To find out, you can go to heartflow.com/biggame to get more information than what I'm going to give you. So 1 in 3 professional football players die from heart disease. Did you guys know that?
I did not.
I did not either. It stressed me out. So when they were like, hey, we want to run this test on you, the Heart Flow test, I was like, okay, but here's the stats. And I'm like, do I want to get this done? So I got the CT scan of my heart. Looked great. And then the Heart Flow does an AI exam of the CT scan that really digs in deep of what's really going on. They found plaque in some of the arteries. It wasn't a big deal, but they're like, you can change your diet for cholesterol purposes, stuff like that. But it wasn't crazy. But it finds things that your CT scan might not find. It's going to find what your CT scan doesn't find. It's going to dig in there and really dig in and see what's going on with your heart. It's amazing what they've done with it. The analysis is crazy.
Okay. Well, good work. Where can you find it again?
You can go to heartflow.com/biggame. big game. You can go, if you're having shortness of breath, they'll show you the symptoms of what could possibly be causing your heart. You never know, man.
When you get to our age, man, don't know if you're not feeling symptoms or anything. You need to
early
take gas.
detection's a big deal. You get ahead of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't. I mean, I would have never thought 1 out of 3 former players passed away from heart disease.
Yeah.
I mean, we're supposed to be in good shape and we're supposed to be, pretty healthy. But that's a crazy stat to me.
Heartflow.com/big game.
That's it.
Appreciate you joining us, Brian.
Guys.
It's good having a conversation with you.
Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to test this out one day. I heard it is good. I'm going to test it out one day. Never. All right, coming up as we continue, let's take a look at this Texans team and how they compare to the Super Bowl teams. When you look at the Seahawks and you look at the Patriots, what do you look at for the Texans that they can improve upon based off what got those teams to the Super Bowl? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, let's head east, huh? Coushatta Casino Resort is just a short drive east, and, boy, there's a lot of good times to be had now.
Different types of cool people that are here out at Radio Row. Again, shout out to Liqueur 43. About got Brian Urlacher in trouble. Got Brian Urlacher in trouble. Apparently, it's good. Apparently, that Liqueur 43 is. You want to know how good Liqueur?
He was dead middle linebacker talk.
Middle hardcore linebacker. I got to believe there ain't much he's more passionate about than breaking down linebacker play. And then he just stopped when he saw the bottle. Like, that's a commercial. I see the bottle of Liqueur 43. Dang, what the hell's I talking about? They can stop a Hall of Famer right in his tracks talking about himself. But no, we appreciate them. Also, Planet Fitness as well. A lot to get to today. We'll hear from another Hall of Famer coming up a little bit in the 3 o'clock hour. Devin Hester will join us. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz. That should be fun in the 4 o'clock hour, and potential other guests that we could hear from coming up throughout the day. So stay right here, locked and loaded, as we give you the sights and sounds of Radio Row. By the way, everybody should be happy. We've got two of our guys here, Clint and Tyler, playing hurt today. I'm not certain if either one of them have really eaten today. I know Clint has had some muffins. If I know Tyler, I think Tyler's run right through breakfast and lunch.
No, I had a patty melt, man. I needed something greasy to start my day. Yeah.
You had a patty melt. Okay, I thought you might I'm proud of you. I thought you might just roll right on through it. I thought you might just hit that and just say, here, man, let me monster this thing up.
I got that too, but no, I needed that greasy hangover cure, you know?
There you go. Good. Well, now that's why you feel better. Yeah, Clint.
I had a bug. I got food, some kind of food poisoning.
Yeah, you're throwing up in bathrooms.
Yeah, that was
restaurant bathrooms.
713-572-4610. Who's puked in the restaurant bathroom?
Name the last one. Yeah, 713-572-4610.
That's the only time I've ever done it.
What was the last one I threw up in? Red Robin may have got me.
Red Robin.
That's what it was. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think a Red Robin got me, and I don't think it was the food, man. There's a point in time, man. You may not believe it. I could tend to eat a little too quick, but
ate too fast, huh?
got too fast on me. But no, as we said, man, we're having a good time here, and we appreciate you hanging out and joining us. I wanted you guys to think about this also, Clint, and we look at these two teams that are in the Super Bowl, and it's hard, as Clint would say, not to look at them and have your Texans lens on. And when you look at these two teams, you look at the Patriots, and then you look at the Seattle Seahawks. Both of them were teams, Clint, that you could look at and say, this is not a team. These teams aren't entirely, completely, over talented compared to the Texans.
Yeah,
right? They're in the same field, right?
Yeah.
Hell, they played the Seahawks, and yes, the Seahawks beat them and got them pretty good, especially out early. But you look at the two teams, it's not a huge talent thing. But when you look at the Texans compared to those teams, and you look at them and you say, all right, these two teams are in the place that the Texans desperately want to get. And you look at those teams, where are the areas that you look at for the Texans and you think that's where they're the furthest behind from? When you look at those two teams, and these are the areas they need to close the gap comparative to the two teams that got here.
Well, I think it's play caller and quarterback.
Yep.
I think it's those two spots. I mean, we can get off in the weeds on some of the other positions, but I think it's play caller and quarterback. I mean, you're toe-to-toe with New England in a game where it really – and Drake didn't even play well in that game. I mean, he made a couple of throws, obviously, but he didn't play great. It wasn't one of his best games. He just happened to play – he just happened to make fewer mistakes than C.J. Stroud. So, I think it's play caller and quarterback. I look at both of these teams. You got Josh McDaniels, who obviously is as decorated as there is an offensive coordinator in the league, and then you got Clint Kubiak, who is, he is on one now. His offense has been so impressive in 1 year in Seattle. He's getting a head job. So, I think the play caller and the quarterback is
like
where
that jumps out to you when you watch these two teams. Because you're right, the Texans have played both of them. You watch these two teams, and you're like, that's the difference. That's the big gap that they have.
Yeah, you look at him. Nico Collins is better than any pass catcher on New England, and Nico Collins is in the same tier as Jackson Smith and Jigba. Kenneth Walker, I would say, is probably the better running back of all of them that are going. That are in this game.
Yeah, but it ain't Saquon Barkley.
Yeah. You don't. Now this is a different year too. This is where I think we got to be careful. This is a different year where, as we've mentioned multiple times, there's not a as you said earlier in the week, there's not you don't have a Kansas City team that's going for a three-peat. You don't have a Philly team that's been to 2 of the 3. You've got this year really across the board in the NFL with the Rams not making it has been a little different year. In a sense of who gets to the big dance, and really on the AFC side of it, hell, who's in the tournament at all. So now this is so it's an odd year, but yeah, I think you can look at these two teams and draw some very, very close similarities to the Texans, with the exception of the play caller and the quarterback.
Yeah, I think we're in the same ballpark. It's just, to me, when I look at them, you can clearly and easily see, like, consistency-wise, their offenses are just not at the same, that the Texans just aren't at the same level. It's just consistency, right? Like you have a pretty good idea. You know what you're going to get with Clint Kubiak, Sam Darnold, and their offense, right? Pretty good idea what you're going to get from Josh and like it was just, it's not this up and down like, oh boy, like. They may have some games where they were better and they scored 35 or something, but consistently, like you knew, and I guess maybe this is what it is. Like, I feel like those teams knew exactly what they were doing and what their game plan was and what their identity was every time they stepped out. I don't know that for 17 weeks or 22 weeks or whatever it was that the Texans always had that offensively. So even as much
I still think they're. I think they're trying to find.
You think they're still searching?
I think the play callers know exactly what they're trying to get accomplished, who they want to be, what they want to be, and they have the ability. Again, I said it before, everybody talks about in the offensive play calling world. Everybody talks about, well, I'm going to tell you, my offense is going to be an offense that gets my best players touches and allows my guys to play to their strengths and minimizes their weaknesses. And everybody says that, but about 2 or 3 guys during the season actually do it. I think Clint Kubiak has accomplished that in a major, major way. The way that they get Jackson Smith and Jigba the football consistently, no matter what defenses are doing, is unbelievable. And then on the flip side of it, I think Josh McDaniel has done he's well decorated with Brady, obviously, but I think there's also, as you mentioned earlier, some of the time with Cam Newton and some of the different quarterbacks that ran through there after Brady, where he had to kind of adjust his system. And I think he's working with a young guy in Drake May right now, and he's doing some of that. And so. The quarterback and play caller are the two that really stand out and separate these two teams from the Texans. You look at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers. You think every week at practice Clint Kubiak's harping on him about turning the ball over? No, they're going out there and running the offense. So
making plays. All right, coming up, let's jump out. We hopefully potentially have a good surprise for you coming up next as we continue right here live from Radio Row right here on The Drive.
LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
Somebody asked us, did you feel an earthquake? And I was like, wait, are they just joking because it's San Francisco? Apparently no, there was indeed an earthquake.
You can see a hurricane coming. You can prepare for a hurricane. You can kind of prepare for tornadoes. Ain't no preparing for earthquakes.
All week long from San Francisco, thanks to Planet Fitness.
All right, y'all, look, 40,000 people. That's a big number, man. Let that sink in for a second. That's not a crowd.
and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up, we will be awaiting Hall of Famer Devin Hester, and he's rolling around in the jacket. Devin Hester, he will join The Drive coming up here very soon, so stay tuned with that as we continue to roll through here live on Radio Row. Again, we appreciate everybody that's helped us get here, including Tide. Tide has been the wealth of content for us this week.
Who?
Tide.
Oh, well, it's a Todd. I'm thinking, who the hell is Todd?
No, not Tide.
Tide. I got you.
Yeah,
I
Tide.
got you. I'm thinking, what's Todd been doing for us?
You know Tide's been doing. Tide has been the wealth.
I legit thought you said
I know you did. I believe you. Tide has been the wealth of content for us this week, and we appreciate them helping us get here. This is brought to you by Tide. Remember, if it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. By the way, there are some people who text in. I thought this was something interesting where, Chipotle, somebody said it was their last one. Chewy's, they got away from them in the Chewy's. As a couple of people talked about that. So those places that gave them some problems. But I thought that was some interesting conversation in terms of what we were talking about and what we see different between teams like the Patriots and the Seahawks. We'll have to revisit that. Yeah, there it is. All right, there we go. Hall of Famer in the building. All right. There you go. As Devin Hester is getting set up right here as he joins the Drive. We appreciate you. This is us. This is us. We on there. We appreciate. Hopefully, we talk to the real Devin Hester.
That jacket gives it away, doesn't it?
That jacket, I want to trust it because I'm telling you, hey man. So what we've been doing last year, we was in New Orleans and we got We had us an impersonator, a fake Stephon Diggs came and got us for about 2 questions, and let's see if we can get my man's mic working for us. We had an impersonator come in on us, and I mean he got us for about 2 questions.
Who noticed it?
Well, we all did. Well, we both did when he sat down.
Like he just came up just like you did. Like he just came up, he sat down.
So who asked him the first 2 questions?
I just threw out something. I'm trying to figure out what we're gonna do. I'm like,
well,
hey, man,
we're live, so you can't. I mean, you can't be an ass. You can't be an ass. You got to try to figure out,
if it's really him.
What the hell's going on.
I'm like,
well, like the thing is like. All right, I can tell it ain't Steph, but did we get the wrong information? Is it some dude named Chris Jackson that plays for the Ravens or something?
Okay, gotcha.
So we're all trying to, in real time, live radio, trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
okay. And then finally, my man.
I just said, hey, man, you ain't Stephon Diggs, are you?
And what'd he say?
He said, nah. Hey, man, he's a safety from Vanderbilt.
Oh, wow.
Just roaming around. So we've been doing test questions with everybody around here. Just
all right, give me my test question,
man. Just to make sure they know. All right, so what animal did you race?
Cheetah.
All right. So this
that was quick.
This really happened. I tried to find that out at a Busch Gardens. How long was the race?
It was about. It was like a 40-yard suicide. So down and back.
Damn, man, you got it.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, it was a real cheetah? How did you communicate to the cheetah he needed to turn around and go the other direction too?
So the way the cheetahs they have this cord, like a machine with a rabbit tail on it.
Okay.
And the cheetah's trying to chase it.
Yeah. Okay. Got you.
So it was on a machine. The machine is fast. It pull it fast, right? So it go down, and it come back.
Right.
And so that's his way of running. He got to chase it. And once he catches it. It's a treat on the end of it. And so they was built to chase that rabbit tail.
Okay.
So that's how they got him to race down and back.
And you got him?
Oh, yeah.
For real?
He made it sound like I got him easy.
Yeah, I got him.
Hey, he was distracted by that tail.
Yeah.
We can all relate to that. He was distracted by that tail.
Because the way how I was able to manage to beat him was my turn at the top was faster than his.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was so fast that when he tried to turn, he was sliding.
Yeah, got him.
So then when he tried to speed back up, he was slipping as he was going.
Oh, yeah.
So in the jungle, I can get away for about 30, 40 meters.
Yeah.
But
if it was straight line, it didn't have that turn, though.
No.
He said in the jungle.
No.
In the jungle.
In the jungle, I can fight to try to get to the door. I to get to the car. But if I'm out by myself,
hey, you go.
It's over for me.
Hey, man, we were down there in Canton covering for Andre. Andre went in. And so we got a chance to kind of see all the inductees. And, man, it was real cool to see you get in and the emotion and everything. How was that? Because we watched that in person. It looked like it was a hell of an experience for you.
Yeah, it was very experienced. Because players in our situation and our upbringing and things we go through, you as a player, like, I didn't think about making the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Me personally, I was just so happy to make it to the NFL. That was my goal. I didn't care if I was a first rounder or a seventh rounder. The goal was just making it. And then being able to play as long as I did was another blessing. I was fortunate to play 11 years. A lot of people don't play 11 years. A lot of people don't even play past 4 or 5 years. And so from that point on, just the things that I did in the league was when I sit back and I think about it, like, wow, it's so many things that you did in the league that nobody was able to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From the amount of returns I had in 1 year, my first year, nobody did that. And then to come back the second year and have more, nobody did that. And then on top of that, throughout the years, it's just the opening kickoff for the Super Bowl has never been done before. Just so many things. And then on top of that, to make it as a returner, to be the first returner to ever make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing else I can do. Like, there's no other award out here in the world that earned when it comes to playing football. That's the last award I can get.
You think about that, Dev. You made it to the Hall of Fame if you're the only returner. I didn't know you were the only returner.
The only returner to make the Hall of Fame.
I mean, the amount of total touches that you had in your career has to be a tenth of what every other Hall of Famer obviously the skill players.
Right.
I mean, you were able to have a Hall of Fame career touching the ball 10% of the time that some of these other guys made it.
Right.
That's wild, man.
That's why I didn't make it as a first ballot.
Yeah.
That was the reason, because they looked at it like, wow, we got a player that touched the ball 600 times maybe in his whole career. Nah, not even that. Maybe 500 times his whole career, when we got other players that touched the ball 4,000 or 5,000 times.
Yeah.
And all the brutal beating they did to get there. And this kid comes around and he don't touch the ball less than 500 times.
Yeah.
So we can't put him in. And that's part of the reason why I was told that I wasn't a first ballot, because of the amount of touches that I had in my career.
Well, you got in, baby.
Yeah. Hey, man, I wonder, a guy like you, what you think about a guy like Travis Hunter. You came in the league as a corner, right? And then obviously you did the return game, but then you also did a lot in the receiving game too. You was just an overall weapon. And it seems like people are maybe trying to push him away from trying to do all the different things. Again, what's your thoughts on that in the league? Is that something you think he or a player like that could be successful in?
It's never been done. It's just, I mean, you could have special plays on offense, or you could have special plays on defense where you come in as the nickel, but it's like, it's not a consistent thing. So me personally, I don't believe it's possible until somebody really, really prove it.
Yeah.
It never has been proven. You know what I mean? From any guy in the NFL, when you look at Deion Sanders going on offense, or you look at Charles Woodson going on offense, you look at any of these type of guys that have that unique trait, like Travis Hunter, to have, they never was successful at being consistent doing it every week for 5 to 10 years.
Devin, I thought it was. We always talk about it when he was first coming out, when he was at Colorado, and then when he got to the league as well. I found it fascinating that they decided to play him full-time offense, part-time defense kind of deal. Like I thought that I've always seen it flip. The guys you mentioned, they were full-time DBs, and then they said, hey, well, let's put a little offensive package in. It's crazy to me to think that a player could be a full-time offensive player and then go, oh, he's going to be our nickel defender.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a wild – when you don't know what the hell you're doing, defensively you got to react to everything the offense is doing.
Fact.
That's a weird like approach to getting him playing both ways.
And I believe and I'm on your same side when you say that. I feel like it should have been flipped.
Yeah.
I feel like he should have been a full-time DB and just give him about 20 plays, 15 plays in the playbook where he just, okay, these are your – you go in, and then maybe he get 5 to 8 reps on offense, where he come in and be a decoy or whether he come in and get the ball. And I think you can manage that. Me personally as an athlete playing football, I think that's a great role. But playing 60 plays on offense and trying to play 30 plays, 25 plays on defense is just it's too much running.
Yeah. Hey, let's get to a lot of folks sit over there, Devin, and I ain't real sure what we're kicking to, but I know all about these pork rinds, bro. Hey, I know all about these pork rinds.
Open this bag up.
That's the best flavor there, too.
Hey, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Rudolph Foods, Mark Singleton, is alongside Devin Hester, Hall of Famer, today, man. Tell us a little bit about what y'all got going on.
Here we go. We'll get that. Go ahead.
Okay, we're here for the 17th year raising money for Coach Ditka's Gridiron Greats Foundation. As y'all know, we have the cigar party tonight.
Yep.
600 or 700 people bidding on great auction items, helping us raise hopefully up to $500,000 tonight for players that played before the big money contracts that I didn't even know this, and I've been doing this 17 years. I didn't know that when y'all leave the league, your insurance is gone in 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Coach fills that need. The millions of dollars we raise get people new knees. We pay medical bills. We get them to their doctor's appointments. Karen and the whole crew at the Gridiron Greats, Brian Urlacher is our chairman, is chairman emeritus. We're just doing so much good out there, and Devin's been great to help us raise money and awareness for this great cause. And you can still get tickets, and you can still enter, in Houston especially, for our Super Bowl sweepstakes.
Okay.
2 people are going to go to the Super Bowl with us next year and be here with us, and they can enter today at porkrinds.com.
Porkrinds.com.
You said that's the right flavor, huh?
Well, that's
Barbecue.
right. The barbecue's the right flavor?
Barbecue is the best one.
I ain't never met a pork rind I didn't like. I'm going to be honest with you.
Everyone in HEB.
Come on now.
Come on.
I'm going to tell you, every day I stop at the damn gas station going home until I look at my credit card and I'm like, I got to quit. I'm paying y'all's rent over there wherever y'all are located.
I've got 10 grandkids. They all want to go to college, Glenn.
Okay.
So, I mean, keep it coming. Keep it coming.
All right, we appreciate you all joining us. Devin, man, congratulations again on the haul, man, and I hope you guys enjoy everything that's going on this week. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys for having us.
All right, that is Devin Hester joining us, Hall of Famer Devin Hester, and he joins us thanks to Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. As man, like you think about that, you know, and he got that goat chain just for it. Like you wonder how many guys are gonna follow him who are primarily returners. Like how many other guys are gonna come behind
he's
him?
the last. I mean, he's the last of a dying breed. You know, it's I mean,
because there was nobody close to him.
Well, there's just not going to be any more great returners. I mean, the way that this is working. I mean, maybe they changed some things back the way it used to be. Maybe one day, and somebody can do it. But right now, I mean, there's just not going to be anybody that's even in the same category as the Devin Hester, given how the rules have changed. So that's you want to talk about a GOAT? I mean, hell, they're going to have a hard time. They're going to have a hard time anybody ever surpassing him.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was good to hear from him. We got a couple of Hall of Famers on there, a couple of old love these players right there.
That's
Devin
right.
Hester and Brian Urlacher.
It's really about the
with us.
69.
Yeah, they know all about that. All right, coming up as we continue. I would assume they do. First, God, the way Brian Urlacher jumped at that liqueur 43, boy, he's been there before. All right, coming up as we continue, a little news. We talked about this player potentially with the Astros. Well, we now understand where Framber is going. We'll discuss that as we continue coming up here live right here on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. Look, there's 60 locations.
It's Northbrook, Illinois.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive Radio Row. And it's been a good time around here, Clint. It's been a good time out here as always. Big week thus far, and we got team dinner tonight. That's what we got. That's why we got to make sure we get that phone set up.
What phone set up?
Tyler.
Oh yeah, I got it zoomed. I got him zoomed in.
Yep, Tyler will be ready for that team meeting.
I'll be looking for the link.
I'm gonna order. I'm gonna order for you as well.
Did he tell you what he wants?
I don't care. I know Tyler.
Well, I know what. I'll order. I'll have it sitting there.
I know. Are you gonna outduel me on the order?
I would just. It'd be a stiff drink.
Well, I know it's appetizer. I know a double bourbon. Come on now. I know it's appetizer.
Is this a place that has attendees?
I don't think so. I think it's a seafood joint.
Ooh, I'll be interested to know what you order for me then.
I'll be honest. Now you say that, I don't know that I know what you would get at a seafood joint, so I think I would have just gotten some
Tyler's got to be a crab cake guy.
Some sort of a chicken. I would have veered towards chicken anyhow.
Crab cake guy.
No,
I don't think so.
Nothing you're saying either of you is wrong. I like some good chicken.
Really?
I love crab cakes. Yeah, seafood. I like pretty much.
Well, you can't go to a seafood and get chicken. Nobody does. I don't know if they serve steak and seafood. Do they even serve chicken?
Yeah, they'll serve chicken.
A little surf and turf.
Like a little Parmesan crusted chicken number. They'll do it.
Are you sure?
Yes. Now I know you'll look down on people.
I will. You're right. Steak and seafood joint. Order chicken. Yeah, I'm looking down on you.
Vicky Tyler, Clint act like he ain't never seen a Red Lobster menu. They got chicken.
It's been a minute since I've been to Red Lobster.
Gosh, them biscuits are so damn good.
I ain't been to Red Lobster. It's an easy 5 years.
Outback? Couple times.
Oh, I ain't been
Red Lobster?
Nah. Yeah, I ain't been to Outback in a minute. Yeah. How do you feel about a professional athlete walking around with clothing on that has his number and his last name on it in a situation like this?
Huh. I think it's kind of odd. I think it's kind of odd.
What?
To be honest with you.
What would possess you to do that?
I got a big entourage. I don't know who it is.
What would possess you to do that? To where we saw Stephen A. just roll through here, didn't we?
He's sitting right back here behind us.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Yeah, tell him to come on over here, straight shooter.
I don't know what the hell is going on in H-Town.
By the way, Framber. We talked about Framber. We heard Dana Brown talk about that. Yeah, they'll have conversations. Looks like Framber is going to the Detroit Tigers. A 3-year deal,
yeah,
$115, going to Detroit Tigers, and they locked up Skubal today as well. I think he got $32 million in his arbitration hearing, which is obviously a record. That's a 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah.
And now it's probably, and I know Figgy, we were talking about this yesterday, that Framber don't have to be the number one lead guy ace, and he's coming behind that dude like that. I mean, those might be the two best lefties, like stuff-wise. You can argue just stuff-wise lefties in the game. I mean, I'm in an argument. I'm sure there's some others, that jump in there. But boy, he is. Those two at the top of that, man. That changes how I think people view the Tigers when you can run those two out there. That's potentially like those have done in the past, where it's like, hey, we got Cole and Verlander at the front of it. We got we got Verlander.
Well,
and
you think once you get into a playoff series, when you can roll those guys out there in game 1 and game 2, you got a chance to get off to a hot start, and if you can roll them out twice in a 7-game series, you got a real shot. So
depending on the Framber, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, look, Framber annoyed the hell out of me as much as anybody, but there ain't, I'll take him on the bump. I feel pretty good about Framber Valdez.
Especially coming after that nut.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, we talked.
2-time Cy Young Award winner. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'd rather Skubal, but I mean, the reality of it is if you get down to that two-hole starter, is like who You all right with Framber? Yeah, I believe I would be.
Yeah. By the way, now that it's over, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Now we know it's officially over. We figured it was, but now we know it's officially over, and Framber is moving on. He's with the Tigers now. What's the feel and the view of Framber as his time here? Like, is it mostly positive? Is this a negative feel? Like, I wonder what the view is from people of Framber Valdez now that it looks like the chapter is officially closed on him being a Houston Astro. I think overwhelmingly, if you look at it and look at his numbers and what he has done since he's been here, you look at it on paper, it's positive. Helped you win a championship, was the best starting pitcher you had year you won a championship. Great postseason, some great postseasons, some tough ones. But I feel like it's – I don't think he'll be booed the way Kyle Tucker is, but I feel like it's more closer to that. I don't know if there's like a love affair with Framber Valdez.
No, you said the name that I was going to mention. I think
Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I think it's got a real Kyle Tucker vibe to it. I appreciate you, but we probably won't remember you much.
Won't remember. I know you won a championship, but
yeah, I mean I just think, and that's not necessarily my opinion. That's just overall.
Yeah.
I think when you look at Astros fans, it's like you talk, have conversations about all the success they had in the straight ALCSs and World Series wins, and I mean I don't know that you can have the conversation without him being mentioned, but I don't know that he's going to be a headliner.
Yeah, text line coming in. Framber is garbage. Nobody's scared of him. F. Framber coming in on the text line. All right. there you go. Someone else texted in, mostly positive, but time to move on. That's probably fair. Yeah, that's probably fair. Mostly positive, time to move on. So Framber Valdez, I'm certain we'll see him multiple times as the Astros will indeed play the Tigers. And I would assume maybe one of those names we'll see Framber Valdez out there. All right, coming up as we continue here on the drive, Clint, who's a postseason run, or not even just postseason run, but they're to the Super Bowl all season. Who has impressed you more? Which one? Because these are two surprise teams like Seattle, New England. I don't think anyone picked those two. To get there, and even in the middle of the season, I still think people wouldn't know them. Who surprised you the most?
Well, they're both surprising. You look, Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold, first year together. Sam Darnold, who had Sam Darnold going back-to-back seasons with 14 regular season wins? I don't think anybody. So that's surprising. And then Drake May in year two, being an MVP caliber candidate under Josh McDaniel. I think they're both surprising. First year of Vrabel in New England. What is it? Second year with McDonald in Seattle. I would probably go with New England because I think if you look at New England's team,
back years, they had 4-win seasons.
Yeah, well, when you look at their team, there's just not, and I guess you probably say this for both teams. There's just not a ton of superstars out there. You ask how in the hell could a quarterback play at an MVP level? When you don't have a ton of weapons, but I would have to say first year. I would have to say Drake May. I'd have to say Drake May and the New England Patriots.
Vrabel coming in. It's one thing because we saw it with D'Amico, right? It's one thing to be able to get your culture, your point across, what you want to be, because you got to spin it, and maybe because Mayo had been there, that the culture was in the same ballpark.
Sure.
And it wasn't because Mayo, they all come from the same space. So maybe there wasn't a major change there. But it's one thing to be able to get that all in 1 year, but then not to just get it all in 1 year, because we watched D'Amico completely switch the culture and change the culture here with the Texans in 1 year. But then it's another time to see that happen, and then it goes where you're in the Super Bowl. It goes where you're a 2 seed. It goes to where you make it all the way here. And like you said, man, if you take Drake May out of the list, like what, Christian Gonzalez, is that the next, like, man, that
Steph.
But I mean, like Steph is like, how many receivers do you think you would get to before you name Steph?
In the league?
Yeah.
Oh, a bunch.
You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, if you take Drake May out, like how many truly special players? Like, I can take Sam out, and I think Seattle's probably got two or like I think Witherspoon's one of the best corners in football. Obviously, Smith and Jigba is a special player. Like you start, I think Leonard Williams probably like a first-team All-American type season. You start rolling. When you start doing that with New England, man, like they got like what's his name? Chason is like their leading sacker.
Kay Levine.
Like he was a cast-off of multiple. So for them to do that, you know, in the AFC and go through, even though it was a weird year, that was surprising, right? Like 2 back-to-back 4-win seasons. And firing 2 coaches back-to-back years in those 4-win seasons, and then bringing in Vrabel and immediately it catching. That is something I didn't see coming. That was something, and I'm impressed by Seattle. Obviously, you know, Sam coming in and immediately do that because what McDonald's done this in 2 years.
Yep.
Right, like he got there 2 years ago, and they made some moves that a lot of people didn't think. That a lot of people thought Geno Smith was a better quarterback than Sam and would give them a better chance. And they immediately come out. But, yeah, the Patriots are that is a special one. All right, text line coming in. Lost all respect for Valdez when he threw that baseball into the chest of the catcher. See ya? Yep.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, that was some bull job. Ain't no doubt about it.
I can see some people really having some issues there. So, yeah, Framber's up out of here. We'll see what rolls there. But, yeah, he did a lot of great things there. To make that. You gonna pop this open? Try this, man.
No, I ain't ready for it.
You're not ready for this? I want to, man. I ain't got the carbs. Just a little bit.
I mean, I would damn if I wasn't on this uneasy stomach I got going on, I'd damn sure eat them pork rinds.
Man, take your snack, Vicky.
Yeah.
Some of that pork rind.
Hey, them pork rinds are good now. That's a good brand too now.
Yeah, I bet it is. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, we got a game on Sunday. We got a new injury in this game. We probably ought to tell folks about and. There's something that I keep hearing all year long that just drove me nuts, and about the Texas messaging to their quarterback. And there's a stat in this NFL in this Super Bowl that I think gives me a little bit of support here, Ron. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog, y'all. Look, it's football's biggest game is right around the corner. And you can get in on all the action with Underdog right now.
ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Radio Row, Super Bowl. San Fran, baby. Day 4 rocking and rolling here. Appreciate everybody out there for joining us. Ron, who you got in this game, man? Who you rolling with in this game? You decided yet?
Man, I know everybody's rolling with the Seahawks.
Oh, yeah.
And you can understand that defense has been really, really good. I like this thing to be tighter than it has been. I'm going to go with the Patriots.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to go with the Patriots.
Wow.
I know that Drake May has not played to this level that we've seen him all season. But I think he plays closer to the Drake May that played all season. And I think one of the most underrated things in this postseason has been the Patriots defense. I think they're pretty serious. And I know how good Seattle has played and been good, but I think the Patriots defense is pretty good. I'm going to go with the Patriots.
Yeah, I like that. Patriots defense. The interesting thing about the Patriots overall is the 6 quarters that they've played in slushy to awful weather kind of really put you in a spot where you don't know a ton about them. I'm going to go with the Seattle Seahawks, and I think there's a handful of things that can derail the Seahawks. I think this is a Seahawk, assuming everybody's healthy, I think this is a Seahawk 10-plus win. I think they win by double digits.
You think it's comfortable?
I do. I think it's comfortable. Assuming we don't hear anything pop between now and game time of guys that can't make it. There's already one injury that is up in the air right now. We don't know exactly how bad it is, but it's a big one. Nick Emanwari, the safety, which, by the way, just tested at the combine last year, last year or 2 years ago, out of his mind whenever he came out. Unbelievable freak athlete.
And then went and took it to the field and was that mine?
Yeah. I mean, if you watch Seattle at all, even if you've just watched him in the playoffs, I mean, he makes play after play after play that jump off the screen. He is a weapon on the defensive side for Seattle. And apparently yesterday at practice, he rolled his ankle. I don't know if you saw the video, Ron, of somebody caught a video of him getting out at the team hotel here in San Francisco, and it did not look good. Now, the good thing is in the video there was no boot, right? There's no boot, so you got to assume there's no serious damage, but there was an obvious limp, and he is, you need that guy to be full go come time for the game. So that's the injury front. Nick Emanwari.
By the way, his head coach, Mike McDonald, spoke on it today.
Okay.
And he said today that he fully expects the rookie nickel to play in the Super Bowl despite injury scare to his ankle.
Okay.
But as you said, though, he ain't going to be 100. The way that he was kind of rolling.
Well, I mean, you just got Josh McDaniel over there, man. And if he is, which he will be, at least a little bit ginger on that ankle, I would think that Josh McDaniel's going to try it, being that nickel defender, that safety position. However they decide to use him, I would imagine that Josh McDaniel and Drake May are going to try to find a way to target him and see just how good he can move. I said I like the Seattle Seahawks big in this game, Ron, but there are 2 things that I think are going to end up being keys to this game. I'm sure tomorrow at some point we'll do keys to the game, but I do think there's a couple of things that stick out about the Seattle Seahawks with the Patriots. And one is where I was going in my tease about the Texans and their offense there. Did you know Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers?
I knew he had a good amount of interceptions. I don't know. Solomon Wilcott said that yesterday, and I was like, oh, really?
Top 3. He's number 3 in interceptions with 14, and he had 6 fumbles, which to the total 20 total turnovers leads the league in turnovers. And there's a couple of things before I get to, that Sam Darnold turning the football over potentially in the Super Bowl. When I see stats like this is the kind of thing that drives me nuts about the Texans, Ron. The ridiculous emphasis on not turning the football over and playing such a conservative brand of offensive football and quarterback and constantly harping on turnovers, this is exactly why. Sam Darnold led the damn league in turnovers, and he is representing the NFC in the Super Bowl on Sunday.
Yep.
Right? And as I said earlier, I just don't believe that when Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold are meeting and when they're practicing and when they're talking to the media, I just don't believe that they're constantly harping on not turning the ball over. They're taking care of the football. I believe they're going out there and playing the brand of football that they played all year long. And if there so happens to be a turnover or two, they're going to try to figure out a way to overcome it. But the Sam Darnold turnover thing being the most in the league, that is something that could swing this game in a major way. The other part of this thing, Ron, for me, is the Sam Darnold that we saw last year in Minnesota, right?
I mean, you talking about the one that played the first 7 or 16 games, or the one that played the
I'm talking about the one that exited the playoffs, right? You look at the Patriots defensively; they've even ratcheted it up. They've 40+% pressure rate for this defense, and the one thing that we've seen just completely crater Sam Darnold in a playoff game is the pressure. Now, I believe personally, Ron, that was more. Remember when we talked about it? I believe it was more of a Kevin O'Connell situation than it was a Sam Darnold situation. I felt like it was, Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. He just kept calling shots and kept dropping back and holding the football. There was no acknowledgement of the pressure was coming and the pressure was getting there. There was no adjustment. I haven't watched a ton of Clint Kubiak in Seattle, but I do feel like Clint Kubiak in Seattle has got a lot more answers than what Kevin O'Connell. Maybe a different approach to football.
It was that Rams team that pressured the hell out of them against the Vikings to end their season that they just played.
Yeah.
The last game in the NFC Championship game, and those same young dudes. We talked to two of them yesterday. They weren't able to get to Sam nearly as much.
Yeah.
As they did against the Vikings, Sam, the previous year.
So how do you feel about Sam and his ability? I think that ship has sailed for me personally of worrying about Sam Darnold and him getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, I can see him turning the ball over because, I mean, Sam, and not just it happens for Sam. Their offensive approach potentially will lead towards that. That's why you lost some money that one time when you had Sam just needing to throw one interception and he wasn't able to do it, which was a bit of a surprise. I don't think Sam, because they've done it so much, Clint, I don't think a Sam turnover is something that, takes them out of the game. I think we are going to see good quarterback play from both of them.
I do. I'll be honest with you. I think Seattle's going to win this game, and I think Seattle's going to win it convincingly. But I am more excited to see Drake May play. And see if on the big stage that young fella, again, after the weather being a major problem in two of the last 3 games, I'm anxious to see him play and see if he can arrive on that big stage.
Yep. Someone texted in and said, Ryan, the Patriots won't have inclement weather to lean on. Well, I would also say the Patriots won't have inclement weather for them to have to deal with,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, the reality of it is the Patriots would rather play in rain. Well, they would rather play in that bad weather. But you look now. Drake May made some mistakes in both of those games, the Texans game as well as last week's game with Denver. But he also made some damn plays now. I mean, the Texans game in particular, he made against our defense, man. I mean, he made 3 throws.
The 3 drives that they had where they scored the touchdowns offensively, he made plays throughout.
Yeah, so we'll see. I just Nick Emmanwori is an injury that could impact the Seattle Seahawks as well as some of those different deals with Sam Darnold, the interceptions as well as the inability to handle pressure in the past. I don't think it's a thing. I think Clint Kubiak will take care of it, but it is real when you talk about Sam Darnold, so keep an eye on that. It's going to be fun to watch this Super Bowl unfold. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ryan Hughley. O.T. Meal, Tyler Milner is back in the studio behind the glass on the 1s and 2s, keeping us rolling here. I want to give a big shout out to Liqueur 43. Didn't know it, but Brian Urlacher is a big Liqueur 43 guy. Probably should work on getting him a deal. I mean, his eyes lit up like you wouldn't believe, man.
Yeah.
Like he was talking about if a ball's on the ground.
Didn't
he? Yeah, he circled back around when it was over. But Liqueur 43, Planet Fitness. Big shout out to Planet Fitness as well for making it happen. And Ron, are you excited about the the team dinner tonight?
Absolutely. Thrilled. Can't wait for it.
Did you have any of them wings over here?
I have not had any wings today. No, I had to quit the wings. This is 3 years running. About 2 days, you about done with them wings.
Well, I'm done with them for sure.
You're done. You're not going to do them.
Tyler, did you hear about my night last night, T?
Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear you're working against it today.
Well, you were out there having you a good old time, and I was over just trying to keep it down, man.
Yeah, that's tough, dude.
Have you ever? We know you passed out on the crapper in a bar and got close.
It was Little Woodrow's.
That is a lie that y'all have been pushing now for 3 years.
It was for whatever that is back there by Minute Maid Park. What is that?
It was McIntyre's in the Heights, and I didn't fall asleep on the jump.
It was McIntyre in the Heights. That's right.
I thought it was pitch. I thought it was one with the soccer field in it.
Nope.
But nonetheless, you passed out on a crapper and got locked in the place. But what have you ever puked in a restaurant?
I have. Yeah, I have. I can't remember where, but I know I've gotten sick like in public at a restaurant before.
I've got a couple.
Yeah. Was it alcohol induced or just?
No, it was something that hit my tummy wrong.
I had to get away from me in a Shoney's once.
What's a Shoney's?
Yeah, younger. That buffet just got the best of me.
You ate too fast, too much, too fast.
It's a buffet place?
That is great.
Shoney's the buffet. Church trip. You used to go on a church trip. We was out of town. We'd go to Shoney's. But I had mapped it out. I was like 11. Mapped it out where I was going to go.
Right. If you're out there and you're listening, I puked in the restaurant bathroom last night for the first time in my life. 48 years. Took me 48 years, but I got there. A little food poisoning. These wings here, the old bounce got me. And it was not a good evening or morning for you, boy. But I'm back. I'm feeling it now. I'm ready for the team party. I'm ready for the team dinner. Looking forward to it. And I'll tell you something else I'm looking forward to is Dalton Schultz, Texans.
How about that?
Texans tight end Dalton Schultz. He's going to join us next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I've got to take care of a little business here. I got to tell you about Advanced Hair. If you're out there and you're dealing with some kind of hair loss issue, if you've got a hair loss issue that you're throwing a hat on before you leave the house, every time you leave the house, if you say hell with it, you're just going to own it and you leave and you got that hair loss issue, receding hairline, balding, thinning. If you're in that boat right there, I need you to listen up, man. I've got the answer. It is Advanced Hair.
in San Francisco. LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here at Radio Row. Shout out to a very popular sponsor, LaCour 43, very popular. Shout out to them and Planet Fitness as well, as we're having a great time here on a Thursday. Just to kind of update you, we'll talk about this a little bit more potentially in 5 o'clock fire. Looks like the Rockets did not make any moves when it comes to the trade deadline. The trade deadline ended at 2 o'clock Central as soon as our show started, and it appears that the Rockets are the Rockets did stand pat, at least right there. As I said earlier, Clint, I was a bit surprised that they didn't, go for a big of some sorts, with to fill the void of knowing Steven Adams was out for the year. But it looks like they're staying there, and a lot of teams made some big moves. We saw Anthony Davis moved in his 29 games with the Mavericks in that Luka trade. Some names moved, but nothing there with the Rockets. So that is the latest there to keep you updated on that. No movement with the Rockets. They look like they're going to stay the same, and they played a terrible game last night. Nobody over 15 points in the game yesterday. Kevin Durant had the most points in the game. Nobody over 15, so they struggled. Dalton Schultz coming up here in just a bit. Somebody texted in. Clint said, Ron, tell Clint he got to come clean on them Schultz blocking issues he had for the past couple of years now.
Well,
We've already talked to him.
I've talked to Dalton. I guarantee you Dalton is tired of me telling him, hey, man, I was hard on you last year, boy. I've had him on the post game twice and talked to him about it. He's been on the show with us twice. We've talked to him about it. What you need to do is you need to tune your ass in a little more often. How about that? Whoever that is texting.
Stop letting me rub off on you, man.
Well, I'm just telling you, man. Come clean. I never have a problem coming clean, boy. I shoot straight. Let me tell you this. Every time I come clean, everybody I talk to, one of them said, what are you talking about? You're wrong. No. The key is I was dead ass right, and there was major improvement this year.
I wish I could see Tyler's face right there.
With what? You can right there. There's T Millie right there.
Not on the top. No, I need a physical to be able to look up when you say stuff like you say. Me and Tyler, we check up and catch eyes.
Why is that?
When you say come clean as many times as you said that.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, when you say things
it's like our own language, me and Ron.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't listening to you pervs, man. I wasn't thinking about that, man. That was kind of one that came in the side door. You know what I mean?
Like Dalton thought real hard on that water. He thought real hard on that water. Joining us right now, sit down. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it. Somebody that I believe got robbed not making to the Pro Bowl initially. Our guy Dalton Schultz coming in. Texans tight end Dalton Schultz. We appreciate you joining us in here, man. I know you're not here under the scenario you would have liked to have been here. But we're happy to get here. Now I want to let you know you don't have to go through the test that we've been making all our guests go through. I think we've seen you enough. We know that you are the real Dalton Schultz.
I don't know that he's even heard the story.
I don't know. I don't think I have.
Oh, last year we're sitting here and
he'll know the other people you tell the story to. They don't realize that Diggs was playing for our team.
Yeah, we got duped last year. Fake Stephon Diggs on us, an imposter.
No way.
That face every damn time.
No, how? Aren't there like hella credentials in here? Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what we were thinking.
Listen. Dalton, I swear.
Oh, so y'all ain't getting fooled no
more. When he sat down, we knew it wasn't him.
Really?
Yeah, we saw him every week. Come to training camp every. We knew it wasn't him. But what do you do when we're doing this? When we're doing this right here, like how do you?
You'd be like, nah, that ain't.
I didn't know who made the mistake.
What just happened? Like you just did. Like you just walked up, sat down, put headsets on, and like we've been promoting. Here it's this Houston, Stephon Diggs. We hadn't heard from him since the ACL. All right, we're pushing it. Stephon Diggs joining us. He sat down, and I look around. That's it.
Did you find out who it was?
It was a safety from Vanderbilt. He was a senior.
Oh, shoot. He got slotted in the wrong slot.
Hey,
It's an honest mistake.
He was smooth with it. He had big glasses on, and he laid back. He was just – and we're both looking at him and looking at each other and like, man, this ain't him. He asked him questions about his ACL. How's that ACL coming?
How's the rehab going?
It's good.
I mean, it's good. Like, I mean, we're trying to find out. We're trying to figure out who it is. Like, what do we do? I just finally said, man, you're not stepping up.
That's can't miss radio right there, man.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't real good for us, too.
It wasn't fun.
I mean, it made us look – because we'd been – it'd be different if we were stationed out of San Francisco.
You know what?
Or something.
It's a hell of a story.
I can laugh now, dog. I was hot, man. But no, man. Man, great season this year, man. And we've talked to you a couple of times. I thought you had a Pro Bowl caliber season, and it seemed like things shifted. There were at times struggles for the offense, but it didn't seem like that came to you. It seemed like you almost nearly a career year this year when it comes down to what you're able to do. What all went into that this year with the new offense that it seemed like some spaces struggled, but not really for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new offense, but, like, it's stuff that I've been doing my whole career.
Yeah.
Like, stuff that I did in Dallas, stuff that I did in college. Like, it was, I don't know, it felt like an old, like, you know, it felt like riding a bike. It was stuff that I've had so many banked reps on. It's like I do feel like I was ahead of the curve maybe than everybody else. And so, like, I was always like, all right, here we go. Like, I see the coverage. I know the read. Like, here's where I'm sitting. Like, nobody's going to be here.
Yeah.
Ball. And I think just CJ had a lot of trust in me over the last 3 years building that, and then seeing that, like, all right, like, I know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that was just more so of that. But especially just in, like, the run game for me personally, it was just so much, again.
What was the difference in that, man? What was because that was night and day.
It's a different thought process. It's a different methodology in terms of just how you work together, how you get to combos, how you go to the second level, your footwork on the first level. Like, it's stuff that, again, going back to that, like, I've had stupid amounts of bank reps on.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally, it just felt like putting on that pair of shoes is broken in or not. You put them on, it's like, here we go. Back. Home sweet home, you know what I mean?
You mentioned CJ, man. What was your? He's a rough end of the season for him. Started against Pittsburgh.
Rough end to all of us.
Right. Well, but I know you've got a special relationship with him and have for a few years. I mean, what's the messaging? What's the conversation? What's that been like?
I mean, dude, the results are what they are, and, like, I feel like I've told him this when he came in. It's like, dude, everything's gonna fall on you, good or bad. Like, and you got to be the leader to be able to take it and roll. Again, whether it's good or bad. Like, you're gonna get blamed when it's not your fault, and then when it is your fault and it's a good thing, like, it's gonna be because of everything else but you.
Yeah.
So, like, you got to be willing to roll with that, however it may land. Obviously, I think just the results of that game, like, it's hard to pin it all on him as a player. Like, in my eyes, like, that game was my fault. Like, I left the game in the first quarter. You know what I mean? Like, that was a big game plan for me, and I wasn't able to be out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, my process was exactly the same that I've done all year, every year. And I look back and I'm like, well, shoot, like, obviously I didn't do enough to get my body where it needed to be in that moment. And so that's literally all I've been thinking about. Like, and everybody's going to pin it on CJ. It's not his fault.
Houston Texans tight end Dalton Schultz joins us. I think the fan base, our listeners, may need to hear this, because I can tell listening to you as you're talking about that with Clint about CJ and that final game, the final couple of games. We've heard from Will, we've heard from Nico, we've heard from a lot of you guys about, CJ that's our guy, he's our guy.
100%.
A lot of the fan base seems to be, the belief has been shaken. Like, first year, what you all did, like, it was like we finally got a guy that can compete with anybody. What we're getting from every day from the fans are, like, I don't know if I trust him. I don't know if
I think it's good to hear from somebody who is inside that works with him why you guys believe so much. We keep hearing it, but why? What is it specifically about CJ?
Going back to what you're saying, though, is like the same. It's the same. It's just noise, dude. Like, everybody was also calling for everybody's jobs. Everybody be fired when you're 0-3. Like, it's the same as our job as players and everybody else. And I know Nick is like the best one for this. Like, Nick's said it all the time, everywhere. But like, that's not our focus. Like, we don't. That's not our job. Yeah. Like, our job is to go out there and like perform, make sure we're good. So like, again, like, it's noise, dude. Like, whether you believe in him or not, does that affect whether he's gonna be the same player, a better player? Like, that has no effect on him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, none of that affects the process of like whether he's truly gonna grow or not.
Yeah.
And to me, it doesn't mean anything, man. Like, what's most important is, are you willing to go back and look at that film? And like me, like, I look at that film again. I should have done way more on the front end. And it's like, if you have a bunch of guys that go and like look at that, and realize the same thing, and come together and find a way to just build on the good and learn from the bad and going into next year, like, that's all you can do, dude. Like, it sucks because there's one team that's on top.
Yep.
And like, we feel like we had a team to challenge that spot, and we didn't perform in that game.
Well, you got a taste of it. I mean, y'all got a taste of it. Because like you said, to sit here right now and you're like, man, we. But I mean, to sit here right now and think, hey, man, we had a legit shot. We should be one of the teams on that banner up there.
Dude,
I mean, that's a step in the right direction for the team. No, I mean, you guys didn't. That wasn't necessarily a reality a year ago, right? I mean that's a step.
I'll be honest. Like, walking around here is tough.
Yeah.
Like, I love being, like, we came because I love being in the Bay, but like being reminded that like we fell short, especially this year. I think because everybody realized what we had and how good of a team we had and the opportunity that we had.
Yeah.
To come up short, not have that, I think feels extra.
Yeah.
Like, dude, sucker punch.
Yeah.
Like, truly. Like, I still haven't gotten over it, to be honest.
Well, let me help you. We'll talk something about more positive. The tight end room. I know you obviously got injured in that last game, but you had some of your partners throughout the year got hurt, and Brevin Jordan lost for the year. I mean, what's going on with those guys, and how do you feel that room can develop and mature in year two of this offense?
Yeah, dude. I mean, biggest thing, everybody's got to get healthy.
Yeah.
Like, can't improve if you're not healthy. You got to set a baseline.
Yeah.
Which I think everybody will be. Everybody's working. As far as like just the room as a whole, like through training camp, like I freaking loved our room. Like, especially with those two other guys, like Cade and Brevin, like it's a fun room to be a part of, and we're all very different in terms of like how we play ball, what we do, what we're able to do really well. So I felt like we complemented each other really well, and we got a ton of like time on task, a ton of reps. Like I talked about the run game having different types of combos. One of the thing is like, dude, tight ends are blocking together all the time. Like, truly, like shoulder, double team, like, let's move. And we put so much time on task on stuff like that. You have a broken foot week one, and Brev, tore his knee in camp. Like, all of a sudden, like, you don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's, you got to be able to build that with the other guys that you got. But like, dude, it's tough to see what the really can be if you don't have film of that. If you're not able to put that on tape, which, I mean, dude, we're missing two guys, like two of our three. Like, it's, shitty.
Well, hit that dump button again. So. It was a hell of a hell of. I know right now it's probably tough, but a hell of a season that you guys had, and like you said, you're right there. I can't wait to training camp, because if the fire that you got right here is the rest of the team, like y'all look like you're on a mission. You sound like you're already
dude. The only way I know how to cope and to almost distract myself is to get right back on the horse, man.
Yeah.
Just like a race car driver that crashes, get back in the car and fucking let it rip again.
Hit that again, Tyler.
Sorry.
What's the?
Sorry, I mean, I let them rip every now and then.
I didn't know you had. I didn't know you
Nah,
had.
dude, I get the mouth of a sailor.
He hit one. I can't remember. It was in a post game. I do the post game with Sean. So we've had you a few times, and he dropped one. The next week it was Will, and it was a mess. But what coming out here, you said you love being in the Bay, man. What's on the agenda for you, man?
Dude, well, we went to a dinner spot last night that my wife had been itching to get back to. She went to school out here, so she's got the whole itinerary for where to go, what to do.
Yep.
All I needed, and I will be there every single morning. Is you guys been to Phil's? You guys like coffee?
I have not been to Phil's.
I've not been to
So
Phil's.
PHILZ.
Okay.
It's kind of like a chain around here, and get any coffee sweet and creamy, bro. It's my favorite coffee.
You're dead ass serious, man.
Dude, I freaking love Phil's. So I had 3 of them this morning before 12.
There you go.
All right, man,
so if you see me tweaking, like, hey,
we got to get you out of here.
Coffee's good.
We're about to get you in trouble.
So yeah.
Hey, there's a lot that you said that jumps out, man. We appreciate you joining us, and man, I personally love seeing the passion that you got right now, and how ready you are for this next season. Yeah. That's good, man. Dalton Schultz,
appreciate it, guys.
Tight end here for the Houston Texans. He is brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Dalton Schultz joining us. We got to talk about. There's a lot that he said. There's one thing that he said that really stuck out to me. Thanks, man. Nice to see you again. One thing he stuck out to me that I think we got to get into at some point today. Go ahead, man.
All right, before Ryan gets into that, I got to tell you about Daisy Dips. Look, bottom line is it's
at BlueChew.com, code 610.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in Drive as live here on Radio Row. I don't know about you. I don't know how that felt, Tyler, because Tyler, Dalton was going to try to put your ass on.
Yeah, man, I feel like he was coming after my job.
I think he was. I don't know how that felt, over the air or people riding in their cars or on their desks. But I cannot stress to you how intense that entire moment was.
Felt like genuine pain.
Like he is like
Yeah.
If you told me that he is sitting at home rewatching that game on a loop, I would believe it. Like he does not have a smile. Even when he talked about that coffee thing, which you could tell like he was really like he was turned on by. He was like he was ready to go about that Pete's with the Z coffee. He couldn't even muster up a smile on that. Like, I didn't believe him that it was that good.
It was Fields, by the way, not Pete's.
Whatever. I knew it was a Pete. Yeah, Fields. Yeah, that's more nasty. But man, that was intense.
Yeah, it was intense, and it was one of. I tried to break him out of it by just talking about the tight ends, and he didn't. He wasn't coming out of it, man. He went straight into how hard it is to double team somebody when you. Well, dang it, double team a defender when your guys get hurt.
Nice.
Eiffel Tower, trying to get that.
That'd be Tyler.
That high five over the top.
Hey, wee.
There you go. Okay. Now, but there was something, Clint, that he said that stuck out to me.
What was that?
In all of it, he was rolling. He said, and when we think about this game, a lot of the stuff kind of goes out, though. We just really hone in on the interceptions that CJ threw. Hell, some people believe he threw 5, and that we've completely forgotten about Woody Marks and that fumble. But he said, when he was blaming himself, putting it on himself, he said there was a big game plan in there for me, and I wasn't there to fulfill it. And we talked about it going into the game. Like they probably he's going to be a big part of this game.
Yeah.
And then you think they take him out in the first quarter. It's a broken play, but he has the long catch that led to the first field goal. But they bring him. I wonder how big of a game plan there was that included Dalton Schultz in that game. And then you take him out, and then you turn to who? Nico ain't there, right? So you just start to think about, like, everything that happened in that game. Now I'm not trying to, waltz over those interceptions that he threw. But there was a lot going on in there. There was a lot that had to be changed on the fly, and I don't know that this is an offensive group that does great with that.
Yeah.
That had to change the fly. I wonder how much that threw a wrinkle in things, however big that game plan that Dalton Schultz just said 5 minutes ago was that got taken away from him.
Well, I don't doubt. Going into that game, we talked about one of my keys to the game was how big tight ends had been against New England. Now, they hadn't been huge or anything, but tight ends had found success throughout the year against New England, and I thought it'd be a good game, big game for Dalton Schultz. And he catches that broken play, that catch and run was big, man. That was a hell of a start to what could have been a monster game. So, and then you end up losing Cade Stover at the end of the game as well. So you went through some tight ends again. Yeah,
that was a tough one to check out. But boy, yeah, there is clear pain. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how you all took it. I enjoyed it. Like I enjoyed, like, it is hurt. Like he is motivated. Like I believe when he said, I can't wait to get back to training camp. I can't wait to get, like, we were this close. It sounds like if many people are looking and feeling the way he is, like, it sounds like this is a group that's on a mission and ready to go next year.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's on his mind, boy, and other than being back in his home state, I guess it's a tough visit.
You tried like hell, didn't you?
What's that?
You tried to shift that.
Well, yeah. I can't tell if he's, but he did. He wanted to stay there.
He wasn't staying that Payne, man.
I thought he was ready to get held so much as his wife got up and walked off. She said, man, this is painful. I'm going to get up and walk off.
She said, I'm dealing with this every day.
Yeah, man. Hey, boys, we should have threw a headset on her. Hey, how's home life been with him since that injury?
Dude. He's broken a couple of controllers. He's fired these controllers. He said, this is hard being here. Right there in that moment, I said, damn, all right. This is good.
That was what kicked it off. That hit home, man. I heard it. My eyes widened. I said, damn.
Well, Tyler, I watched him sit over there at that table with them Dallas boys, just kikiing, boy. It was good old time over there. And then he came over here and went into that depression. I went, whoa.
It's hard to take Dallas seriously, yeah.
Okay. I thought we broke the ice. I thought we broke the ice when it came to the Diggs thing. He was laughing with us, and then my dumb ass brought up that game or brought up the season. he was done from there on out. My man was out. We'll expect to hear from Ted Johnson coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be good to hear from the Patriot side of things, former member of the Sports Radio 610 family, did time with Sean Pendergast. We'll hear from him coming up in the next hour. No, I don't think that. No, I mean not that.
They did time together.
Yeah, I mean, they did time together, man.
That's why Pendergast went to Alcatraz. It all adds up.
A little prison. Yeah, not a long sentence. Just did a little time together, man.
While you're joking, you might want to ask him. They may have spent a night.
They might.
It would not shock me one bit if them two didn't end up in a jailhouse overnight back in the day one time. Some of the stories I heard.
How different do you think that Sean and Seth Shindig goes down? That was a Ted and Seth situation.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, that could have got ugly. That could have got ugly around here. Those two latch up on each other, rolling around here, knocking cameras over and stuff.
They'd have taken this whole Dallas broadcast right out. And they come around and bet. One of them would have tripped and failed trying to get up out that seat to get over to the other one. Man, I'm so glad they're in a better place with that thing there. That could have got it completely out of hand.
Yeah, I think there's some trust that's been lost. I don't
Shut up.
I do. I think there's some serious trust that's been lost.
There's a trust. You think of it that maybe they're just a little harder.
I bet you Sean ain't taking his eye off Seth. Every time Seth reaches for this damn Tide Pod, I bet he looks. He keeps an eye on him. Don't throw that thing at me. Yeah, there's some trust loss.
Yeah. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll get it done. Damn. Well, that was good. Someone texted and said, Dalton Schultz, I never thought a player would be as pissed off as I was.
There ain't no doubt Dalton is.
Well, I think. I
mean, what did he do? He cursed 3 times?
Yeah. How many times did he get? How many times you had to hit that dump button, Tyler? Had to be no,
twice today for Dalton. Yeah.
Just twice. Okay. I thought he got 2 S's in. I know he got an F-bomb.
I hope you're wrong. I don't think I missed any, but now you got me a little nervous.
It was under his breath, and I think I talked over it a little bit. But it was an F-bomb.
Oh man, yeah, he was up there. Yeah, these players, they take it a little hard too. As much as they work, I know many of you think they don't want it. As much as they work for it, they take it a little hard too. Yeah. It's a wild time. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. Potentially hear from Ted Johnson, former afternoon host here at Sports Radio 610. Coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, you already know that Coshada Casino Resort has the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. But did you know that they also have the best selection of slots? We're talking thousands of slots, y'all, in every style, theme, and denomination you can think of. Something for everybody. Look, like classic reels, video slots, new theme games, and those hard-to-find niche titles, right? If you can imagine it, you can probably play it at Coshada. Plus, brand new slot games are added every week. Yes, every
the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record. Demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is we are here live in San Francisco on Radio Row. And shout out to our sponsor, it's very popular, Liqueur 43. Hall of Famers love it. Hall of Famers are willing to get themselves in trouble for a little Liqueur 43. Shout out to Planet Fitness as well. As we're having a great time here, we look to hear from a couple people. Ted Johnson will hopefully join us here, who has covered the Patriots, and we'll get his thoughts on things from their side of things. But before we get there, Clint, let's start here on a little fire. The NBA trade deadline has come and gone, and it looks like the Rockets, they are staying pat. Didn't make a move. Ja Morant didn't go anywhere. Giannis didn't go anywhere. Those were the big names. But the Rockets also didn't make a move either. And I'll be honest, I think I got to an understanding they weren't going to make a big move.
Yeah.
But I thought for sure they would at least add some size, especially after the Steven Adams injury, and that one is surprising to me that they didn't make that move.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't add something. I mean, like you said, we before the injury, you thought, man, there's a chance they could add something, add a piece that could help them take the next step. And then after the injury, you thought it would for sure happen. So, pretty shocked that the Rockets didn't make a move, any move whatsoever. But we'll see how they can pull this thing together.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll keep you updated on anything that may happen. But let's be joined by a guy who's familiar with this time slot and on this station.
I love this time slot. I love this station. I cut my teeth here in radio in Houston. I loved it, and you guys are kicking ass. It's great to see. This is a coveted spot now. You think about in Houston, like, what are the best media jobs you can get in Houston? Obviously the sports broadcaster on the regular news, those jobs are kind of dwindling. Those aren't as important. Yeah. It's the live and it's the local. And it's in the prime spots, morning and afternoon, and you're in a town that loves its sports, that loves its. And so, if I'm you guys, I'm feeling pretty good about where I'm at right now.
We feel all right. We feel all right, Ted.
Good, man. It's probably a part of you that thinks y'all should be, y'all's team should be here, not my team.
Yeah. I mean, we feel like we had a shot this year for a couple reasons. Obviously, how good the defense was and what the offense was capable of, at least, and then obviously the field in the AFC this year didn't have the big names, and so you felt like that was an opportunity. So, yeah, man, we just had Dalton Schultz on our tight end, and boy, he's still not over it.
What hell of a player.
It cuts 3 times on
you. I am curious. I did peek in and listen to some of the shows on Monday after down in H-Town, and there was a lot of angst with your quarterback. And CJ, when y'all played us last year. When it was, we had a different head coach and we were just a different team. I just thought CJ was brilliant. I thought there were some throws. I was like, gosh, gorgeous. And you see the San Francisco game this year in CJ. You see these games where he just plays otherworldly. I will say this: the conditions were a lot more difficult than people realized that weren't there.
Yeah.
It was it was very rainy, very wet. But look, you guys got the makings of a team that can be good for a very, very long time. Yeah. That defense is next level. It really is. So keep your heads up.
Was that the toughest defense the Patriots faced this year?
Without question.
Yeah.
Oh, without question, it was. They played the Browns mid-season, and the Browns were very good. Myles Garrett had 5 sacks on us, and so that was a really good defense. The Bills had a really good secondary, but not the best front. So, they played defenses that had really good units, but not as a whole, not nearly as good as what the Texans defense put out there. Not even close.
Well, let's talk about your squad in the Super Bowl, man. What's your feeling about this game for the Patriots?
So the Patriots defense is playing the best it's played all season long. Part of that, I think, is and I'll be honest. I'll shoot you straight and say that, look, they're playing, quarterbacks that I think were a little beat up. You obviously played against a backup last week against with Jared Stidham there for the Broncos, but they've really been putting good tape out there the last 2 games of the regular season and then the last three games of the playoffs. So the defense is playing at an elite level, which I think that will carry over, you guys, into this game. We haven't seen the offense firing on all cylinders for a while, though. That's the concerning part. It's been a minute since Drake May has had a typical Drake May game. Now, in that Texans game, he did make some brilliant throws.
Yes,
I mean, right? So, I mean, he is, guys, and I'd be curious what you think, Clint, but his skill set is just so off the charts to me. I wasn't sure about his intangibles last year. He started 10 games. He was 1-9, so you didn't – you saw some special qualities, but you didn't see, what is he as a leader? What is he – is he a tough guy? Can he learn from his mistakes? You couldn't really tell that in his first year. Now I've seen it. He's a special player. Yeah. Look, if he plays like he's capable of playing and this defense continues to play the way it's been playing, the Patriots can win this game.
Yeah,
they can absolutely win this game. And the biggest matchup to me is the one I'm really looking forward to is Josh McDaniels versus Mike McDonald. Patriots offense coordinator versus the Seattle defense and their defensive coordinator. To me, that's the matchup that is going to be the most intriguing that I'm looking forward to. But Seattle, you'd probably say which roster would you rather take? Okay, you look at roster for Seattle, you go, I'd rather take that roster. But I'd rather take the quarterback for the Patriots, and I'd rather take the coaches for the Patriots. You got a head coach who's played in 3 Super Bowls. Josh McDaniels coaches in his 10th Super Bowl. There's an advantage to having been here. This is a different game. It's almost like 2 games in one because of how long the pregame is, how long halftime is. Yeah. You have to reset mentally. And so I think Josh coaching as many times as he has is going to be a huge advantage with his quarterback in this game.
Ted, I don't know if you heard this, Ron, but it was something on social media. It was a Brady video that got posted, and he was talking about one of the Super Bowls that the Patriots were in, and he was talking about the night before, the Friday night before the game, him and McDaniel got together and added, they didn't feel real good about their red zone package. So they added 4 or 5 plays, and it accounted for 2 touchdowns in that game. And a lot of times when we talk about the Patriot runs, so often we talk about Brady rightfully so and Belichick rightfully so and even Kraft rightfully so. But, man, Josh was a big part of it, and he is as you hear those kind of stories leak out, you just realize how elite he really is.
He's next level, Clint. He's seen it all. He's done it all. He's got an answer for everything. It's not a system that is built on these core principles. It changes. It can morph into a lot of different things. But there's always an answer to the problem. Yeah. If a defense is presenting something in the first few series, they will adjust and make adaptations to whatever the game plan was. The Patriots are one of the best third quarter scoring teams in the NFL because they come out in the second half and they just have figured out what they're trying to do, how did the defenses attack it, and they come out with an answer. So Josh he's brilliant. He's seen it all. He's majored in 2 tight ends. He's majored in 3 wides. If a team's blitzing, okay, let's spread them out and then make them more predictable. He has an answer for everything the defense is thrown at him, and so that's a huge, huge, huge asset for a quarterback like Drake May.
Ted Johnson joining us. Ted, a lot of it, you brought up Drake May not playing the way that we've seen him throughout the season. I think a lot of people hadn't maybe seen Drake May during the year with the Patriots. They weren't a team that was on TV a ton like they used to be. But what they have seen is the last several games. And I think there are a lot of factors, right? The chart, they played all top 5 defenses. There were some weather issues in all of the games. But what was Drake May this year that we haven't seen in the postseason that led him to potentially tonight winning the MVP? Yeah. What have we not seen in this postseason run?
You're not seeing a guy they carried this team all year. I mean, the defense carried this team in the playoffs.
Yes.
And you guys, obviously, that's what y'all saw. Y'all didn't see Drake May carry this. Drake May's been carrying this team. He was the Patriots were 2-2 going into Week 5 against Buffalo in Buffalo. He throws has a perfect quarterback rating in the second half against Buffalo. They beat Buffalo in Buffalo. Then they win the next 10 games. He's broken so many records. Nobody's throwing a more accurate deep ball than him. This team was 9-0 on the road. He's the most efficient quarterback in the regular season. There's so many records he's broken that it's incredible. I can't even go through all of them. He was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's up for the MVP.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of people are surprised by watching the playoffs. Like, that guy's up for the MVP.
No question, because just like you said, they weren't on national TV, so nobody's really had a chance to see him. 2 of the games, weather was a huge fact, and so I get why people might be questioning what's up with this kid. But he's very much, to me, he should win the MVP because I think he's elevated. You look at our wide receivers.
Yeah.
And you go, okay. I mean, you guys saw Steph last year. Steph's coming off an ACL. How's he going to do? 1,000 yards this year. He's elevated everybody. Our receiving core, Kayshon Boutte, good player, but this year, a brilliant player. So, he's made guys that were good, great, and guys that were average, good.
Yeah.
He's elevated in only his second year. That's what makes him so special.
Well, when you go number one completion percentage, it's not quite as impressive as C.J. Stroud's rookie year where he went, not the season, I'm just talking about the stat, when he went the most yards per game for a quarterback and the fewest interceptions. It's going to be hard for any quarterback to beat that. But Drake Mays this year of the highest completion percentage and the highest yards per completion.
Yep.
That is
impressive, isn't it?
That's
usually don't go together.
They don't go together typically.
Isn't that right? And so he's got so many games in a row of like his quarterback rating over 100.
Yeah.
So he's just been steady. He just doesn't. He didn't have a lot of dips. So I know that doesn't really. It's hard for y'all to see that, but trust me, he's brilliant.
What about on the other side, Ted? If the Seahawks if they're able to handle the Patriots, what's the warts on the Patriots? What's the concern areas?
We think that Robert Spillane might not, the middle linebacker, he's a stud. He's a hell of a player. No Brian Cushing, big fan of Cush, but his ankle is an issue. We'll see. The Patriots have 2 really, really good interior defensive linemen, Milt Williams, Christian Barmore. The weakness for the Seattle's is their interior offensive line, centers and the 2 guards. And so anticipate a lot of 2-man games, a lot of stunts, worked in that inside there on the Seattle's offensive line. JSN, we double team him. Do we just double team him the whole game? What do we do? I don't know.
That guy just seems to get open all the time.
He gets open. Can we just not even let the running game, because it's the Shanahan system, so everything's predicated off the run, Clint, right? So it's all play action off the run. So don't even let the run game get going, because then the play action, they're the best play action team on first down in the NFL. The Patriots are one of the worst short yardage goal line teams in the NFL. So you want to get Seattle in 3rd and long as much as you can. They're one of the worst teams that convert on 3rd and long. Patriots defense, one of the best teams at keeping completions down on 3rd and long. So you just can't get the running game going. You can't get them in a 3rd and short. That's what you got to do, and be very, 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 very good covering JSN. 3rd down, red zone, baby, and that's going to be the key. That's going to be the key, guys.
Ted, man, we appreciate you jumping on.
Appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work.
I know you got long days, and good luck. Good luck for you boys.
I appreciate it. Say hi to everybody down there in Houston, and Big Boss Sarah, please give her my best.
I will. Hey, you sticking around for the game, obviously?
I'm going back to do pregame radio and then postgame on TV.
Okay.
So I'll be heading back, Clint. And my smart-ass remark is always like, I've played in 4. I don't need to watch the game. I'm good. I've played in 4. I'm good. Thanks, guys. Good seeing you.
Good to see you,
man. Yeah, man. I think the line's kind of been 4.5. I don't know what it is now, Tyler. 3.5, 4.5. It's kind of been trending that way. I think a lot of people. I think there are people I've seen a lot that kind of had the same thought process you had. You think this is a potential 2-score game, double-digit game potentially?
Yeah, I think it's the Seattle by 10. I think it's Seattle by 10. I think
it's a lot tighter than that.
I think Seattle is got the best defense, and I think they got the best offense. I think it's the better overall team.
Yeah, I could get with that. Yeah.
The wild card is.
But what he said, I do, and you know how big that is for Bill. As he said, I think they do have the best coach and quarterback.
Well, that's the part to me that's kind of the X factor here is their thing to light it up and have an MVP season versus a crappy schedule all year long. And I'm not. That was a great season for him. But when we get to this point and we're in the playoffs and we're talking Super Bowl, like right now, that doesn't mean a whole lot. Like can Drake May do those things on the biggest stage when the lights are the brightest versus the best in the game, right? You know he can do it with a crappy schedule, and they played the worst schedule since 1999. By the way, it's not just bad; it's 26 years bad. And again, that'll be great to celebrate when the timing's right. But right now, I don't know how much that means to their success in the playoffs. And in the playoffs, you know, they've been really lucky because the quarterbacks that they played against have either been bad quarterbacks or played like crap.
Yeah.
And the weather was a monster. So you really don't know exactly who the hell they are in the playoffs. You know who Josh McDaniel is. You know who Mike Vrabel is. But we don't know what Drake May's going to do and what Drake May's going to look like. So we'll see.
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe with the weather being normal.
Yeah.
I think maybe he leans towards the guy that he's been most of the year.
Well, I mean, it's also Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniel, and it's hard for me to, like, that's what I'm wrestling with. It's hard for me to see those guys getting blown out. The team is the team is too good.
Like, there've been other like Henderson was a huge part of all season, and he hasn't been able to get going. I don't know if it's the weather or what. He hasn't been able to get going in this thing too. So, but another factor that we didn't bring up with Ted, we could have there is Campbell, 66. Like they got to clean that up. That's been a big part also of why Drake May has struggled. Their tackles have had some real issues, and Seattle's got guys that can go to Marcus Lawrence.
But this is, they got some good ones, but it's going to be a step down, relatively speaking, I believe. To what they've really faced this year. The problem's going to come from the middle.
They got the middle, Leonard Williams and company.
Come on.
And Byron. But it feels almost like the Chargers a little bit, where they just got a whole bunch of dudes out there that maybe not a Nick Bonito or maybe not Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, but a bunch of guys that can roll out there. All right, coming up. All right, Tyler. We're back in the red, but we got to get to the green as the Rockets had just a tough performance, which means that Tyler was going to have a tough performance last night. But T-Mill's best bet's coming up. He'll make you a little cash. And I know it's a Super Bowl week, but there's some news coming out of baseball that we need to let you know, as a chapter seems to be officially closed. And we'll talk about that coming up next.
All right. It's a big party weekend, y'all. It's time, baby. It's a big game. And you're going to see your partners, your friends, your family. Watch a little football. When you do that, you eat, you drink, you have a good old time. And the best thing in the world is some good chip.
gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. T-Mill's best bets coming up in just a bit. Going to try to rebound from last night's performance. I'll let him tell you what he did coming up in just a bit.
I don't want to.
No, well, you got to tell the people. You got to stick with the good and the bad.
Okay.
All right. He'll let you know where he is over the last 2 days and last night in particular. Once again, shout out to Tide for helping us bring this thing together across all the Odyssey stations. Shout out to Tide. This is brought to you by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And it's been another great day here as we roll through here on Radio Row Day 4. As hopefully we're looking for Tyler to go 4 for 4 today, baby, on Day 4.
Are you holding back a laugh?
No, that was excitement. That was excitement. I said, hopefully it wasn't like a league. It was not. I promise you, Scout's honor. I promise you, I've got it up.
I can't even push back. I mean, it ain't good right now. But anyway.
No, I mean, it's all right. I believe in it. But that's coming up in just a bit. Somebody did text in on Twitter and said, guys, shout out to you, John. Guys, take the advice and get you some of that Phil's with the Z coffee. It's incredible. That's what Dalton Schultz gave us. I'm not going to lie to you, John, and anybody else. Go back and check it out on YouTube. I'm sure that interview will come up. You can go back and listen to it. I'm guessing it is, and I think it's just the space that Dalton Schultz is in. And by the way, if you want to listen to somebody who is in pain over a sports final finish game, go back and listen to Dalton Schultz. You can hear clearly just pain in his voice. But I'm not going to lie to you, Clint. He just didn't sound real convincing. Just the way he was. It was a little too intense to me to believe that it was as good as he was tough. It's incredible.
Oh, you talking about the
Phil's coffee?
Phil's
it didn't sell it for me. Yeah, it didn't sell it for me. It was
sound pretty intense to me about it.
Just a little too intense. Like, is it good? Most people smile about the damn thing if it's good. Like, it's what? But he did say, what he say, double cream or something. He said something.
Sweet cream.
Sweet cream. That's what he said. Yeah, to add into that thing there.
There's one near the hotel. We'll grab one.
Go ahead and you grab you one. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I didn't want to tell him that. So.
I think I'm still trying to eat my tummy.
Smart.
That was real Tyler-esque. I didn't know you. I feel like you would have looked down upon Tyler if he said tummy.
I would have.
And now you have. I was going to say. And now you're going tummy.
It sounded good, dude.
I don't really like the decision, but I feel I'm in a vulnerable state right now with my issues.
Sitting back and crossing your leg right here with your hand held. I don't know what the hell.
I feel like I can get a beer with you now, Clint.
Well, I'm
one of those little ones.
Yeah. You over there eating Tyler's Tenders, them little tiny beers. You worried about me?
Yeah, one of those little ones. By the way, little news here: Framber Valdez finally off the board.
Yeah.
He is a Detroit Tiger. By the way, that is a serious 1-2 punch. That might be the best 1-2 punch in baseball as they took care of him yesterday, signing him to a 3-year deal. He got 3 years, $115 at 32 years old. And then, obviously, the last back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, Skubal, he gets and wins his arbitration. He gets $32 million this year in arbitration. But that's a hell of a top of the rotation for the Tigers, and somebody eventually in the American League the Astros will have to compete with. But for me, I'm looking at this, and obviously Framber Valdez has been here for a long time, pitched in a lot of games for the Astros, a lot of big games for him. Do you have positive feelings? Like when you think of Framber Valdez, do you think positively of Framber Valdez? Is he somebody you will grow to think of in his time with the Astros?
I mean, I do. I think he was just too good for too long. I mean, I'll always remember the streak of
almost quality starts.
Quality start streak
in a row.
That was big. A couple of the games where you just needed him the most in the playoffs and in the World Series, he came through clutch. And so, yeah, look, I think I've looked back on it as a good time, as some good times. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the memories I have of Framber was when he was walking around that mound when there were no fans in the stands.
Well, COVID year?
And he started walking around that mound, and he got met by a shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
and Carlos Correa made him head up right there when they were playing the Rays in the ALCS. And I still wish I knew what the hell he said to him. But whatever it was the same vibes that Dalton Schultz had on here is the same vibes that Carlos Correa seemed to walk up on Framber Valdez. He's had some moments, man, and obviously he's had some frustrating moments. And this year, there were moments and times it felt like this is it, like they're not rolling here. I remember that Game 5 against Boston that he had where they just had to have it, and he completely went off and played well. But he did have some mishaps. There was a couple of runs in the postseason where you just didn't feel real confident at all in Framber, and I think that is a lasting thought that a lot of people have. But as someone said, if that any crybaby, bye Felicia. It's from the text line on Framber.
Hey, the weather up there should help with his sweating, right?
Yeah, maybe.
A little less perspiration.
I don't know what kind of drinking is going on in Detroit. I don't know what
I would imagine
I'm sure a lot
want.
I think a lot of gin.
Did they drink a lot of gin? I feel like they powered through a lot of beers. I don't know what is in there, but he's probably going. You got to better watch out on that Detroit style pizza for Framber. Framber's that guy, boy. Framber's that guy that's got a little Antoine Walker in him. He's got a little Eric Snow in him.
Get a little puffy, huh?
That as soon as it lets go, they brought. I don't know if you remember Eric Snow, but they brought out the Philadelphia 76ers that went to the finals in 2001, and they brought that team out. I did not recognize Eric Snow. Oh my God!
I remember Antoine Walker swelling up a bit. I ain't got it.
Oh, it's worse. I just saw Antoine lately. I'll show it to you in the break. It has gotten away from him. All right, let's do a little T-Mill's best bets. Remember, if you do not hear or you cannot remember the bets that he's about to give, you can go to @T-Mill-Real-Deal and get all of the info you need. Tyler, you went 0 for 3 yesterday.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, went 0 for 3 yesterday. I thought the Shingun was a shoe-in, but I don't know what the Rockets decided to do yesterday.
Crap all over themselves.
Again, nobody scored over 15 points on the team. Jeez. That was it. Kevin Durant led the team in scoring with 15 last night.
I did not know that little fact.
All teams. That's what the hell's going on at home against Boston. All right, what you got? What's your T-Mill's best bets?
Well, I guess I'm insane because
right back to
kind of running it back a little bit here with the hometown team. We'll get to that. But I got 4 picks because, well, we are in the hole and got to make it up somehow.
Sure, that's the way you do it.
Absolutely. Wizards, Pistons. I got an under for you. Under 227 tonight. Wizards, Pistons. Next, an over for pick number 2. Bulls at the Raptors. Over 224.5 points.
Okay.
And here's where I might just be insane. I think Udoka gets the boys going tonight, gets them fired up after that piss-poor performance yesterday. I got the Rockets minus the points, man, and I really do like it. But Rockets minus 4.5 as they host the Hornets. And Alpi, Shangoon, rebounds this time. Over 8.5 rebounds for Alpi tonight for the Rockets. Please, God.
All right, hey, these ain't your dad's Hornets. They've been a bit of a surprise a little bit here lately, and they've made some moves to add to this team. So we'll see what that is. They should, though. It's a back-to-back at home against the Hornets. You think they will respond tonight?
Well, after playing like last night, I mean, the way they did last night, if they don't, Ime Udoka's going to go nuts.
Yeah, he might lose his mind. All right, those are T-Mill's best bets. Go check them out at T-Mill Real Deal as we continue here live. Right here, Radio Row, closing things out right here live on the Drive.
Located in the heart of Houston, baby, right on.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live in San Francisco, LaCour 43 presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. And it's been a fun day. Fun day, long day, a lot happening. We've had some Hall of Famers jump on the show. We've had Brian Urlacher join the show. We've had Devin Hester join the show. And we've had a good amount of fun here today. And more tomorrow. I think Emmett Smith will be along with us, your former teammate, another Hall of Famer. We'll be there joining the drive tomorrow, so we'll have some fun with that. And as we close things out tomorrow, so stay tuned tomorrow, 6 a.m. Or 6 a.m. clip, 6 a.m. kick off with Payne and Pendergast, who have made up.
Surprisingly, I think there's a.
Did you think it was a little quick?
I knew they'd make. They're professionals. I knew they'd make up, and most importantly, Sean's a professional. I knew he'd let it go. But you cannot tell me there's not just a little bit of trust that will never. It'll never be recovered.
You think there was a Seth and Sean prior to Radio Row at the Super Bowl in San Francisco, and then there's a difference.
Yes, when physical contact happens, it's hard to come back from. You know what I mean? It's one thing. It's one thing if you're Sean and like you've got to kind of manage, Seth and the temper and all that comes with Seth. That's one thing. And they do really well. They're great together. But all of a sudden, when physical contact comes into play. And there's such a size difference, I just can't think of the person the same. I can't think of the person the same. I think there was a chance. There was a chance that they were really, really good, lifelong friends.
You think that? You think that's over?
I think it's. Oh, I think they don't. I think if they don't have to do radio every day, I think they.
I don't believe that. No. You think that moment? You think if he done? Because it had to be just one-sided.
Physical contact, man, in front of everybody like this? Yeah. Probably so, man.
You think if he did? Because Seth will still reach out.
I mean, just think about it, Ron. If you not that you would never do it.
How do you think it would
if you just reached over here and slapped me and knocked my headset off or something?
We'd probably be rolling over.
That's so different, I think.
If it was an accident.
Well, no, but I mean, an accident's one thing, but if you did throwing something at somebody's not an accident. He didn't mean to hit him in the eye.
But you put yourself in a situation where it could go.
Every time I'm around you, I've got to worry about you potentially picking something up and throwing it at my face. There's a level of trust that I'm just out. It's never coming back. I'm just done. We can hang out, but I'm just telling you, I'm just.
Sometimes, hold on,
I'm looking at you.
But hold on. I think that sometimes when there is a fight. When there's a fight, sometimes that it starts the conversation, starts the friendship. You know what I mean, Tyler? You know how they say the series doesn't start to a team loses at home. Sometimes when you get to a fight, that's when a relationship really starts.
Yeah,
it'd be hard for me to let go.
I know that maybe that pushes a fight. You think that's the first time they've had a disagreement?
Oh no, I don't think just disagreement. No, I mean, we talk about Seth's temper. Sean's got a temper too.
Yes.
They both got tempers, just different. There's different triggers, I think. So yeah,
that Tide Pod brought it out real quick.
I think that Tide Pod to the eye will bring them out, won't it?
That was an outlier.
Well,
that was a tough one.
Look, I just think there's a level of the temper's not the right word, but the random, what am I looking for? The sporadic just doing something. Yeah. That's funny until it's a Tide Pod to your eye.
Yeah. Text line coming in, guys. The Tide Pod thing was a setup, man. Y'all been talking about it for days now. It worked. No, it was not a setup. I could damn sure
clearly haven't seen the video.
Look, if
I can damn sure assure you that it was not a setup.
I'm going to think like you could probably question something like that.
Oh, you better eat that, Zach.
You could question that being a setup if I threw it at Ron.
Or
well, no, but just because like I think like there's an act, not an acting, but there's a like to you there's a like you find stuff like that performative. Yeah, Seth and Sean ain't it. Like Sean taking something off the eye, it's not a joke. It don't matter how you slice this. Like Sean would dog cuss his wife if she took one off the eye. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Hey, no, you gotta watch. Like, I don't. Even if you watch the video, I can assure you, I ain't got no reason to lie. I can assure you, though that was not a work, a setup, or not. And I can tell you right now, like they've made up. But I'm with you. I think he still feels some kind of way. Yeah. Like this ain't like. I wonder will he sit by him at our family dinner?
Well, yeah, right. Like because typically like. And I would imagine, especially them, because they're kind of alienated from everybody else because they're the morning guys, So when they leave, like, there's the only people that aren't here for a couple of hours. And so typically if you want to go get a coffee or you want to go eat or something, it's like, hey, Bub, I'm going to get a bite, man. You want something?
Yeah.
I don't think that's happened since that Tide Pod hit that.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's happened.
I think it was one of those because I think he knows he didn't do it deliberately. No, I'm with you. I still think there is still like, I'm not ready for us to just be 100% where we was before.
But I'm not even. If you did that to me, I'm not even worried about you hitting me in the eyeball. Like I'm still stuck on like why?
Why would you even do it? Yeah.
Like what in the world crossed your mind to go? I'm gonna dig one of them Tide Pods out and rifle it across this table.
Yeah, I do think, Tyler, the factor of in front of everybody on live YouTube for everyone.
Oh, no doubt.
That's a part that I think makes it linger a little.
There's 30 people 100%. Sitting around right here that if anybody saw it, like if one person in that Dallas crew saw it, they said, "Whoa, hey, did you see that?" Sean just took
all of the stations around it did a bit on it.
Really?
Get that,
no.
Dallas, New England.
I didn't know this.
Boston.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, WEI, 105.3 The Fan. They all did a deal on it. They did a deal on it.
That
is
it's great.
Definitely a factor. The embarrassment kind of deal in the moment.
Hey, Tyler, Sean and them should get a Tide deal off that thing.
Yeah, they should. That's the only way to make this thing right. All right, coming up behind us is Area 45. Area 45. The best Houston sports show at night. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they'll take over when we get done here at 6 o'clock. They'll take you to 10 o'clock, so stay tuned for those guys. All right, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Clint, and this was my thinking. When you look at these teams that are in the Super Bowl, we've talked about it. We just talked about it earlier with Ted Johnson about New England. We've talked about the Seahawks. And it's real easy to take a look at it and say to yourself, all right, what is the thing that these two teams did that the Texans need to make the gap up on? And for me, the thing that I look at these teams and however deep you want to get into it is their offenses consistently seem to know what it is that their game plan is, what they want to do, and how to execute that. And with that, they all seem much more consistent every single time that they're out there. That to me, I think there's probably some more specific things that you could look at. But for me, when I look at it, I'm thinking Seattle, they go into it with confidence, knowing exactly what it is they want to do. New England, they go into confidence exactly what it is that they want to do. That to me screams like the biggest gap for the Texans with those other teams.
Yeah, I think the gap is with these two teams in particular, which
that made it to the Super Bowl.
Which, by the way, these are outliers. I mean, obviously with no Pat Mahomes involved or anything like that, and this is a little bit of an outlier from a Super Bowl perspective. These two teams right here, I don't feel like the Texans are far from. First of all, our defense is better than theirs. They're good. Both of theirs are good, but our defense is better and more lethal. And when you look at what these two teams bring to the table offensively, I think Seattle, that's what makes Seattle the different team. They can run it well, and they throw it extremely well, and they've got an identity, and they feed the beast. They feed Jackson Smith and Jigba. So I think Seattle's on a little different playing field, but I think when you look at New England, the Texans are right there with them. The Texans are right there with them, and they could very easily be right there with Seattle if C.J. Stroud could play up to not even rookie year expectations, but just average expectations in the league. So I don't think this year. I don't think the Texans are far off from the teams that are playing. That's probably again what drives Dalton Schultz and it makes it hard to be here for him. Is boy, you look at either of these teams. It's not like you're chasing a monster.
No.
You're not chasing like you said you talk about Philadelphia. What they do? They went to 2 of 3, and then they won that the third one. And then you look at Kansas City. They were trying to three-peat last year. You got some absolute beasts that you got to be careful comparing yourself to. These two teams here, I feel like the Texans aren't far from them.
When you listen to what Dalton said, you can kind of hear it with these two teams. Like I don't know.